Happy New Year, investors. Scott Carson, the Note Guy here, and I am so excited about what 2026 has to offer us. Really believe it's going to be a year of profitability that we've never seen before. So many deals coming across our desk and across our email from banks, lenders, hedge funds. 2025 was a very productive and profitable year, but we truly believe that this new year is going to be unprecedented, unlike what we've seen since going back to 2014, 2015. And as a way for you, if you're brand new to real estate investing, brand new to note investing, it's one of your big things is that you want to buy your first note or take your note investing to a whole different level. We're doing an amazing recap for the next couple days here of our top 50 episodes, the best of episodes, interviews from the Note Closer Show podcast. We'll be running all day today, all day tomorrow, and all day on Sunday. That's January 2nd to the 4th. You can tune in live here. Hopefully, you're going to catch us live on our YouTube channel or live on our social media or LinkedIn. However you're doing, please feel free to comment, ask questions, things like that. We will be monitoring the live stream. But yes, you've got over 36 hours of us going back and sharing the top episodes, top interviews, what you guys watched, what you guys loved, downloaded, commented, watched. We're going to bring back the best of the best, and we've got a long 12-hour day each day to help you tap in and learn from it. And yes, it'll stay up. You can watch us on the replays in our YouTube channel, stuff like that. But if you really want to get rock and rolling, here's the best of the best. Instead of you having to go and try to figure it out and piece it together yourselves, we put it all together in one spot for you. And we want to first of all say thank you again for helping to make our podcast the number one podcast for note investors. That's right. The Note Closer Show, we've been beyond 1 million downloads for the year. We're coming up on our over 1,000th episode. I think I released 1,055 was our most recent episode we released on New Year's Eve. Got so much great content there, so many great speakers, and I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, helping to make us the number one podcast for note investors out there, bar none, no questions asked, based on the downloads, episodes, and the length of the show. Going now to our 9th year. It's hard to believe that, but thank you again for making it an amazing show. And yes, we will continue to release amazing content, live streams, webinars, deal breakdowns, case studies, great interviews in 2026. And we're really excited about what the new year has to offer. Yes, we'll be doing deal breakdowns on Note Night in America podcast that we've had around for a long time. Those will again be live on Monday nights and see how those go for you guys. But we will keep delivering 2 to 3 brand new episodes each week for you to take it to the next level. And if podcasting is not your thing, what's fine. We know a lot of you watch our episodes online on our number one YouTube channel at weclosenotes.tv. Make sure you go over there and subscribe. Lots of great stuff there, short videos, long form content. Our webinars are live streamed there for you. Our coaching calls there for you. So make sure you subscribe to weclosenotes.tv. And once again, thank you for helping to make that the number one YouTube channel for note investors. Just under 10,000 subscribers. We exceeded over 1.4 million. We'll hit 1.5 million here in January as far as number of viewers on there. Absolutely just blown away that you guys love what we do. And we will keep on producing great content for you as long as you keep on watching. So make sure you subscribe. WeCloseNotes.tv, the number one YouTube channel if you're into note investing, performing, non-performing, whatever you might like. But if you're looking to get your feet wet this year and you really want to dive into it, we do have an opportunity for you guys to dive into it. We have an upcoming workshop. That's right, here in Austin, Texas, in the Q1 of 2026. That's right. Usually we do it online, but this year we're going to start off our first class of the year. It's going to be live and in person here in Austin, Texas, my hometown here, February 27th, 28th, and March 1st. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday here in Austin, Texas, north side of Austin. We'll have a lot of fun with some barbecue, fellowship, and dive into distressed deals to help you get a bigger piece of the profit pie in the new year for you. We'll show you how to raise all the capital that you need. We'll show you how to find deals. You don't need a new spreadsheet or a new formula or a new app. You got to go find deals, and that's what it comes down to. Starts off with, and there's nobody better at showing you how to find deals, raise capital, and put those deals together than yours truly, the Note Guy. So to RSVP your seat, you need to go to notebuyingfordummies.com. or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up there. But notebuyingfordummies.com will take you to the direct page for the class. Get signed up there. We're limiting this to 50 people. We're below 40 seats available yet for you. Love for you guys to fill it up and get a great discount on the seat. I think prices are still 50 cents off on the dollar. So get RSVP'd. Ticket price is good for you plus a partner spouse. So come on in. We look forward to seeing you in Austin, Texas, February 27th through March 1st. Come stay. Fly out Sunday evening, not Sunday morning, Sunday evening, so you don't miss out on anything. But we have a great time there for you. But really excited about this recap for the year. You've got a great ton of videos today. We've got 20 videos on day one for you guys to take advantage of. And it's going to be a long but very productive day for you to sit there, listen, learn, and take your real estate and note investing to a whole another level. So thank you again for helping to make us the #1 spot for your education and learning needs when it comes to note investing and distressed debt. And once again, this recap is a labor of love for you guys to take advantage of all the great information, the great content, and just absolutely so proud and thankful for each and every one of you that are watching or listening to our show and podcast. So without further ado, let's dive into the best of 2025 recap and go out, take some action, and we'll see you at the top, everybody. Bye. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Close Show. As always, Jack the Beaver today, especially on our money calls. Hope you all had a great weekend. Hope you are rock and rolling. Hey, Cord. Hey, Howie. Hey, folks. Good to see some of our WC and crew calls folks on here. And if you're brand new to note investing, you're thinking about investing in notes, then this is an episode you definitely want to listen to from start to finish. All right. Now, I've been teaching note investing since 2010. This was when I taught my first class about it. I've been buying notes 3 years previously to that. 2007 was when I bought my first note. I've been structuring note deals and working with note investors before that, or real estate investors on the marketing side, creating owner finance notes and stuff like that, and simultaneous closings. Did a lot of stuff. So I've been in the note industry, pure note industry, for over 20 years. All right. Now, if you talk about mortgage investing, that goes all the way back to 2001 is when I got my first loan licensed to do mortgages and did my first mortgage. So I have over 24 years in the mortgage business. And when you understand the mortgage business and you also get into the note business, it's a really great, cohesive connection. And as I have worked with so many people, not only just teaching note investing, but speaking at conferences and summits and Association of Realtors, the REI group, the Think Realty events, all the Noteworthy when it was something, the Dress Mortgage Expo when it was something, okay? I talk to so many people, and I see so many people coming from the real estate side. They come from the fix and flip side. They come from the landlord side. They come from the wholesaling side. And they decide they want to get into notes, and they immediately start making mistakes because they start thinking about note investing the same way as they would about real estate. Or they think about what somebody mentioned at an REI club, their local meetup group, or they attended one class about note investing, like owner financing notes or something like that, or creating notes, but they don't understand the non-performing side. So I thought I would share the 11 biggest mistakes that note investors make. And it's a mixture of things, and it's, there's a lot of things in here you will want to take notes of. All right. This is not meant to bash anything. When I get phone calls and people book appointments on my call, not only the brand new person, but I've had hedge funds reach out to me that want to get a note investing spake, and they are making mistakes if they don't follow what I'm saying, because they approach it as one way, think they know everything about real estate. Oh, I've got 20 years of investing experience in real estate. That's great, but it's not, if you're not buying a note, you're not buying a note. Like I had the conversation with a lady out of Chicago last week. Oh, I know everything about note investing. Really? Then why are you calling me? You know what I mean? And she was trying to buy the note on a commercial property and yada yada. Basically, she's gonna make some mistakes, and her 15-minute phone call with me helped her take it a different approach. So I totally encourage you, if you're interested in getting into the note business, please reach out to me at talkwithscottcarson.com. There's no cost to that. Pick up the phone, schedule a time on my calendar that works best for you, and let's help you avoid making these mistakes that will set you back. All right. I've closed on thousands of deals. And yes, I've made many of these mistakes in my past, and I want you to avoid making these. But I see a lot of these mistakes being taught at conferences or workshops from people that are not buying a lot of deals, or they don't have a lot of experience with it, and that aggravates the hell out of me. Okay? You got to understand there are nuances and niches inside notes, especially non-performing notes, that you have access to, but you can also very easily make mistakes. So let's dive into these 11 biggest mistakes for you so that you're not making the same thing. All right, everybody? Number one biggest mistake. Here's the thing I see all the time: only bidding based on what's in your bank balance. When we get these lists of notes in, like we got in 72 notes this morning, 29 non-performing, 43 performing. I see people when they come in the note investing space or they go to these crappy online portals, they only look at what's in their bank account, their checking account, their savings account, their self-directed IRA, and they only bid on one note that would qualify for that. So like if I only got 8 grand in my IRA, they're only going to bid 8 grand on one note. And that's not the way to do it. If you want to get more deals accepted, A, bid on more than one deal. If you're waiting for the perfect deal, we'll talk about that later on. But if you want to bid on get something accepted, then bid on 10 deals, bid on 20 deals. One little $8,000 note is not going to get you where you want to go. But ultimately, if you just bid on one note and it doesn't get accepted, then you got to go and do research. I've always been for the proponent. Look at what's in your bank balance, and that's great. You've got something covered, but bid on multiple notes. Not all of them are going to be accepted. Most note investors only have about a 10% closing ratio. So make offers at 10 to get one. You'll cancel the rest. If you get all 10 accepted, which rarely happens, you'll end up cutting back, slicing, dicing through due diligence or value, stuff like that. We had one student, a coaching student at Dallas. He bid on 14 notes his first time out, got 14 accepted. He was all stressed out. But ultimately, he only ended up closing on one deal. All right. Now, for those of you who have zero in your bank account, zero in your bank balance, guess what? Still bid on stuff. If you land a good deal and you avoid one of the mistakes later on we're going to talk about, good deals find money. You just got to talk and not be a wallflower when it comes to it. So the biggest thing, like I said, is you limit yourself by what's in your bank account. Does that make sense, everybody? Like, I only got 20 grand in my IRA account. That's all I'm going to bid on. Look, there's a lot of private capital out there, a lot of private money, a lot of sources out there, people in your own warm market that are looking to put their money to work. You just got to go find a deal. So don't have that limited belief of I can only bid on what's in my checking or savings or IRA account. Don't do that. Bid on more assets, bid on more. It's one of the most thought-provoking and changing hurdles that all of our coaching students have come to understand. Like, oh, I'm not going to get everything accepted. I do need to make multiple offers. I don't have this in my account, but you're more likely to get something accepted if you do bid on more assets, and then through natural due diligence, progression, process of elimination. Guess what? You close something, and that's what you've got in your bank account. Great. If you don't, guess what? We'll talk about raising more capital for you. So that's the first one. Only bidding based on what's in your bank balance. If you have zero people, oh, I'm not going to bid on anything. Well, don't do that. That limits yourself. That elimination keeps you from growing further and further and further. If you think about the big investors, the big companies out there, the most successful real estate investors aren't relying on what's in their bank account. Most of the time, they're bidding on stuff they don't have that money for, but they know they're going to go out and find it. Or what they do have is they look to replace it in a lot of cases. So that's one of the beautiful things I love about the note business is, you can often close in a lot more stuff than what's in your bank account. Okay. This leads to number two. The biggest mistake we see people do because of number one is they are not marketing for private money. They don't market at all. I see this happen, and this is more so a big mistake we see from people that have money. They've got money saved. They've got a retirement. They've worked for 10, 20 years. They got a $250,000, $500,000, $1 million in their bank account for retirement. That's great. Now, if you've got $1 million in your bank account, yes, you can buy more than somebody who's got 10 grand. Maybe. It all depends on what that person with 10 grand does for marketing. And it's a great thing to have money. By all means, I'm not bashing those that have worked hard, have money in the retirement accounts, the savings account, or they sold something and that's great. It's phenomenal. But at some point, you are all going to need a market for private money. And this is what goes back to people like, oh, I've got 50 grand or 100 grand. I've seen this happen time and time again. I got 100 grand in my account. I'm going to buy 2 or 3 notes. Well, once that 100 grand is spent and invested, a lot of people will just sit back and wait for those deals to close. Well, note investing is not a 90-day cycle. investing in whether it's performing and non-performing notes, it's going to take 6 months to 12 months, and a lot of times to churn a deal to move through, especially if it's non-performing. If it's performing, you're going to be holding on to it for a while. So you have to embrace the fact that you have to start marketing for private money really right out of the gate. Okay. Now you don't want to make the mistake of I'm just going to market for and start marketing for private money, but not make any offers. I'm going to go get my money secured before I go buying it. That's the chicken before the egg argument. And some people say, "Oh, you need to go put a fund together and raise the capital." Well, nobody's going to invest with you in a fund if you don't have any experience. So this goes back to the first mistake. If you go find a deal and close on a deal, that's great, but don't let that stop you from doing it. Like when I started investing in notes, I had no money. So I started marketing for private money right off the bat. Start marketing, talking about the types of deals you're doing, the deals you're looking, different case studies. That's the most important thing. If you're sitting there waiting for a rehab to finish selling, or you're waiting to cash out of something or an inheritance, you're just wasting time. They'll make offers. Get out and talk to people, raise some capital. Those are some of the most important conversations you can have because you got to start that conversation going. All right. That's the biggest mistake I tell people make is they won't go out and start marketing for private money. Well, I want to prove concept. Look, the concept's been proven. It's proven every day with every bank out there. You're not bigger than Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, Citibank, any of those. Okay. You're not bigger than me. But that's the thing is that banks sell notes all the time. Okay. It just depends on how big they are and how big they're looking to sell. But there are plenty of institutions out there that will sell you a one-off. No, go raise some capital. Go talk to your friends. Get the word out on what you're doing so that when you do have a good deal, the money's there. And he who has the gold makes the deal. Makes the rules, I'm sorry. Well, in this case, the gold is not the money. The gold is truly the deal. You have a deal. It needs funding. People have plenty of money sitting out there not making anything, sitting on the sidelines. Look at all the self-directed IRA companies that have a huge portion of their money sitting in 0% interest-bearing accounts. It's investors waiting for a deal to come along. You just have to start marketing and open your mouth about the good deal. So go make multiple offers and start marketing for capital right off the way. That's number one and number two for you, okay? Number three, this is the most frustrating thing that I see from talking with people that go to all these conferences and events and people have been around, is that people are not creating and emailing a database. And what's your database? Well, that's your list of contacts. That's the business cards. That's the people you meet at your networking events, at your REI expos, at all these events you go. People, and this aggravates the hell out of me, is we see people all the time that when we would teach live classes, we had 40, 50, 60, 100 people at our classes when we used to do them on the road, is that we would get everybody the database of those that are coming. We'd give you the first name, last name, emails, and phone numbers of those. That way you could market to people. And the thing that we would always know who would be successful is those that send an email out to that database within the first day or two. That separated the doers from the don't doers. All right. The number one marketing tool for you as any type of investor out there is your email database. That's your true database. Who can you email? Not who's on your social media accounts. We all know that's limiting, but creating a database of investors. Maybe you build your network by the old going out networking, grabbing business cards, going to meetup groups. That's great. That's one of the best ways to do it. Maybe you buy a database. Maybe you go to Exact Data, or you sponsor an event so you can get the attendee list. That's done. We've done plenty of that. Okay, maybe you do an email swap with somebody if you've got a database. Usually you have to have a database. Maybe you pay to be a sponsor in an event so you can collect database. Maybe you're using marketing tools like social media and other things like that to get people to opt in your database, whatever your tripwire is or your giveaway. Those are all great things. But you have to email your database at least once a week. Not once a day, but once a week at least. Tell them what's going on. You know, what are you up to this month? What are you doing this week? What's the deal that you're working on? It's much more than just saying, hey, hi, this is what I'm doing now. You got to build that follow-up campaign. 80% of sales are made after the fifth contact, okay? So you've got to understand that you've got to get to that fifth, that sixth, that seventh contact with people in your database. And maybe it's email. Maybe it is connecting with them on social media, and then maybe pick up the phone and give them a phone call or shoot them a text message. This is one of the most valuable assets of getting more deals and raising more capital is putting an email database together. And when we've held events or big online conferences and we ask people, when was the last time you emailed your database? It's like 1 in 10 have done it in the last month. Over 50% have never emailed their database. And that's the biggest issue. You have too much of an employee mindset, and you have to embrace, hey, if you're going to be doing this, you need to get the word out on what you're doing with the email and start building a database from day one. An Excel spreadsheet is fine, but at some point you're going to evolve into having a Keep, a Black Book REI, or something like that, or REI Black Book, or Constant Contact, something. This is the number one tool for you because you're going to use this to email and get asset managers and using this to find capital in your database. Okay, that's number 3 mistake. People don't do it and they wonder why they can't find deals or they can't raise capital. Okay. Number 4 is another one big mistake. This kind of goes back to number 1, is looking for that perfect asset, only bidding on one single asset. Yes, I know a lot of people are limited by what's in their database or what's in their bank account, but this is different. This is where you get in a spreadsheet and you find that pretty looking deal, the best looking deal, and you only bid on one asset. As I mentioned beforehand, people have about a 10% closing ratio, okay? Are waiting for that perfect asset that's everything's going to be perfect with it. That's wrong. Go bid. You got to realize this. Everybody and their dog is looking at that property, that good looking asset. You add more value to the sellers of these tapes by bidding on multiple assets, so you have a higher chance of something being accepted. If you're only going after the prettiest of the prettiest, you're going to pay more for that, or you're going to, it's going to be the skinniest deal when it comes to it because people understand, or sellers understand popularity. Okay. Get beyond just looking at one asset. Look at the numbers. What's the 5 or 10% of the tape or the spreadsheet that you got in that fits in with your investment requirements, with what you want to be focused on, your buy box? Only bidding on one asset will never, ever, ever get you there. Now, I understand when you're brand new, you're scared. I'm going to bid on just one asset. I'm going to bid a low ball asset. Don't do that. That's another mistake people do. Make really ridiculously low ball bids. That's not good. Stretch yourself. Get beyond the one state. Go bid on multiple assets. It's use the law of numbers. 10, you'll get 1. 20, you'll get 2. If you have a goal of where you want to get to, cash flow wise, that's how you get there. Not but bidding on one single asset at a time or only taking the best of the best. That's a recipe for failure. And we don't want you to be failure. Go bid on multiple assets. Obviously, there are some rules. Never buy on an asset that you don't want to end up owning or taking back. That's one of my, definitely my major laws, rules, one of my big 10 commandments of that. But bid on more than one asset. Stretch yourself. Get outside your state. Get out and bid on multiple assets. It'll require you to do a little bit more due diligence to understand it, become a better note investor, but also have a higher success rate. Okay. Next one is something I've gotten a lot of phone calls lately, is marketing to bad leads. And by bad leads, I mean people that will buy a list, or they'll go down and buy a list of seller finance leads, somebody who owner financed a property in the last year or two in their county, and they market to those deals, and they're upset on why they don't get a response, or they're upset on why nobody calls them back, or emails them back, or sends a letter, calls them off their direct mail. They're bad leads. There are companies out there, I won't name any companies, but literally I get phone calls all the time. Oh, we'll sell you 500 not owner finance, seller finance leads for like $50 or $500. I'm like, I don't want these. This is a low hit rate. Okay. Unfortunately, a lot of the educators out there in the note space, they only talk about owner financing. They don't talk about going to the bank. Well, guess what? Yes, it takes more work to find notes from banks and non-performing notes from banks that you can cherry pick, but it's worth it. Why would I want to use bad leads that I'm going to have a very low hit rate, a very low response rate? I'd much rather get a list of notes in from a bank or a lender or an institution or hedge fund on a regular basis, where I don't have to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in direct mail campaigns that don't work. Okay. And I have people like, oh, I bought a list from Donna Bauer. I bought a list from somebody else. Okay. Well, that's fine. You bought a list. Did it work? No, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Well, because they didn't want to sell at a discount. They don't want it, they're not interested in selling. They want to sell at a discount to make it work for me. Well, then don't waste your time or money on those leads. Okay. Quit drinking the Kool-Aid of people and take it to the next level. Put yourself in that seller financed seller. Why do they owner finance it? Well, because they probably couldn't sell it conventionally. They get it for cash flow. Yeah, it's great. But if they did a newly owner finance deal, they don't want to necessarily sell it at a huge discount. That's not was their goal. That's what they got told, but they weren't told that they would take a discount with it being no season. So don't go out and start targeting bad leads. Be smart. use technology, come into the 21st century and realize sending out a direct mail campaign to people that have an old owner finance note is not a good way. Now, that's not saying you can't market for owner finance notes. Yes, you can market for owner finance or seller finance notes through LinkedIn and social media. That's a more effective use of your time, or your email database we talked about. But sending out direct mail campaigns to people, I just think is a bad waste of time and money and energy. And people get frustrated about it. So don't do that. It's a huge mistake we see people make. And all you end up doing is cutting down the Amazonian forest in paper. Okay. I might be a little biased, but I've got 20 years of experience to tell me otherwise. Okay. Moving on. Here is the biggest mistake. One of the number ones that we end up talking to people want to starting off as a wholesaler. I want to start off wholesaling notes. Can you do that? Yes, you can. Is it a smart thing to do? I don't think so. Because here's the thing, to be a good wholesaler, what does it take to be a good wholesaler? Well, A, you got to market. You got to have a database. You got to market. And 3, you got to understand the deal. All right. Well, if you're going to do part 1 and building a list and 2 marketing a list, you might as well market for private capital so you can take down the list and actually buy it, buy that deal, buy that note, and make the lion's share of the profit. People will often start wholesaling because they think they can just slap a deal up on Facebook or a lead or something like that and try to get somebody to buy it. No, it just doesn't make sense. And I only say this because I've been on, when I started off as a wholesaler, it was difficult. People didn't understand the note investing. If you've got a warm database around you and they're mostly real estate people, they want real estate, not the note. I got to go through the foreclosure. What do you mean I don't own that property right off the bat? And that's huge issues that you deal with. So I always found it easier if we found a good deal instead of trying to market it for a wholesale deal, market like we're going to buy it, talk about the benefits and what we could pay our investors. And that attracted more flies to the honey versus vinegar. Okay. Starting off as a wholesaler, I get it. People want to do that because they don't have money. They're limited by their bank account, but they're going out trying to flip paper. That's fine. If you get a note you want to buy, but most wholesalers, you're only going to make a small fee, 1% on a performing note, maybe 3% on a non-performer. If you know the deal, then guess what? That adds more value to it. So starting off as a wholesaler can be a big mistake. I get probably 2-3 people booking a phone call on my calendar every week wanting to talk about wholesale notes. And that's fine. I get it. It's the safe limit. I don't have to get outside my comfort level. Guess what? You'll make more money get outside your comfort level. And you'll be able to close on more deals versus seeing all these good deals go away because people don't want to buy it because they don't want to wholesale it. They don't want to wholesale. They want to buy direct. Plus the banks too don't want to sell to wholesalers. They want to sell it to buyers. So go out, raise your capital in the same deals that same things you would do as a wholesaler to become a good wholesaler in marketing and build a database. Do that to raising private capital, and you'll close on a lot more deals and make a whole lot more money. All right. I'm not trying to burst your bubbles, but it is what it is. Okay. And here's the number thing, not marketing your own business. We see people who don't post on social media. They don't go out and send an email blast out. They don't do videos talking about their case studies. Look, unless you're independently wealthy and you got a lot of money, you got to market. It's the 21st century. Okay. If you're learning from somebody who's not marketing their business right now, guess what? They can't teach you how to market your business in today's world. If they're in there telling you, oh, you're too small or that doesn't work, well, did they try it? Well, yeah. Or if they did, I mean, I've had some of the big names reach out to me, want to hire me to do their marketing. I tell them, no, I don't work for you. You can't afford me. All right. And that's the thing that separates our students, our successful coaching students, our successful students from anybody else, is that they know how to market. They're marketing their note business. They're posting on LinkedIn on a daily basis. They're uploading a case study video. They're doing an email blast out, or they have a newsletter. They're doing a variety of different things. Or they're going and speaking, or going to local real clubs and doing presentations. You got to market your business. If nobody knows your business, nobody's going to invest with you or send you deals. You can't be a secret agent man in the note business or woman in the note business and be successful. You got to get the word out and share your business, share what you're doing. Number one thing, marketing, sharing on a regular basis. Then there's a variety of different things that we teach that help you, whether that weekly email or the daily posting. Doesn't take a rocket science to do it. You just got to put some things in, and it's building a muscle, a little bit different muscle. But if I know anything, note investors never really retire. True note investors that close on deals, they love it. They fall in love with it. They never retire. That's their favorite way of doing real estate. People give up the note business because A, they don't market and they don't close on deals. That's why they give it up. They go looking for something else. So they don't give it time for your seeds to sprout. Every time you send something up, post something out in marketing your note business, it may not bear fruit immediately, but it will over time as long as you stay consistent. And that's with every niche. Market your business, market your real estate business. Those that don't close deals. All right. But you got to embrace that marketing mindset. No, we're not talking 40 hours a week. We're talking if you put a little bit of time in each week, each day. Yes, we have people that work 80 hours a week, 60 hours a week, success in the note business because they understand the marketing and some of the things they can do to get the word out. And we're doing on Bigger Pockets, on Connected, on LinkedIn, LinkedIn groups, Facebook groups, all the social media platforms out there can help you grow your note business. Go out and understand it, and you'll have a whole lot more success. All right. Here's another thing, only rely on one lead source. Now, we talked about bad leads, but when you have a lead source, I'll give you a great example. But a few years back, there was a company called Granite Loan Solutions. They've changed names, they've gone out of business, changed names a couple of times. But anyway, Granite Loan Solutions used to be a really good source of notes. And a lot of people got fat and lazy in marketing because they had Granite Solutions send them a list every 2 weeks that they could cherry pick from. Well, that's great. But what happens when that lead source dies? Like there was a group out of Utah called Lutetian that I used to buy from. They went out of business, so they stopped buying notes and got more into local residential real estate. Okay. If you're only relying on one lead source, you are one decision away from not being in business. This is why we always tell people you have to have a mixture. Yes, it's great. You can go. I'll give you an example. Somebody called me the other day, was talking about PaperStack, and they're like, well, it's our one lead source. I'm like, are you looking at other places? No. I was like, are you pretty disappointed? They're like, yeah, it's a lot of land, some owner finance stuff, but not a lot of non-performing. Like that's your only lead source, and you're not marketing, like I said in the previous one, to get more lead sources, not contacting banks, not using some of the different things out there. You're out of business. You're not really in business. And I always laugh at some of the haters out there who said, oh, there's too many note investors out there. There's not enough deals. That comes from somebody who doesn't know how to market their ass out of a wet paper bag. All right. Look, there are plenty of non-performing deals out there, plenty of firsts. There's even plenty of seconds if you know how to market. I'm always amazed. Like we posted this list of seconds. People are, oh, there's seconds. I'm like, yeah, it's rarity, but there's not a lot of leads for that. Why don't you change? Oh no, I only like seconds. You got to evolve. You got to stretch yourself. Go out and start contacting banks through email blast, through cold calling, through conferences for servicing companies. That's one of the great things that we teach in our one day, but also our 3-day course, is all the different ways you can find leads: mortgage bankers, servicing companies, other brokers, Lane Guide, Bauer Financial. The list goes on and on. If you will just be smart and put some work into it, like anything else, go and follow up. What's different about the note business is you're not spending a lot of money on direct mail. It's all marketing online for the most part. You just got to spend some time, put a VA to it, or put in a few hours a week to find multiple leads. And once you understand a few things, you'll start seeing more leads everywhere. All right. You'll see more leads anywhere else out there. And that's the beautiful thing that we've done for 20 years is that we love multiple deals, multiple leads coming in. If I start seeing one lead source to start to dwindle up, I'm making sure that I go out and research and find out where those deals came from or who else has other stuff available. There's plenty of leads out there. If you're just relying on one lead source, that's why you're not finding a deal. We had a really great lady that came to our Austin workshop, and she's like, oh yeah, I've got one lead source. We bought like 8 notes from them. I'm like, that's great. But yeah, but they're all foreclosures. We want to actually build cash flow. We don't want to just buy notes that we end up having to go through foreclosure process and then rehab the properties up. They've had to look at a lot of stuff. They only found these 8 deals. I'm like, that's great. You got to understand there's other leads out there. I was like, where'd you get that lead? All it was the person that taught us. That was the only lead they shared. Well, you got to go out and understand that there's more deals out there. And there's a lot of note sellers if you know where to look. Okay. Here's another mistake a lot of people make is that only buying notes in their own backyard, in their own city, their own state. Look, if I'd only bought in Austin, okay, I'd have gone broke a long time ago. Austin's a pretty hot spot. Now, there are some exceptions to this mistake, this rule. Like if you were back years ago in Florida, I mean, I almost moved to Florida with so much non-performing stuff out there. Bought a lot down in Florida. If you live in Ohio, there's a lot of stuff in Ohio that's non-performing, performing. If you live in Michigan, a lot of stuff is non-performing. There's a few states that have a sizable amount of non-performing stuff, depending on what your buying appetite is. But look beyond it, okay? This kind of almost goes into some more so with one of the last mistake we'll talk about. But get beyond your state. I had a guy that wanted to argue, oh, I want to buy in Maryland. Like, well, you now need a mortgage broker's license to buy in Maryland. What? Like, yeah, you know, Texas is one of the fastest foreclosure states in the country. There are other opportunities out there besides just Texas. And I had a guy that reached out to me. It was a great guy, had a great conversation. He goes, oh, we only buy in Texas because that's what my grandfather did for the last 20, 30 years. Well, the markets have changed in the last 20 or 30 years. There's plenty of opportunity. And there are other people out there. I mean, we're all control freaks as note investors. The biggest kickback I see on this, pushback is, well, I want to go be able to see the property. Well, you're not going to be able to go see every property. Okay. There are realtors. There are people who go by and take photos for you. You can do walk around videos. There are BPO companies. You do not have to jump on a plane to go see everything. You don't need to get your pilot's license to go look at everything. Okay. When you can order a BPO for $150, have somebody drive by, call a realtor up, that's a much more effective use of your time than you trying to fly across the country to see everything. Now, look, there's been times I've jumped on a plane and went to Florida, and we spent a week driving around Florida looking at a bunch of assets. Or if you're in Ohio, I flew up in Ohio into Columbus or Cincinnati, and we drove around the state looking at about 60 assets in a 3 or 4 day period. Did the same thing in Michigan for 3 days. Look, if you can hit 3 or 4, it makes sense to do that. But get outside of your backyard. Okay, there are plenty of opportunities, especially if you're in a backyard that's bad like California. Look beyond California. Get a much bigger bang for your buck. If you've been buying a lot in Florida right now, there might be want to move somewhere else in Florida. Okay. Texas is great, but Texas is the fastest foreclosure and probably one of the most expensive states out there. So get beyond your backyard. Go focus on 3 to 5 states, as I always say, a mixture of, foreclosure time frames, and go do that. You'll see more deals, and you'll build more confidence, and you'll see a whole lot more deals and go through. All right. And I'll talk about why that in a second here. Here's the thing that falls in line with that last one. The biggest mistake is people like, oh, I only want to buy in fast foreclosures. I just want to buy in Texas and Georgia. Okay, those are the 2 fastest foreclosure states. You realize if you only buy in those 2 states, you got to have a mortgage broker's license in Georgia to do that, unless you're going to use your IRA. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, exactly. But you're also going to pay through the nose. If you just buy in fast foreclosure states, you're going to be limited to just paying probably at 60, 70, if not 80 cents on the dollar for those notes. You want really, as a true note investor, you want to evolve. Get outside your backyard, but go focus on 3 to 5 states. Yeah, make a couple non-judicial states and a couple that are judicial. Ohio is a judicial foreclosure state. It's about a 9-month process to foreclose. But if you're buying owner-occupied notes where somebody wants to keep a modification or try to modify and it makes sense to do that, you don't ever have to foreclose. So stretch yourself. Now, there are some states I avoid: New York, New Jersey, California, Washington, Oregon. Those are not good states, and they're not the easiest to foreclose in. But I love Texas. Texas is great, but you also have to spread it out. I've bought probably more so in Ohio over the years, in Indiana, than I have in Texas and Georgia. Okay, I bought a lot in Florida over the years, and that was not a fast foreclosure state, but the buy point, by being able to buy at a cheaper price, it made more sense to hold on to that and go through the foreclosure process and go from there. That's why I like Indiana, Ohio. They're not the shortest foreclosure, but they're also the longest, and there's plenty of great opportunity and bigger bang for your buck. So expand your mind, learn about those different states, pick the biggest markets, biggest cities in those 3 to 5 states, understand the foreclosure, the eviction timeframes, that kind of stuff. And you'll understand, especially if you're targeting owner-occupied, non-performing, you'll have some good ROI, some good reinstatement, some good money-making ROIs that will not only pay you, but your private investors along the way, and can be a big bang for your buck. Okay. And here's the number one, not the one, but number 11 on the list. Okay. Chasing notes with only one exit strategy. I've seen some of the smartest minds in real estate, some people who closed on millions of dollars in real estate. They come into the note business with the idea, I'm going to do one strategy. And I say this because I screwed this up my first 2 years in the note business. Okay. My first 2 years in the note business, when I bought a note, my only strategy was to foreclose and then rehab it and sell it, because I came from that neck of the woods. Okay. Another exit strategy, one exit strategy would be, oh, I'm just going to buy it, foreclose, and turn it into rental. Well, that's a lot of work to get something you're going to be making $200-300 a month. When if you buy that note and reinstate it or work to get the bar back on track, you're making that cash flow without the 6 to 9 months of foreclosure timeframes, the money to rehab it, and the attorney fees. You got to be flexible. This is why I always say that your note, especially on the non-performing side, you got to really have 3 profitable strategies. It's going to make sense if they reinstate or modify the loan, makes sense for cash or keys, and makes sense if you end up foreclosing. I saw a guy, Chris, years ago, bought a note in Hammond, Indiana. He's all pissed about it because he bought it with the idea to foreclose because there was a lot of equity behind it. Well, guess what? The bar reinstated, and he got all pissed off about it that the bar reinstated, and he was just sitting there moping about it. He complained. I'm like, Chris, you've got an asset here is cash flowing at a double-digit return. Well, I wanted it to foreclose. Well, guess what you want? You don't own the real estate. And that is like the biggest mistake we see from people is coming, they think they own the real estate. They think they buy that note, they instantly are going to foreclose. It doesn't work that way. You have to understand, you have to wear the banker's hat, not the fix and flip mindset. If I look back at those first 2 years, there's a lot of people I could have modified or worked with the real estate. I'd have made a bigger return on investment, bigger yield. I mean, a lot of those properties were way underwater, but I still would have made money if I held on to them for 3 to 5 years versus trying to foreclose and flip them. Okay. If you only have one single exit strategy, oh, I'm going to buy this just to foreclose and add to my rental portfolio, that's the wrong mindset. I'm just going to take this because I plan on foreclosing and fix and flipping. I want more REOs. That's the wrong exit strategy. You actually have to approach it from the cash flow first, especially if it's occupied. Now, of course, if you're buying reverse mortgages, let me digress here a little bit. If you're buying a reverse mortgage, you're probably going to foreclose on that most of the time, unless Bob or Jane Doe, who are your buyers, arise from the grave, all right, and start paying in time. That's the one exit strategy, is buying those, foreclosing, rehab, and either selling at auction or taking the property back. So you really have 2 exit strategies there, okay? But if you only focus on one exit strategy, you're going to get burned, and then you're going to get frustrated because everything you look at isn't going to make sense. And people are going to get tired of sending you tapes and letting you make offers that don't make sense. And oftentimes, if you have that one exit strategy, you're going to be making low ball bids that don't make sense, when if you made a little higher bid, you had multiple strategies, it would work out well for you, okay? Those are some of the biggest mistakes out there that we see people making. It's people, I'm talking people down from a ledge, and people educating them on the different options. Look, if you want to learn how to avoid these mistakes as a note investor, if you want to dive into it, then our next online workshop, our next live 3-day workshop is April 25th through the 27th. It's the weekend after Easter. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 full days. It's online, live via Zoom with yours truly teaching for 3 days. First day is all about finding assets. Second day is all about raising capital and marketing. Day 3 is all about the exit strategies, how to make money. We'll mix in a few vendors along the way, but we're going to have a great time going through this 3 days. One of my favorite classes to teach. We teach it 3 to 4 times a year. This year, we're doing 2 online and 2 in person. If you're a WCN crew member, guess what? It's included with your membership. All right. Appreciate that, Court, and glad you enjoyed that. I know you've had some questions about that stuff, and we're glad to help answer that for you. But like I said, guys, April 25th to the 27th, if you go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website and click on the 3-day virtual workshop, notebuyingfordummies.com, get signed up. I think the ticket price is $497. It's a 50% discount, usually we run it for. Get signed up, 200-page manual, we'll go through tapes. Like we just got in this tape today, give you an example. This morning came in 72 first liens. Out of the 72 first liens, 43 are performing and 29 are non-performing. These are deals that you can cherry pick from. That this seller sends me deals like this every week to cherry pick from. No direct mail campaigns, no wasted time setting up postcards or letter campaigns. It's literally a listing that I can cherry pick from and go from there. So if you want to learn how to do that, then sign up for Note Buying for Dummies or sign up for a monthly membership at noteumbrella.com. But thank you guys. I wish you a great day. Be safe out there. Go out, take some action, and we'll see you at the top. Bye, everybody. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as a note guy. For the past 20 years, I've been buying distressed assets, primarily non-performing notes on residential and commercial properties. And if you've ever wanted to learn how to dive in to start buying non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, or other investors like yourself, And there's no greater place than to get the nuts and bolts, the A to Z, the 1 through 99 place to get started. It is our virtual note buying workshop. We've been teaching this class since 2010 on how to find, fund, flip non-performing notes, how to get banks to call you with deals that you can cherry pick. And no, you don't need millions. No, you don't need a lot of experience to start looking at non-performing notes. We get the lists of notes from banks, hedge funds on a regular basis, not one or two or three or four, but hundreds of deals that we can evaluate and cherry pick. Whether we're looking for performing notes or non-performing notes that we can get reperforming, or non-performing notes you can foreclose and take back, whatever your niche or whatever you would like to focus on, we can help make it happen at the virtual note buying workshop. It's a 3-day class. Our next one is April 18th to the 20th. It's actually online live via Zoom. You get signed up by going to notebuyingfordummies.com. That's notebuyingfordummies.com. Day one is all about how to find these assets. How do you find asset managers? How do you find lists of people to reach out to that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on postcards or letters that you waste money on? We don't do that. Day two is all about raising capital and marketing and how to create a business that feeds itself, that you can do part-time, 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, depending on what your focus is. We'll show you a game plan to achieve deal flow coming in on autopilot versus you having to send a ton of money. And also, we'll show you how to raise capital like nobody else does. And then day three is all about the flip. How do we structure deals? How do we evaluate a tape to find the deals from the duds? All right. We'll show you what vendors to use. We'll give you a 200+ page manual, contracts, sample forms, all the stuff that you need to be a lean, mean note buying machine when you get wrapped up. Now, yes, this is live April 18th through the 20th online via Zoom. Get signed up today. We'll send you the replays of the previous online workshop so you can start learning, start evaluating material, and get rock and rolling. And if for some reason you don't like our class, we have a 100% money back guarantee involved with it. If at the end of the first day you don't like what we talk about, you don't think it's impactful, just let me know. We'll refund back your tuition, no questions asked. We don't want your money. We want you to become a note buyer. We want you to become a lien lord. All right. Like I said, if you're tired of dealing with toilets, tenants, and trash outs, you don't want to deal with renters, then becoming a note investor is the path for you. Everybody evolves into a note investor at some point, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. There are millions of non-performing notes that you can cherry pick. No, it's not all junk. It can be small value all the way up to $1 million homes or $1 million apartments for you. So much opportunity is taking place right now in the chaotic market that we see. And who's going to come out on top? Note investors will. So take the time, get signed up today, April 18th to 20th. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up for the virtual workshop there. As always, get signed up today. We run discounts all the time. The cost of tuition is you plus your partner or spouse. So get signed up today at notebuyingfordummies.com, and we'll see you at the top. Hey, real estate investors, my name is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as the Note Guy. And for over 20 years, I've been an active real estate investor focused on buying distressed real estate, distressed notes, distressed mortgages, and foreclosures, and working with other investors who are either brand new or experienced to put their money to work in amazing deals. And one of the greatest tools of wealth building that we have here in the United States is a self-directed IRA. That's right, a self-directed individual retirement account that you can put to work in buying real estate, in buying notes, or lending money to other real estate investors to make above average returns. And our preferred IRA company is American IRA. Right here, guys, they do an amazing job. Customer service second to none. They're out of North Carolina, and Kyle, Janice, the whole team over there are there to support you and help answer your questions when it comes to your investing needs. Now, if you're leaving a job, you've got a 401k or an IRA from a previous company, you can't use that to buy notes or real estate. Now, yes, you can buy it and be self-directed in the funds of the company, but you don't have the opportunity, if you're with a Schwab or Fidelity, to go put that your hard-earned money to work to buy your rental property, to buy a performing note, to buy cash flow, to help you get ahead of your retirement, your kids' education, helping your spouse retire, your parents retire. Self-directed IRAs, like I said, are one of the greatest resources for you to put the power of compound interest to work to help you get to that end goal, what it might be. Maybe it's living more, higher on the hog, or just taking it easy. But if you need a self-directed IRA company, American IRA is the #1 self-directed IRA company with the best customer service, there to help you take advantage of the different loops where you can grow tax-free or to tax-deferred wealth, depending on what you and how you structure it. They can even set up the self-directed HSAs, health savings accounts. educational IRAs for your kids, your grandkids, your cousins. All right. SEP IRAs, solo 401ks, besides just your traditional or Roth IRA. Check them out at AmericanIRA.com. Tell them that Scott Carson sent you. You will not be disappointed. You have a wide variety of self-directed IRA companies, but they're not all created equal. If you're looking for great customer service to help answer your questions, to hold your hand, to buying a property or buying a note with your IRA, then check it out, AmericanIRA.com. Tell them that Scott sent you, and they'll take good care of you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. Today's episode is kind of I get this question a lot from people that are coming over into the note industry from some other niche a lot of times, whether it's wholesaling or fix and flipping, or they've left their job and are looking to do something a bit more passive, or they're looking really into a bigger niche, broader niche of note investing. They like the idea of notes, but they're not sure on which way to go. And you usually get this a lot from a lot of folks that have a sizable chunk, inheritance, retirement, 401k, SDIRA, whatever it might be, that they're looking to put to work of their own funds. And they're always like, what should I focus on? What's right for me? Is it performing or non-performing notes? And there's pros and cons to each side. So I thought I would take the time. I realized from looking back, I haven't answered this question in quite some time. So I thought I'd take the time to put an episode and kind of give you some bullet points on each one. And then you can make the educated decision to decide where you want to go. As always, I encourage you to book a phone call with me at talkwithscottcarson.com. That's talkwithscottcarson.com. I'm always glad to chat with you if you're brand new to this, to help give you some counsel, to point you in the right direction. Because, performing and non-performing or reperforming, they may not be right for you. Three may be right for you, but maybe only one is right versus the other two. And I will share a couple of mistakes I made early on throughout this so that you don't make the same mistake that I did. Depending on where you're at in your trajectory, where you're at in life, what are your long-term goals? We'll discuss that in today's episode. Performing versus non-performing notes. What's right for me, everybody? All right. Now, the first thing we'll talk about is performing notes. Performing notes are pretty simple. Performing means the borrower is paying on time. That's what the definition of a performing note is. It's been originated and it's performing on time. Now, I do not count. Here's one big thing in here. This might piss some people off, but you know me, I'm not afraid to shake it up. A brand new, newly originated owner finance note that's newly originated is not performing. I know that's going to, oh, what? Look, I don't count a newly originated owner finance note as performing until they've made a couple months of payments. I'm not going to even look at an owner finance note that's originated with no seasoning, no third-party servicing company, okay? I'm going to want to see that they are actually performing on time. How much down payment did they make? How much, emotional equity or down payment did the borrower have? The more they have, the merrier, which is great. The lower LTV, the better. But for me, a performing note is where a borrower is making payments at least 12 months. All right. They're on time. And here's the thing. Performing notes provide a very steady income, and it's mostly going to be passive. By mostly, I mean, you're still going to need to communicate with the servicing company. You still need to go out and kind of find these deals, do some of your due diligence, double check the servicing, make sure you have a servicing company, some other things set up. And then also making sure to touch base with your servicing company to make sure that the borrower is paying on time every month. You should get a report, and that report should get a wire in once the borrower's done. But the whole buying and transferring, get to the point where they're making you is where you're going to do. That's going to be a little bit of not heavy lifting, but some lifting on the front end side where you're going to need to go find that deal. And you can find these deals on some platforms. Other sellers are selling performing notes. Most banks are not going to sell a performing note. I'm going to tell you that right now. I get some people that come in, I want to buy the note on this house here in my neighborhood. Well, if the borrower is paying on time, or if it's your house, because I get that probably more often, I want to buy the note on my house. Well, as long as you're paying, the borrower's not going to sell you a one-off performing note. So don't bother trying to reach out to the big banks to really not only buy performing notes, but non-performing notes. The bank has zero incentive to sell a performing note off of their books for the most part. But you could buy plenty of other performing notes on owner finance stuff that was once non-performing, or people who have originated notes and they need to sell it off. You can also buy performing notes from like hard money lenders on short-term stuff. I mean, the great thing is if you're looking for a great ROI, or I should say a decent ROI, depending on where you're at investment-wise. I know a lot of folks that like doing the fix and flips and make big chunks, and it takes them a year to do one deal, or they do a deal in 6 months and takes them another few months to find something. So if they made a 16% return on one deal, but the money was only out for 6 months, it's really an 8% annualized return. So this is something that's more passive. I know plenty of hard money lenders and people that lend in hard money funds want to make a 8+ or greater return. A lot of private lenders lending their money out making 12% or more. That's totally fine. It's a performing note. Okay. If you're coming into the real estate and you've got some money, a lump sum, this might be ideal for, especially if you're just looking at to put to work. You don't want to create another job. Like if you've got some retirement and you want your retirement to be, more reliable and make an 8 to 10% or greater return without the up and down of the stock market, you can make reliably 8% or greater returns in performing notes. If you've got a self-directed IRA or a rollover 401k from a previous employer, you want to put it in a self-directed IRA and put something to work where it's getting a good return. This is great for self-directed investors. Buy something, set up the paperwork. You can buy the note. You'll need to provide copies of the collateral, copy of the note into your self-directed IRA company. But that's a great way to start getting above average returns. No matter what the amount is in your IRA, you can find small balance, medium size, even larger balance notes that are performing from funds or other originated paper products. Okay. And you can do short-term. Short-term would be more like a hard money loan, or you're lending private lending to other investors on fix and flips, or you buy a longer term note that's been around. It's a 30-year note with a balloon, or a 20-year note that you're buying from somebody who's owner financed a house, or buying from a fund or a bank fund. We do see performing notes that were initiated from like a lender or a mortgage banker that you could buy that might be scratch and dent. And by scratch and dent, meaning that the borrower is not paying, or not, sorry, they are paying on time. That's what defines a performing note. But maybe there's a document or two missing, or the lender was going to sell it to another bank, and unfortunately the borrower's credit need to be 680, maybe it was 660, or there may be some other little document things. The note's still good, borrower's still paying, you still have the right to foreclose if they stop paying, but that would be a longer term note than 12 or 24 months. Performing notes can be treated as regular ordinary income unless you're going to pay taxes on that, unless of course you're using a self-directed Roth IRA, and then that's tax-free. Or if you're using a traditional IRA, it's going to be tax deferred when you pull that money out. Okay. But performing notes, you're just buying the note. You're going to be paying somewhere probably 80, 90, 95 cents of the dollar, depending on what the underlying interest rate is, depending on what kind of rate you do. So I always like to figure out, okay, what kind of return do I want to make on my investment? And that's what I'm willing to pay for that performing note. And look, there's plenty out there, and you can buy performing notes starting at, 25, 30 grand and up from there, up to upwards of millions of dollars. We're actually working with a fund right now who's got 10 million, and they're looking to buy a pool of performing notes at a 10 to 12% greater yield. And they want to mix it with some short-term and long-term stuff, and we're going to be able to help them fill that in the next few months. So something great about that is buying an aspect of performing notes. It's kind of passive, hands-off. Once you get it set up, it's not like the set it and forget it. Wrong coup dining thing, but it's definitely a great tool or strategy. If you're wanting to be just very more passive, more enjoying your retirement, you don't want to spend a lot of time going out and finding deals or funding deals, this would be a great way to buy it, get the steady returns coming in, whether it's interest only or you're doing a full PITI. If it's a full PITI, your principal is going to be returned to you over time. If it's just interest only, you're just going to be receiving interest, and at some point that borrower is going to refinance you out and pay it off. But yeah, performing notes, great if you got some capital. You don't want to do, you don't want to be very active. You don't want to do really any work. Once you get it set up, there you go. Performing is the way to go. Now, non-performing, it's a little bit more work, but it's a bigger discount, because a non-performing note is a note where somebody has stopped making payments. Now, by stop making payments, I mean they're really seriously, they're in default. Okay. And there are quite a few borrowers in default across America. A couple million borrowers are in default right now. And by non-performing, they're greater than 90 days in payment. So they've missed 3 to 4 months of payments. Okay. Now, the great thing about buying non-performing notes, you're usually going to get those at a bigger discount, which if you end up working that out and get the borrower back on track to paying, or you end up taking the property back and foreclosing, can lead to higher returns over time. If you're looking at notes where they're still occupied, you have the potential to get them back on track to be performing for steady cash flow for a period of time. It's forgiving to borrow some back payments or forgiving them for being late and working out some sort of payment plan to keep them in the house. That's really the best bang for the buck. One of the biggest mistakes I made early on was buying non-performing and not willing to work with the borrowers. I was looking to foreclose everything, not giving them an opportunity to get reinstated or modified or do a payment plan. And I was paying out monthly payments towards servicing and foreclosure costs, not getting anything in, and then I'd have to rehab the property if I didn't sell at the auction. Okay, so it's a little bit longer time frame to get some checks. If you're looking for passive income, non-performing notes would not be where you want to go. All right. If it's vacant assets, you're more likely not going to get the borrower back on track. It's going to be more what we call a deed in lieu or friendly foreclosure, cash for keys. Those can be very nice with larger checks, not steady income. ROI is great, can be a higher ROI, but it's going to be a longer term time frame. Most of the time it's going to take you 90 days or longer just to start the foreclosure process if it's not began. And then it may take, in some states that you buy in, it may take a little bit longer to foreclose, whether it's judicial foreclosure. I would just not, there are some states I would not buy in for non-performing notes, those primarily being New York and New Jersey. I would also avoid markets like Chicago, which is difficult to foreclose in if you're an out-of-state investor. A lot of people like to focus, if they're going to be on non-performing, focus on non-judicial fast foreclosure states. That's great. But there's also some great opportunity in some of the judicial states too to foreclose and just avoid the longer 12 plus month stuff. And then obviously you're going to be doing due diligence on the borrower, the property, and the paperwork. You're going to be doing that same type of due diligence on the borrower, the property, and the paperwork in the performing side as well. Okay. You are going to spend more time working out these deals, talking with servicing companies as they're communicating with the borrowers, trying to do workouts. Be talking with the attorneys in the foreclosure process. Sometimes it's fast. Other times it can be drug out as the borrower fights you. I like non-performing. It's kind of where I've made my niche, is buying the non-performing side. I like buying at a discount. I like buying occupied assets that I can get the borrower back on track and become a re-performing note. It turns into good yields. And I'm going to buy an estate that if I'm going to foreclose, I'm going to make a pretty good return. All right. It's very important to be doing either of these. You need to have licensed servicers and attorneys helping you out. We'll talk more about that. Okay. Now, we've talked about this briefly, re-performing notes. This is an alternative to non-performing. It's also an alternative to the performing side and can be a higher yield, higher ROI. It's basically where a non-performing note has become performing, where the borrower has approached the lender. You've bought the note at a big discount and approached the borrower, and no matter what kind of financial hiccup death, maybe not death of theirs, but death of a loved one, job loss, sickness, health, whatever, that borrower is ready and willing to start paying on time. These can be higher mid to long-term returns. I'm not opposed to buying non-performing, getting it back working and getting cash flow for a period of time, 12 to 24 months, and then turn around and selling it back to investors who are looking for reperforming. This is where you would look at a 12 plus yield. You're going to want, though, if you're buying reperforming where the borrowers has made 6 to 12 months of on-time payments, where they've been performing for a period of time. They've also going to want to see some skin in the game from the borrower, where the borrower has brought some money to reinstate the loan or to work to reinstate the loan as some sort of trial payment plan. We like the bigger the repayment or the skin in the game, the more likely they are to perform and stay on time. Look, we all know COVID happened. We all know bad things that happen, and everybody goes through a hiccup at some point in their life. When you have 85% of the United States basically one missed paycheck away from a hiccup, that tells you a lot, okay? Now, you're going to see this is going to be not as great a discount as if you're buying a non-performing note, but it's also should not be as much as you're buying on a performing note. Performing note is probably going to be 90, 95 cents. A reperforming note can be anywhere from like 75 to 85, maybe even 90 cents on the dollar of the unpaid balance or legal balance, whichever is less, depending on what kind of yield you're looking for, okay? You're always, though, with reperforming, double check that the taxes have been paying. It's one part of due diligence important. And then always making sure that the borrower has either reinstated or kept their insurance on the property current, or also if the note seller has what's called forced place insurance and the borrower is reimbursing that insurance. Maybe the borrower can't afford to get the insurance, so it's being reimbursed on a monthly basis. But making sure that when that note transfers to you, that the insurance as the payee is either transferred to you or your servicing company. Okay, great stuff. I like reperforming notes. Nothing bad at all about that, where somebody has fallen behind. As once a distressed borrower back in 2002, I was glad to get back on track with the opportunity that the lender gave me, and that makes for a pretty good deal for you if you're looking to buy some or invest some money that can be semi-passive and semi-active. Reperformance can be a pretty good aspect of things. Just doing a little bit more due diligence, I mean, it can be a great payday for you if you're willing to spend a little bit more time on the front end. Okay. Now, what are your goals? I always talk about this is one of the most important things when you're talking to somebody, when you're thinking about this. How active or passive do you want to be? If you don't want to really do any work, you just want to get paid on a monthly basis, then I would say extremely close to the performing note side. Of course, there's times when even the most invested borrower will default on things or stop making payments for things. You're still going to need to understand what's going on and still need to communicate with your vendors, your servicing companies, to reach out to that borrower to get back on track. You should not be doing that no matter what niche of the notes you are, whether it's in performing or non-performing. Put your servicer to work. That's what you're paying for, $35 to $95 a month for your servicer to do that borrower outreach, to keep them on track or get them back on track. You know, another one is always important. How are you financing your note purchase? If you're going to be using your own cash, retirement account, savings account, you can do whatever you want, performing or non-performing. If you're going to be using other people's money and you need to deliver an 8 to 12% return to your investors, and they're okay with you having the money out for 12, 24 months, then non-performing is probably going to be the route that you want to go. That's not saying you can't find performing notes or reperforming notes. That's one that you definitely should look at doing, especially if your investor or funding partners are looking for 7, 8% return. You can go find reperforming notes at a 16 yield, get them involved, get some cash flow coming, and go from there. Like I said, it's all about what your long-term goals are. If you're looking to create cash flow, performing, reperforming, even owner-occupied, non-performing that you can get back on track, be great for you. If you're looking for assets, okay, or you're looking for rehabs, then your non-performing side is where you're going to go. But there's nothing that guarantees that if you buy that non-performing note, that you're going to actually take that asset back as a rehab or as an REO or foreclosure, unless you go through the foreclosure process and it doesn't sell. So there's some tricks and tools to that. Make sure to reach out to me. As always, double check your taxes that are doing all these things. Make sure the taxes are being either escrowed or being paid. That's one thing, especially if the taxes and insurance are not escrowed, making sure that the borrower is paying the taxes, because that wipe you out no matter whether they're performing or not performing. And like I said, what's your big focus is? Should still always be cash flow. I'm a big believer in not working so hard, but it's also, if you're looking to acquire some asset growth, that's a great thing. Just be careful of where you're at, because if you're just targeting notes for assets in your backyard, that may not be the best strategy for it. And as always, double check with your accountant and stuff like that. Buying non-performing, turning into performing does have different consequences of being a short-term capital gain if it's done in less than a year, versus a long-term capital gain where you just do a trial payment plan on the front end and then modify it permanently after 12 months. And of course, if you do foreclose in under a year, that's going to be a short-term capital gain. So maybe you want to drag that foreclosure out to day 367 versus day 365 or less. All right. Now, what do you need? What do you need to have in place in here if you're starting off as a new investor? You got to have an entity, a limited liability. You need to buy a trust or a self-directed IRA of some sort to buy in. Do not do this in your own name. That is not a good thing to do. Even with a self-directed IRA, you could just have your account number labeled and not your personal name attached to your self-directed IRA company. You're going to have a licensed servicing company collect your payments, do the borrower outreach. And like I said, it doesn't cost you from $35 to $95 a month, depending on whether it's performing or non-performing. It's always good to have a real estate attorney to handle that this license in the state you're buying in case you do have to foreclose. That's one definitely thing you want to have, is have a, so now your servicing company can help you with your real estate attorney in those states if you don't have one. So don't let that stress you out. Okay. Of course, you need cash or funding partners, and that's a whole different ballgame on how you secure that or what you pay them and how you secure your OPM. It's always important, never buy a note in a state that you do not understand the foreclosure process. The great thing, foreclosure processes are not hard to understand, but they do vary on a state by state level, with as fast as being in Texas or Georgia, or as long as New York or New Jersey. Every state has its pros and cons. And as always, know your due diligence of your note. Like I said, you're going to be checking the borrower, you're going to be checking the property, and then also checking the collateral of the loan file to ensure that you're buying a profitable note and it's truly a deal and not a dud. Now, there are a couple different ways that you can learn how to get involved in this. If you're kind of just getting in, wanting to stick your feet wet and getting started, I highly encourage you to check out our monthly class, Note Weekend, at noteweekend.com. We teach this once a month, usually at least 2 to 3 times a quarter. It's free for you. If you go to noteweekend.com, you can sign up for the next class and learn. It's a great Cliff Notes version, about a 3-hour class of where we share with you how to find, fund, and flip. And then if you're really interested in taking that class or do a deeper dive into non-performing and becoming a full-time note investor, then I encourage you to check out our quarterly class. It's a 3-day workshop. And we split sometimes between doing it in person here in Austin, Texas, or doing it online via Zoom. And you can get signed up for that at notebuyingfordummies.com. And it's a much deeper dive into the fundamentals of finding deals, raising funding, and then the flipping and exit strategies and making money of it. And we'll obviously dive in and do some case studies, lots of making sure, breaking down tapes, identifying the profitable deals, whether it's performing you're looking for or the non-performing side. We spend a big chunk on that. And the class for that starts at $497 for the virtual class, and you can get signed up for that at notebuyingfordummies.com. Or you can go to our website and check out both classes at weclosenotes.com and look under the training tab. And yes, many people sign up for the 1-day class to get started. They see that they like how we teach, and then they sign up for the longer 3-day class. And no, you do not have to wait, because we do provide replays to both of these classes immediately upon signing up. So you don't have to wait till the next monthly class. You can get signed up today, get the replays from the past class sent to you, along with a 3-day class. Don't have to wait till a month now or 2 months from now. You get signed up and get the replay sent immediately to your inbox to start learning today, so they can go out, take some action, put some money to work, and start making high returns and decide what's right for you, performing or not performing. Thanks again, everybody. Go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Bye. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as the Note Guy, and I've been an active note investor focused primarily on the niche of non-performing notes, distressed mortgage notes on residential commercial properties for almost 20 years now. My company is weclosenotes.com. And I know there's a lot of different things when it comes to the note world. Are you buying performing notes? Are you buying owner finance notes? Are you buying institutional debt like I would focus on? Are you buying first, seconds, contract for deeds? There's a lot of questions. And it can be very confusing about what you can or cannot do. So one of the great things that we've hosted for the last couple of years that we do on just about a regular monthly basis is we host our 1-day class called Note Weekend. If you go to noteweekend.com, you can register for our free 3.5-hour class. We'll talk to you and share with you how you find, fund, and flip non-performing notes. And yes, you can buy non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, and a variety of different hard money lenders out there for your own portfolio. No, you don't have to have millions of dollars to dive into the non-performing note game. We've got students that have bought plenty of deals with 25, 30 grand, getting their ball rolling, using their self-directed IRA, who are tired of dealing with toilets, tenants, trash house, tired of battling contractors and GCs to get properties rehabbed. We all know the market is changing. And while it may not be like 2008, 9, and 10 again, we do see a lot of distressed debt out there on both the residential and the commercial side. So if you're thinking about diving into the note game, becoming a note investor, a lien lord, as you like to say, versus a landlord, or you just want to figure out what it is about the sexy side of real estate in the note space, well, check it out, noteweekend.com. Doesn't cost you anything. We host it live, usually the first or second Saturday of each month. You can go today, register at the website, noteweekend.com, register for the next live class we host. You'll get sent a replay to the previous class so you can start learning about the note business today. No questions asked, no credit card needed. This is a great way for you to dip your toes in the water and see if it's warm, because I guarantee going through our 1-day class, you want to dive into the deep end and become a note investor. So check it out, noteweekend.com. You can also go to our website, weclosenotes.com. Check out our podcast. Check out our #1 YouTube channel. We are here to help support you. Whether you're an experienced investor or you're brand new to investing, Note Weekend is a great place for you to get the ball rolling. People often say we cover more in our 3-hour class than most people cover in their 3-day class. So check it out. Love to have you be part of our Note family, but get signed up today at noteweekend.com. Thanks and have a great day. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as the Note Guy. For the past 20 years, I've been buying distressed assets, primarily non-performing notes on residential commercial properties. And if you've ever wanted to learn how to dive in to start buying non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, or other investors like yourself, then there's no greater place than to get the nuts and bolts, the A to Z, the 1 through 99 place to get started. It is our virtual note buying workshop. We've been teaching this class since 2010 on how to find, fund, flip non-performing notes, how to get banks to call you with deals that you can cherry pick. And no, you don't need millions. No, you don't need a lot of experience to start looking at non-performing notes. We get the lists of notes from banks, hedge funds on a regular basis, not one or two or three or four, but hundreds of deals that we can evaluate and cherry pick. Whether we're looking for performing notes or non-performing notes that we can get reperforming, or non-performing notes you can foreclose and take back, whatever your niche or whatever you would like to focus on, we can help make it happen at the virtual note buying workshop. It's a 3-day class. Our next one is April 18th to the 20th. It's actually online live via Zoom. You get signed up by going to notebuyingfordummies.com. That's notebuyingfordummies.com. Day one is all about how to find these assets. How do you find asset managers? How do you find lists of people to reach out to that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on postcards or letters that you waste money on? We don't do that. Day two is all about raising capital and marketing and how to create a business that feeds itself, that you can do part-time, 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, depending on what your focus is. We'll show you a game plan to achieve deal flow coming in on autopilot versus you having to send a ton of money. And also, we'll show you how to raise capital like nobody else does. And then day three is all about the flip. How do we structure deals? How do we evaluate a tape to find the deals from the duds? All right. We'll show you what vendors to use. We'll give you a 200+ page manual, contracts, sample forms, all the stuff that you need to be a lean, mean note buying machine when you get wrapped up. Now, yes, this is live April 18th through the 20th online via Zoom. Get signed up today. We'll send you the replays of the previous online workshop so you can start learning, start evaluating material, and get rock and rolling. And if for some reason you don't like our class, we have a 100% money back guarantee involved with it. If at the end of the first day you don't like what we talk about, you don't think it's impactful, just let me know. We'll refund back your tuition, no questions asked. We don't want your money. We want you to become a note buyer. We want you to become a lien lord. All right. Like I said, if you're tired of dealing with toilets, tanks, and trash outs, you don't want to deal with renters, then becoming a note investor is the path for you. Everybody evolves into a note investor at some point, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. There are millions of non-performing notes that you can cherry pick. No, it's not all junk. It can be small value all the way up to $1 million homes or $1 million apartments for you. So much opportunity is taking place right now in the chaotic market that we see. And who's going to come out on top? Note investors will. So take the time, get signed up today, April 18th to 20th. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up for the virtual workshop there. As always, get signed up today. We run discounts all the time. The cost of tuition is you plus your partner or spouse. So get signed up today at notebuyingfordummies.com, and we'll see you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening today. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you all here. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving holiday. I know that we had a great time. We went down to Aransas Pass, Texas, in Ingleside area where I grew up, and spent time with my mom down there, and um, I did a lot of the cooking. Went to my sister's house over in Corpus, and we had fun and play games. I actually didn't even take my laptop, which is kind of a rarity for me. I didn't take my laptop. I'd already worked the week before to get things automated, and email blasts and episodes out, and uh, finished up due diligence in a couple properties and stuff like that. So we're reaching out to the capital raising. But that Tuesday, Wednesday of the Thanksgiving week really becomes a dead time in the business for the most part, because everybody's getting ready to celebrate Thanksgiving. They're not going to do anything because they know they got to be out of town, or things are going to be closed Thursday, Friday, right? So anyway, went down there, got a little bit of work done on helping my mom, fixed her fence, spent like a half a day doing that. And then we made a bunch of Christmas candy, or I shouldn't say I did. Steph and my mom, my sister made a huge amount of Christmas candy. Um, English toffee and chocolate covered pretzels and all this other stuff that they give away to friends and family, stuff like that. So that was really kind of a fun thing, watching the ladies do that, and then just having a good time to kind of relax and enjoy it and rewind. And I know a lot of folks, they look at, okay, let's get through Thanksgiving. Now we're at December 1st as of today. A lot of folks in the note investing aspect, the banking side of things, they, okay, let's have a sprint, because really you have, if you look at things, you really have 3 weeks left in the year, right? And a lot of people, most people will just kind of, we won't do much the rest of the year. And I'm not a fan of that. Okay. I'm not a fan just like, well, let's not do. Now, I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to not take time off. I will probably not do much the last 10 days of the year from like the 22nd, that week of Christmas, and the last 3 days of the year. I'll plan on being back in the office and rock and rolling on January 2nd, which is a Friday. Okay. Because well, you know what? I'll just say, well, I'll probably be off from the 22nd to the 5th. So I'll take 2 weeks to relax and recharge. But there are things that I will be doing this week. There are things I'll be doing next week to really propel me into the new year. Now, the big mistake that most people make is they don't do anything this month. They're like, oh, I'll get to it next year, or I'll get to it next month when I have to. And that puts you behind the 8 ball. If you remember some episodes ago, a few weeks back, we talked about how making 2026 a 14-month year and not just a 12-month year. Okay. And, everybody likes to come up with, what are your New Year resolutions? I'm not a big fan of resolutions. I'm a big fan of goals. And I don't think you can really target more than two, maybe three goals when it comes to health is always a big thing. Income is another big thing. I don't talk about paying off like debt. I talk about making more money. The whole aspect of quantum physics, you get what you put out. Well, I'd rather put out positive. Let's make more income and I'll pay off my credit card debt or whatever you might be, versus the other way. I want to pay off my debt. Well, oftentimes if you just focus on that, you accumulate more of it versus going out and making more of it. So that's what I want to talk about is there are some things that you can do that are very effective for you over the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks in planning, prepping, things you can put together. One of the things that I think is that everybody should do, and I think anybody that's on this call right now is put together a pitch deck or working on a pitch deck video. That's one of the most important things you can do. Taking time to update, record your pitch deck, get it on YouTube, but then not just sharing it on YouTube and your website only, posting it to your LinkedIn as one of your major projects or features on there. And then also rebroadcasting that video again and again and again and again. One of my coaches years ago always used to ask me, he goes, Scott, how many offers are you making on a weekly basis? And of course, we as real estate investors say, okay, how many properties am I making offers? No. How many offers in total, whether it's a class or offers for somebody to invest with you? How many offers are you making on a weekly basis? And I had to think about it a little bit because we make plenty of offers and notes. But I necessarily wasn't going around and making offers all the time about raising capital or offering for people to learn more about my business. Now, people will post YouTube videos and shorts. And if you get a chance to, I highly encourage you to go listen to the podcast that I just released last week with Corey Long. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Not me, but just the stuff that he shared on how search is changing business. Search is changing entrepreneurship. Search is changing how people find and locate you. Okay. And that's the thing that I really wanted to focus on is taking, I did an episode a little bit before about how you have to adapt or change because how AI is changing. That's never been more relevant than what's going on in the world today. You have to be prepared for it. It can't be the same way of doing business as it used to be. You've got to incorporate some things like that. And it also means making multiple offers to get stuff out. So one of the number one things that you'll probably see from us doing on a regular basis is my own pitch deck going out on a regular basis, broadcasting once, twice a week, using Restream to even rebroadcast it probably 2-3 times in a row, but mixing in a deal, case study offer that we're working on as a way to drive more engagement to our website. You also see us broadcasting that across Facebook, LinkedIn. And that's the more eyes you're in front of people, more times you're in front of, the more eyes that see your stuff, the more opportunity to be for raising capital or people directing to you. I think I've been guilty like anybody. So I'm gonna record it, throw it up once, and I might send an email blast out about it, which is great. But that whole rinse and repeat, it really came in handy. Anytime we've done it, we've seen it go up. So it's one thing I would highly recommend, easy enough for all of you to do. Even if you just go upload the video back into YouTube, you go make the first one silent or something like that, quiet on your thing, but then rebroadcast it, re-email it out to it. literally put it in a email campaign that goes out, you know, once every 2 weeks, at least once a week. Some people say, well, once a week, that's can be kind of exceedingly well. If you put it in there where you're putting something in there about, hey, here's what we're doing, or hey, we're going to the local real estate club, or hey, here's the deal we're going, and you have your pitch deck down below there about what we do is like your footer advertising. That's what I'm getting at. It's an offer below your main, hey, here's what we're doing on our weekly in and out email. Something to think about, because you never know who's going to see it on your email database. And as your email database grows, it's a subtle, here's an offer, an offering to invest with us, an offering to put your money to work in our deals. Okay. That's one big thing. Sharing your pitch deck, either even at the email footer. Check out what we're doing at We Close Notes. So check out what we're doing, at Notes for You. Okay. Clear Bay Capital. What are we doing at Clear Bay? Just putting that somewhere where people click on it and it starts to see that. It's a really great evergreen thing to do. A second thing is this is one thing that we really dive in and always helps us throughout the year. Okay. And I know some of you are like, oh, I don't want to do that, but you probably should think about doing this. Okay. Because as a podcaster, now I'm not going to tell you to go out and start your own podcast. Okay. You can do that if you want, but an easy way to raise capital or to get in front of people speaking, because that's one thing that you need to look at doing, is get in front of audiences, whether it's your local RIA club, virtual RIA clubs, or something like that. Get out networking the way that we have done it, that we found which was so much more effective for us. Okay, and I've doubled and tripled down on this. You don't have to triple down on it, but I want to give you some statistics out there, and you'll understand the power of this. Okay, so there's about 4 million total podcasts out there. Sometimes 5 million. There's different numbers out there. Okay, but here's the number that you have to keep in mind: 10%. Okay, now if there's 4 million active podcasts out there, only 10%, roughly about 400,000, are delivering a new episode once a month. Okay. But the amount of listeners is inverse to that relationship. So while the number of podcasts have dropped, the amount of listeners has exponentially grown, where it would go from people listening to 2 to 3 episodes or 2 to 3 shows a week. It's down to 7, 8 shows a week. And another thing about podcasts that are different is that the retention rate is so much higher. I didn't know this till somebody told me this, right? A Facebook post to Facebook might have a 5 to 10 minute retention. It means people might watch it 5 or 10 minutes and they go off. They're going to keep scrolling to something else. Same thing on Instagram, TikTok. It's all in the scroll on the social media stuff. So you might have 1% retention aspect of where somebody's going to go through start to finish. Okay. If you can get a 50% retention rate, that's phenomenal. A lot of our videos have a 30 to 50% retention rate because we crank good stuff out, right? Newsletters do pretty well. Newsletters, what people will read. Once they get on, subscribe to your newsletter, they'll read it. And if it's a less than 10-minute read, preferably 5 minutes or less, which is ideal for you. It's about 4,000 words or so. I'm sorry, it's about 2,000 words. Sorry, 2,000 characters, not words. That makes it easy read for in like 6 to 10 minutes. That's got a pretty good retention rate. YouTube videos have about 11% retention rate, where people will go through it about 1/10 of the time before they either stay or they go, right? And that's long form. That's not short form content under 3 minutes, just so you know this. Podcasts, though, okay? And short video, 24 to 48 hours. Longer form video, 30 to 90 days. Facebook posts, 24 to 48 hours, as far as how they stay around, right? Okay? And they just get buried, right? Podcast episodes. Here's the thing that blew me away years ago, was that podcasts have an 80 to 90% completion rate if they get beyond the first 5 to 10 minutes. But once somebody listens in, they're listening to you almost the entire way through, whether it's an hour long or a 20-minute long thing. People are listening. Okay. And listenership is going up, completion is going down. Now, I'm not telling you to go out and start a podcast. I'm talking to you about taking your guys' experience. All of you have experience, whether it's being a fix and flipper in the past, or a real estate investor, or a realtor, or you've done some creative financing, you've done some deals, whatever it is. If you've done any type of deals and you have a focus, rely on that focus. Okay. Now, what I mean by that? Well, there's a cool thing that I like to use to find myself speaking opportunities. Now, I don't go out to the Distressed Mortgage Expo. I don't go out to Noteworthy. I mean, I've been to those when they were bigger. They're much smaller now. And I just, everybody that's there, I already have my database. I want to get myself in front of new eyeballs and new earballs, as they say. Okay. And this is actually a very easy strategy to do. So I'm not trying to add work to your stuff. I'm trying to add opportunities to it. Okay. With little work, very little work, something that you could put a VA on to help you in a variety of fashion. Right. And I can give you a few examples. Like Catherine Bell is one of our coaching students. She's made over six figures in the note business with us, actually made over six figures in one just note deal with us. But has made a couple, I don't know, up to $500,000 or something like that or more in the last few years. But she started leveraging this strategy to get herself on speaking opportunities as a woman real estate investor and has raised a couple $1 million in private capital, just talking about some of the deals that she's focused on, some of the deals that she's done, some of the deals. She doesn't have her own show, not as of yet. I know that she was thinking about doing it, but she just has gotten out and used it to get in front of crowds, get in front of stages. And that's the way I look at when I appear on somebody else's podcast. I look at it as a stage. Okay. And I'm glad to have you guys here in Zoom, stuff like that. I'm glad to have you guys on my podcast talk about you. Of course, if you're one-on-one coaching students, I expect you to be on my show because I want to help promote you. I want to talk about your good, the bad, and the ugly. Sterling James, we did a case study on his deal down in Florida, about 1,000 to 2,000 downloads. His interview also did very, very well, talking about how he's a CPA full-time, still working part-time, and he's a real estate investor, but doing some great things and loves why he loves the note business. Done well. He's getting phone calls. Cal Ewan's getting people calling him off of stuff and wanting to invest with him by listening to him on my show. Now, does that take away from people wanting to invest with me? No, because if those people were wanting to invest with me, they would have already reached out, right? But it adds value to your guys' bottom line, and I'm fine with that because it adds credibility on both sides. So when somebody's listening on a podcast, guess what? It increases your credibility. If you're speaking on somebody else's stage, it adds credibility. So how does this all tie in with the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks of the year? Okay. Here's a thing that I said about myself. I set a goal for myself, not a resolution, a goal a couple of years ago. And I've done this. Let's see here. I just celebrated my 9-year anniversary of having the Note Closer show, which is crazy to think about that. Like November 21st, 20th or 21st is the first time we broadcasted a Facebook Live back in the day. And it's one of the most powerful strategies we've ever done to do it. And you guys can all do the same thing. Is just don't have to look about coming up with new content. That's what I'm trying to get at here with you guys, is you can literally take your experience, your case study, stuff that you're already doing, and use it to rinse and repeat, to clone that content across different things. So let me share with you. So like I said, I set a goal 5 years ago, hard to believe. No, yeah, it was 6 years ago. So I've done it 5 out of 6 years. I said, let me be on at least one podcast per week for the year. So I wanted to hit like 50 to 50. I want to be on 50 new podcasts every year. And I did that. One year I did 150 episodes on other people's shows. And then most of the time, it's been 50 to 100, somewhere around that on an annual basis, usually 100. That's twice a week. Pretty simple to do. It's so simple how we do this that you guys would be like, oh my God, this is stupidly simple. Now, let me just share this with you. This is one straight, and it'll work for a variety of reasons for you on different ways where you do it. So let me go over here. All right, so we're going to go to, where is it here? I just had it pulled up. Let me go, I know what I got to do. I got to click over here. Okay, now let's do this. All right, share screen. So there's this service called Listen Notes, okay? Now, Listen Notes is started by a buddy of mine, Andrew Wang. I met him a few years ago at FinCon. And what he does is he created this basically podcast scraper, okay? And if you go to listennotes.com, and everybody it's on here right now, live on Zoom. I don't know about you guys that are watching the replay or watching live on YouTube, but those of you that are in the WCN crew that are closing deals or doing other things, this is something that you should all very, very much consider, and it'd be one of the best ways to get the word out on what you're doing. Okay, so Listen Notes, it's like this in script. So you can type in it's a podcast search engine. Okay, so if I want to do this, let's type in here. I want to find out real estate investing podcast. That's what I want to search for. Okay. And I'm not going to look for episodes because that'll be thousands. I'm going to click on podcasts. And there you go. It's going to start listing all basically 2,400 real estate investing podcasts. Now that's changed. That used to be like 5,000 back in the day. Okay. Now you can also filter. And for us, we probably want it to be in the United States. Okay. We want to change. You can tweak a few of these things, any region. Let's just say United States. Unless you want to go on an Afghanistan real estate investing podcast, I don't think you're going to have a lot of listeners. Okay. Because the United States leads the way. All right. So we're just saying United States. And the latest episode published day, we want to say the last 90 days or past monthly give me thing. Okay. So we'll hit apply filters. Now this is going to give, by 2 day, you're going to get a 2-day download of it. But anyway, if we go back here after 2 days, like $98, I can download all the information in 2 days that I want to, which means it's going to, I can find all the shows that I want to. I can make a list and check it twice, give that to a VA, tell the VA to reach out to these shows. Hey, are you looking for guests? Here's what I would love to come on your show and add value to your audience. This is one thing. All right. Very, very simple thing for you to do. I see that you guys do stuff on real estate investing. I'm a real estate investor, or I'm a realtor turned real estate investor. I'm focused on creative deals. I've got a couple of deals where I made 6 figures on a creative financing deal, or I'm gonna make 50 grand on a non-performing note turned performing note, or I bought this deal, where I'm going to do this and that, or I've done this fix and flip in the past. Didn't know if you're looking for people to just come on and talk about cases. Because here's the thing. There are professional podcasters. That's all they do is professional podcasting. But professional podcasters love getting real world people like you guys on to talk about your case studies or deals. We're looking for that. We're looking for people to come on and share their stories. Doesn't matter where you're located a lot of times. So as long as the podcast is the correct stage for you, these are ideal things for you to do. So like Kevin Bupp, I've been on his show, great guy. I wouldn't worry so much about the 0.5%. I mean, that's kind of an algorithm thing that they do, but there's some bigger names. Like if you guys, one of our students got on the Bigger Pockets podcast a couple years ago and raised about $500,000 or $1 million in the first week from it. Okay. Marco Santarelli, real estate investing. That one might not be so good anymore. Marco's in a little bit of trouble. But what you can do is just go through this and adjust it. Like Matt Thoralt, Epic Real Estate, known Matt for years. Kathy Fetke is probably going to do most of her stuff. But what I'm trying to get at is that there are so many of these shows, you could literally go through and start connecting with them. Okay, I gotta log into this. But anyway, that's what I'm getting at, is all you have to do is make a list. It's going to give you a contact or a website. And what we want to see is something called a media one sheet. Okay. A media one sheet is a headshot. Okay. Who you are and what you want to talk about. Maybe 3 or 4 bullet points. Hey, I'm an expert in creative financing, or we want to talk about our case study. One thing that I did is I create my one sheet. And if you go Google, create me a media one sheet, it's pretty easy to do. It's like taking your about you part of your LinkedIn, which you guys should have from working with already, would be on that stuff. And your executive summary, and that's basically what you're saying. Hey, I'd love to be a guest on your show. I think would add value to our audience. Talk about creative financing or note investing or whatever it is, subject to whatever, tiddlywinks. There's a tiddlywink podcast out there for you. But when you think about it, that the average podcast, it varies. If it's been around for a while, it's probably going to see 500 to 1,000 downloads on it. Okay, we cranked out. We're right just underneath 14,000 downloads on the Note Closure Show podcast this month, just this month alone. Okay, 14,000. That's like 14,000 years. Now, if I figure that we cranked out 12 episodes, so it's about 1,200 listeners per episode, new episode. Yes, we had some people listen to the back stuff, but that's the kind of the algorithmic numbers that we look at and figure. And that's what we shoot for. We want to see above 1,000 episodes. Now, some had more, some had less. Okay, all the interviews about investing does really, really well. Okay. This episode may not do so well because it's not about the nuts and bolts aspect of it, of investing or case study. Case studies always go through the roof. All right. So like Colin, the deal in North Carolina that you have is a great case study to talk about. All the things you learned from buying your first no deal. Love to have you on. Doesn't mean I won't have you on later on. I will. Judy, your creative financing with the 3 paydays is a great deal to talk about, great case study just to go through the numbers and how you found it and how you negotiated and the time frame on it. John, the deal that you're working on in Houston right now, that reverse mortgage can be a great case study to talk about. Love to have you on to talk about that, what you found in the deal. And so that's the thing. People like to hear about that stuff because it's real world deals and people taking action, and people want to surround themselves with action takers. So you take this list of podcasts, you give it to your VA, and you have them send out your media one sheet about what you'd like to talk about, case study, a simple paragraph or two. Hey, I think I might be a great guest for your show, to add value because I'm just a normal investor. I'm not trying to sell a class or a workshop, just talking about a deal that we closed on. I'd love to share. People will listen to that show, and then you got to have a call to action. The call to action of your episode is going to be, if you're wanting to do some more deals, I'd love to talk about deals, book a phone call with me, talk with Judy, talk with Colin.com, talk with John.com, whatever that is. That Calendly link is something that you want to share, usually a vanity link. That's all we have, talkwithscottcarson.com, because I didn't want to give Calendly.com / all this stuff. I want to make it very simple for people to connect with me. So talk with JudyRichard.com, talk with ColinWhitneck.com, that kind of stuff. So, and the reason I tell you this is because over the holidays, I had a wide receiver who's been out of the league for a year reach out to me from the NFL. Guy played 4 years or 5 years with the Raiders. Won a couple national championships at Clemson University back a few years back. Guy I followed for a year. First, I thought it was a fake profile, which you'll see it from time to time. No, it's actual profile. We exchanged text messages, and I have a phone call with him this afternoon about that. He's wanted to dive into it. Came from listening to on a podcast with me on somebody else's show. So that's the thing, is if you're talking on somebody else's podcast, even if they have 100 people downloads or even 10 downloads, that's still 10 people your message is getting out in front of, that you're not having to go do yourself. You do it once with a guest, and it's something that lives into infinity and beyond, as long as the show's been around. And this is like why I say it's one of the best ways for you guys to raise capital and get your word out on what you're doing to other audiences. And you don't have to wait till everything is perfect. Oh, I got to wait till everything's perfect. Screw that. Get out there, talk to people. Hey, here's what I'm focused on. Here's my biggest lessons learned. You know, um, how I made 6 figures on my first deal, or how I'm going to make, how I lost 10 grand on my first deal. There's even a deal podcast on was my worst investment ever. Did really, really well. Okay. These shows really add value to you because it builds rapport. Judy always laughs at me while I'm laughing on my podcast because she's gotten to know me. We build rapport that way. I met her before that, obviously, but what I'm trying to get at is you guys can use this same tool, and it not only is it something that you can promote, you can add to your database that adds your credibility. The people that are hosting the podcast, they'll post it and blast you, and it adds credibility to you. So it's like a double barrel shotgun where you've only got to just show up. Okay. And that's what I'm saying is, if you can be on one podcast a month, it's an hour out of your time. Let's just say an hour of your time once a month. You've got multiple hours. You could do it once a week to squeeze something in there, because most of these guests will have a calendar. You pick a time that works best for you, a booking time that works best. If it doesn't work, then you schedule something else out of it. And that's why I'm saying that this is a way for you to fill in maybe your gaps in your schedules of what should I do to get the word out and what you're doing. And then that audio, that transcript, that stuff is some of the most highly sought after search stuff that AI is pulling off of Gemini and Bing and things like that for you when it comes to searching for characters, and it can create credibility for you. Now you're a credible factor because you've been on 5 podcasts, 10 podcasts, 20 podcasts. Okay. And that's all pretty simple. Like listen notes. If I go back here, like if I'm going to, I'm going to log in here. Continue with Scott. And I've done this, let's see, buy a 2-day access for a small fee. Yep. Let's do this real fast. And 13, yeah. So basically, super search, $13 a day. Yeah, so basically, you get unlimited queries per day. You see the podcast email. Let me share this with you, because this is one of the most valuable things I think you guys can see. It's pretty stupidly cheap to do. And why you wouldn't do it, I don't know. Like if you could have yourself booked on, how many of you would say no to speaking on 50 different stages? You wouldn't say no. You say yes. How do I do it? Right? What do I need to talk about? Whether it's 30 minutes or an hour, all of you are capable of that. I know that. So coming over here, customized premium features, super search $13 a day, unlimited queries, advanced search filters, see the podcast email. That's the most viral thing. Um, Complete list of similar podcasts, see all podcasts and classified ads, view unlimited RSS feeds, no ads for build monthly annual. So how many members in this premium membership? Just one. I don't need two. I just need one. Oh, well, well, okay. Well, so maybe I just do it one day. So buy 2-day access. Here we go for 27 bucks. There you go. 13.80 a day. And now I can go search these 2,000 plus podcasts to find 50 shows, 100 new shows, because there's our new podcasts being created that are available for it. And and I'm not going to, part of that trending with shows going away is one of the reasons that we actually started the new whole How to Invest in Texas Real Estate podcast. When I hit my 1,000th episode of the Note Closer Show, I started looking at local in our top 50 markets for shows that were around that, hey, maybe I could reach out and be on and talk about their market or talk about what we're seeing in the note investing space in those areas, which is what we do, one of the things that we do. And we were seeing shows left and right that were around for a year or two, 3 years, 4 years, have gone away. They stopped producing it. A lot of them were doing it during COVID, which is fine because they had time in their hand. But we saw a huge opportunity, especially here in the Lone Star State, where a lot of local shows were just gone. And that's why we've already started seeing success with really zero advertising on the How to Invest in Texas Real Estate, How to Invest in San Antonio, How to Invest in Corpus. We launched 7 podcasts at one time, a month, 5 weeks ago. Okay. And we'll keep doing that as well. We have a little bit more of a streamlined thing, but I'm not telling you to do that. What I'm simply telling you that there's the opportunity out there that other people are not feeling. Most people are listening to the Betty and Bob Blue Hairs, the older folks out there, and there is an older generation of real estate investors out there that are still trying to market their business the same way as old thing, whether it's through Facebook ads that are going through the roof with lower returns, postcards, which are costing a lot and get a very 1 to 4% response rates, not smart. I like to work that evergreen aspect, and I think this is one of the better ways for you to do that. Now, obviously, I think another thing you guys could do is go to Vistaprint, get some Christmas cards printed out, okay, and write something on the back like we hope. Well, let's see this a little. We hope your 2024 was an amazing year. I might cross that and say 2025. Might be as a comical thing to send out to them, or take a sticker over it. Yeah, that's what I do. Put a sticker over it. And that's something we'll send out. You can recycle some of these things if you need to. It's the thought that counts of getting the word out to people. And that's one thing you can be doing. Your postcards, vistaprint.com. Sending a postcard to a list of IRA investors, like who the heck is this person? Thanks for investing with us. Or looking forward to you investing with us in the new year. That would be a baller play. The huevos on that person says, hey, looking forward to investing with you in 2026. Huh? If you got a postcard to mail, somebody said, like, who is this guy? What the heck is this? I need to find this out. Let me go to his website on here. Oh, this is what he does. I'm all about like pattern disrupt. Okay. Shock and awe. This is why maybe I'll send an email out. I haven't sent out like get more ass in 2026, more assistance strategy and support. That's probably what I'll do this week is send that email because it always does well. Always does well. And it always gives good people a good laugh about it. But what I'm getting at, ladies and gentlemen, is you have to start thinking differently. Don't let the next 3 weeks just kind of fade into it. Yes, go to your Christmas parties. Go collect business cards. Go talk to people. One of the biggest things that you could do is plant those seeds. And I'm not telling you just to go, that's all you're going to do. So I'm going to go raise capital. No, go network with people. Get out and go meet people in person at the local RIAs, do a BNI, search, go network for BNI if you have nothing else going on in your area. I know most of you do have stuff going on, but if you're feeling like there's nothing to do, go to a morning BNI, go to an afternoon BNI, find out your local RIA club when they're meeting. When's the Christmas party? What's going on with it? Like I know one that I'm going to, Dealmaker Live here in Central Texas is all becoming your favorite gap. So I'm putting on my Chicago Blackhawks, my Griswold hockey jersey, and wearing a Chicago Bears cap and going to the game dressed as like Chuck, Griswold from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, just showing up like that and having a good laugh and talking with people and just connecting with people. And that's the thing that is so great about these next 3-4 weeks is the connections. Most people are usually in their best behavior, unless they're out shopping, then they're in misery. And with everything going online, getting out and networking and talking with people, seeing the opportunity, going out locally and getting things done, this can be very aspect, make your January, your February, your March even more successful, because that's when people are going to start getting their, middle of January, they get their statement from the retirement accounts, their 401k, and their credit card. I'm like, oh shit, what did I spend on Christmas this year? What do I need to do to better? Oh crap, my 401k didn't do very well. What can I do differently? And that's why you go find the stuff out now where those real estate clubs are going, and then mark those on your calendar. Attend January, February, March, at least those 3 months. If you go those 3 months and you network with people and you grab business cards and you email them out to your database, hey, here's what we're doing, here's what we're going on, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, you will be successful, and you can avoid the turkey hangover that most people take in December. And you'll be surprised at how these little things add to credibility and help your marketing all in the next year. And for somebody who's been marketing differently than most people for over 10 years now, trust me, this is how we stand out, how we do it with a very small team, but we look huge. It's just doing a couple things. So go out. Trust me, all of you are smart. All of you don't have to have all your shit together. Nobody really has all their shit together. There's always something going on, no matter who you are. I'm telling you that right now, ladies and gentlemen, is that you have the opportunity that most people are not using. It just takes a little bit of time. Maybe it costs you $28 to pull a list that you download and dive into and go from there. Can be a very valuable thing for you to do in now to the end of the year. Because you can sit at home while you're watching TV and scheduling these things, or sending an email blast out. If you download a list and do a drip marketing campaign with an email blast that, hey, I saw that you've got a podcast, I've listened to your podcast, go listen to an episode of the podcast, stuff like that. And say, I'd love to be on your show. And like I said, those of you guys that are on here in the WC and crew and their coaching calls, I'd love to have you on here. I'd love to record an episode before the end of the year with you, and get that word out for you. All right. So any questions, any comments, any concerns from you guys as you guys are rocking and rolling along here? I know it's been a crazy year. 2026 will be even crazier, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now, the numbers, the stats, the increasing amount of foreclosures, there's so much opportunity. You just have to leverage it and be prepared to leverage it with things that work for you, that are evergreen. Rinse and repeat, doing the similar things that most people are not. Most people aren't sending email blasts out to the database. Most people aren't posting on a regular basis. Most people sure as heck aren't getting on a podcast on a regular basis. And this is a tool, can be a secret weapon, a super samurai strategy to help you stand out from everybody else. Because then it becomes something you can say, I was on so-and-so's podcast. I was on these 10 podcasts last week or whatever. It can fill the dead space with good stuff. And trust me, it works. That's why our podcast is our number one lead gen when it comes not only to finding deals, but raising capital and growing our database, because it's just, I'm on stages. I'm on my stage, but I'm on other people else's stages as well. And that's what we try to be on, one show at least per week, preferably 2 or more, to add to our credibility list. And you guys can grow your credibility. You're not competing. I don't look at it as competition. Okay. I look at it as working together, rolling in the same direction. And this is why Eddie Speed likes to say that Scott Carson's students, they know how to close deals, they know how to market, and they know how to raise capital. You guys go do the same thing. All right. You can go out, kick some ass, take some names. Take some names, kick some ass. And if you have questions or want me to talk with you a little bit more about your strategy or what you would talk about, feel free. Book a phone call, talkwithscottcarson.com. Glad to spend 30 minutes with you, picking your brain and coming up with a strategy that helps you really succeed in 2026 with using this as a different alternative marketing tactic that will save you a ton of money, but grow your credibility exponentially. All right. Go take some action, everybody. And we will see you at the top. Bye. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, buddy. Hey, hope you all doing well. Hope you all had a great weekend, and we've got some great stuff to go through with today. This is what we're going to talk about today. Is probably my number one asked question, not only just from new real estate investors, but I also get a lot from a lot of other folks that are very experienced in real estate investing. I see a lot of it coming from folks that have gone the traditional financing route, how they're using bank financing, DSCR loans, stuff like that, where they haven't had to go through the process of actually raising capital. They're basically using their own money, and that's fine, but it also eliminates them from doing things creatively and outside the box. Now, as we dive into this aspect of finding self-directed IRA investors, why do I focus on this niche of private investors versus just going out and knocking on doors or network and stuff like that? Because I want to work smarter versus harder. I want to have intelligent conversations that speed up the process of getting people to invest with me and my deals, along with them, me not having to reinvent the wheel, teach it from start to finish, where they understand, where I'm literally talking with educated minds and educated investors. They understand the process, they understand it, so that goes to a much faster place to raise capital versus multiple drips, multiple trying to have to like literally show folks how the sausage is made. Look, these folks know how the sausage is made. They don't want to see it. They just want to eat it, right? And if you're a good Texas boy and you know how to make sausage, that's all that they care about, right? What's the percentage of pork and venison, or venison beef, or you get what I'm saying, pork chicken, or chicken and apple, whatever your sausage flavor is here, kale, and I don't know what goes with kale sausage, but I hope it never exists. But anyway, green hatch chili and pork. There we go. That would work very well here in Texas. But anyway, there's a couple things. If you don't know what a self-directed IRA is, I know I'm talking to folks that probably do, but a self-directed IRA is an individual retirement account that allows people to take their retirement accounts, their Roth, their traditional, their 401k, do a rollover into one of these IRAs, either Roth or traditional, and they can roll it over to a self-directed IRA custodian or trustee that is set up to allow you, the real estate investor, to use that IRA account to go buy a piece of property, to go buy a note with it, to lend money out of your IRA to other real estate investors, private money, hard money lending, whatever you might want to do. If your IRA is with like a Chase Bank or Charles Schwab, they're going to call it self-directed because really every IRA account is self-directed. But when it comes down to self-directed at these big firms, big banks, big investment, it's only going to allow you to self-direct what they offer, like what kind of funds, what kind of money market accounts. They're not going to allow you to go to your Charles Schwab, say, hey, I need to take 50 grand out of my IRA and put it in a piece of property. They're going to tell you can't do that. Well, that's right. You can't do it with them, but you can do it transfer in kind and roll it over to a company like Equity Trust or American IRA or somebody else and use those funds to then go buy a piece of property, to go buy a note, to perform in a non-performing, to go lend money out of it towards somebody and making it 10 to 12% or greater. Okay. Now, the easiest way to find people that have these IRA accounts is using the county records, but you shouldn't go to the county records, the appraisal district, and the recorder's office, which will walk you through step by step. Okay. Don't go there just searching for people because you don't know their names, right? So when somebody uses their self-directed IRA, we'll just use to buy a rental property. Okay. First of all, they can't touch that property. They can't go out and fix it themselves. They can't go rent it themselves. I mean, they can rent it out to other people, but they have to use a third-party management. They can't use it for any type of benefit for themselves, their parents, siblings, or kids. It's the whole IRA Macarena. And we'll have a self-directed IRA expert on here in a couple of weeks, or in a couple episodes, actually, not a couple of weeks, to walk you guys through a little bit more so of that. Done some things. We've done some previous videos on that on our podcast as well. But the great thing is when somebody buys a rental property or their IRA, the investment has to be labeled specifically one way or two ways, depending on how it's structured, at the county records. So if I'm going to use my IRA with Equity Trust and I go out and I buy a rental property, well, the deed doesn't say Scott Carson or my LLC. What it says is Equity Trust for the benefit of FBO of Scott Carson IRA, or IRA number 1234567. Okay, that's how it's usually said. Now, if somebody uses their self-directed IRA and gets an IRA LLC, then it would be labeled in their LLC, and you're not going to know what that LLC name is unless you actually know what the heck it is, right? But the majority of people, when they're using their IRA, self-directed IRA from a Quest, an Equity Trust, or Quest is not around, but Inspira, some others, Mountain View, Pensco Trust, stuff like that, it's going to be labeled in that company name, FBO, the investor's name. Now, this is a gold mine. This is a river of private money because you instantly know if somebody has a self-directed IRA and they've used it to pull the trigger on buying a property or lending money to their IRA to another investor, you know what? Well, duh, they're a real estate investor like you. Okay, that's a great thing. They're educated. Okay. Two, guess what? They're looking for deals. All right. They're looking for deals to fund usually. Three, they've pulled the trigger. Okay. So those three things right there means you don't, I mean, yes, you still need to educate them on your deal and the pros and cons and how it's going to turn out, but they understand real estate investing. The great thing in also being a self-directed IRA, it's got to be passive. All right. They can't be the active participant. So this is what makes it great for short-term lending, borrowing money from an IRA investor, buying notes with it. You know, that's one of my favorite niches is buying distressed debt or use that money and lend it out, depending on what kind of return they want. Now, we're not going to get into the sales side of things of how do you negotiate a short or a lower interest rate. It's really a conversation with them. And when you find out that they've used their IRA to buy a piece of property, to buy a note, or funded another piece of property, it's a conversation you have. But we'll get to that because we don't want to put the cart before the horse, right? Let's get through the whole horse aspect of it, and we can talk about what you do in kind of reaching out to them. All right. And for those that are joining me live on here on Zoom, feel free to ask questions as we go through this. Just try to keep them relevant so we don't get sidetracked on this, all right? As I have a cup of coffee this morning. But I'm not joking. In literally the last week alone, I've probably answered this question for 7 or 8 people, anywhere from a new investor all the way up to somebody who's like trying to raise $5 million for multifamily. He's got a successful podcast, been a real estate investor for 20 years, but never knew about this, never thought about this. And he lives in Denver. These other people live in Dallas. Other people lived in Ohio and Milwaukee. All right. And I get it. It's easy to, if you can qualify for lines of credit and get to the bank, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. If you got your own funds, that's great. But at some point, you're going to run out of your own funds, right? You're going to run out of your own funds, and you need to put, if you want to continue doing deals, you need to raise private capital, okay, to keep that ball rolling. And honestly, using other people's money, if you don't have any of your own money into the deal, guess what? Your infinite rate of return it far outpaces what they're making. Yeah, you're paying somebody 10, but if you're making a 12%, it's really not 12%. It's an infinite rate of return. You're paying them 10, the deal, and it's paying you 12. That's a 22% deal. That's a great thing. It's paying 12, and you are paying them 6. And you're getting into the other half of that 6. That's a great infinite rate of return to you because you have zero money into the deal. Now you're going to have some money tied. It may be a down payment, it may be earnest money, it may be servicing the property, it may be doing rehabs. I'm not going to get into that. Okay. But here's today's episode on how we find these all across the country. And we're going to start with Texas. All right. If you're listening to this outside of Texas, you can still follow along on the different websites we'll go through and search for yourself. Some states are non-disclosure, where if you type in a name like Equity Trust, it won't allow you to search by owner's name, and you have to search by the property address. Like states like California, Arizona, Washington State, and Oregon are non-disclosure. Minnesota is also non-disclosure state. Found out that Denver is non-disclosure. The county, whatever Denver County is non-disclosure, but other counties in like Colorado, like Jefferson County, have the ability to do that for you. Maryland, Virginia, Washington, D.C., because of all the politician stuff, that's a non-disclosure area as well. But there are things you can do at the recorder's office or the county clerk that we can talk to in a little bit about that. But the great thing is, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, Corpus, we've got some huge markets here in Texas, huge counties that have hundreds of people that have used their self-directed IRA to buy a piece of property or lend out of their IRA. All you need really, realistically, is around 200 to 300 contacts. Okay. Now, if you go over to Google and just do a quick search, it's pretty simple to do. Let me just go over here and show. If you click on the ultimate list of self-directed IRA custodians and investors, and you actually Google that, all right, the ultimate list of self-directed IRA custodians and administrators, this is a little bit outdated. There's some companies on here that are no longer in business, but it's still going to give you a huge list of people or companies that are doing this for investors. Okay. Now, am I going to search every name on here on every county? No, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, and I highly recommend you do this, is look at the state that you're in and look for those that are doing business in your state. Now, everybody can search for equity trust. Okay. Equity Trust is the largest self-directed IRA custodian. They got big over the last really 20 years as they were traveling the country on the Ron LeGrand circuit. Ron LeGrand's been around 40 plus years teaching creative real estate. I was fortunate to travel on his kind of circus for a couple years with my two mentors doing mortgages, and we learned a lot about real estate investing from basically 4 years of traveling. I talked about this previously. And I would see him getting, opening 1,500 to 1,000 accounts every time he had an event. If there's that many people there, and literally people would flock to Equity Trust, and that's why it's the biggest self-directed IRA custodian in the country. It's going to be the easiest search you do. And then you're going to look at for your area. Now in Texas, you also have Quest IRA, Quest Trust. That's changed. They've gone out of business, or they actually not gone out of business. They sold to SDIRA Financial, so you can take a look at them. And we'll do some of these searches to do stuff, but the great thing is you don't have to be a rocket science to pull this information. It's pretty simple in a matter of just a few clicks. Now, if I go over here to the website, netronline.com, netronline.com, okay? This is a website that pulls together public records all across the country. It's an online directory of all these county offices in a spot where you don't have to try to figure out what your website is for your county appraisal district or the county recorder's office, okay? I'm in this website daily. Not only am I looking at it for IRA investors, but I'm also looking at it to, pull property taxes, to get property ID numbers, looking to see who the owner is of a property, a mailing address, all sorts of great things on people that own real estate here. And this is what I love. Let me close some of these damn pop-up ads out. Okay. So you go down here, you see where it says begin your search today, and you'll see a thing that says public records, and you'll see online directory. Forget about the Santa Clara General Index or the LA General Index. Go to online directory of public records. That's going to take you over to public records online directory. And since we're here in Texas, we're going to scroll down until you see a map of the United States, right? Green map of all 50 states. All right, now we're in Texas. We're going to click on Texas. All right. And now this pops up Texas Public Records, and you see all the different counties listed here. Anderson, all the way, all 244. You also see this drop-down menu up the top where it says Texas and the county. Now, for the sake of what we're doing today, we're just going to go through the bigger counties in Texas to give you a bit of an idea. Because one thing that I did a few years back is I looked at the top 12 counties, was it 12 or 25? I can't remember. I think it was the top 25 counties. I had a VA go on here, do this, and pull a list of self-directed IRA investors, and I'm going to show you how to do. And then we did a skip tracing search where we went and found emails, social media, phone numbers, and we marketed out to those folks. Now, 2,500 people, I believe we found 400 plus connections. And the first email blast I sent out to, I got a 25% open rate. 100 plus people opened that first email, and they're continuing to drip market. The other 2,000 people or 2,300 people, I still market to. I still would pull out and send out letters and postcard campaigns. That's the only direct mail that we actually really do here. And what we do with our note business, our real estate business, yeah, we do some probate stuff and a little bit of other stuff. But raising capital is about as easy as that. Pulling a list and then sending a postcard, a letter, introducing yourself. Because really, understand, these are educated people. Like I said, you've got four things in common with them. One, they're a real estate investor like you. Two, they're looking for deals. Three, they're looking for passive deals. And four, they've got money. You can also throw five in there because they pulled the trigger. All right. Now, what we have found, too, is that by doing a lot of research and working with some great custodians and different, roughly about 30 to 40% of all money sitting in one of these Quest IRAs or equity trust is sitting in 0% interest accounts. That means people have rolled money over, but they haven't pulled the trigger on a deal. Okay. Now, what we've also found is that roughly 67 to 70% of all IRA accounts has over 150 grand in it. So if you're looking to raise $1 million in the next 30 to 60 to 90 days, you're literally 200 names away from being able to do that. 200 postcards. Because if you figure 200 postcards or 200 letters, just a quick letter campaign, and you get a 4% open rate, that's 8 people. 8 people times 150,000 is 1.2 million. Okay. Now, okay, let's just say you get 6 out of the 8, 75%. That's still a million bucks roughly. 900,000. The other two people got 50 grand. You're sitting at a million. Okay. So let's pull up here. So we're at Texas. We're going to pick the county. We're going to first go to Harris County, the biggest county in the state of Texas. All right. You're going to scroll down to where it says Harris. And it's going to give you some options. Harris Appraisal District, Harris Clerk, Harris Tax Office, Harris Mapping, Harris Aerials, Harris Local Taxing List, City of Houston, Harris Nature Mapping, and GS. No, you're just going to go to the Harris Appraisal District and hit where it says Go to Data Online. And then now it gives you a property search, right? But you want to change it, not property, to owner name. Okay, owner name, and type in equity trust. And boom, it gives you, let's see how many it gives you. All of them. Well, let's just do 100 and we can figure out the pages. So it gives you at least, let's see here, how many pages? 115 records. Okay, now what it shows you here, if you're listening and can't see this or not watching, you have the account number for the property, the business owner name, equity trust company, equity trust custodian, equity trust company, custodian FBO, all this stuff. And then you give the address, and it says over here the side, commercial or residential. Okay, now the great thing about this is you can see up here it says print. What? Yeah, let's click on the print button. Or if you scroll down there, sometimes there'll be a download button. There's not a download button to this, okay? So let's go ahead and hit just the print button. Because you could easily take this, you print it to a PDF, okay? And then you could convert it from a PDF to an Excel. There's all sorts of PDF to Excel, Excel to PDF, simple plugins for you to use to now have this list in a Excel spreadsheet for it. Now let's click on, so yep, so it's downloaded here. We'll just hit save. You want to start saving this stuff to your desktop or a file folder. We'll just say Harris County SDIRA, and we're going to type in equity trust. Now these are all people, basically 115 properties throughout Harris County who are funded with a IRA investor who use their IRA from equity trust. Now, it's not going to be 150 people. You have some people that use it pretty religiously. If we click on advanced search, let's try something here. We can type in the last name here, equity trust, and do the same thing. Just hit search and see if it gives us any more opportunities to download it in a little bit cleaner list. Nope, it's the same type of search. Some websites will do a download with a mail-in address and the physical address. Harris County is not going to do that. But guess what? That's still 115 names with the address on here. You could click on these individually or hire a virtual assistant or somebody to click on here. It's only 115 names. And look at it. And if you scroll down here, you'll be able to see all their information. Okay, so like you can see this on the address for this one, 0 Crawford Road, name Equity Trust Company, Hoffman, Michael D. Hoffman, Roth IRA, and it gives his address in Pinehurst, Texas. So there's the mailing address. You probably would want to copy paste that over. Excuse me. Right? So that's not a bad one. Okay. Well, let's just forward to the next one. Here, these county websites, you always have to do a little bit digging. So it's not going to let's advance to the next one. So we'll go back up here. Oh, I want to do the refurb. Okay, so we'll just do it again. Equity, trust. And we'll click on the next one. So the next one here is in, this one is located in LaPorte, Texas. And it's just Equity Trust Company. But the mailing address is Scenic Hills Drive, San Antonio, Texas. Okay, so you could still send this and just say Equity Trust Client, Equity Trust Company. All right, but that's 115 for just one name. Now let's take it back and let's see. Since Harris was the home of Quest IRA, let's type in Quest IRA and Quest Trust to see. Quest IRA first. No records. Okay, let's try Quest Trust. No records. Oh, wait, we'll take it back. Let's do a search back here. Property search. Type it one more time. So They were very active. Oh, look at that. It sure did pull it up. Quest Trust. So we had 115 equity trust people, equity trust names. And now we have 201 records. So 201 equity trust clients, 201 Quest Trust clients. It's the same thing. Quest Trust Company. Let's click on this one here. The address is in Spring, Texas, and this is Barbara Richardson IRA and her mailing address. Okay, that's pretty groovy there. All right, so 201, 150. That's 316 names, just like that. Addresses. Let's go back here and do one more search here. Let's try Inspira, see if they've got any new ones. Inspira Financial Trust. There we go. Let's see, Inspira Financial, and that will narrow it down a little bit. So Inspira Financial, and that gives us 24 records as they slowly move those from Quest IRA over to Inspira Financial. Okay, so 24, 115, and 201. That's about 340 right there, folks. 340 with just Harris County. Okay, now the reason we picked Harris County is one of the biggest counties in the country. It's going to have the most. 300 is a pretty good size number. Now let's go over to a different county, shall we? All right, so we'll go back to Netra Online here. We're going to change this from Harris. Let's go to Travis County, which is Austin, Texas. Austin is made up of mostly Travis, but also Williamson County. All right, so we'll go to Travis County. That's the same thing. We don't do to the clerk. We go to the Travis Appraisal District. Go to Data Online there. We're going to click on where it says Property Search. We're going to change it from a property search to an owner search. This is search by account number, address, or owner name. So let's do the same thing. Equity Trust. Hit search. There we go. Now Equity Trust, this pulled up. We have 20 per page. Let's change that to 100 per page. So now we have a better fit. So 100, and there's 2 pages. So there's 100 and 121. All right. Now the great thing up here, look at this, is you've got a drop-down button that you can hit export this stuff. All right. Same thing, Equity Trust for the benefit of James Saletti. All right, gives you. Let's see what the download button gives us. Export. I know what it's going to give you, but I'm going to share it with you anyway. So it's downloading it. All right, come on. Let's try it again. So if it doesn't open in protected view, then just go back and hit re-download again to it. All right, so here we go. Sharing the screen in my Excel spreadsheet. So now you have the year, the tax office deed, the owner's name. Most of it's going to be Equity Trust Company, which is fine. You have the property address, legal description, market value, and the appraised value. So once again, it doesn't give you the mailing address, it gives you the property address, okay? And it also gives you, does it give you the zip code so it's some easier way to sort this? Yeah, no, it doesn't. But that's okay. Most of these are going to be in Austin. Anyway, some are going to change up Austin, Del Valley, Pflugerville, Spicewood. But that's 101 on that one, or 100, and then you have another 15 on the second page of the download. Okay. Now let's go back here. That was Equity Trust. Let's go back and do a search for. We did Equity Trust. Let's try Quest IRA or Quest Trust and see what pops up. Quest Trust pops up. There are 24 here in Austin. Let's try Inspira Financial. Inspira, it doesn't show anything here for Inspira. So let's just take Inspira. It helps if you spell it correctly. Okay, so there's 5 that show Inspira Financial. All right, and let's go just try Quest IRA. Okay. So Quest IRA, like I said, pulled up 24 plus the others. So you're looking at about another 40 right there with Quest IRA. Equity Trust is number one. Okay. Now let's go over to let's go to a smaller county like down in Corpus Christi. Now, Corpus Christi is still going to have some out there, so it's still good to do. So let's go down to we'll change Texas and let's go to it's going to be Nueces County down in Corpus Christi. We'll go to Bexar County as well, and then Dallas and Tarrant as well for you guys. I know there's other counties around those, but we'll take a look at these individually. So if we go to Nueces, same thing, Nueces Appraisal District, hit to go to data online. That takes us to the website. You can do a property search, hit search, owner name, and type in equity trust, hit search. And there you go, it's 22. All right. Same thing, Equity Trust Company Custodian, Buddy Lawrence Drive. No appraised yet on this. And guess what? You can download the results. Same thing. So if we click on download the results, and this gives you, all right, this is nice in Nueces. It gives you actually the property address, the legal description. You know, the mailing address is in one column, which is, I mean, sorry, that's the physical address. And if we get over here, now it gives you the mailing address. So it gives you the street number, the street name, and then gives you the subdivision, but it doesn't give you the city state, but most of these are going to be Corpus Christi. All right, there's one in here, it's 0, which doesn't make any sense. Okay. But that's still, when you don't have an address on here, just go back and use the actual property address. Okay. All right. So there you go. There's that one for Nueces County. Now let's go back here. Let's go to a different county. So we did Nueces. Let's go to Bexar County. Let's go over to the Big Bear, Bexar County, if you're not from here. That's San Antonio. Okay. So if we go to Bexar, Bexar County, same thing, Bexar Appraisal District. Go to data online. All right, property search, classic version, property search. We can actually change this to advanced, and it should pop up owner name. There you go. Type in equity trust. Let's search, hit search. And this pulled up 99 owners who have a equity trust self-directed IRA who bought a piece of property. Okay, now you'd have to go ahead and select all these. Well, it will not let me search because I'm probably missing something. Oh, you can export results. Okay. They used to took away the little bit. They used to allow you to just go ahead and click on them all. All right, so you got to go here and click on each one individually. That takes a few minutes. Okay. But since for the sake of it, to speed it up, so let's hit export results, which allows you to do that. Let's click on the property search results and see what it said. And it is just the, okay, yeah, you're just going to have the property address, the legal description, and the owner's name. Now, the great thing when you have an owner's name, like this one where it says Julio Alfaro IRA, and the property address is in San Antonio, you could do a search on LinkedIn or Facebook by the owner's name to find them directly on there or Facebook, and then reach out to them directly on social media. I mean, I still send a postcard and a letter. My first contact with folks is a letter campaign, just simply saying, hey, I saw that you came across via public record that you used your IRA to buy a piece of property, looking for more deals. I'd love to chat with you. And that gets a really good hit rate, like 30% open rate. I'm not joking. On the open rate, when you send it out, it does a really good job. We add some more information to it. I'm not going to give away the secret sauce on that, but it's a great way to get the ball rolling and start. Now, if you can skip traces and find social media, email, LinkedIn profile, then I would just contact them directly through that. Okay. So there you go. You can see what shows up with Bexar County there. So that was another 100 people in Bexar County in San Antonio, just from Equity Trust. Let's go back over here and see what they do for Quest. Now, Quest was never kind of big in San Antonio. I mean, they were okay. And they weren't very big down in Nueces. That's why I didn't even bother searching for it there, because you'd only pull up like a couple. So let's type in Quest IRA, hit search. And this pulled up 23 for Quest IRA, which is great. Okay. And nope, it won't let you select them all, which is okay. Let's go back here. And let's look for SDIRA Financial, which is what Quest became or got sold to. There's only 2 for SDIRA Financial there. But still, there you go. A chunk of people. 99, Equity Trust. Quest got plenty, got a few with Quest, a few with SDIRA. There's another 130, 140. So now you're upwards of about 500 people just in those counties alone. Let's go take it up to our folks in Dallas and Tarrant County. Let's see what's up in there, okay? So we pull up a list here. We go to Dallas County. Not Dallin, but Dallas. And the Dallas clerk. So this is a little bit Dallas Appraisal District. Go to Data Online. You see owner name. Once again, let's type in Equity Trust. We'll hit search. And there are 140 properties that have an Equity Trust client as them. Now it's a smaller list here. Same thing. Property address, city, doesn't give you the zip code, but you could copy paste that. This isn't going to give you, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, they don't let you export this list, which is okay. You just got to copy paste this a few times, and it'll allow you to do that from this website into a Excel file. Okay, so we typed in Equity Trust. Quest IRA, Quest Trust should be pretty big up there because they had a big office. Quest Trust has 37. Let's try Quest IRA. It has 50, so there's 87 plus the, what was it, 100? Let's look at SDIRA Financial. And there's only 4 within SDIRA. So that's still, though, over 100 people there in Dallas. Let's go over to Tarrant County. All right. Yes, you could look at Collier County, and yes, you could look at Collin County. For the sake of it, we're not going to dive into that. You guys can do that on your own. If we go to Tarrant County, same thing, appraisal district, property search. We're just going to, not all categories, we're going to do it by the owner name. Type in Equity Trust, search. So this exported, look at that. There's a lot, okay? It's given us 5 pages of 100 each. And guess what? You can export this. So let's export this, export all to Excel. Boom, shaka laka. Property address, city, the owner's name, and the market value. Okay. It's taking a chance. Oh, it might not be. Okay, so it's opened it up. It might be. Let's see here. All right, let me share my screen now so you guys can see it for following along here. All right, so we have Equity Trust. And then it gets into a bunch of names. So it's not all Equity Trust, okay? That's okay. So you can still go up. It's not 500 pages. So if we just go down to Equity Trust, let's just go ahead and expand this. Stretch out this column so we can actually read custodian, we can trust custodian. So it literally is going to give us down to 81, 82 names. And that's fine. That's still a chunk there. That's just Equity Trust. Let's go back here and look at, boom, boom, boom. Where would I go? So that was Equity Trust. Let's go into and look at Quest as well. We'll do a new search. And hit search. And the Quest Trust Company, Quest for Homes. So there's Quest Trump Company right there. So there's about 30 people there for quests. But that's still, guys, this is literally shooting fish in the barrel when it comes to finding people. So, yeah, see, it says results 5,000. We don't need 5,000 results there. There's not that many people there. So if you're in Fort Worth, you're in Dallas, you're in Corpus, you're in Austin, you're in San Antonio, you're in Houston. There's every county in Texas allows you to search this way. Now, some are going to be bigger. If you start going out rural areas, you're not going to find that much stuff. But the thing is you focus on the major counties and the major cities, you're going to find more investors. Just in our time alone here this morning, we found over 500 IRA investors for you to tap into. Okay. If the average person has 50 grand in their IRA account, that's $2.5 million in raised capital for you. Sterling, you love that. That's Sterling James Owen. Our coaching students loved it on hearing me going through that. So that's how you use this. You reach out with a letter and you follow up. You create a drip marketing campaign. And this is where it does make sense to hire a VA or a skip tracing company to go find other information on the borrowers if they are able to show that. Otherwise, like this one here, Dana Vasquez, she's got 3 properties. She would be ideal to reach out to either borrow money or even send deals to. All right. These are all buyers, and they're probably not only investing their own funds. Okay. If we click on this one, I'll just look at what Spindle Tree Lane. Does it give it our mailing address? Property address. Yep. So this one, here's a great thing. So this shows the mailing address. Now, this mailing address is Quest or Inspira Financial's mailing address. They are supposed to, when they get correspondence for their clients, they're supposed to scan those documents and email them to their clients. All right. So what I would do is I would look for Juan or Dana Vasquez and see if they have anything else in Houston that they own. Okay. By just going to the same thing, searching by their name on the appraisal district. Okay. Now, some counties like Ohio, if you're in Ohio, like Lucas and Hamilton County and some of the bigger counties, that's Equity Trust's backyard. You can download hundreds of people in just seconds. And it's kind of sometimes like Lucas County, it's a pretty clean spreadsheet for you to do a mail merge off of. Okay. You want to work smarter, not harder. If you were to send 50 letters, 50 postcards a week and did that over 10 weeks, you'd have more people reaching out to you than you could handle. Okay. Now the goal is to give them something to take a look at. You want to direct that letter postcard to a website, a landing page that talks about what you're doing. We often talk about a pitch deck video. What are you focused on? What's your company focused about? What are you about? It's kind of 3 parts: who you are, what your company is, what you do, types of deals you're looking for, and the benefit to them. And you kind of ask. Okay. Now, if you are outside of Texas or in a county that is non-disclosure, you can do this also by going, instead of to the appraisal district, you can also go, we'll just use Tarrant County since we're here. You can also go to the clerk, okay? Like Tarrant County clerk. Now, you can do what's called a deed search for the same thing. Look for equity trust, do a deed search, all right? Because that will show you someone who either owns a property in it or they've lent money on their property. Okay, so you see this, real property. We're going to type in equity trust. Not equity trust, and change the dates to the last year, really. Okay. So let's just change that from January 1st to 2025. So January 1st, October 1st, or October of this year. That's going to give us how many pages? Ooh, quite a bit. Will allow us to, oh, it will. So we'll click on that and can we export this to cart? Oh, so to export it, it wants you to create an account. And that's okay. It may be worth you to create the account to do that. All right. Can't remember if Tarrant will charge you. Let's go to a different county. We will go back over here to Bexar County. Actually, let's go to Harris County just so you guys can see. So you're doing a deed search in that county. A deed search, it's going to allow everybody to search by name. Okay. Texas Harris. There we go. Harris Clerk. Click on that. But they probably want you to create an account with them, which is A-okay. Let's hit search records. Same thing. Let's date from, let's just do January 1st, 2023. to today's date. 10, 27, 20, 25, right? And we're just going to search in for equity. Actually, we'll do Quest Trust and hit search. Oh, let's try it again. Let's try Quest IRA. Search. Try Inspira Financial. This is a little bit of a tricky. Let's go back here to the main page again. All right, let's try this again. Date, January 23rd. Let's just type in. And we'll try an equity trust because there should be plenty here. We trust. Of course, I could be having it way too big a search date too. Let's change this to 25 and hit search for that. There we go. Oh, I have to change the instrument type. No wonder. Okay, so if you click on there, that's what I got to select. All right, so we're going to click on deed. Deed of trust. D/T. I actually have the right. This, like I said, this little website's a little bit search crazy. So you got to make sure everything matches up like they want. There we go. All right. So if we did a search from January of this year to where we're at now, equity trust, deed of trust search, there you go. You're going to see a bunch of documents. Okay. And all right. So that's just for equity trust. Okay. But you see down here, equity trust custodian. What you have to do is you have to click over here and actually look at the document to find, and that wants you to create a login, which is free to do. There's Ken. So now we're looking at deed, and you can see what's great about this. All right. And they borrowed it, Equity Trust Company Custodian, FBO, David Fuquara, IRA, and then their mailing address for Equity Trust is 1 Equity Way, Westlake, Ohio. Okay. So it's on this property in Dallas, Texas. All right. So the guys at Grantor's mailing address is in Houston, but the property's address or the trustee's mailing address is in Plano. That's the attorney. And the lender equity trust is out of Westlake, Ohio, or technically, I would say it's also in Harris County there. But that's a little bit more of an intensive search. I have to copy, paste, go over and look for the search in the deed record. But here in Texas and other states, there's plenty of other states. Florida's pretty easy to search at. Minnesota is a non-disclosure state, but Missouri's pretty easy. I mean, there's so many. Michigan's relatively pretty easy to search. It's not hard to pull this kind of information. And now you've got hundreds, if not thousands of investors, depending on your search, that you can tap into with a simple drip marketing campaign. Okay. Look for them on LinkedIn, look for them on Facebook, drop them a letter. Letter could be easy to write in 5 minutes. Heck, you could jump into ChatGPT and have ChatGPT create you a letter to send out to IRA investors. You're just going to need to prompt it carefully with what you're doing. I think it's always best if you can try to find IRA investors in your backyard. And since we live here in Texas, it's an easy thing to do for you, most part. If you're investing in other parts of the country, one thing I would do is go look in that county, see how many IRA investors. Equity trust is always going to be the easiest key to look at. You're not going to find Inspira, you're not going to find Quest in some parts of the country just because they've never marketed to those areas. Okay. So keep that in mind. Not that you won't, but it's just going to be a smaller number than 100 or 200 like we were seeing in other parts there for you. But that's a simple free search, guys. It didn't cost me anything. The login to Harris County doesn't cost anything, just a little bit of your time. If you're wanting to do like a download, they may ask you, it may charge you a bit to print that list, but you could print it to PDF and then do a PDF to Excel conversion. And now you've got an Excel spreadsheet that you do a mail merge to. But that's one of the easiest ways to raise capital is just actually making contact with these self-directed IRA investors. Start the conversation. Know what you're talking about. It would be include an executive summary about what you're doing, maybe some case studies we've used in the past. If you're hosting an event, they're going to be attending like a local RIA club or something in the area, invite them out. If you go to your local RIA club, which you all should do, and invite them out on the third Tuesday, or have them book a phone call with you on your calendar link so that you can capture their information, or the website that you send them to capture their IP address so you can pull an email address off some of those IP grabbers. It's one of the things that we love doing. Sterling loves to do it. Cal and a few of my other coaching students love to do that as well for you. So that's it, guys. Literally, you can find IRA investors in just about, I'd say 70, 75, maybe 80% of the country. California, you're not going to do it. You can also, there are some list companies that you can go to and buy a list. That gets a little expensive. Usually the minimum order is $1,000 for a list order like that. Yeah, you're gonna have some mail costs with printing stamps and sending that stuff out. Or order a bunch of postcards from Vistaprint or postcardmania.com. Postcardmania, you can buy a bunch, a couple thousand. Vistaprint would be good for the smaller lists. If you own a property and you already use an IRA investor, send it out to the other IRA investors in that area there. Hey, my investor got 8% or 7% or 6 or 9, or put their 401k or their IRA to work, make their 50 grand IRA to work, making 8%. How's your IRA doing for you? There's some simple marketing strategies you can go to. Feel free to pick up the phone, book a phone call at talkwithscottcarson.com if you've got some questions. Always encourage you to reach out to me no matter where in the country you are. If you're here in Texas, hey, let's have a chat. Definitely. Just take action, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much private capital out there. The most important thing I want you to get through your head with this episode, this video, this podcast episode, is understand that there are thousands of IRA investors out there waiting for you to reach out to them with a deal. Okay. Now, how do you secure that? Well, if you're buying a piece of property, you put them on a first lien. If you're buying a note, you have them codenamed on the assignment of mortgage that transfers ownership, or have a lien on another property. There's a variety of ways to secure their interest. No, we're not talking 30 years. Yeah, you might do a short-term loan, 24 to 36 months is about what I would recommend. Find out, talk with them what their IRA is doing. I wouldn't give them 20%. But if you got to go 8 to 12% with an investor and it gets the deal done, hey, that's a great day. It's cheaper because you don't have to jump through the hoops of going through bank financing and all that stuff as well. So hopefully it was valuable for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you love it, let me know. Subscribe. Give me a 5-star review. I'd love to see that. And we'll see you at the top. Go take some action, ladies and gentlemen. There's zero excuses now for you not to go out and start raising private capital for deal flow. It just doesn't take a little bit of time, some conversations. And yes, the first few conversations you're going to stumble over, but just get into practice. This is taking all the excuses out why you can't find private capital. They're literally everywhere around you if you just know where to look. And I just showed you where to look. A lot of folks will charge you $1,500 to $2,000 for what I just taught you on this episode. Don't do that. It's free information. Go dive into it. How did I come across it? Because I was a mortgage banker. We learned how to market. I've got some really great experts along the way that taught me how to use county records to find the right individuals. And if you know what you're looking for, there's plenty of deals and plenty of funding out there. We'll see you at the top, everybody. Thanks. Have a great day. Bye. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as a note guy. For the past 20 years, I've been buying distressed assets, primarily non-performing notes on residential and commercial properties. And if you've ever wanted to learn how to dive in to start buying non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, or other investors like yourself, then there's no greater place than to get the nuts and bolts, the A to Z, the 1 through 99 place to get started. It is our virtual note buying workshop. We've been teaching this class since 2010 on how to find, fund, flip non-performing notes, how to get banks to call you with deals that you can cherry pick. And no, you don't need millions. No, you don't need a lot of experience to start looking at non-performing notes. We get the lists of notes from banks, hedge funds on a regular basis, not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but hundreds of deals that we can evaluate and cherry pick. Whether we're looking for performing notes or non-performing notes that we can get reperforming, or non-performing notes you can foreclose and take back, whatever your niche or whatever you would like to focus on, we can help make it happen at the virtual note buying workshop. It's a 3-day class. Our next one is April 18th to the 20th. It's actually online live via Zoom. You get signed up by going to notebuyingfordummies.com. That's notebuyingfordummies.com. Day 1 is all about how to find these assets. How do you find asset managers? How do you find lists of people to reach out to that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on postcards or letters that you waste money on? We don't do that. Day 2 is all about raising capital and marketing and how to create a business that feeds itself, that you can do part-time, 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, depending on what your focus is. We'll show you a game plan to achieve deal flow coming in on autopilot versus you having to send a ton of money. And also, we'll show you how to raise capital like nobody else does. And then day 3 is all about the flip. How do we structure deals? How do we evaluate a tape to find the deals from the duds? All right. We'll show you what vendors to use. We'll give you a 200+ page manual, contracts, sample forms, all the stuff that you need to be a lean, mean note buying machine when you get wrapped up. Now, yes, this is live April 18th through the 20th online via Zoom. Get signed up today. We'll send you the replays of the previous online workshop so you can start learning, start evaluating material, and get rock and rolling. And if for some reason you don't like our class, we have 100% money back guarantee involved with it. If at the end of the first day you don't like what we talk about, you don't think it's impactful, just let me know. We'll refund back your tuition, no questions asked. We don't want your money. We want you to become a note buyer. We want you to become a lien lord. All right. Like I said, if you're tired of dealing with toilets, tanks, and trash outs, you don't want to deal with renters, then becoming a note investor is the path for you. Everybody evolves into a note investor at some point, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. There are millions of non-performing notes that you can cherry pick. No, it's not all junk. It can be small value all the way up to $1 million homes or $1 million apartments for you. So much opportunity is taking place right now in the chaotic market that we see. And who's going to come out on top? Note investors will. So take the time, get signed up today, April 18th to 20th. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up for the virtual workshop there. As always, get signed up today. We run discounts all the time. The cost of tuition is you plus your partner or spouse. So get signed up today at notebuyingfordummies.com, and we'll see you at the top. Foreclosure filings and foreclosure auctions are on the increase all across the United States, especially here in the Lone Star State. Now, where do you go to find lists of foreclosure homes in your city, your county, all across the Lone Star State? Or if you're investing outside of Texas, where do you go to find those lists? Well, I'll share today on this episode what service we use, which lists do we buy, and how you can use the same thing to help you tap into not only residential, but commercial foreclosures all across this Lone Star State. We'll break it down on a county by county basis of what we see going to foreclosure here in the next week and a half. And then you'll definitely want to stay around to take advantage of the discount. We can get you off the lists here in Texas that can help you save some money and put it to other use. But welcome to this episode of the podcast, guys. I'm Scott Carson, excited to be with you today. In Texas, where I've called home since 2001, since I bought my first home, I've dived into the foreclosure process. Now, Texas is not the easiest foreclosure auction to attend. It happens only the first Tuesday of every month, come rain, snow, or shine. It's the fastest to foreclose in. So if you're foreclosing on a property from a lending space, it's a non-judicial foreclosure, so it's a very fast thing. So as long as you go down and file the foreclosure filing at the county where you're foreclosing, where the property is located, 21 days prior to the first Tuesday, you can foreclose that first Tuesday. Otherwise, it gets bumped to the next Tuesday. But in Texas, it's no sort of I only need to pay 5% or 10% down. I got 30 days to pay. No. Texas, you got to bring cash, and it's got to be paid then and there. Not waiting until 4 o'clock. Not waiting for a wire to run down the bank and get a cashier's check. No, you got to have cashier checks there to pay it. And you'll often see people showing up with stacks and stacks of cashier's checks, also with armed guards to help secure them when they're actually paying for these foreclosure biddings on their winning bids. Now, if you're a tax lien investor and it goes to foreclosure, that's a good thing. You still got to show up with cash to pay your tax lien of what you won. And then you have the whole redemption period in Texas as well. But on the mortgage side, you don't really have a redemption period here. Once it's gone to foreclosure, it's gone for the most part. I mean, there is some redemption period on the tax side. An owner occupation can be a year. If it's raw land, investment property, it's 6 months. But once that mortgage company's filed foreclosure, that crier has sold, it's gone for you, and you're shit out of luck. Well, there's a couple sources that we've used all across the country that we highly recommend to our students out there. But let's first start with the Lone Star State. Let's start with Texas, because that's where most of you guys are obviously buying it. And we'll dive into the bigger cities and counties for you to take advantage of when it comes to buying your foreclosures or leveraging foreclosure lists to help you. Now, what list am I talking about? I'm talking about the Roddy list. The website is foreclosure.info, or if you just go Google Roddy's foreclosure list here in the state of Texas, this is the most complete list that they have. And they will update you. As you see across the top here, we are recording this the Tuesday prior to the first Tuesday. So the last Tuesday prior to the first Tuesday of next month. For November, you can see research for the November 2025 foreclosure sale is complete, all except one county. Okay. And this was updated as of 1 o'clock or almost 2 o'clock yesterday. Now, they sell foreclosure lists, they sell struck off lists, they have a whole variety of different lists that they sell on a county by county basis. All right. They have pre-foreclosure lists that'll vary on a county by county basis, what you pay on a monthly basis. Commercial pre-foreclosure list. This is going to look and split Texas up into 5 areas: north, south, east, west, and central Texas. That's a bit more expensive. It's a smaller list than the residential, but your pre-foreclosure list over will list both residential and commercial foreclosures. You'll have the struck off list of properties that have been struck off. You have the commercial auction results, the post-bankruptcy alerts, sheriff's list, unsold auction properties. This is pretty cool. Find a list of unsold properties from Roddy's FLS where the bank actually took it back for targeting REOs in Texas. That could be a really good one for you. And then you also find a list of probate leads from anywhere in the U.S., which is pretty good. But we'll do a separate episode on probate leads. But let's dive into the pre-foreclosure search, because this is really where most folks are going to go. And as you can see, as we sit today, there are a total of 3,755 properties set to go to foreclosure auction. Okay, 3,755. All right, now if we pick, let's just go to Harris County. That's Houston, Texas. That's the biggest county in the state. It's also going to have the most. Harris County has 654 properties to go to foreclosure. Now, when you compare it to a couple of the bigger counties out there, like Dallas has 301, Tarrant County 229, Collin County 103, and Denton County 101. All right, now you can buy this for $87 a month. You can get the 654 properties right now for $87 a month. It's going to give you a spreadsheet with all the relevant information: the borrower's name, the mailing address, the property address, terms of the loan, appreciation, legal, lender's information, the attorney who's foreclosing, if it's a previous listing, information, anything they can pull off the county records, along with even kind of calculating the equity amount. All right, and the filing. So that's a really good list that you can use for mail merges to send stuff out. The only problem is if you're waiting till the week before the auction, it's going to be hard to get anybody to respond you back. And that's what's so difficult about Texas foreclosures, is that rinse and repeat of how expedited the foreclosure process is. Really hard for direct mail. If you're going to go out and knock on doors, if you've got the time, that's hard to do in Houston. 654 properties, especially a week out. So the idea is to search through those things to pull the list and decide. So let's dive into some other counties. Obviously, Dallas was at 301. Let's go some other properties. Let's look at, let's pull up, let's go to Montgomery County, which is over by Houston as well. Oh, I just passed it. Montgomery County has, oh, it says 0. So that's probably the one county that's not updated yet. Okay. I may not be surprised. Montgomery's got some good stuff too. So you can see on here, yep, Harris 654. All right, let's look at Galveston County. Galveston County has 52 properties. All right. Now let's move into, let's go up to, let's go to Austin, which will be Travis County. Travis County has just 67 properties. It's actually down here in the Austin market. Now, that's Travis County. Let's look at Williamson County, which is just to the north of Travis, which is where like Georgetown, then it's Williamson County, has 35. Kind of a slow foreclosure market here in Central Texas. Houston, Harris County always leads the way in a lot of cases, okay? Let's go on over to, let's go to San Antonio and go to Bexar County. Bexar County is one of those counties we track. It's got 340 properties, okay? 340 foreclosures. McClellan County, 35. Like I said, Williamson's 35. Bell County, where Belton is seeing an increase of 60 properties as well. Okay, let's look at Hays County and Comal County. Let's first go up to Comal, because that's where New Braunfels is at. Comal County just has 28. All right. Let's go to Hays County, where San Marcos is and Texas State University is. Hays County, 29 properties. So you've got a little bit of increase in those areas for the most part. Let's go down to Corpus Christi and look at Nueces County. Nueces County, Corpus Christi in that neck of the woods. We'll come to this, actually let's go. We'll get San Patricio as well. So, all right. Nueces County has 58, about normal. Let's go down to San Patricio, which is kind of Ingleside or Rains's Pass, Sitton. There we go. San Patricio has 10 properties. Not surprised in those rural areas. Okay. So let's go back up to the Dallas area, which we've already we've tentatively looked at it a little bit, but let's do it for the heck of it. See what it pulls up for everything around Big D. So once again, Dallas is 301, Tarrant 229, Collin 103, and 101 in Denton counties out that neck of the woods. Okay. So yeah, and you can add, see like Collin County is only 81, Denton's 81. You start getting a little bit rural, becomes a little bit cheaper. But for the bigger areas of Texas, Harris County, Dallas, Tarrant, Bear, Austin, Williamson for the most part, down to Nueces, stuff like that, neck of the woods, it's going to be, $87 a month for you to do it. There's no minimum. You could actually drop it down if you're going to be doing this for a while. If you do a 6-month contract, it'll drop it from 87 down to 72. And if you're going to do it for a year contract, it's $66 per month, which is pretty good. Now, the great thing is you can also get residential if you add the quick add here. Oh, hang on here. Oh, where is it here? Why is it not? Let me do it. It must be. Oh, it helps if I click on the right thing. Oh, they don't have it on here. You can go back to half price during this checkout only. Okay. So it's half price. Okay, good. Now, if you click on the commercial pre-foreclosures, let's look at the different areas of the commercial foreclosures. So like I said, this is split up into 5 parts of the state. It's a separate list if you just want to look at commercial. Okay. There are 540 commercial properties going to foreclosure here in the next week. If we look at Central Texas, which is all the way up to Waco, south to New Braunfels, there's going to be 121. If we go to East Texas, that includes Houston 69 foreclosure. If we go to North Texas, 132. If we go to South Texas, there's 178 in South Texas. That's all the way down to the valley, San Antonio, neck of the woods. And then West Texas is 40. Now, this is it's a 6-month contract to sign up for the commercial foreclosure list. It's $313 a month. I've done that before. It's been well worth it. Just identify who the lender is and going from there. Now, the great thing, there are unsold auction properties. Here's the thing that it's completed 2 days after the auction. Right now, this is 4,200 unsold. And the same thing, let's just look at select the county. There's a smaller county list here. Let's see. So there's 70 unsold properties as of right now, based off of last month's foreclosure auction in Travis County. Let's look at Harris County real fast. Does Harris have a struck off list? I don't think it does. Let's look here. They don't have one on here for the most part, but you see it's a little bit limited there for you, or they may have already pulled it already. But this Roddy list, phenomenal. They actually, if you want to message somebody, you'll talk to somebody there. Yes, they've got a bot, but they've also got Zach Lagunas, who's a friend of ours. We've had him on one of our podcasts before, very knowledgeable. Now, we've used a foreclosure list not only to find foreclosures, but bank contacts if you're in the note business to go find distressed debt. We've used it to find private investors, because if somebody has a self-directed IRA, is looking at foreclosing, they're going to show them as the borrower. So that's been a great thing about it. And they're pretty good. So if you buy it earlier in the month, like if we bought it the Wednesday after the first Tuesday, you'll get updates. It's not just what's available at the time, but you get it through the entire month if you bought that county and they've got it. Okay. So that's the great thing about Roddy's. I mean, they also have some great software. They've got a portfolio builder for you to look at to help you with through prophawk.com. This will help you with your, lead gen and tracking these deals. If we go back here, you can also look at Lead Propeller. It helps you with their building a real estate website for you as a real estate investor. That's nice. And then you've also got a variety of other products and resources for you. But Roddy, listen, I know George Roddy. He's hosted these meetings of, foreclosure meetings and real estate club meetings before. He's got people that go to the county and pull this information in all counties when they're available, and does just a really great job with his team. Now, if I was starting in the foreclosure markets, I would go buy a list and then I would drive by that property and look and see what's going on. And now that's what a lot of people are going to do. They're going to door knock, try to avoid it. Realtors are going to use this list to go track down foreclosure leads potentially, or potential REO leads. I would look at the list and look at the interest rates on that list to see what could potentially be a subject to deal. You can see what kind of estimated full balance is. So many great resources with the Roddy list. Now, if you want to save $20 and you go sign up for something, use the code We Close Notes. That's all caps, We Close Notes. That'll knock 20 bucks off. So that'll knock about 23% off most of the accounting lists for you, which is not a bad deal, and that's good for you on a month-to-month basis. It'll knock 20 bucks off if you sign up for the 6 month, but you're going to save money anyway, sign up for 6 month. You know what I'm talking about. But we've used this list to target and send out foreclosure, postcards, letters, mail merges, door knocking in a specific area. That's what I like, is they can allow you to log in and take a look to see what's going on in your neck of the woods. If it makes sense for you and you're chasing commercial deals, sign up for the commercial leads list. If you like one specific area, one city, then just sign up for the county list of Harris County or Travis or Dallas or Tarrant or Bear or Nueces, wherever you're located, or anywhere in the state. For the most part, they'll pull the county list for you. I like to track the bigger ones because there's more opportunity. We're constantly looking at what's going on in Harris County. We also look at what's going on in Nueces County as well. And then Austin is a great market here where I call home, but it's also very competitive. Not as many options as you saw compared to like Dallas, Houston, or the San Antonio market. We track the Corpus Christi markets because that's where my mom is at, and that's where we're looking for some property I have to move back to. But lots of options, great list. Now, if you're looking outside of Texas, there's the foreclosures.com. You're kind of familiar with that, or foreclosure.com. And that shows you exactly how many. There's right now, you can see based on if I click on Texas, there are currently 34,000 foreclosed homes listed in Texas. That's foreclosures. Pre-foreclosures, 7,500. I think that's a little bit outdated because it's got a bit of a rollover aspect of things. Short sales, 5,300. Sheriff sales, 4,300. Foreclosures, 3,400. Bankruptcies, 20,000 plus. Rent to own, 7,500. Tax liens, 489. Auctions, just under 6,000. As is deals, 10. And you can break it out there. But foreclosures.com, not too bad. You can get a free preview of it. You can actually sign up for lists. Let's look at here. Let's type in Travis County. Hit search. And it gives you kind of a list so you see what's kind of going on and where stuff is located at as well for you. And these guys do a really great job. I don't have a discount code for you on foreclosure.com, but it's still a great place for you to go to if you're looking outside of Texas. Personally, looking in Texas, I would stick with a Roddy list. It's much more accurate. It's up to date faster than foreclosure.com. And they've got really easy resources for you to connect with people. Obviously, foreclosure.com is dependent on what the counties provide. Every one of these lists is contingent on that. But I like the fact that Roddy's much more of a local source. They're actually sending people out to the auction, sending people out to the actual county recorders, county assessors' websites and stuff like that. Actually at the county level, not just a website, but the actual going knocking on the door to see what's listed on a week in, week out basis, sometimes daily basis in the larger counties across the country. So once again, that's foreclosures.com if you're looking outside of Texas. But if you like Texas, then go to that's the number, foreclosure.info. And closure is CLOSUR.info. Check it out. Use the discount code We Close Notes and take advantage. It might be a little late for November's, but this is a great resource for you to start looking at December, January, February, March, as where a lot of folks are looking to. And I expect to see a lot more foreclosures, especially as we get into January, February, even December. I think banks, for the most part, we've talked to, we've seen more product on the distressed note side. I think we're going to see more. We've seen a general increase. Seeing 400, properties going to foreclosure in Harris County doesn't really surprise me. We're seeing more inventory. Some of that stuff is even true. When you look at the list, you can see which has been on there the previous month. There's a column that says previously listed. And that's a good way to see what's been dragging out in foreclosure, or maybe a short sale, or even a listed property has been listed trying to sell as well. So that gives you a bit of an idea what's the most stressed in what's been previously listed before and how long it's been on there. But like I said, guys, this is a great resource for you to use no matter what county you're in Texas. Use Roddy's list, foreclosure.info. If you're outside of Texas, use foreclosure.com to help you find your list of foreclosures in your city or your markets that you're buying in. So go take some action. Hope that was valuable. If you like this, make sure to reach out to me, comment, shoot me a message. You can always book a phone call with me at talkwithscottcarson.com. Love to talk with you and see what your focus is and how we can actually help you achieve those results. Always glad to talk real estate and real estate investing if you're interested. Reach out to me. Like I said, talkwithscottcarson.com, no matter where you're located at. Not just a Lone Star State, but even if you're listening to us all across the country. Reach out, book a call, and let's talk, and it'll help you take your business to the next level in 2026. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to this episode of Money Mondays on the Note Closer Show. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you all had a great weekend. Today, we're going to do a deep dive into Texas foreclosure list. That's one of the biggest questions we get from people looking to buy notes or real estate in Texas. How can I find distressed assets in the Lone Star State? I mean, Texas is a very friendly, lender-friendly, landlord-friendly state out here. Fast foreclosures, pretty fast evictions. I mean, foreclosing on somebody who's 90 days late in 21 days on the first Tuesday of the month, come rain or shine, holiday or not, is a pretty good thing if you're the lender. Now, if you're the distressed borrower, may not be the best thing, but with us, with what we do with buying distressed debt, Texas has been a great state to buy in, but it's also been a state that's going to be a little bit more expensive for you when it comes to it, because banks often know about the fast foreclosure timeframes. I've bought about 90% of my notes outside of Texas. Doesn't mean that if I see something in Texas, I don't jump on it. And it works in your favor with the speed, the velocity capital. You can pay a little bit more for a Texas note that's going to foreclosure because it's going to speed up the foreclosure timeframe. You want to wait 6 months or 12 months in a lot of cases. But you got to make sure, obviously, if the borrower is going to file bankruptcy or fight you on it, you may drag things out for you. But anyway, what I wanted to do is, for years and years and years, I mean, literally one of the first things that I got associated with when I put on the real estate investing hat was, hey, where can I find foreclosures? And one of the first places that we go to is the Roddy list, we call it here in Texas, okay? And I'll show you where the Roddy list is in a second, but I wanted to go through Harris County and give you guys a great example, especially when we're not going after the actual real estate, we're actually going to the debt. I thought I'd take the time to break down a list of Harris County foreclosures that the Roddy list provides. Now, this is just a quick map using Batch Geo. I took the first 250 addresses, and you can see it's a mixed bag of stuff of foreclosing. That's only a third of the foreclosures in Harris County. All right, I'll get to why it's only a third in a second here. But the Roddy list, here you go. It's the website you go to. We'll give you the link shortly. You can go to and give you a discount code to go to as well. This is a website that we've been using for years. I actually know George Roddy. He used to run a meetup here in Austin. Started buying lists. And what do most real estate investors do with a foreclosure list? They get it. They send out postcards, yellow letters, letter campaign. They go knock on the doors trying to get after the foreclosure. Well, that's hard in Texas to get 2 mail pieces out in a 21-day period, right? So for years, we have looked at using these foreclosure lists to source non-performing notes or to find banks with non-performing notes that we can actually buy from. Now, I'm going to go through a spreadsheet a little bit, but let me give you a little bit of breakdown why we like Harris County as a good way for us non-performing. And I live in Austin, Texas. I mean, that's Travis County. Williamson County is right across the street here. Why wouldn't I be focused on Travis or Williamson County? Well, I'm going after the note. So I want to buy a list that's going to give me the most amount of lenders. And I'll tell you, there's more foreclosures taking place in Harris County than any other county in Texas. So that gives me a bigger list. Like, I think this last month, there's only like a 97 foreclosures in Travis County. And most of those were bigger banks. It didn't make sense for me. But if you go to this website, snip.ly-txfcl, that's actually a tracking link so I can see who's going there, how many clicks it gets. It's, and you go and sign up for a list in Texas and you use the discount code WeCloseNotes. I will actually get you $20 off any list you buy for the first month. Okay. Now on the residential stuff, you renew monthly for that stuff. The commercial stuff is a 6-month time frame on it, but it literally, Roddy list there really helps. I mean, if you're looking in any county across the country and you track foreclosures, distressed properties, this is the list for you in the Lone Star State. Now, outside of Texas, you're going to want to sign up probably for foreclosures.com. We've also got a discount code for you on that as well, if that's something you're interested in. And that'll vary state by state according to foreclosures.com on how much information. But we're not actually going to the physical property. That's one of the biggest things you got to realize. With what we do, Our niche going after the debt. So we use these lists to find lenders to narrow the list down. And now, if you want commercial real estate, you can actually buy a list of just commercial foreclosures. Now that's going to do it by area. They break up the state into 5 areas: North, East, West, South, and Central Texas. Okay. Central Texas, we'll dive into that commercial list in a different episode. But that's a 6-month commitment. It's a more expensive list, to sign up for that list because it's a lot more great information. It's also higher valued assets. There's a lot of land, a lot of other stuff in it. We'll talk about that later on. But just to give you a bit of an idea, if you look back at February, it is now March. We're a week and a day out from the next foreclosure date for March, okay? But February, if we look back, there were 3,500 plus foreclosures across Texas. 3,500 for February. Now that broke down. If you just look at the Houston area, the Harris County niche of that, Harris County had 774 residential foreclosures in the county line. It's a fifth, basically, of the whole state. That's why we focus on Harris County. Now, if you're a realtor in Dallas or Tarrant County or San Antonio, you can pick up a list there and target those lists individually. Completely different. All right, if you want to go target that, we're going to target. We're not going to talk about what we use. We're not going to use direct mail campaigns with what we do here most of the time. There might be a few exceptions along the way. But for most people, they're going to buy a list, create a postcard, flyer, send it out, try to get the borrower to call them back, try to make an appointment to go out and see, or they're going to go door knock aggressively. Hey, we would like to help you avoid your foreclosure. That happens. I used to be in that racket. There'd be times I would walk into households that have 40, 50, 100 postcards or letters from other investors like yours truly trying to do the same, get the borrower to reach out to them. Well, when I got in the note business, I stopped dealing with the borrower on the front end side. I want to deal with the banks, and we still find this list to be one of the most effective aspects of things to give us hot leads to get to the right department, to get to the right person who sells the notes so we can get on their whole list across the country or across the state. Okay? And we get repeat business from on a regular basis. And so that's one of the things we're going to go through here. Now, there was also, out of this list of 774 we're going to dive into, 390 were listed previously. One of the great things about these foreclosure lists that Roddy provides is a lot of information we'll go through. But one of the columns is a previous listing. That's a hot button for us because it's probably listed for short sale or it's been dragging out for a little bit. Gives us a little bit more time, but it also means it's more distressed and the bank is getting a little bit more on the hook each time, but gives us a little bit more time to contact the lender to see if we can get more stuff, okay? If it's a new listing, it'll just say blank in that column. But anyway, I'll show you that a little bit later on. Now, as of today, I just checked this as of, March 22nd, 24th? I just checked the list literally right before we logged on here. And for March, it's a bigger list than February. 4,099 residential foreclosures across the entire state of Texas. That's up 20%, right? Oh, no, it's about 14%. It's about 558. And I looked at the commercial real estate across the whole state, and there's 531 commercial foreclosures across the state of Texas for the March 4th date. Now, this is not an ad for Roddy List, but if you'd like to get signed up, go to that link, snip.ly-txfcl. We'll put the link in the description so you guys can take advantage of it, but use the discount code WeCloseNotes to get 20 bucks off if you're buying stuff in the state of Texas or like anything in Lone Star State. Right now, it'll vary. Cost-wise will vary county by county. Some counties are 45. I think Harris is 85 a month. Well worth it if you're going to put it to work, okay? Now, let's do a deeper dive on the Excel spreadsheet, unless there's any questions you guys might have originally here from some of the folks who joined us live here on Zoom. And the thing about this, ladies and gentlemen, yes, if you're outside of Texas, you may not, well, I'm outside of Texas. There are lenders all across the country that lend in Texas because it is a lender-friendly state. Now, on the list we pull up, is there going to be nationwide lenders and then also local lenders? Yes, there will. There will also be private investors, LLCs, hard money lenders lending in Texas, specifically Harris County, that they're foreclosing on stuff. You'll also find private investors who have lent money on property that you could also contact to potentially fund your deals. Think about that. People foreclosing will either end up with an asset or sell it at the auction, and they'll probably want to put that money to work in another way. So let's do a deeper dive here on the Excel spreadsheet for you guys to take a look at. And that way we can help you educate and put this thing to work. Okay, so let's go over here and start at the beginning. You can see 775, that means 774 because the first one is, all right. So you have the upload time here. Let me just put these in bold so you guys can probably see a little bit better. Upload time, report date, the estimated equity. If they have equity or negative equity, it tells you there's a little negative button. Estimated margin percent, percent of equity. The estimated unpaid balance, UPB. The clerk number, year of the report, month of report. See, it was February. City name of all these cities, Spring, Pasadena, all across Harris County. Mapsco page, Mapsco section, they used to put that on there. If you were driving around now, you got GPS, they don't need that. The classification of the property, if it's a single family, vacant land, condo, commercial, all that good stuff. The loan type, conventional, HOA, Fannie, Freddie Mac. Then you get in the address of the property. The street number, the address, bed, bath, garage. If it's got a pool, zip, the legal description 2, subdivision, the mortgager's first name, mortgager's last name, that would be the borrower. Then you have the mortgagee, which is what we're going to take a deep dive and look at. I'll highlight that in light green because we're definitely interested in that. All right. You also have the trustee. Now, the trustee is also important, and we'll talk about that. That's actually kind of part 2 to this list. Is it not as important as the mortgagee? But if you can't find somebody over at the mortgagee, you could contact the attorney to see about getting an introduction. Okay. Volume of when the actual mortgage was filed, page, the loan month that was originated, the year it was originated, the original loan amount, monthly P&I payment, interest rate, what month the loan expires year, the year of the construction of the house, the county assessed value, the square footage, the city code, number of units, if it was previously posted. This is the thing we talked about earlier. That you can see it's previously posted, which is great. Now there's also comments. Then you get the mailing address for the borrower. You also get the tax ID number, which I don't think that's accurate because it's the same tax ID number all the way across. Okay. Georeference, the foreclosure county. What is this foreclosure? What's this column mean? Foreclosure ID. Okay. You have the Zillow URL. And then you get into information, a cell phone number for the borrower, an email for the borrower. That makes it a little bit easier for you to dive into in a lot of cases. Now, let's just do a quick search here. So if they said, how many emails do they have? Let's do email 1. And we go here, out of 774 foreclosures, they have an email address for, that's almost cheating, if you know what I mean? To get an email address right now, we're about halfway through the list. And they have an email address for, wow, over half the list, approximately. So out of 774, they have an email address for 451. So roughly, was that just under 250? So just under 2/3 of the list has an email address. Okay. All right. But that's great, but not really important right now. So for us as investors, okay, I mean, that email, don't get me wrong, that email address adds a lot of value, right? Especially if you're using this not only for foreclosures, but potential subject to deals, trying to get the borrower to communicate with you if you're trying to take the property down. That's great, but not necessarily what we're looking for our end. We want the bank contacts. We're going to use this list to find, use this list as hot buttons to get into the right departments, to get their entire list across the country, at least across the state of Texas. So what we do is we go back over here and we're just going to sort this, resort it. I know I do these things a little bit differently than most people because we're doing things a little bit differently than most people. Custom sort. And we're going to change that to, you're going to go to the mortgagee, not the mortgagor. So hit enter mortgagee and do it A to Z. All right, so now that takes us over here to this list here. Now it's all in alphabetical order. Now let me blow this up here for you a little bit so you can see these lenders' names. All right, now what we're going to do, first thing we're going to do is, now that this is what we have, we're going to get rid of the lenders that aren't going to sell. What does that mean? That means we're going to get rid of the bigger banks, the Bank of Americas, the Chase, the Citibanks, the Deutsche Banks, those we're going to get rid of. You can also get rid of LLCs. I'm not a big fan of LLCs for the most part, especially if it's an individual, but the thing to know is there's still a potential private investor. So you may want to hold on to that to see, hey, are you looking to lend? Are you looking to do some more deals? They could potentially be private lenders for you. So just keep that in mind. Okay. So we're gonna get rid of homeowners associations. That's because they're basically, we're not chasing HOA liens here for local. So we're gonna just start deleting these things off. Okay. Because we can always go back to the main list and get rid of this. We're just gonna get rid of that list. We're just gonna delete. ABL RPC Residential Credit Acquisition LLC. Don't know. We'll reach out to that. Sage Council of Co-Owners. That looks like it's an HOA, so we're just going to get rid of it. Advanced Federal Credit Union. We might take a look at that. All right. AJ 100K Investments. This is probably a hard money lender still working there. Allegiance Bank. Okay, so Allegiance Bank, there's only one. Allegiance Bank will make a phone call to. Ally Bank will take a run. Alpha Capital Management LLC. That's probably a hard money lender. We'll take a look at that. Okay. Amegy Bank's got two. We'll reach out to them. American Crowd, this is what I'm trying to get at. If you don't see a bigger bank on there, they may possibly be a potential source. Okay. AMI Lenders, Apex Bank, we'll take a look at. Arc Law, Tex Financial is probably a hard money lender in 3 areas. Arvis Bank, Athena Annuity Life Company, they're on there twice. Might take a look at them. Bank Corp South Bank, they've only got 3 on here. We'll take a look. Now here we get Bank of America. This is where we want to spend some time getting rid of this list here. Bank of America, Bank of New York Mellon, Bank of New York Mellon Trust Company. Okay, we're gonna get rid of those. All right. And then we scroll down. Here we go. Like Bondaroff Family Revocable Living Trust. This would be a potential private money investor that you could reach out to. And you might reach out to the actual attorney, Rex Kessler, for maybe an introduction. Okay. Blessed Orchid LLC is probably a private investor too, as well. BMI Investments LLC. See, it's all being handled by the same attorney. Okay. So this Melina Kane is the attorney who's doing the foreclosure. It might be worth reaching out to them. It might not be. Some of these attorneys in these big, if they're representing a lot of lenders they're foreclosing on, or they're a big kind of firm, they may not even waste your time. But you get a smaller bank and a smaller trustee where you can probably get a hold of somebody, that's worth reaching out to. Okay. Bank of Oklahoma, NA, they might. Boomerang Capital Partners. Okay. Braeswood Condo Association. Nope, let's get rid of them. Briar Hills Property Owner Association, Briar Point Condominiums Owner Association, just to get rid of them. Okay. Bright House Life Insurance Company. I hadn't seen that. Okay. Might make sense to reach out to them, see what else they have. Insurance companies will sometimes have mortgages available. Okay. And now we're here at Brunswick Meadows HOA. Get rid of them. BSI Financial Services. That should be a servicing company, if I remember correctly. That's foreclosing. It's worth reaching out to them because we've bought notes that have been serviced by BSI before. Okay. And they're handled by 3 different individuals. So it might be worth reaching out to all 3 of them to get the right contact. Bum Investors LLC. Cadence Bank is okay. Let's see here. Capital 1A. I've bought commercial notes from them before. They're not going to sell you a one-off residential note. So we're just going to remove them from the list. Cardinal Finance. I don't know who that is, but we'll leave them. Carroll Corp Inc. Carrington Mortgage Services. Yep, just go ahead and delete them. They're not going to sell you usually a one-off note at all. They're going to want a big pool. And I mean, if you want to target them for a big pool, go right ahead. All right. Citibank, that gets us in here. Casas, Catalyst, Chow. So here you go. Here's somebody that passed away, private investor. But the investor looks like they passed away and their estate is foreclosing. Okay. Citibank, nope. We'll get rid of them. Same thing with Citigroup, City Mortgage. Get rid of them. Citizens First Bank, a Citizens Bank NA might be able to. I've not bought from them or tried reaching out to them before, so they might be worth reaching out. Citizens First Bank is a different bank from Citizens Bank of NA. Okay. Civic Financial Services, don't know what that is. Click and Close Inc. Colonial Savings, there you go. Looks like Eddie Speed's company is foreclosing on somebody in Houston, Texas. All right. That's funny. I don't know what this is, so it might be worth looking at. The Contessa Capital, Cornerstone Home Lending, Cosmopolitan, Condo Owners Association. Let's go get rid of that. Let's get rid of Countrywide as well. Boom. Homeowners, another home condo association. Let's get rid of it. So we're about a seventh of the way through the list. Danbury Investments, Danny Wynn. You know, see, these are all potential. Deutsche Bank, let's get rid of them because they're just not going to sell anything below big portfolio. Okay. Now, on some of these private investors too, could you reach out to them to see if they'd be willing to sell the note at a discount? They're probably not willing to sell the note because it's a one-off aspect of things. They probably can't take a big. Same thing with some of these smaller banks. They may not be willing to sell a one-off note. That's okay, but you're using these to get into the right spot. Face servicing, out of Chicago, they might be willing to take a look at it. Let's do Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. Fifth Third Bank, I've gotten their list before. Finance of America Reverse LLC. That's a reverse mortgage company. You might be able to get something from them. Flagstar, we've gotten stuff from them before. Fondren Council of Co-Owners. No, that's good. For those. Franklin Investments, don't know. Freedom Mortgage Company, this reverse mortgage company. Man, look at that. There's a lot of people that passed away. They're getting foreclosed on. You might be able to reach out to them to get their list. But for the sake of it, we're just going to, I know that I like to foreclose most of the time. So let's just go ahead. And delete them off. Okay. Gateway, First Bank, Get Sit, we bought from them. General Holdings, here's another condo association. Guild Mortgage Company, don't know it. Brookstone Trust, here's another condo association. Let's get rid of them. These are when you start seeing HHI HUD 2024 2 LLC. I don't know. Let's look over here just for the heck of it. Now, notice I have not gone after the address. I haven't even looked at the addresses on any of these four because I'm not focused on that. But I just want to see. Let's see if these are residential houses or what. 3-bedroom, 3-bath. Yeah, so they're actual homes. So maybe it's probably a HUD loan. It's gonna be a little harder to get a hold of. So we're just for the sake of going to get rid of it because we're gonna have plenty of resources to look at. Okay. Hi-Fi Hard Money, High Yield Realty LC, Hong Nin, he's back on here again. Okay, he actually owns some property here in Austin. It's going to foreclosure. It's kind of funny. HSBC Bank, we're gonna get rid of them. Idaho Housing and Finance, I have not seen them before, but it might be worth well, they got a lot here. It's all the same attorney too. It might be worth reaching out to them. I don't know. I've never called them or contacted them before. So to make it a little bit easier for us, where I think you get the biggest bang for your buck. I mean, reach out. What the heck? It doesn't hurt to reach out to them. We'll leave them in there. Okay. Independence Financial, Independence Bank of Commerce. That's IBC. We've bought notes from them before. Here's another Inverness Road Park Association. Get rid of your associations. Investor Lending LLC. Okay. James E. Alm. Here's a private investor. James W. White, private investor. Jet Lending. That's a hard money lender. Jeffries Loan Corp. Okay. JP Capital Group. Okay. JP Morgan Mortgage Acquisition Corp. We're going to get rid of them because JP Morgan doesn't sell except in big tranches. So we got rid of them. Lakeview Loan Servicing does not sell on an individual basis. And they're foreclosing on a lot. Usually know the bigger bank in a lot of cases. So Lakeview's, man, they're getting rid of a lot. So we're getting rid of Lamar, Council Co-Owners, Lancer, 10 Home Associations. Think we're going to get rid of them. Larry the Lender, LLC. That's funny. He's foreclosed on too. Lending R Us. Who knows? Liberty Bank and Trust Company, Liberty's Banker Life Insurance. Okay. Lone Ranger Capital, they're a hard money lender. They're not looking to sell. If they're going to foreclose, they're going to take the property back most of the time. Okay. Let's get rid of that. LoanDepot.com, Loan Care. Okay. Lone Star Financial. These are all things that you pick up the phone and get reached out. Los Pinos Investors LP. Don't know. Let's see here. Here's another private investor. There's a trust company, Malv Fund LLC. Here's HOA foreclosing. We're going to get rid of them. Another lender's passed away. Here's another HOA. We get rid of mid-first. They're not going to usually sell a one-off note. I've been down that list before. I mean, if you want to reach out to mid-first bank, you can. You can go to mid-first bank and look for special asset manager on LinkedIn. Okay. Capital markets and see if you can't get a hold of the right person there. Okay. We're getting rid of Morgan Stanley private bank. They're not going to sell anything. Nation Star Mortgage. It's now Mr. Cooper, I guess you could say. You're going to get rid of that. You probably get rid of Navy Federal Credit Union as well, too. They may or may not, for the most part. New Residential Mortgage Loan Trust. I don't know that company. Next bank. Let's see. North Point. Aquin Loan Acquisition Trust. No, go ahead and get rid of that. Let's go get rid of the Homeowners Association. Pacific Climbing. PennyMac might sell, so it's worth keeping them on their PHH, and we'll sell their commercial, but not their residential. So we're going to get rid of them. PHH, Piper's Crossing Association. Okay. Plains Capital Bank might. Planet Home Lending looks like probably a hard money lender. Plantation Lake Civic Improvement Association. We're going to get rid of that. I know it's kind of boring, but just to give you an idea. Yeah, PNC is not going to sell. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Popular Bank might. I think we bought from Banco Popular. Don't know if it's the same company. All right. Let's get rid of this. This is another Homeowners Association. Priority Investor Loans. Reach out to them. Red Oak. All right, here we go. Start getting more HOAs. Regions Bank may be willing to sell. PFF, River Oaks, Council of Homeowners, get rid of that. Rocket Mortgage, we've gotten a list from them on a regular basis, but they're usually in Texas. They're just going to foreclose for the most part. Okay. Let's keep going down here. Schumer Yarborough Development. Okay. Seattle Bank, I've seen them pop up, but I have not reached out to them. Security Finance Federal Credit. You can leave the credit unions in here. I know all the time, don't bother contacting credit unions on the normal, like reaching out basis, but they're foreclosed on too. It might make sense to reach out to for the heck of it, because every credit union might be a little bit different on it, but you're not going to see a lot from them. All right, Serve Bank, SB, Shell Point Mortgage Servicing. I don't know. It's a servicing company. Smith Mortgage, Soundview. Here's another one. Now, here's an interesting. St. John's United Methodist Church is foreclosing on an asset. Who are they foreclosing on? Oh. So St. John's, the Methodist Church, is foreclosing on the Missionary Baptist Church. Where is this property located? Yeah, okay. It's a church in Houston. That's kind of funny. The Methodists are foreclosing on the Baptists. I've not seen that before. That's kind of interesting. But hey, maybe they'd be willing to sell you the note at a discount versus them being the bad guys and foreclosing. Okay. Stellar Bank, Sugar Hill Townhomes Association, Supreme Lending, Surplus Sales and Auction Company. We got some contractors foreclosing. Sydney Harbor HOA. As always, I mean, there's no differentiation on if this is a first or second that's foreclosing. So one of the things you're always going to want to double check is to pull title on the asset to make sure you're foreclosing from the senior lien position, first lien, not a second lien position. So some of these may be a second lien, junior lien. Okay. Texas Bay Credit Union, Texas Capital Loans, Texas Dow Employees Credit Union, Texas Funding, Bank of New York Mellon. Let's get rid of them. Owners Association, Grovewood Condo Association, the Owner Finance Company, Third Coast Bank, Uh, Another private investor, Trident Realty, Truist Bank. We see some of Truist Bank's notes uh, look at before, so it's worth reaching out to them. UMB Bank and United Wholesale Mortgage might be willing to. They're a little bit different. This is a net branch in Houston. Looks like they're foreclosing on 3. It's worth taking a look at it. University Trace Condo Association. Let's get rid of them. U.S. Bank is not going to sell you a one-off note, so we can get rid of a big chunk of their stuff. Now they sell stuff, but in big tranches usually. All right, so let's get rid of U.S. Bank, U.S. Bank, U.S. Bank Trust. Yeah, they've got a lot they're foreclosing on. U.S. Small, USBA, we don't want that. Vanderbilt Mortgage is a lender for mobile homes. They do not sell. I've spoke to them several times. Okay. They won't, if they're going to foreclose, they're going to take it back unless you want to pay full value for it. So get rid of Vanderbilt Mortgage. Community Bank, I don't know. Wellbe Financial, Wells Fargo Bank, you can get rid of Wells Fargo because they're not going to sell a one-off note. Got a couple home associations. Okay. Wilmington Savings Funds Society. I think that's just get rid of them. They're not going to usually sell you a one-off note, if I remember correctly. I mean, you can try to track them down. It's a different attorney foreclosing on some of these, so maybe you can get lucky and get a hold of the right. So Wilmington Trust, get rid of them too, and then you can get that last one is Woodway Place Condo. So now that leaves us roughly. Let's resort this because we had some spaces in there. Custom sort. Okay. All right, so that leaves us. We take our original list, which was 774, and now that has brought it down to 374. So we got rid of basically 400, half the list, over half the list roughly. Now, there's some stuff you might get, but this would be the list that I work off of. Okay. And what I would do is I would then filter it by those that have the most. Like I would make a phone call to Idaho Housing and Finance Association. Let's do this. Idaho Housing and Finance. All right. Now let's, for the example, so we're sitting on good time here. Let's go on over here to LinkedIn. There we go. So we're on my profile here. Just go up to home. And let's just type in, let's just paste that in. B, Idaho Housing and Finance Assistance. They're out of Boise, Idaho. Okay. And let's look at Idaho Housing and Finance Corporation. You click it, that takes it over there. Let's look at people. And what we want to look down, oh, look, Capital Markets Manager right there, Mike Reap. So let's send him a message. Houston properties going to foreclosure. And then we'll just type in, hey, Mike. I see that Idaho So what I'm doing is typing this email, say, hey, Mike, I see that Idaho Housing is foreclosing on a chunk of properties in Houston, Harris County, Texas this next week. Would you be the individual to talk to about buying some of your non-performing notes on properties all across the country? I've been buying NPNs for my own portfolio for over 20 years. Almost, well, no, not quite, for almost 20 years. And would love to see if this might interest you guys. Thanks in advance. Look forward to talking. I'm gonna put my phone number down. He doesn't need my cell phone, or he doesn't need my email because he's literally in mail to him. 512-585-310. Now, I would make a note of that, Mike Reap, because then I would basically reach out and see if he's got. I'm gonna hit send. Send that through InMail. So it's one of my 45 monthly emails. I'm gonna click on contact information. Right? Nope, just that. Okay. So now what I could do is I could take his profile up here, hit copy, and go to oh, what was the website that we like using? It is I know I saved it here. I talked about it at the Rocket Reach. That's it, Rocket Reach. I'm gonna Rocket Reach in there. I'm gonna paste his URL. And there it is. And now I have it. Let's see what we have here. I have a work email, potentially. I have a generic phone number. Okay. He might not be the right guy. All right. But he's a capital markets manager. That may be worth reaching out to. But I have ihfa.org. So I could do Mike Reap, Mike.Reap. You know, that's the kind of stuff. Let's see if it'll let me get contact info. Mike Reap, Mike, there we go. Mike R at ihfa.org. Copy, and now I'll go over to email. Hit new email. I'm gonna hit paste that in there. Hey, Mike, I'm going to say Idaho Housing foreclosure properties in Houston, Texas. I'm going to say urgent. And say, hey, Mike, I came across that you might be the right person at IHFA to discuss the list of properties that you are foreclosing on in Harris County, Texas. I'm actually interested in buying the debt on these or others or other non-performing notes that IHFA holds across the country. Would you be that person? Would you be the right person to talk to? Buying for my own portfolio, and I've been buying notes for almost 20 years. Thanks. I'll put my phone for 512-585-3810. Smash. Now what we're going to do on this one, we're going to put an important thing. We're also going to put, let's put a read receipt on this thing. Request delivery and a read receipt. And hit send. That way, if we see that he gets it and opens it, Now that we know it's the right email, we know that he's looked at it. So that was what we could do with that aspect. Now let's take it back. Let's go back a little bit further, back to LinkedIn, and let's do the same thing again. Whoops, let's click on LinkedIn up here. Let's go back and see if there's another person at. All right, let's see here. Loan acquisition specialist, no. Communications coordinator, accounts payable, no. Accomplished director of operations, no. That might be, they might all be HUD loans. In that case, they may not be willing to sell them all off. Let's see, closing coordinator, president, Idaho. I think I'll just reach out to Gerald Hunter. Go to the top. Just trying to see if there's a special assets manager, secondary marketing, vice president loan servicing. No, we don't want to call the servicing department. Pooling loans for Idaho Housing and Finance Association. That's something I've not seen before. Well, what they're doing is pooling loans basically from their other branches. So that's not the right. It's probably not the right. Okay. Idaho Housing Finance Director of Home. Nope, nope. I'm just going through the different. I'm looking for a hot button. Special assets, secondary marketing, whole loan trader, not loan acquisitions. It's hazard claims, nope. Database administrator. Secondary marketing, Kara DeWitt. That is what we're looking for right there. Secondary marketing. Let's click on her profile. She's only got 12 contacts. So sending a message on here isn't going to really help anything, but let's go back over here. Bingo, bango, bongo, baby. All right, let's drop it into Rocket Reach. Same thing. Let's go home. Let's drop Kara's LinkedIn. Let's see if we can't find something for her. Kara DeWitt, same thing. Phone number, get contact info. But we already know how it's set up, right? It was with the previous guy, it was Mike R. This was probably Kara D. Look at that, Kara D at IFGA. Perfect. So we're going to copy that email. Copy. We're going to go over here at mail. Oh, look at this. You see? Oh, this email was deleted without being read on Monday. Well, that's interesting. Okay. They didn't like it. Your message selected there was a destination list below. Somebody deleted without reading it. Well, let's go over here, try it again. Let's try Kara. And let's go what we just sent. We'll just copy the same message. Drafts. Harris County foreclosures. Houston, Texas. We'll just say urgent. Same thing. Hi, Kara. Came across. Same thing. Let's go ahead and put options on it. Press delivery receipt. Press read receipt. Okay. And let's go ahead and make it. Let's just hit send. See what happens. It's been sent. All right. See what happens if anything pops in there already. Okay. But that's what you do. That's literally the process of going through this on this list of looking to see if you get the right person in contact. Hey, you know, you can hire a VA to do this for you as well. I like looking on LinkedIn, see if I can find that information, use Rocket Reach. But the biggest thing, it all starts with a list. So the RODI list, if you're looking for stuff in Texas, or you're looking for distressed stuff, or investing in Texas is one of your things, you know, the RODI list is what it is. And once again, If you want to go to, we'll share the link to the the tracking link so you guys can, and then the discount code so you can get $20 off your monthly order. That for you. It's their design to help you out. And when I approached the guys over at Foreclosures and Listing Service about helping you guys be discount, they were all for it. They love what we do here. They know we've been clients. They know we've promoted them. And you guys know me. I don't promote something that I don't use that's not going to be or not going to be valuable to what you guys use. And if you're looking for stuff, this is a great way to find distressed assets or distressed notes or banks or lenders, banks or private investors or hard money lenders who have distressed notes looking to foreclose. Maybe they're willing to sell. What's the worst thing going to happen? They could say no to you, right? So that's kind of what I wanted to go through with you today here on Money Monday. I hope this was valuable. Did you guys have, I go with a few folks here online. Did you guys have any questions about what we discussed today? Going through this list for you. Pretty, once you see me go through it, it's pretty cut and dry, right? Now, one thing I meant to bring up here before, let me jump back over here and share the spreadsheet with you one more time. Here we go, back to the spreadsheet. Okay, so now let's go over here. You see the list. Let's go over to the previous listing and just now filter this by previous listing. There we go. And say just yes, get rid of the blanks. And those have been on there before. So there might be a little bit more motivated to get rid of some of the stuff like Arvest Bank or Bank Corp South. Doing the same search. Hey, see, you got a foreclosure on here. It's been listed on the MLS, been listed for foreclosure for quite a while. Now, a lot of times they may be listed for foreclosure. So the great thing about this, if it's been listed for foreclosure like it is, but also listed on here and has been a previous listing, it may actually already be up for foreclosure. I'm sorry, be on the MLS. Okay. So let's do that. Oops. Let's just go over and copy, paste it in, share. And see if just this one alone has been on the MLS. So no. Oh, wait, it had. It sold. When did it sell? So it sold a year ago. So this is somebody, see, you got nice photos on this. Yeah, this is a listing from a year ago. So they bought it. Somebody bought it in March. Let's go back to the list, shall we? Nice looking property. 2538 Southgate. All right, let's look here. Escape. Let's just highlight this. You see what I'm talking about here. We look at the numbers on. Okay, so was probably a hard money loan. Oh, they got a little bit of equity, 109,000. That's still not bad. Unpaid balance 524. And you say it's a commercial loan. So, yep, basically March of last year they bought it for 522. And it expired. It was a 6-month loan. So it was all, yeah. So this has been basically matured since September. It's valued at about 633. They bought some money down to it. So that's what you can see. Same thing with this. Would it be worth if there's no email there? That might be something to think about there for you. Anyway, but that's what I'm getting at. That's a potential. Let's reach out to them and see. Well, let's see if it's been on there for 6 months. If they're motivated and selling the note. Now let's see who the borrower is. We start a lender. What did I do? Okay, previous listing, yeah. And this is BFSR3 LLC. I have no idea who that. But these LLCs might be a little bit easier to find. Okay. Boom. Let's go over here to this. New. Spacious Estates, BFSR3 versus Spacious Estates. Oh, this is so okay. I'd be willing to bet that this is, well, they're this foreclosure sale, Boomerang Properties. These addresses, Boomerang Capital Partners. So this is a company. Yeah, okay. There you go. So versus is care of Boomerang Capital Partners. Let's look at this. Now we have the foreclosure listing here. This is another one in Houston. This is back last year. So yeah, Boomerang Capital Partners LLC, 21 to 52 South Vineyard Drive. Okay. Capital Partners. All right, so they're a hard money lending company. There's a phone number to call on them to see if they're interested in potentially selling the notes, since they've got a few that they're foreclosing on here. So asset-based renovation financing and asset-based flips, 6-month loans. Okay. Yep. See, cosmetic flips. Our team, managing director Andrew Bang, director of lending, vice president loan officer, loan processor, analyst. I'm just looking to see if we can see anybody that's a operations assistant. No. So what we'd probably do is call them, and probably director of lending, Mr. Bang, Andrew Bang. Is there a link on here? No. Let's see here. About us, our team. Let's see, is there a contact thing? Yeah, you can do this here. So you just say, yeah, we could do this. I'm trying to reach the right person in charge of your non-performing interested in seeing if your firm is interested in selling the notes on your foreclosure on the properties are foreclosing on in Texas and across the country. Thanks. Submit. We'll see if they respond, and then I can always pick up the phone and give them a phone call. All right. That's kind of interesting thing. There we go. So LLCs are an entity. Hard money lenders may be willing to sell. They may not be willing to sell. That one's got some equity in it. It's been listed or was sold. Maybe you can pick it up, even with a little bit of a discount. If you can foreclose quickly, right? You make 10, 15%. Now, the whole thing about this is they're probably not going to sell that one if it goes to foreclosure this month. If it goes to foreclosure in a week, they're probably not going to sell the debt. They're probably just going to go finish it. But that's Texas. Maybe they have stuff elsewhere that's in a longer foreclosure process. This one's been around since September. Maybe they're motivated to sell it at a bit of a discount. And if you can buy that note at a bit of a discount, even 10, 20% below the full payoff, that's a 10 to 20% profit at the foreclosure auction next month or whenever it happens. And you buying that note, if that foreclosure has been delayed, you can always go in and say, listen, or it's been stalled waiting. Go ahead and finish it off. Like, listen, you've had 6 months basically, or actually, this is coming up on 6 months to get this thing done. Ain't going to happen. Let's go ahead and foreclose or do a deed in lieu of cash for keys and go from there. All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns about this stuff, guys? This is not rocket science, but it is designed for you to find deals. And yes, a little bit of work, but it pays off big. Because what if you get an Idaho Savings or whatever the other company we're looking at, to literally send you their list every month, every quarter, every week. That's continued deal flow that you ain't got to send any postcards out, any letter campaigns. All you've got is the only thing that's cost you so far would be your subscription to the Roddy list or your foreclosure list, your email, and your internet free for the most part, or your phone service. So go out, take some action, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it was helpful. Go get signed up for Roddy today, Roddy's list, FLS Online. Use the code WeCloseNotes to get your $20 off. And we look forward to seeing you at the top. Go out, take some action, buddy. and we'll see you later. Thanks everybody for joining in. Bye. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be with you today. Really excited for this episode. We're going to dive into something we don't talk that much about. I mean, we've talked about it in the past, is commercial real estate. And our special guest today it's funny, you see people who convert or leave jobs or change professions. And our special guest today, he is a retired pharmacist turned real estate investor with roughly, just about 1 million square feet in commercial real estate that he's got under management. He's also the author of a book you definitely want to check out called Value Over Volume, The Foundation of Commercial Real Estate. And it's a great book. We'll dive into that. I know a lot of folks have been asking about commercial real estate. We'll talk about distressed markets right now, what's going on, and how this guy and his team are doing something I think that you guys will find valuable. So, out of Cincinnati, our friend Tan Truong is joining us here today on the Note Close Show. Tan, how's it going, man?
It's going well, brother. Thank you for having me on. You love your show. You're absolutely kicking ass over there, and you add a lot of value. So I'm excited to have this conversation with you today.
Well, thank you. Are doing the same thing too. I appreciate you having me on a couple weeks back. Looking forward to that episode coming out, and we'll make sure and link that in the show here to my interview in there. But before we dive in, I mean, your backstory, your evolution, your origin Marvel story, stuff like that. What attracted you to commercial real estate versus residential real estate once you left being a pharmacist?
Yeah, so like Scott mentioned, I practiced pharmacy for about roughly 3 years or so. I left New Year's Eve of 2020, and during my practice, even like during pharmacy school, I was actually learning about investments, learning about equities, just trying to figure out ways to get my money to work for me, and went down a couple rabbit holes with equities, stock investing, etc. And naturally that led me to real estate. And within real estate, I started small, with single family, small multis. I pretty much did the whole nine. I held, I wholesaled, I flipped, did a couple wraps, some sub twos, small things like that, but I've never bought a note, right? So I had a couple partners there. We started butting heads a little bit, and we decided to divest, just sell everything, split off, go our own ways. And luckily, it was an amicable breakup. And from there, I was kind of lost. I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do. Should I continue doing the same thing, or do I continue to look and scale bigger? So that naturally led me to commercial real estate because I was really just interested in the intricacies of it. It's one of those where I just don't know about it, so I want to know about it. And that just brought me down another rabbit hole of, YouTube University, getting on podcasts and just listening to all the experts that are out there. But again, that wasn't enough. Everything that I found was pretty rudimentary, and it didn't give me every aspect of it so that I felt comfortable to do it myself. Luckily, I found a mentor who's now my business partner, and we kind of ran from there. And to answer your question, Scott, what I like about it is that we're dealing with business owners. In residential, I'm sure your listeners yourself have a ton of horror stories, right? And in commercial, again, you're dealing with business owners. You don't really, you're going to have your fair share of horror stories, but from my experience, not as bad. I love the aspect of talking to a business owner, partnering with them through the landlord-tenant relationship, and trying to figure out ways to either help their business or, helping them succeed in their tenancy in general. And I love learning about business too, right? Each different business has its own different nuances. So that's one aspect of it. Secondarily, I think with the coolness or the creativity of all the leases that you can do within the commercial space is very intriguing to me. And it helps the NOI a little bit and therefore gets your value on the back end or that general commercial asset to increase a little bit better.
Great stuff. The great stuff. Love it. Now, when you're talking commercial real estate and offices and stuff like that, what's your kind of your niche? That if you talk about commercial estate, what's your favorite niche that you guys are targeting for the most part in today's market?
So for me, my bread and butter is retail and industrial. I think I navigate or I'm attracted to those assets a little bit more. Right now, however, I think office is presenting a really, really nice opportunity. ever since COVID, it kind of went down the shitter, and
Yep.
for 2 years or so, it was just getting beat down like crazy. You're seeing offices go for pennies on the dollar, tons of foreclosures, and just recently, it's starting to shift back to I wouldn't say back to normal, but it's on a tr upward trajectory. So, back then during the probably a year after COVID, during COVID, maybe even 2 years after COVID, you're probably seeing cap rates that are, 15, 20%. They're trying to get rid of these things, and sometimes they wouldn't even sell. Again, lots of foreclosures and whatnot, and now you're actually seeing some bounce back towards normalcy. And normalcy back in the day was probably you're probably seeing offices that were 80, 90% occupied, some at 100, but now you're still seeing offices that are, anywhere from 20 to 50% occupied, and in the better markets, some are close to 75, 80%.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely we've seen our fair share of struggle here in Austin, Texas, with the office side of things. So what are and you're not investing all across the country. You've got some bread and butter markets that you like, that we can narrow down a little bit. The reason I asked that is we've got a ton of listeners out there that are coming across different tapes, different lists and stuff like that. So when I was on your show, I was like, "Hey man, we got to have you on your show because we could actually put some bird dogs in place here for you to find valuable stuff." So if you're listening to this and you're targeting asset managers, you're looking to get in commercial notes, and you don't know what the heck you're looking at, this episode is designed to give you an opportunity, somebody who's taking advantage of the markets where I see some opportunity too, but also as potential stuff. So you're kind of in that Rust Belt area, like Midwest area where I think there's better value. It's not so many fluctuate. It has been such a big fluctuation in a lot of cases. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So I'll look anywhere within the US. I typically avoid the coastal states. One, they're a little bit more expensive, and two, I don't have an advantage over the investors that are there. And the cap rates, you have to be boots on the ground to really find some really good deals out there. So for me, again, I don't have a competitive advantage to looking at deals that are in those areas. But outside of that, I'll look anywhere. But bread and butter from a market perspective is really the Midwest. You can really find a lot of opportunities here from a cost basis, and it hasn't appreciated as well as some of the larger markets. Like Cincinnati is a smaller metro compared to, Houston or Dallas and, California, LA, San Francisco, New York, things like that. So I try to look where other people are not looking, and I try to find places that are still not yet rampant when it comes to market prices and evolution. So again, Midwest is kind of where I'm sticking to right now, and that's where I still find a lot of opportunities.
hmm Now you're both looking at office, retail, and industrial a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Retail, that's made all the news of all these businesses closing and for lease signs and stuff like that. What's your plan with that? Is it also just going in and find maybe single or multi-tenant buildings that want to stick around for a while, or mismanagement? What are your kind of your I guess you say your parameters, your buy box that you look for?
So I'll preface this by saying, when you're looking at all the news that are coming out in retail, like there's a lot of shit that comes up, and a lot of it's clickbait, right?
Yep.
And a lot of these big boxes are going out of business. You got, what is it, J.C. Penney, Toys R Us, Macy's, Dillard's. Those big boxes are going out of business. I get it. That's scary. It definitely pushes you away from wanting to invest in retail. However, a lot of those news outlets are not highlighting the positives of retail. There's a lot of companies out there that are opening hundreds of stores, Aldi, Wawa, a couple other grocers and smaller companies out there are still expanding, opening up businesses across the country. So again, those are news that you don't see. And if you really look at the data, Marcus Millichap, they come out with great data. If you have CoStar, Crexi, you can kind of see some of those data in your local market. And retail is actually performing very well. And with the vacancies and occupancies that you're seeing in the area, it's slowly improving. It has improved, I should say. And honestly, I think the vacancy is at one of its lowest points ever. And that comes down to the brick and mortar stores. It comes down to how these businesses operate. I know people are scared of the Amazon effect and all that. But at the end of the day, if you really think about it, you can't really buy a pizza from Amazon. You know, you have to really buy it from a brick and mortar store. They deliver it to you, right? Or can you buy a haircut on Amazon? You really can't, you know, unless somehow they have people come straight to you and do the haircut in home. That might be a decent business model. But things like that, service-based businesses that still need that brick and mortar presence. And, you know, I talk to a lot of guys, and what they're seeing is that if they transition everything online, they're going to actually lose some market presence. So a lot of times you see regional centers or regional malls or whatnot, they have a brick and mortar there just to have their name brand shown to people, letting them know that they're still there. It's technically it's marketing, right? So to answer your question, I still think I see positive growth in retail. I think a lot of these businesses, no matter how many online conglomerates come up or how technology shifts everything, these businesses will find a way to adapt. And again, some of these other businesses that you see that are closing down, they did not adapt. And that is the repercussion, you know, closing down stores. I'm sure they still have an online presence, but I bet you some of their sales are decreasing pretty rapidly or you know extravagantly to the point where they can't have a store, right? That they just didn't adapt that well. Does that answer your question?
Totally answers my question on that too. It's like Best Buy. We see that with Best Buy, kind of bringing in other things versus just appliance or electronics. I think that they're doing some like furniture here locally with one of the other bigger name brands, or them going to smaller like the cubicles, like the old red box cubicle stuff in the airport where you can buy electronics directly from them or other places or smaller stores in the malls to avoid that big overhead and all the utilities that go along with a big box brand. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Now,
Yeah, I mean,
when you look at price, I'm a big believer that the biggest opportunity is that small balance commercial stuff like that, 5 million and below. Is that kind of where you're looking at for the most part? In a lot of
yes,
cases?
my sweet spot, I'm looking at anything around 2 to 10 million. I'd say 2 to 8 million is kind of where the really sweet spot is. Anywhere in between there, as soon as you get over that $10 million mark, now you're playing with the heavy hitters, right?
Yeah.
Your big firms, BlackRock, etc., and they have pretty much more money than God, and they can just they're gonna buy you out, right?
They're
They're gonna
just printing money there. I mean, at
oh
1%, I mean, less than 1% what they're paying. Yeah,
yeah,
it's hard
yeah.
to compete. But they're so big, they don't want that smaller balance commercial stuff in a lot of cases, right?
Correct, correct. And they have the ability to buy cash. Like even if I jump into that space, maybe I can operate it a little bit better if it's local to me. But at the end of the day, you know, I typically underwrite with a commercial loan in place, and they're going to come in buy cash. And any owner, they're going to take a cash with better terms over someone like me who wants a little bit longer DD to get my ducks in a row and having to deal with the bank with all their third party reports and red tape and whatnot. So they're going to beat me probably 9.5 times out of 10.
Right. Well, but that's the thing is you carve out that niche. It's kind of like that movie War Dogs. You know what I mean? We live on the crumbs. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
make a good investment in the crumbs there for you out there. Now that you add kind of brought up the next question I was going to ask you with the financing side of it. So you're raising capital, do syndications? Are you taking over existing financing, getting some owner financing to create stuff done in a lot of your different projects?
Yeah, so historically, that was probably one of the biggest things that we had to do because prices were pretty high to the point where we couldn't really, you know, when we underwrite, we come in, I would like to have a cash flow from day one. And ideally, in a perfect world, it'd be somewhere around 10% cash on cash day one. And if I can add some value, that would jump it up to mid 20s, hopefully 30s. And obviously, you have your value on the back end. And a lot of times, the bank financing, as you guys know, like with all the rates that have increased in the past, it's really hard to do that. And you know, rates were at 7.5%, and you're getting cap rates at 7.5%. You're already neutral, right? And if you get a deal that's at a lower cap rate, you're already in the red. So your business plan has to be really intact. But in the past, we've done some seller financing. We've looked at assumable notes because if it's something that's in the favorable terms, that would help us cash flow a little bit better. Right now, we'll underwrite at the bank rates that are provided to us. We're looking at around six and a half now. And I don't know if you guys know, but the Feds have just cut 25 bips, and they're looking at cutting another 50 bips by the end of the year 2025. So might be a little bit more favorable in the future, but again, Now we underwrite around 6.5 for our interest rates. If we can get a better term with our sellers, if they're providing seller financing, or if we can assume a note at a better rate or better terms, perfect. Um, I love the aspect of seller financing because within that space, there's a lot of levers that you can pull. It's not just a lot of people harp on just the terms or just the rate, I should say. But at the end of the day, you have a couple other levers you can pull when you're negotiating with the seller, i.e., 40-year AMs or even longer. You can go to a 100-year AM if you want, right?
Right.
Or you could do interest only for a certain amount of time. You could tier your payments to the seller, or you can do a reverse amortization. I love walkable notes as well. So you have to get really creative when times are tough, and those are the guys that will be able to construct a deal when times are difficult.
Yeah, when you got to motivate sellers, they definitely get flexible in a couple of things. We always say, you can have your price, and then I'm going to have my terms. If you want your terms, I'm going to get a better price for it. There's a bit of a
100%.
negotiation. You know what I mean? And making sure the numbers make sense for you on that. When you say walkable note, what do you mean by that?
So you can structure a note with a seller to be able to take that loan and put it onto another asset of equal value or better, right? So at the end of the day, it's a really flexible note where you can kind of put it to another asset as collateral.
So kind of cross collateralize it then in a
Correct.
lot of cases. Okay, okay, that's what you
Correct.
mean. Just basically cross
Correct.
collateralizing with different assets,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Okay,
So
cool.
for example, Scott, let's say you're the owner, you're the seller, I'm buying it from you. We get onto, let's say you're going to loan me $1 million. I pay you X amount of dollars per month. But I have a clause in there that is eligible to make it walkable. And the stipulation is that an it has to go to an asset that is of equal or better value. So I'm like, okay, I actually want to buy this asset now, and I'm gonna get another loan for this one in some way, shape, or form with your original property. But now I want to take your loan and put it on this property that I want to purchase. And let's say it's worth $3 million instead of, one or two. I can do that with a walkable note.
So it's, as long as it's the same seller, is what you're saying, or
Well, you're my bank.
yeah.
You're my bank, so I can take that loan from with you and take it to another property. And
Oh,
obviously,
okay.
yeah,
Very nice. I like that. So it's kind of like a 1031 exchange, but with the debt side of
with
it,
the
not
debt
the
side.
actual prop. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah. Just assigning it to a different asset in a lot of cases and keeping the
correct.
terms in place. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Now, with it being in commercial real estate and stuff like that, you're not having to proof up your FICO scores and stuff like that. It's more about experience and kind of what's going on in the actual cash flow of the asset, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm sure the banks will check our credit score and whatnot, but generally they prioritize your experience before anything else. And obviously relationships, right? So we've been dealing with the same, we love community banks
Yeah.
and because they've bent over backwards for us and we've worked with the same one for, well, I have to say my partner because he has a lot more experience than I have, 15 years or so with the same bank. I've only been in for roughly 4 years and some change, so my relationship with them is still young.
Mhm.
But
Well, but the thing being said too, I love it. What you said, community banks have been hit the hardest because they're the ones that finance about 70% of this commercial debt
yeah,
since 2015. We can say when it's beforehand, it was Wall Street financing most of that debt.
right.
And community banks too, they don't have the ability to recover if something's going south pretty fast.
It'll be
That's
tougher.
yeah,
Yeah,
the Fed will step in and say, "Hey, your reserves have to go up." So bringing in somebody in that allows to allow. I mean, we even see that on the note side of business. We're buying a distressed note in commercial property. If it's over $1 million, that bank will often finance our note purchase because they don't want to lose that relationship.
love that.
And we only have to bring 10 to 20% down or zero, depending on how far upside down that asset is originally. So
Yeah, yeah.
where do you see are you deal with the same headaches when you're dealing with borrowers or tenants too? And lots, I mean, not borrowers, you're the borrower, but with tenants sometimes struggling to get by on things. What are some of the workout things you've done as far as commercial leases and stuff like that? I'm sure you've had to modify it or work with a borrower in a lot of cases, like you said earlier on, depending on where they're at and what the story behind the story is, right?
Yeah, I mean, so fortunately, we haven't had a lot of tenants that really wanted to forbear or couldn't pay their rents, right? But
Mhm.
there were a few, and in that circumstance, we try to make it a win-win for both parties, right? Okay, maybe you can't pay your entire rent, but what can you do?
Yeah.
What if I, what if we gave you a month or two of a pass and just kind of added on to the end of your term? Would that help you? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Or if, what if we cut the rent in half? Or, what do you need? So a lot of times it's figuring out a problem. What obviously the problem is they can't make rent, but okay, what are our solutions? How can we help you overcome this little hurdle that we're running into? Those are two of the primary things that we've done in the past. And if at the end of the day they can't do that, we kind of have to part ways. And obviously that comes down to evictions if you have to go there and just breaking the lease, right? And we've also had other occurrences where tenants would just pretty much ghost us and bounce. And that's a pretty shitty situation. So one of my stories here, I had a flex space building an hour north of Cincinnati. Got this deal off market, and it was a seller leaseback deal. So it's where the seller sold it to us. They leased out X amount of space for X amount or Y amount of terms, time, right? So the building was roughly 60% occupied. The previous seller took up 60% and signed a 5-year lease. The 40% was our upside. So we leased it out to a smaller mom and pop Amazon FBA type business. Paid rent for a couple months, did some improvements to the space, but then after that, just pretty much left without talking to us. Communication stopped and left the space as is, which was nice, but you know, you can't just break out a lease. Like, why wouldn't you communicate with your landlord? Like, what's going on
Right.
here, right? So in that case, and we were out roughly 50 grand in commissions for that deal. And so after a period of time, we filed with the court for, well, we didn't really file eviction because he's already out, but we filed
Mhm.
for collections, right? For a judgment. And I don't know, the
Right.
judgment was pretty much the term of his lease and everything that we've missed out on, commission included.
No.
The problem with that, so a lot of times in commercial, you want a personal guarantee. But what I've slowly found out is that personal guarantees are pretty much worth dog shit because the collections that you're going to go through with attorneys, it gets pricey, right? But the the likelihood of you actually collecting on a tenant or any person is very low. It's like less than 1%. Even if you're able to find like their bank account or if they had another business, you can put garnishes on it. If they had other properties, you can put a lien on it. But, you know, how, let's take that scenario. If they had a property, you put a lien on it, when are they going to sell it? So you could probably
Mhm.
sit on your hands for shit, a couple years, decades even before you even see anything. And now, if they don't have any other assets, what are you going to garnish? And if you are able to find their bank accounts, they can literally just drain that bank account the next day, and you're left with, again, nothing, right? Or the other alternative is the tenant or the person can just file for bankruptcy, and now you really got nothing, right? And you've gone through all the legal paperwork, costs, etc. So that's why your collection rate is so low. So lesson learned there would be, you would want to screen your tenants a little bit better, and we've done the background checks and whatnot. We've looked at their balance sheet and their history in business. So I don't know how much tighter you can get when you're evaluating a tenant, but I would try to figure that out for the next one. Um, and for that deal, the seller actually started slow paying us. It was one of those where their business was not generating enough profits, so they couldn't fulfill their rent obligations. So in that scenario, every they were paying half their rent for X amount of time.
Mhm.
And eventually, luckily, they got caught up, and so the rest is history on that one.
That's why I agree with you there. When I was a landlord, I wouldn't go after back rents or deficiencies. I just would 1099 them for the lost rents, any repairs I have to do, because that made an immediate impact, on our, what we got taxed on, and then they had the burden of paying taxes on that the benefit, you know what I mean? And it made a bigger dent in our bottom line versus trying to chase somebody for 2 years. It's hard to chase.
Yeah,
If they're not in business and don't have a lot of resources, it's hard to beat a horse when it's down. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. So you W-9 them?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah,
Yep. repairs, you know, the rent for how many long, if they leave, stuff like that, late fees too, anything else like that, some stuff like, if I have to repair the property, those costs go into it as well,
Got
you
it.
know?
I love that. Yeah, I haven't
Yeah.
tried
So,
that, so that's a good trick there.
well, here we go. I mean, we're
Yeah.
learning something new every day here.
I love it.
Um, when you're looking at tenants, is there a kind of a red flag tenant? I think about when you said you got started, you've been doing this for 4.5 years now. A lot of restaurants are struggling and stuff like that. Is
Yeah.
there any, are there any specific things like, oh, if you're in, I mean, I know you mentioned servicing like haircuts, like great clips or even nail salons, that in-person stuff, but I know a lot of restaurants are struggling to get by and everything. I've got some friends in that restaurant space that are struggling too. So what's there some tenants that you're like, nah, we're not going to do that.
So the two of my least favorite tenants would be tattoo shops and karate studios, right?
Okay.
So tattoo shops, they have a diverse set of clientele that come there.
That's a very politically correct way of saying that. Diverse. Let's just say they have a rougher crowd. Let's just
Rougher
say a rougher
crowd,
crowd.
yeah. So a lot of times there's a lot of loitering, and that causes some issues with neighbors and whatnot. And sometimes depending on where they're at, whether it be if it's a single tenant property, maybe not so much. But I like multi-tenant stuff, so that causes a red eye or a problem with the neighbors as well as the image or the aesthetic of your property. So that's one that I try to avoid as best as I can. And the karate studios, I don't have anything against them. It's just depending on your space, the noise level can get pretty high. So if your neighbors, or let's say you had a dentist next door or some type of medical practitioner next door with all that noise, and if you can't insulate it correctly, it causes additional problems for your tenants. Um, those are my two least favorite types of tenants in retail, if you will. But as far as looking at your tenants, like, restaurants, I try to look at, again, we'll look at their balance sheet, we'll see how many years they've been in business and what their track record's like and what their profits are like, what are their margins like, how do they operate in general? Are there any are their operations efficient? Are they in
Mhm.
tune, right? Bars are another one that are tough. You really have to dive deep into their business in order to see if they will succeed. Um, my partner, he's invested in a couple bars that really went south, but you would think that he would have learned his lesson, but he recently just partnered with another bar operator. But this bar operator, he had the balance sheet, he had the track record, he's opened a couple successful ones, and this new one just opened up probably 2 weeks, maybe a month ago, and it's been doing very, very well. And it's small things. It's not just, how you hire and how you manage your inventory or how you charge the patrons, right? It's more so a lot of it comes down to the flow as well. So, the bar is this long bar, and during busy times you have probably 4 to 6 bartenders,
Yeah.
but they never, so each side of the bar is almost identical, and there's ingress egress out of the bar on both sides. So they can go still tend to table or wait on tables and manage their stations without interfering with the other side. So that's one small thing when you look at operations and efficiency. And this guy has done very well, so I'm hoping it continues on that trend. But again, you really have to dig into their background, what they've done, and how they can efficiently make their margins in order to pay rent.
Somewhere in my head, I'm hearing Bar Rescue with Bob Taffert and
Right,
his diagrams of
right.
inflow and outflow on that for sure. As an
Oh,
ex-bartender, yeah, I definitely understand
yeah.
that. um, on the industrial spot, is that mostly warehouse space that you're looking at? Is there a specific size that you like with that? Are you talking like single tents for that, or see multiple tents as well with its flex space too?
Yeah, so and I like industrial because it's the out of the three major asset classes, it has the least amount of issues. I guess it's more simple, right? All you have is essentially a slab of concrete with four walls surrounding it. Sometimes they're not even climate controlled, so that takes out the HVAC equation out of that. You're not even responsible for the HVAC, right? So again, I like multi-tenant stuff. So if there are, generally I look for three tenants plus, but I've broken that rule a lot of times. But so my main rule of thumb with industrial is the clear height and the power capacity. Because in commercial, you really have to step in the shoes of a tenant to in order to see whether or not this building has potential. So in an industrial, who are you going to be marketing to in order to fill your space? What are the users? A lot of times logistics, food processors, um, big heavy machinery or suppliers or manufacturers, right? And what do they need? They need to be able to move in and out pretty easily with their machines, forklifts, etc. And then that's where the power capacity comes in. They're with these heavy machineries, they're going to need heavy power in order to operate the machines.
Okay.
So again, with the height, you need larger garage doors as well. So my rule of thumb is roughly if you have 10,000 square feet, you want about 12 feet of clear height. And for every, call it 5,000 square feet or so more of space, you'd want another foot of clear height. If you have something like the trend right now, you're seeing these older buildings, they're anywhere from 12 feet, 10 to 12 feet clear up to maybe about 16 or so. The the nice properties now, the Class A's, everything's being built in the 20s, 24s, up to even 40 feet clear heights. So
Wow.
those are really, really nice because you don't really have that obstruction of getting in and out of these properties. And everything's pretty much built in three phase now to comply with, all these machineries that these larger operators are going to be using. Um, Fire suppression is one thing, but all in all, if you really look at industrial from a 30,000 foot view, it's four walls, slab of concrete, maybe climate controlled. And yeah, that's pretty much what everybody's looking for.
And I'd also imagine probably close locations to airports, railways, other things like that too, for the
Yeah.
most part. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I forgot to mention that, but I really love industrial properties that are really close to highways.
Yeah.
Airports are a really big factor because because they strategically place themselves close to major highways. And so why do you want to be next to a major highway? Because a lot of times these companies are transporting a lot of material to their consumers, and consumer being another business, right? You don't want to be located somewhere rural where it takes you 30 minutes or an hour to get to a major highway and then you're on the highway to get to your next spot. So if you're closer to the highway, it decreases your travel time, and for that operator, it's going to decrease their costs, fuel, time, paying the drivers, etc. And with that being said, um, being around those major ports is again super important, right? And you don't want to be anywhere too rural. You want to be somewhere close. And to piggyback off of that, again, if you're looking at these big operators, they're driving semis, right? So your asset has to be able to facilitate those semis, whether it be parking or dock doors, or if the semis are for some reason going into the building, your doors have to be large enough. A lot of times these semis are 48, 50 feet long, right? So you have to have enough sufficient dock doors to facilitate whatever's going on the transportation logistics route. And they have to be able to get in and out pretty easily as well. It's not a simple retail shop where, you're driving your sedan in there. These things need a big turn radius, right? So the space have to accommodate for that as well.
That's awesome. I love that. I love it. Now I have to ask you a question. What was you wrote the book last year and came out with what was the thought behind the book?
Man, I do not recommend anybody writing a book. It's like rubbing a cheese grater against your forehead for like 40, 50 hours a week. Dude, it is brutal. But, luckily I had accountability partners, and, we met weekly, and that's what really got me writing every single week for 40 plus hours a week, and to be able to get it done in a year. So my thought process behind it was that I always like to document what I'm doing and lessons learned, things like that, just so next time I have something to reference to. And I try to keep everything outside of my head. Like I don't have a good memory. I put everything on paper so I can refer back to it when I need to. So my again, when I first started in commercial, I was looking for everything that I could, and I couldn't really find anything. And again, I found my mentor lucky enough that I could learn from him, and he started a mastermind, and I learned from all the people there. But then again, I thought if somebody else was in my shoes, they would have to find a similar mastermind in order to learn all this information. And I already have a lot of this shit documented. Why not just, clean it up a little bit, put it into a book, and just throw it out there? Whoever wants to learn, there you go, you got it, right? So I'm trying to help the next person who was like me, who was struggling, in order to, have something, you know. So when I vomited for a year onto paper, it came out to like close like from a book format, a 6 by 9 book, it was gonna be 900 pages.
Wow.
So I sat there, I'm like, who the hell is gonna read 900 pages without falling asleep? Like, that's just, I wouldn't want to read that. So I decided to break it in three. And the first one, like Scott mentioned, it's called Value Over Volume, Foundation of Commercial Real Estate. That one's about 300 pages. And I think that book alone will get you probably a good baseline, about 50% of the knowledge there. The other two volumes that I'm working on, hopefully will get you another 30 to 40% total. And I'm still learning too, so it's never going to get you to
Sure.
100%. And so the second book, I have this stupid ass idea of turning it into a fable. So I'm pretty much back at square one right now.
Well,
Uh,
I have to commend you because, looking at value over volume, you cover some really great things in there. You break down the different types of commercial real estate. You talk about leveraging bank financing, the third party reports, and then looking at leases. Commercial leases are some of the most valuable things that people just don't understand. I haven't done it before, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different from the multifamily world, right? From a 30,000 foot view, multifamily versus non-residential commercial, they're very similar.
Yeah.
You'll look at market drivers, dynamics, household income, those things within the location, right? In order to assess whether or not that property or asset is worthwhile in pursuing as an investment. But then outside of that, everything else is different. It's all about the lease and how you structure that lease with your tenants. And multifamily leases, you're probably looking at 5 pages, 10 pages at most. Whereas in a commercial lease, you're looking at 30 to 40 pages. And it's filled with a lot of obligations that the tenant has versus the landlord. For example, single net lease, double net, triple net leases, those effectively pushes a lot of the expenses towards the tenant. And now you pretty much have to read every line of a lease to figure out what the relationship is like. And so when we go into due diligence to buy properties, a lot of our time during the due diligence is reading these leases for small whatever gotchas that are in there. And attorney can review it too. And sometimes they miss shit.
Hmm.
So those are the main differences, right? Yeah. Did that answer your question?
Totally answered my question because you want to make sure if the AC craps out in the middle of the summer, the tenant's responsible for it, not you in a lot of cases too,
Right, right, right. Yeah, I mean, those AC units are not cheap either, brother. We just paid one in our newest property. That was a $25,000 HVAC unit.
Yeah,
So,
they're not cheap. They're not
yeah,
cheap at all. Been there, done that. But the great thing about it too is you've got a I mean, we all know things will happen, but having a 5-year lease versus say a 12-month lease or all of the chaos in the multifamily space right now. I
yeah,
mean, so much short-term financing and I mean, I've got a buddy who's in 19 or 20 different syndications and only one of them's paying him in a lot of cases. My next question is, are you getting a lot of folks that have invested in multifamily coming over to look to invest in something maybe a little bit more stable on the commercial real estate side besides the multifamily side?
yeah. I mean, the multifamily space it's definitely it's crumbling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of capital calls. There's a lot of pause distributions, and I've seen a lot of people lose more money because with the capital calls, you're effectively chasing bad money. You got to
Yeah.
spend more money to recoup, I don't know, 50% of it or something like that. So that's tough. But when we raise, it's a little bit more challenging for us because the education behind the non-residential stuff is pretty
It's
vast.
lacking. It's
Yeah.
lacking.
Yeah. And so a lot of people that are coming over from the multifamily space, they understand multifamily because that's pretty much the 90% of the razors that are out there, or the projects that are out there. They understand it. You know, you find a tenant, you lease it up for a year, you can increase rents by a couple $100. That's your value add. Very simple. But then once you get into the commercial space, whether it be industrial, office, or retail, there are different nuances with the three that you kind of have to educate your investors on for them to understand and be comfortable. Because as soon as they're confused, their answer is no, right? So
Yeah.
you have to be effectively a really good teacher to let them understand what the asset class is and how you effectively pull through with your business plan in order to get to that value add, right? But I wouldn't say our stuff is more stable. I don't buy like Starbucks or anything like that. Those are, five caps, even smaller at in some places. So I try to find all the value add stuff. So with more value add, there are more risks, right? But that's where your reward comes from. So, and that's why I like properties that are cash flowing from day one, because it gives us that small safety net in order to still operate, have some CapEx or OpEx reserves, as well as being able to pay out our investors pref. Because my main priority when these guys come in is to return their money as soon as possible. I would hate for them to lose any money. And a lot of these raisers out there, they don't really see that. They raise X amount of dollars just so that they can make their fees on it, so that they can get rich, right? But I structure my raises so that all the investors can get their money back as soon as they can. And I don't get paid a dime until pretty much on the sale. Like, we'll charge asset management, acquisition, and dispo fees. But those act fees, they're pretty much put in escrow, or they're going to wait till the sale. Management fees the same way, and the dispo fees the same way. I don't make a dime unless and a lot of times we do invest alongside our investors. So I'll make some money as the LP, and that's pretty much it until the sale.
Well, but you have that cushion in case something goes wrong or
Right.
non-payment to kind of cushion that blow to help you, build that time frame to work something out
Yeah.
in a lot of
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
cases, right? Now,
Yeah.
are your races what are your time frames for folks to be involved? Is it a little bit longer, I imagine, or is it 3 years typical, or 5 years? What do you see? And it
I,
may
I
vary.
I'm still doing 3 to 5 years. The last two deals that we took full cycle, the first one was 2.5 years, and the second one was a little bit less than 3.5 years. That gives us enough time because, again, everything in commercial goes a lot slower. Lease up takes slower. Your value add plans take a little bit slower. So I try to get it as close to 3 years as I can. Luckily, nothing has gotten to 5 years yet, but I like to be conservative, and if I need the extra 2 years or year and a half or what so, I have that. Luckily, nothing's ever gone over 5 years either, so it gives me enough time to implement the plan as well as getting it to the finish line.
Sure. What are some of your biggest value adds that you do to properties to increase the values?
So your easiest ones are obviously lease up
Yep.
and raising rents. And if you have a lot of people don't like seeing some of these leases being near their end term. So, if you look at a property that has a year's left with a lease, a lot of people shy away from that because it proposes some uncertainty of whether or not that tenant's going to renew or not. But on the flip side, you could see that as an opportunity to where you can renegotiate the lease at market terms and get another fresh 5 years out of it, or 10 years, what have you. So those two are the simplest. When you look at operations too, there's an opportunity there. So, sometimes you have a pretty shitty property manager in there. They're not really doing what they say they're going to do with their tenants. They're just over promising, under delivering, or they're just non-responsive, and or maintenance requests are just not getting handled. Those are some things that you can kind of come in and revitalize the operations, make it a little bit more efficiently. And with leases, you can also change the leases. So if you see an opportunity where there are a lot of gross leases out there, or even modified gross leases, you have the opportunity now to transition that to a net lease, or triple net lease. Now all those expenses will be upon the tenant. So now, and the reason why people like the net leases or triple net leases is that your expenses, even if they fluctuate, even if it becomes volatile, all that falls upon your tenant. Whereas you, as the landlord owner, you have a little bit more predictability from base rents, right? So if your gross rents are, let's say, 500 grand a year, insurance goes up 200%, taxes go up a little bit, your CAM or maintenance costs due to another COVID or whatever jumps up, all those costs gets pushed onto your tenant and your NOI still remains roughly unchanged. So a lot less risk there from the landlord perspective. Now, the bigger pieces, the more challenging pieces, is when you get into a little bit more of the development space. So let's say you bought a property with a ton of land and you're able to build additional buildings on there, right? For hopefully less than $100 a square foot, or you can parcel out your land and sell it to another operator and or landowner. So, um, you know, my a friend of mine has roughly 12 acres that he's bought, and he's building small bay industrial properties. That's a roughly a value add, but in that same scenario, if you already had an existing building and you bought the land with the building, you can kind of do the same thing, build additional buildings there for additional revenue. We've created outlots in one of our commercial properties. The parking lot was huge, 400 something spaces. So we essentially cut out a small little piece, sold it to a coffee shop, and now they own that parcel. We sold the lot for $500,000. So that's another value add for our investors. Those are pretty much all the ways that we've done the value add structure from a commercial side.
That's really, really cool, Tan. Now, you're the host of Wonton Wealth, this
Yeah.
amazing podcast. And we'll put the link down there for you guys. What's been your biggest surprise with starting the podcast and having the podcast rocking and rolling?
At first I was like, I think the biggest challenge is finding guests, right? Because and the biggest surprise here is like, how do I differentiate myself against all these other badass hosts that are out there? They're asking phenomenal questions. Like, what if I ask the same questions? Like, why would people listen to mine, right? So the only difference that I had to do was pretty much bring my personality into it. I mean, if you guys didn't know, I cuss a lot, and I'm pretty informal. So I just kind of shoot the shit with people,
Yep.
and the other aspect of it, I think, is the editing and the back end stuff, right? I didn't know anything about running a podcast. I had no idea how to even start it. Like, what do I record on? What kind of equipment do I need? What platforms do I go on? Is it going to cost more money? Things like that. So everything I had to pretty much learn on my own, Google, YouTube University, to learn everything there. And the editing piece, luckily I have a software that makes it a little bit easier. So I try to keep it honestly as raw as possible. I'm sure a lot of people spend a lot of money with VAs or whatever on changing the tracks and the videos and whatnot. I try to keep it as raw as possible. And if people like it, great. If they don't, well, I'm sorry.
Right.
But
No, but that I think you too also you focus on commercial
yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
There's a lot, and we don't need another generic based real estate podcast where it's all generic. You know what I mean? The fact that you're niche down, hey, if you're talking about commercial real estate, let's talk. If you're dealing residential fixed flips, not really a spot. There's plenty of other places for people to go that. So having that niche, I know for me being in the note space, that's helped me grow because you're literally getting listeners who really want are searching you out to find that valuable information. Whereas it's a lot of just guest after guest after guest,
and
not
that's
really.
that's that's really my goal too,
Yeah,
Scott. Talking to more people, it increases my education. I
yeah.
learn a little bit from them throughout every conversation, and on top of that, I'm just trying to help people that were like me in the past that didn't know shit, right? And
Mhm.
if they can learn those tidbits or whatever, that would help strengthen their education as well as shorten their learning curve. So that's
Mhm.
kind of my ultimate goal, really.
Sure, sure. Now, funny story is when I first was traveling the country on the Ron LeGrand circuit back and they get started, Ron would kill a small forest marketing to dentists and pharmacists. All right.
Wow.
Because unfortunately, dentists and pharmacists get to the point where they hate their job because they're
Yeah.
doing the same thing, especially dentists. A lot of times, it's actually got the highest suicide rate amongst MDs, if you didn't know that, which is
I did
surprising.
not know that. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
But I would imagine to say that if you pulled a licensee list from every state, you'd probably raise enough money because you've got a great message. You can speak pharmaceutical or pharmacist language, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're doing something that's doing really, really well where a lot of people want to get into, they just don't know where they got to go or how to do it. And you're doing that by walking the walk and also talking the talk.
Yes,
Uh,
sir.
I want to say thank you for getting. What's the best way though for our audience to connect with you, to see what you're doing, to keep up with you, or hey, I want to invest in commercial stuff or find out more.
Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty active on social media. Facebook, I don't really touch much. If you want to go to LinkedIn and just search my name, Tanh is the first name, last name Truong. Same thing on Instagram. Pretty active there. I have a website called protonprofits.com. You can find out a little bit more about me there, just kind of the general background and what like, some new shit that's going on or whatever. Again, podcast is called Wonton Wealth. It kind of takes the book and puts it in audio form, some of the major overview components. If you're not a reader, I think that'll be a great place to start. Yeah, and again, I have a book called Value Over Volume. If you guys want to check that out, let me know how it is, good or bad, I don't care.
Right, exactly. Well, we'll make sure to put the link to the book and then also Proton as well there for folks who can connect with you directly on that stuff there. Tan, this has been really valuable, man. We got to have you back on a second time again to talk about some more stuff in the market. As markets change here in the next year, what do you say?
I would love to. I always have a blast talking to you, brother. We have so much fun and learn a little bit, a couple nuggets here and there. So I will be 100% down.
Awesome. Sounds great. All right, guys. Well, that is going to wrap it up for this episode of the Note Closures. Make sure you connect with Tan. Get his book. One of the most valuable tools to take advantage of where the market's going is the education side and the knowledge base. And I've learned some stuff here. I'm looking forward to more stuff on the side from that comes from the book and stuff like that, because I think that's the biggest opportunity is that small balance commercial space and location, location, location. If you're there local or you got a few markets you're familiar with, definitely take the opportunity to do it, because that's where the opportunities lie, is where those most people won't go. And that's where you'll find some stuff. So go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Bye. Hey, real estate investors. So you want to dive into the world of note investing, but don't currently have the funds to sign up for an expensive class or a workshop or one-on-one coaching. Well, then you definitely want to check out the biggest bang for your buck in the note world, and that's our WCN membership. It get you an all-you-can-learn access to our class workshop replays, tapes, weekly coaching calls. For $97 a month, it's the biggest bang in the industry, because you get access weekly with me. You can book one-on-one phone calls with me. As we get different tapes in, we'll share them with our members after our one-on-one coaching students get access to us. We share a variety of tools, like I said, replays to the previous workshop, special discount codes to other events that you can take advantage of to help you get more bang out of your dollar every month. We've been investing in notes for over 20 years, and one of my biggest passions is helping note investors, big and small, get started buying notes. Yes, I got started years ago with no money, no savings, and no list. And I love helping people close on their first deal, get their first private funding partner to help them fund more deals and help them both make above average returns. If you're looking for somebody to help you take your note investing from 0 to 60 and want to get started, my WCN membership is a great place to get started. Like I said, we upload lists to it, video training, coaching calls for $97 a month. What can go wrong? The only thing we ask is you hang around for 6 months, and then if you don't like it, you can cancel. But check it out at noteumbrella.com. That's noteumbrella.com. That's our WCN membership. Get looking at assets today. Start putting your fingers on the trigger to pull the trigger on some note deals here before too long. Yes, anybody can buy notes. I don't care your age, your savings, what race, color, whatever it is. Note investing is all about what action you take. And the first action you should take is signing up for our monthly membership at $97 a month. That's noteumbrella.com. You can also access it by going to weekclosenotes.com and checking on the monthly membership. But we are here to help you. Scott Carson, the Note Guy. We look forward to seeing you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson. Excited to be here today. I can't tell you how excited I am. I'm literally almost shaking with anticipation. You know what I mean? It's just so many amazing things are going on right now. And I want to share this and see how you guys can actually dive into the middle of it as well. Is that all right? Is that all right to share that with you? What am I going to dive into today? Yes, we're going to dive into how do you find commercial foreclosures? How do you find commercial distress notes? Okay. And the reason I bring this up is because I have been getting nonstop phone calls, emails, text messages, social media messages. People are looking for commercial notes. They're looking for distressed commercial real estate. Okay, not just residential stuff, but I had 3 phone calls a day, a couple yesterday. I'm getting people responding to the stuff that we're putting out on social media on our short videos. So don't let anybody tell you that social media doesn't work, because posting little short videos works. We've had several big hedge funds in California and New York reach out to us looking for distressed deals. We've had a lot of individual investors reaching out because they like what we're sharing. And so that's what I wanted to go through here, because some people are like, well, why would you tell us how to find these? Can we just give them for me? Look, I'm buying for my own portfolio first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to give you a list where I'm looking at my own deal flow. Just sorry, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to connect with my investors. I'm connect with my resources to make money first and foremost. Okay, whether we're buying the assets, whether we're brokering the notes, or finding a creative solution to help these banks out with some stuff. Okay, now I got started back in 2004, actually buying commercial notes direct from banks, direct from asset managers, from Capital One, from Wells Fargo. I started getting listened from some commercial guys. This is back in 2000. I'm sorry, not 2004, 2008. Because that was what hit the fan earlier. Now, I bought some non-performing residential notes from like Wells Fargo Financial and some of these smaller subprime lenders and stuff like that. But I really started brokering the commercial side of things first, because I found the way in. And I get people that have reached out to me. Thank you for those that reached out. I'm not making fun of you by any means of the imagination. Don't think that. I really do respect that, because I had a guy reach out to me and email me this morning. Hey, man, I've got investors at Capital. I can't find them anything. I don't know how you do the voodoo that you do to find these distressed deals. But if you want to, I'd be willing to partner up with you. I've got a buyer. We can split, 1 to 2 points. I'm like, well, I at least I'm going to make is 1 point on a deal. I'm not going to split 1.5 points. If I'm finding the deals, finding buyers is not difficult. But I wanted to share with you a couple of resources. Now, there's going to be a bit of investment, and that's the thing that separates most people right off the bat. Okay, there's 2 types of investment. Okay, and I'm not talking about funding the deal. Yeah, people are like, oh, I don't have the big capital. That's fine. There's plenty of big name buyers looking for deals. Not every non-performing note or every pending foreclosure is a deal. The banks may be smoking that wacky tobacco or have their head shoved up an orifice that we don't want to look at. Okay, but there is plenty of opportunity out there. You just have to invest. Now, the investment I'm talking about was going to be time. That's one way. If you want, you're going to have to invest some time in reaching out to asset managers, cold calling banks, dialing for dollars, tracking down people on LinkedIn. Somebody says, well, you're the expert at that, and I don't necessarily want to do that, so I just figured I could draft off you. Maybe, maybe not. Book a call with me, we can talk. The second type of investment is you're going to have to spend some money on deal flow, not direct mail marketing. And that's the thing I always crack up. As people come from the real estate side of business, or resident, they're used to dropping hundreds of thousands of postcards or bandit signs or wasting time targeting all this. I don't want to waste my time. I want to go direct to the sources. So there's two resources that we really, really love. Okay. Now, if you're looking for something across the country you're buying, then it's pretty easy. You want to go to Credit IQ. We've talked about these before, creditic.com. You get a free trial period to go on there, kind of search. Literally, you can find a lot of distressed commercial debt on this stuff. It's all figured into. They're tapped into all the major servicing companies. The Mortgage Banking Association also lists a report quarterly about this effectiveness of the servicers in the multifamily commercial side. You could download that report from the MBA and start looking in dollar for dollar servicers. But Credit IQ is if you're looking for specific property types, unit numbers. Everybody wants distressed multifamily, which the banks aren't taking that big a haircut on. But this is one way to research it and go that route. Okay, Credit IQ is going to probably cost you $200, $300 a month. That's seriously a drop in the bucket. That's the first thing that people are like, oh, I don't want to pay $300 a month. Well, guess what? That's going to eliminate you from finding a lot of deals. Okay. If you're doing a commercial deal, you're going to make a whole lot more money on a commercial deal than you would on a residential deal most of the time. Okay. If you figure you're going to make 2 points off of a $100,000 deal, that's 20 grand. That's not bad. I mean, off of a 1 million, 2 points off a $1 million is 20 grand. That's not bad, right? If it's a $10 million deal, that's 200 grand. Is that right? my math off. It's been one of those crazy days. So if we figure in, yeah, let's say if it's 10 million times 0.02, yeah, it's 200 grand. $10 million deal. That's a pretty low price. That's a $200,000 commission if you're just making 2 points on the deal. That is not shabby at all. That's part of why I get so freaking excited, because I've been waiting for the bottom to hit in the commercial stuff, and I think we're starting to see that. Okay, that's the first thing. If you're going to pay $200, $300 of access to Credit IQ, that's going to tap you into things. It's going to help you find the borrower's name, the banks, the servicers, the sponsors, all this amazing stuff. They're going to literally tap into. It's like getting beneath the kimono, seeing servicing notes, seeing what's going on with those assets. But the thing about Credit IQ, it can be very overwhelming with the amount of information and stuff you're looking at. You got to be a little bit more sophisticated and narrow it down by size. Now, when I get into narrow it down by size, let's take it a step further. I'm in Texas. Yes, we buy in Texas. Yes, we buy in a lot of states. Yes, we see deals all across the country in a lot of cases. But if you're focused on Texas, because my phone has been ringing off the hook and emails and stuff coming, hey, we're looking for Texas deals, because Texas is a very friendly state. And Texas does have quite a bit of stuff. I mean, we had 450 or 500 properties, commercial properties, basically go to the foreclosure auction today, with it being Super Tuesday today. And who knows how many of those actually sold or got kicked back or delayed. Some of them did. We featured a couple larger multifamilies out in Houston that were supposed to go to foreclosure, and 2 out of the 3 have been around for a little while. But the bank's been kicking the can down the road a few months trying to get the borrower to work out. Okay, but how do you find those lists? Well, that would be going to Roddy's list, Roddy's foreclosure listing service. Now, Roddy's has been known throughout Texas for years on the residential side. Like, they will pull lists of foreclosure lists on just about every county across the country. Now, the great thing about that is if I'm on the website right now, so the website's foreclosure.info. This is not a surprise. We've actually had Jack Zagunis on here before, one of the big guys over there. I've known George Roddy for years here in Texas. I've known him I've known George Roddy for 20 years. Okay. But it's Texas list. It's not anywhere else. Okay. So if you want to look at something, all you got to do is click on order now, and it takes you over to their different lists that they offer. Okay. Now you can do like a pre-foreclosure search. So if we click on here, as of today, this is for residential and commercials combined, 3,006 properties all across Texas. Okay. And you can pick by specific county. So if I just go down, let's just go to Harris County. Okay. Harris County, biggest county, that's Houston. Harris had 446 properties. Okay. That went to the foreclosure auction. Whether they sold or didn't sold, I don't know until tomorrow. Okay. But that's primary residential. Okay. Now, if you want to dive into the commercial aspect and what you want to do, and yes, Roddy does commercial. I had a realtor online reach out to me via LinkedIn and tell me, oh, they don't do commercial. I'm like, yes, they do. No, they don't. I'm like, get off your phone, because if you're on your phone, it's not going to give you an easy way to look at it. You have to look at your desktop. And then they wanted to argue, well, I called them. And I'm like, well, if you called them, whoever you talked to over there, you didn't talk to the right person, because we've downloaded the list. They have commercials. Okay. It's just kind of funny. But it's not the same type of price as the residential list. Like the residential list, if I want to say buy the Harris County list, and Harris is going to cost me $87 a month just for the residential list, for the Excel list. Okay. We'll go through that list. We'll go through a list a little bit later on. Now, if I want to buy the commercial stuff, click on the commercial pre-foreclosure list. Now, this is split into regions across Texas. 544 properties were at the foreclosure auction today across Texas. And that's split up in 5 different ways. So like Central Texas, where I live here, which is San Antonio and Austin, there were 129. If you go to East Texas, I think there were, East Texas had a lot more pop-up, 110. Okay. That's a surprise. And just no, that's actually not. It's West Texas that had a little bit. So 110 in East Texas, that would be like the Houston market. North Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth had 138. South Texas had, that's below San Antonio, like Corpus, Rio Grande Valley had 143. And then if we go out in West Texas, there were only 24 properties in West Texas. So it's a pretty big area, right? So to buy the, like, I'll just give you an example. So like if I buy the Central Texas list, it's $313 a month. Okay. $313 a month. It's a bit of investment. Okay. It's as Steph likes to put, that's like a hotel night. Okay, maybe 2 hotels where you're at. Okay, that's a good dinner with family and friends on a celebratory dinner out somewhere nice. Okay, but the great thing that I love about this is these are all in Central Texas. Like they're where I'm at. I could drive by most of these. Some of them I can't, but the region is a little bit bigger than expected in a lot of cases. Okay. So the thing you got to keep in mind with that is it's going to be a lot of stuff. All right. But you have a foreclosure list of commercial stuff. All right. 129 in Central Texas, a very desirable place to be investing. Can we agree to that? Right. And one of the things I did is I immediately went and mapped the 129 assets so that I'd have a bit of an idea. Oh, where is it? Here we go. I just pulled it up. Let me show you, give it an idea. Now we did a video about it, and literally a video like it's 1,000 views on YouTube. So let me share this with you so you can kind of give a bit of an idea. So this is the map, and a lot of it's land, a lot of it's some commercial properties. You do have some multifamily stuff, but the area goes up almost to Abilene, like clear out to San Angelo. Adkins, south of San Antonio, like Canyon Lake, well, that's north of San Antonio, but Canyon Lake, just south of I-10, Bernie, that neck of the woods, all considered Central Texas, up to just south of Waco, which is pretty good size, right? So, like I said, it's vacant land. You got some rural residences of ag. They've got like 10 acres with them, so it's considered commercial kind of loan. Some commercial condos, some duplexes, commercial property. You've got a couple apartment complexes. You've got like an RV park. There's a whole bunch of stuff on here. Okay. Acreage 10, 20. There's even 200-acre lot on this thing for sale here in the city, and then also some rural stuff. Okay. Now, let me give you an idea. What are they going to send you? What's that money going to get you? So this is the list. Okay. So this is the down list. You can see, like I just, they upload time when this stuff goes to foreclosure. So like, am I going to be able to like buy anything off of this list because the foreclosure auctions today? No. My whole goal is not to target the specific asset. Now, yes, will there be some stuff that gets kicked to next month? Yes, every month there is. Okay. But I take it as a different approach to the commercial side because I've got people that are looking for both notes and REOs if they foreclose out and stuff, or I've got some great connections on raw land or anything like that I can help because I'm interested in buying some land here in Texas. A lot of people are, right? So the great thing gives me the upload time, the estimated equity amount, estimated margin of percent of equity, estimated unpaid balance, the clerk report, yada, yada, yada. The county code, the classification of the property, loan type, if there's bed, baths, and garages, if it's a residential property or a condo, it gives me that. Square footage, if there's a pool or zip code. You don't have a lot of that on some of the. Now, yes, some of the multifamily stuff, you have a pool, okay? The legal description, and then you get into the subdivision, the mortgager's first name, last name, and then the mortgagee is the lender. And then you get the trustee name, which is the attorney, the auction, sale time, volume, page, loan number, original loan amount, monthly payment amount. Sometimes that's on there. When the loan expires, matures, years of constructions, the assessed value, city code, number of units, if it's been previously posted, and a big chunk of these have been previously posted, okay? And then also some comments. And then the owner's address, the mail and address of the owner, okay? So what am I going to do? How am I going to approach this list the most effective way so that I'm agile, mobile, and hostile? And this is one thing that you all can do, okay? Now, out of that 129, it filters down to about 100 entities, 100 banks, okay? Some people have, now this is just Central Texas. It's not for the whole state, okay? I'm going to call every one of those entities. There's only one that I probably won't call, and it's an HOA that's foreclosing on this commercial condo. I mean, it's a $695,000 condo off of Westlake Drive in a nice part of town. I got like 30 photos of that property, but I don't necessarily want that, okay? Because they're foreclosing. I don't know. It's not going to. Is foreclosing subject to the first lien? Yeah, it's going to foreclose subject to the first lien. So it might make sense. I'll reach out. What the hell? I'll reach out to them and see if they did it anyway. But most of the time, I don't call HOAs. But there are private investors on here. There's people that have financed stuff. You can see because it gives the names. It's like Mark Davis is the lender. Equity Trust for the benefit of blank. It gives actual IRA investors on here, but it gives a lot of banks. So I'm gonna pick up the phone and use these addresses as my hot list to get into the right department. Hey, I'm calling about this address, 12345 Main Street. I don't know if you foreclosed on it or got, what happened. If it sold at auction, great, congratulations. Do you have anything else in your books that you're looking to get rid of? Let me rephrase that or restate that, not rephrase it. Do you have anything else on your books that you're looking to get rid of in Texas or elsewhere? Okay. Do you have anything else on your books that you're looking to get rid of? Anywhere. Now, a lot of these are going to be like LLCs here, Texas. There's some raw land, people that have owner finance raw land. That's fine. What are you looking at? Have you sold that stuff? Are you looking for that stuff? Did you foreclose? Because here's the thing. I'm not necessarily looking for REOs, but I had some great relationships with people here locally. That it's very easy for me to say, hey, I got a lead, and call my buddy up, Joshua, the friendly bearded Texas realtor we had on the podcast a couple of us could say, hey, I got a lead on 200 acres that the bank has taken back that they were looking for somebody to subdivide. Because that's one of the things I'll ask. Because a lot of these smaller banks and some of these land people, the person that probably created a loan is the one that foreclosed. What are you looking to do with it? Are you looking to resell it? Are you looking to sell it off? What's the situation? So it's literally taking these leads as a hot button into the asset manager of the bank. Okay. That's the first thing. Second thing is using them as hot leads in, but then to get their statewide, nationwide list in some of these bigger banks. Okay. Now, let me give you a bit of an idea. Looking at this list is a little confusing. So I kind of basically, just to give you a bit of an idea here, you have like New Res, Texas Rural Capital, Fifth Third Bank, Shell Point Mortgage Servicing, U.S. Bank, Bank of New York Mellon, Texas Regional Bank, Thrive Lending, Greystone Bridge, Carstone Fund, Rock and J Ranch. That's probably a lot. Security Service Federal Credit Union, Citizens State Bank, Summit Resort Development. That's probably it. That's an acre, half acre. Centox Los Milagros. Okay, Inc. Forest of Vine Creek LLC. Veterans Land Board, State of Texas. That would be a good one. Randolph Brooks Federal Credit Union, River Land Holdings, Valley Financing, Infinite Lending, UMB Bank, First National Bank of Central Texas, Citibank. I probably won't be able to get in that department, but hey, it's worth trying. Now, on where it's like Citibank or like U.S. Bank, I'm probably going to call the attorney that was foreclosing because it gives me the trustee's name on that. So I'm going to call that trustee and say, hey, I'm trying to see about buying that note. I didn't know if it sold or didn't sell. Okay. But these Frost Bank, there's 3 in Frost Bank here on this list in Central Texas. Frost is a big bank out of San Antonio, Texas. Okay. Bank of New York Mellon, probably not going to have luck there. But the great thing about this Fannie Mae, I'm not going to have any luck there. It's an $11 million loan, but I could probably call the attorney and track that down, talk to the right person. But that's what you have to do. And you have to realize you got to put some investment. You got to invest your time and then invest a little bit of money to get a list. And then pick up the phone and dial for dollars. Foreclosure lists have always been a great source for lead generation because you have a hot button. Inquiring about this asset, inquiring about this address. Did you sell it? Did you take it back? What's your plan for it? No, I'm not going to call them today. I'm not even calling them tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be too soon. They're not going to know. But will I call them on Friday? Yeah, I'll call them on Friday. And then I will basically Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week around my phone calls, I will be dialing for dollars. Now, I can knock out about 50 phone calls in a day, if not more. But that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. I can do that. Now, that's just for Central Texas. I pull the East Texas for Houston or the North one for Dallas. We're really cooking with Crisco then. 540 is probably going to narrow it down to probably about, 450 people or entities that I can call. But guess what? I already have private investors in here. I've got land deals. There's multifamily deals. Some of these, am I not going to be able to tackle it all? Yes. Okay. Yes. But some of these entities that are financing this stuff are pretty easy to get a hold of. Okay. They're big. They have websites. I've talked to some big asset managers at big banks when I probably had no business calling them on a $200 million loan. All right. I am not going to write a check for that, but I can still inquire to find out what the heck they're doing. Okay. That's the beauty of this. And if you really want to dive into it, guess what? Pick up the phone, start calling. Pick up the phone, start calling. If I was a realtor, that's what I would be chasing. And be, hey, I see did you foreclose on the stuff? Do you need an agent to list this? Or if you've got interested buyers as an agent, that's what I would be doing. I'm looking for deals. Let me pick up the phone and call this bank. I got an interested buyer. I got a cash buyer. Whatever it might be, whatever your asset class is, there you go. If you're looking for specific asset classes, that's what you dive into. Does it seem expensive to pay $330 or like that for a list? Yeah, maybe if you're not used to paying anything, of course. But just think about that. One of these deals is going to make it worth my time. Will I get one deal out of this? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But guess what? You know what I will have at the end of this next week? I'll have 100 new sources for deals. Some will have only a small amount of stuff, but some will have a crap load on a regular basis that I can tap into. Not just here in Texas, but across the country. And so it is roll up your sleeves and get busy smiling and dialing again. Yes, will I leverage LinkedIn? Of course. Will I leverage my existing database of contacts at banks and lenders that I have? Yes, my list of asset managers. That's one of the things that we're already working on. Who do we know at such and such bank? Who do we know at such and such fund to talk to about this specific asset? And then, you know what? It's all about putting deals, being a deal engineer. Some will look to take down ourselves. Some will look to flip. Some will bring on and get a chunk of the deal. Some of those we may be brokering the asset. Some of those maybe flipping the note. Some will be taking down ourselves. But I will tell you this, I am very excited. I feel like today's been a very glorious day. It's been a busy day. We went up and looked at the Williamson County foreclosure auction this morning for a few minutes. There's only 44 properties going to auction in Williamson County, but it was still worth going by and taking a look at it just to see, okay, first Tuesday of the month, let's make an appearance. Next first Tuesday, I'll probably go, well, not this coming Tuesday, but the next first Tuesday of November, I'll probably go by the Travis County, which will be a lot more. I may end up going out to Harris County just for the heck to visit it. Look, everybody, there are so many opportunities, but you got to put the work in. Calling somebody up just to get their list of deals, you're going to be the low man down on the totem pole. Don't call me up, say, hey, I need a list of broker, because I'm not going to do that for you. I'm not going to give you a list to go out and broker when I'm doing all the heavy lifting. It doesn't work that way. Sorry, you're going to be paying me a pretty penny for that. The great thing is you're part of our one-on-one coaching. You're getting access to lists. You're getting access to things that we put together because you're one of our one-on-one coaches. If you're part of our monthly membership, you will get some access to some tapes, mostly residential, not the commercial stuff, but the residential stuff that you can take a look at, make some offers on, because we're constantly uploading lists to there that you can cherry pick and either make bids directly through me or directly to the seller on those. So lots of great stuff going on, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you how excited. This is probably the third or fourth time I said this on this podcast episode, but there's opportunity if you will just get off your ass and start taking action. If you're struggling to get deals closed, it's because of two things. You're not having any momentum. You're not doing any activity. Okay. When I look at what these little short videos of 1-minute videos of me featuring assets that are going to the foreclosure auction, or specific asset classes or case studies or deals that we're offering, and the amount of activity we're getting off of by taking that 1-minute video and uploading it to TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and all that stuff, this is gold. This is the magic wand that you're looking for. It's in your hand. Okay. And that's when I say, if I was a realtor, first thing I'd be doing is jumping on doing a short little video. Hey, here's a deal in San Antonio. If you're looking for distressed commercial real estate, if you're looking for distressed apartments in San Antonio, I want to be your guy or gal. That's what I would be doing. I am not a realtor, okay, but I have stayed at a Holiday Inn Express before. My ex-wife was a realtor. I partnered with realtors. Some of my best friends are some of the nicest realtors out there that you know. But there's never been more opportunity. If you're sitting out there waiting for somebody to call you up on a referral basis, now is the time to start taking action, to getting some shit done and getting some deals, distressed assets, literally making hay now till the end of the year through next year. There's going to be so much wealth created amount of distressed stuff out there. All you got to do is roll up your sleeves and get to work. Yes, it's investment of time. It's investment maybe $300 or whatever like that for your stuff. If If you don't like the commercials, and dive into the foreclosures. Pay the $85 a month to get a foreclosure list. Okay, but get up, get rock and roll, and get ready to roll out the carpet for you, because basically they are writing blank checks. If you want to make six figures in the next 6 months, you can. If you want to make seven figures in the next 18 months, you can, if you really put it to work. And I am, whoo, I feel good. I feel good. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Like I knew that I would now. Da-na-na-na-na. Anyway, this goes back. This makes me think back to February of 2020, when the whole COVID shutdown happened. I went in and said there's $50 billion lost in the commercial markets at that point. Well, guess what? That's all been rolling in now, right, ladies and gentlemen? It's time to make hay and get rock and rolling and carve up your piece of the pie. Who cares who the election is? That's not going to stop you from making money. Okay. Hopefully it does. If they do, we got serious issues. Okay. But let's get on here. If you want to get involved, reach out to me, talkwithscottcarson.com, or reach out to me at weclosenotes.com. That's my main website. We will have our live class in 2 weeks. It's hard to believe that. Yes, 3-day class, and we will do a big chunk on breaking down commercial assets, calling commercial asset managers, and going that route too. Okay, so roll up your sleeves. Let's get rock and roll. Let's go make some money, everybody, and we'll see you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. And in this special episode, we're going to be talking with somebody who, in his first 6 months as a note investor, well, no, he's been around notes and other things much longer, but let's just say this, in his first 6 months as a note investor on notes in the United States, he's starting to make some noise. And at first, when you hear his name, you may think he's this famous hockey player from north of the border. And while he shares that with somebody, he is slinging goals and slinging pucks and taking down some deals. That's what he's doing. So we're honored to have our buddy, our friend from north of the border, a passionate investor, a passionate capitalist, a father of 2 kids, somebody who spends his times in Florida when it's too damn cold in Canada, is our good friend Phil Berder. Good morning, Phil. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. So tell everybody who's listening here, kind of, I mean, you've been a note investor for 6 months, but let's talk kind of about your path into being real estate, because you're doing stuff in Canada before we were talking. So kind of talk
Yeah.
about your entrepreneur journey.
Okay. Well, I started real estate in 2012. I started off with it's called rooming houses, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the lowest rung on the ladder of real estate, and I I started. It's it's big like a triplex, but
Yep.
it's all separated, with every room has a lock on their door, and they share a bathroom and a sink.
So it's kind of like
And
student housing then here in the United States, where everything
yeah,
shares. They have that around a lot of the
yeah,
universities. Okay, nice.
yeah. So I've built a portfolio of about 60 units, 60 and spread across 3 buildings in Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
And and over the years we've run the business and cash flowed the business for about until 2019. In 2019, we started selling off those assets because it was getting too much I had too much management, too much small issues that I didn't want to deal with anymore, and wanted to level up.
So what were
And
those issues? A lot of cases was just people not getting along with each other. Were you an adult
well, yeah,
babysitter?
because I mean, people are crammed up in there. Like, let's not joke about it. I mean, it's the truth. I mean, but that's all they could afford. I mean, you know, so it's better to live in a room than be on the streets.
Amen.
So we provided that housing. I mean, it was a tough business to get in because they get a lot of them, like, they get their checks from the government. So you have to be there on the first to make sure it doesn't end up in someone else's pocket. So
So are you saying you were a slumlord, or just that you dealt with people?
yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
mean
I'm
that.
not. I mean, you got to start somewhere. So I mean,
Yeah.
if it made me a slum warlord back in the day, then so be it. I
Well, I
can't do
don't mean
anything
that.
about it.
I
I
don't. I
wanted
don't.
to. I always knew I wanted to level up and
Yeah.
and do greater things. But if I have to start there, like, I
Well,
can do
first of
a
all,
dirty job and
Right.
get over it.
Yeah. No, I joke. You
Yeah,
weren't a
yeah.
slumlord. You were dealing with people, that were going through things, but providing them a
Yeah,
place to
yeah,
live,
no,
which is
but
great.
as a landlord,
At least
I think, I have a biased opinion, but I maintain my property, and
there you go.
I got top dollar for those properties when I sold them. I mean, they weren't run down like so many others are, because
Sure.
the clientele is rough on the on the real estate. They don't care. They have no skin in the game. I mean, they move in with a couple of garbage bags. They move out with a couple of garbage bags. There's no recourse. You know, they use the law against the landlord, but it's okay. Like I've moved past
Right.
that stage, because I was tired of toilets, tenants, and trash. Essentially, that's why I
Yeah.
moved on, and I knew I didn't want to do that all my life, and like it's just
You
it's
just
good
leveled
cash
up.
flow wise.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so I leveled up. And then because I saw an ad like become a private lender, and I was like, oh, and then the quote that attracted me was okay, become a private lender, um, earn 3 times as much as you would like in a at the bank, So it was like 10%, 12%. I was like, wow, that's amazing. I mean, tell me about this opportunity. So I went to a little Thursday night, 1 hour demonstration, and I was like, "Wow, this is really good," because we've accumulated a lot of equity
Hmm.
uh, in our assets. So I was like, "Okay, so we can sell one off, and then we can put it to work, and we make just as much, and we just make one loan, and it just pays every month." I mean, it's much better. We don't have to deal with the tenants. We don't have to deal with the trash. The owner is, but as the bank, I'm making. I was making more money being a lender than a landlord. So I figured, why not?
Amen to that. Amen to that.
So I became a lender in Canada, and I've closed and fully closed on 70 deals. Like the money went out, the money came back in. I did about 70 deals in the last 5 years, and it's been a great business up in Canada. I mean,
Great. Can you share
it's
with folks that are listening here or watching this how it's a little bit it's different in your neck of the woods? I mean,
yeah,
here in the United States, we're used to 30-year mortgages. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
Or hard money loans are 12 months. At,
yeah,
12% usually give a couple points there for you.
yeah.
How is it different up there? It's shorter term stuff for the most part, right?
Yeah,
In a lot of
as
cases.
a private lender in Canada, you're for a first lien, it's about 12%. Depend in the greater Montreal, in a larger area where there's a lot of people, it's around 12%. If you go out in the boonies, well, for sure it's more expensive. But around Montreal, it's 12% for a first lien. You got 2-3% for the fees, and it's a 1 year term, interest only. So it's usually for the people that are in between stuff that want to buy and flip, rehabs, that kind of stuff.
Now, now how's it for longer term holds? What's the longest term most folks have up there? If it's not an investment fix and flip, like you're using it for mezzanine, like you said, short term financing where they're
yeah.
flipping or stuff like
Well,
that, or rehabbing.
for as long as they want, really. I mean,
Okay.
because every year there's a renewal fee there's like a 1% renewal fee. So if they want to keep the money and they want to renew, it's fine. I mean, but it's interest only.
Very nice. Very nice.
So.
So you're doing so basically you're doing one loan a month on average. If you did 70 in about 60 months, you're doing 1 to 2
Yeah,
loans
well,
per month.
I've pulled back on the loans in Canada because I've started to expand in the US, but yeah, so I have like 15 deals in the US going on right now. Um, so yeah, I'm about 85 deals, 80 loans total now. So
Very
I'm starting
nice.
to get a little bit of experience and know how the game is working out.
Right. What's been so on those 15 deals we're talking about, you've bought notes here in the United States. You're at about 15,
Yeah,
14,
I
15
bought
right now.
no, yeah, because I can't originate loans in the US. There's all sorts of compliance and licenses that you need, which I don't have. So I figured I wanted the quick way to get in the business. So buying already originated loans in the US was probably the best way. So I reach out to banks, to hedge funds, the private investors that list their assets for sale, and yeah, I pick the best notes. So I get like a we call it a tape. It's like 100 assets, 200 assets in a on an Excel spreadsheet, and then I check them out. Like I pick the best states for lender friendliness, the right range for the dollar amount that I can close on. Um, and it's just picking the best yield really for out of all those assets. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. But the key is really to do a lot of marketing to get as many deals in front of you as possible. So you pick and choose the what's really going to pay out.
Right.
And
You
that's where you really came in, right? And with you're really good at marketing and getting putting yourself out there and letting everybody know that you're buying notes and it's been really working out for you. And it's the same recipe has been working out for me fine. I mean, it's good.
you'd
Now
be
I'm more in
surprised.
now I'm
Go
more in the
ahead.
fundraising aspect of things because eventually nobody, regardless of who you are, I mean, you're gonna run out of money, you know. So that's when you need to onboard investors, and that's where I'm at. And yeah, I've been working on that too, and so far so good.
Yeah. You bought out of your 15 notes that we've put
Yeah.
in front of you, and this is I know the answer, but for those out there listening don't. Are you targeting more performing or non-performing or a mixture of both there for you, Phil?
I like non-perf, but I have a mixture. I mean, I'm mostly non-performing, but if there's a good performing note out there that's just waiting for me to be scooped up, I'll pick it up, no problem. It's fun to always have money coming in every month to pay your fixed costs. So I'll have a little bit of performing stuff and sprinkle it with non-performing for the those really big home runs.
Right. Now you've got your first note was a duplex, it was an owner finance note, if I remember correctly, in Michigan, right? In
That's
Detroit.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And it was an investor that owned it.
yeah,
And I know this because we've been talking about it lately.
yeah, yeah.
And they stopped paying because one of the tenants stopped paying. They didn't have very good property management, if I remember correctly. Like you said that the one of the tenants in the duplex hadn't paid in like 6 months.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, how can you tolerate that? Like, I mean, you're gonna go under, and then that's like she didn't want to screw her credit, so I spoke with her and we made an arrangement, and then she signed me a deed in lieu of forfeiture. So instead of going through the whole legal process and wasting years, well, not years, but like
Some
so,
months for sure.
yeah, oh yeah, like a good 6 months, like may as well just figure out a deal and shake hands and be on our merry way, and I can move on quicker, and time is money, so the
Yeah.
less time I'm stuck waiting for it on a judge to issue a judgment and paying lawyers, that's worth something, that's for sure, so yeah, I mean, so I've taken over a property worth, well, she had it listed for 85, but because of her non-paying tenant, she had a hard time finding a buyer. So I'm gonna remedy that problem. And I bought that note. It was the note was worth 60 grand. The value of the property is about 85 when it's properly rented out. And I bought it for 37.6. I bought the
Hmm.
note.
Now it's a
So
contract for deed, if I remember correctly.
contract for
Contract
deed. Yeah.
at like 9 or 10%.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, at face value, the note was already a good, decent yielding note. I mean, but um, yeah,
Now,
it's her tenants that aren't paying, so it's been a problem for her, and she because she put like not enough down payment, and she bought too many, and then when you're a new landlord, you get overwhelmed by all those problems that you've never seen, and if you don't have somebody to help you out and deal with those issues, you're because I've been through that problem. When I had
yeah,
my 60 units and you have all those issues every day, your phone rings and you look at it sideways and you're like, oh, come on, like another issue. The janitor is telling you, oh, there's this, there's that, and it's never the the it's
It's
never
never
good
good
news.
news. It's
It's
never good
never
news
good
with
news, right?
it. So you paid, you said, how much did you pay for this note again? 30,
37.6.
and now you own a property that's worth conservatively 75 and above on the
Oh
low
yeah.
end.
Yeah, on Zillow it's right at 85. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just being conservative because there would be some closing cost stuff like that.
Yeah,
So,
of course.
and
Yeah,
you're
I'm in the
gonna
money.
are you gonna hold that for cash flow? You're gonna try and sell the asset. What's your
Well,
plan?
I like cash. I mean, that's why I'm in the note business. It's a beautiful business because it's cash for cash. As I don't have to provide the housing. I don't have to provide anything except the cash, right? And you just respect the contract, and that's it. But uh, I'll have to go through the real estate part of it. So I'll have to probably evict, flip, like refurbish the inside of the apartment,
Hmm.
put in I don't know, 5 grand, and then put in a Section 8 or other tenant, and then I can get the full market value for the property. And in the meantime, I can wait for my buyer because it's cash flowing.
Yeah. Yeah. You've got one tenant in there. It's paying. The other one, it
Yeah, so
hasn't
it
been
covers
paying.
the one that's paying covers the fixed costs, and the other one, well, what are you going to do? Like, we'll
What was funny is that they were behind by 6 months, and now once the sale went through, he made a monthly
yeah,
payment.
so yeah, well, yeah, trust me, I won't be dealing with this too long.
Now, what's been your biggest surprise? I mean, we went through it. I love working with people that are coachable. Phil's one of the most coachable people, takes action, takes action. But I also know that you get a little frustrated that it's a lot of times hurry up and wait on people, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, it's like anything. When you're dealing with the lawyers are dependent on the courts and the court dates and the judges. They postpone the hearing, and any reason is good to give the borrower more time. But that's why I choose lender friendly states. I mean, I don't go to New York or California. It's I don't want a foreclosure that takes 5 years. I can't afford it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like it makes no sense to deal with those properties unless you pay 30 cents on the dollar. Then maybe, right?
Right. Right. Now
And you have
you've
to
also
pay.
now you've got stuff that's performing. You've got some stuff that's
Yeah,
not performing, and then you've also some stuff like you have that Indiana asset where you went to foreclosure, and then the bar filed bankruptcy on it and submitted a
yeah,
payment plan. How's that working out?
yeah. Well, that's gonna delay things another year. But what are you gonna do? Like it's part of the game. And if they can figure it out for themselves in that year, then good for them. Like if they sell the property and pick up the equity that's left in their property, and good for them. But
Well,
a
but
lot of people,
it'll be a win-win. It'll be a win
yeah,
if they sell. It'll be a win because what you're owed on that note, you bought it at a good discount
yeah,
as well. You
yeah.
know, if they don't follow through on the BK plan and you end up foreclosing on it, and
Well, that's it.
yeah,
Like I mean, at some point it's got to stop. You can't just kick the can down the road. But I mean, I've bought loans that haven't been paying in 12 years. I mean, like but you have to buy them at the right discount and make
yeah,
sure you can foreclose, and like there's a lot of patient lenders out there, but
yep.
like at my level, I can't be patient forever.
No, no. Well, that's the thing is that some folks who you've bought stuff from had some good stuff. They've had some stuff that was delayed because they were more focused on their performing stuff, or also basically kind of their one foot out the door to retirement in a lot of cases too.
Right.
With our buddy there out of Indiana,
Yeah.
what has been the biggest learning curve for you as an not only as a kind of a newer non-performing note investor, but also somebody from outside of the United States? What's been the biggest two or three things that if you've had to learn or had trouble with?
I'd say the legal aspect of things, because every state is different. Every state has different laws. So, but I had a pretty decent idea of what I wanted,
Mhm.
you know. So, but yeah, the legal stuff, because they all have different wordings for the same step in different states. So yeah, the legal stuff. But I'm learning as I'm going. You know,
Yeah, you're doing good. You've got some bumper bowlers, that's it kept you out of some bad
yeah,
deals, or don't go do this in that state, like you said, don't go buy in California, go buy in New York, stuff like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we've had some fun going through that. And I mean, you've made a bunch of offers and you closed on 16. There's stuff that you've gotten approved that you end up going back and canceling because of due diligence issues,
Yeah, I mean the if the file isn't clean, I mean I don't want it because I'm going to be stuck with the with your issues. So
Yeah, yeah.
so I just had to let one go, not because it was a bad property, but like the addresses don't match. There's a missing assignment
Assignment.
in the
Yeah,
in the chain. So I mean, not worth my time. I mean, it's going to be an issue to foreclose, and you don't want to give your lawyers extra work to try to dig you out of that hole, you know?
right. Now, one of the things that we talked about early on was also the issue of investing in the United States versus investing in Canada, and if you had to move the money back there. You guys kind of have a double taxation aspect being a Canadian
Oh
investment.
yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, you need to have the even before because we spoke I don't remember exactly when we spoke, but I was like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do in the US. But then I was like, okay, I'm now it's a cross-border business. It's gonna be I can't just if I just open an LLC, it would result in double taxation. So it would result in a 67% total tax on your profits. Like, well, that doesn't make much sense. So I've set up the right entities so it flows through and to investors, and so there's no tax implication for international investors.
Yeah. That's the smart thing is making sure
Yeah,
your LLCs.
it's kind of a reverse engineering because at the end I knew I didn't want to pay double tax. So even before, because the profit is paid off at the end of your business, right? You don't pay
Mhm.
yourself first. I mean, you pay yourself when everything closes and you make money. So at the reverse engineer, okay, well, what kind of business do I need so I don't have to be double taxed? So yeah, so I've set up a limited partnership and it's been great so far. I
Very
mean,
nice. Who'd you use to set that up?
Laughlin out of
Laughlin.
Nevada.
Yep.
Yeah,
Guys, who I thought you said you used, but you're not the first Canadian investor who's wanting to invest in the United States, especially in this
yeah,
stuff. We got some others. You talked with, Cal and a few others out there, and so that's why we love. Laughlin works with a variety of international investors looking to invest in the United States and making sure everything's set up properly there for you, which is great.
yeah,
Now, you mentioned earlier about the capital raising side of things. Now, you funded a lot of these deals with your own capital, your own profits, as you
yeah,
mentioned, but you're taking steps now to put a fund together, do some other things. I mean,
yeah,
we put you in touch with a couple, with Todd and a few others out there too to talk to you.
yeah, yeah. So we're doing what's called structured notes. So that's where the investor would make a loan to my LP, and then with my LP, I invest those funds, and then I distribute on a monthly basis the interest to the investors. So yeah, I mean, it allows anybody, U.S., Canadian, Mexican, wherever you are, to,
Uh-huh.
to take part in those nice profits. I
Uh-huh.
mean, for like a 1 year term, we're talking about 8% for a 2 year, around 10, and a 3 year it goes up to 12%.
Hmm. And the great thing is that you're finding deals that will pay that and
Oh,
then
oh
put
yeah,
plenty,
absolutely.
yeah, plenty of money in your pocket too for you. And part of
Yeah.
it with that increased interest rate on the increased term, that gives you a little bit more flexibility to
Oh
get
yeah.
in, do some stuff, whether it's not that you'll be buying in longer foreclosure states, but states that are at 12 months or less to foreclose if you have to do that so that everything's taken care of, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because it's rare that you get a property that's been foreclosed on that's in perfect condition. I mean, you're gonna need a coat of paint, sand the floors, or redo the carpets, that kind of stuff. So that stuff is gonna take time. I mean, not too much time. It's not a big job,
Yeah.
but uh,
They've got to
yeah,
figure that out if you don't end up keeping the property, the borrowers in the property. Now, you're not opposed, like you said before, having performing notes for
yeah. If they're
reperforming
performing,
stuff.
and I mean, they regardless of what they choose to do. whether they reinstate and put their loan back on time, or they sell, or I'm in the money every time, you know. So it's
Yeah.
always
And
I
I love the,
anticipate. Yeah.
go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Vic.
I just make sure that the numbers work before I get into any deal.
Yeah. Well, I love it too that your threshold that you start looking at stuff makes complete sense. You're looking at that, 15, 16, 17% cash on
Yeah,
cash
that
return
well, that's
for
how
you.
I can pay 8, 10, 12. You know,
Yeah.
so if I made any less, then it wouldn't work out.
No, no, and you don't want to do a skinny deal either. We've talked
No,
about that as well. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense to do a skinny deal.
yeah,
And what's great is too is that you've when you got started, you bought some low balance notes just to kind of get your feet wet, right?
yeah. Well, yeah, of course. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't. I didn't put the big chunk down on the first deal. I mean, but hey, it turned out really good. My first deal, you know.
Yeah,
So
it sure did. But you've started to, I won't say mature up, but kind of grow to a little higher valued assets, a little bit stuff, a
yeah,
little higher balances now that you've got it
yeah,
down, and dealing with servicing companies and attorneys, and then
yeah.
local folks. Therefore, you're putting your team together. What are your favorite states right now to buy notes in for the most part?
I like Indiana.
Hmm.
Indiana, North Carolina. That's been good to me. Michigan, Michigan
Hmm.
has good stuff in there.
Hmm.
Um, I have a few in PA, and that's it. I have one in Illinois.
Yeah, not Cook
That's
County, not Cook
not
County.
not. Yeah, yeah. This one it's almost done. That's why I bought it, because it was right at the end of
Yeah, it's a
the whole
lower balance.
process. Yeah,
Yeah.
so the sale has been confirmed. So we're right at the end of the legal process.
Oh, sorry, it's not a low balance. It's basically because it was near the end of the foreclosure process in the next
Yeah,
90 days. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
yeah,
right. That's right. I
yeah.
forgot about that one. Now you mentioned marketing earlier on. What are some of the things that you've been implementing to market for deals or to market for capital, Phil?
Well, you have to build credibility. So we've built our LinkedIn, we've built a website, we've built marketing material. Like you're gonna send them a teaser, the pamphlet. And you need to have you have stuff on there, right? So we've built that, and then we've pulled IRA investors, SDIRA investors out of county records. So we're doing an email blast to these guys. So I've picked up about 1,200 SDRA investors. So yeah, and I'm working with Todd to set up um, my industry fintech account,
Yep.
so we can manage multiple investors so they get their monthly statements. It takes care of the compliance, all the back end. It deals with the all the questions investors may have. Um, so it really automates stuff. The servicing has been great. Um, it's taking care of all the payoffs, and I don't want to self-service. I'm self-servicing up in Canada, and I mean it's worth the price that I'm paying to have all those problems dealt with.
Mhm.
Yeah.
On your loans in Canada, what's the average dollar amount on the loans you're doing up in Canada?
100, 150.
And then
Those
what's the average?
up to 500.
Okay. And then what's
Yeah.
the average note that you've bought here in the United States, give or take a little bit? I know you've had some lower ones, but if you kick out the lowest one, what is it? 50K, 35K, 100K? What is
Well,
it?
I'd say, well, I'm looking at it right now. It's about like 200,
Okay.
the average note. Yeah. To I have small ones. I have a few small ones and a few big ones.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Now
Around two 200.
you also have a home here in the United States down in Florida, right?
Yeah. 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 Because I saw I see where the country's going. So I mean now let me have a plan B here. Like
Well,
so
I mean,
so
you can very easily here in the next year be the 51st state of the
Oh,
United
I
States.
mean, what a joke! Like
I know
seriously,
that's not going to
like
happen. I know, but
I
it's
mean,
funny.
you guys have a troll president. He likes to. he likes to troll people,
He likes to screw with people,
and
doesn't
they
he?
and what you have to understand is that if there's a troll, you can't bite and like and get mad. He's making fun of you, so you have to laugh with him. You have to tease him back. That's how you deal with it. But these guys, they take themselves too seriously. I mean,
Hmm.
what were
Yes,
you
they
gonna do?
do. That's
What are
right.
you gonna do?
That's right. But that's the thing. You spend part of your time, especially in the cold of the winter. You come down to Florida,
Mm,
and you get used to.
definitely.
So, what's your long-term goal? I mean, you're obviously cash flow, making cash flow. You've been an investor for coming on now. You said 2012, so 13, 14 years now as a real estate investor. What's the ultimate goal you're trying to do, Phil? Like, what's that? 400 notes, or I want this much in cash flow, or what? What are you looking to accomplish?
Um, I mean, I've always been it's not like a dollar amount. It's more like I'm all about freedom. Like
Yeah.
doing what I want when I want, you know? And as long as I can do that and always gain a little bit of freedom, I don't want to
Handcuff yourself.
I don't want to handcuff myself. So it's been a great business. You make your deal and then you wait for your money. You have emails to answer and you have to deal with lawyers. But I mean, I have a pretty decent system. I have a good team around me to help me deal with all those issues. Um, but I'm getting through it. My goal, I want to set up my own fund and like build on the experience that I've learned, the experience that I've gained over the years, and keep on learning. I mean, I love learning. I've always been. I've had great mentors, but I'm also auto. I learn on my own a
Yeah.
lot. So, um,
Well, you're coachable. That's the thing, and
well,
then you take action because here's the thing.
I wasn't always coachable.
I know. We all
When I
have.
was
You can be
young,
a
when
little
I was young, I
stubborn.
wouldn't, I wouldn't hear any. I didn't want to hear anything about anybody. I wouldn't listen to my dad, my mom, nobody. The hockey coach, whoever, the teachers, forget it. But if I want, like, it's got to come from me. And this business, I love that business. I think it's the best business in the world. There's no better business for me, and that's not everybody's opinion, and that's fine. We need all sorts of people to make a world, right? But I just love the note investing business. There's always something new to learn, and so it's a good challenge. It's a good challenge.
It's what I always say. It's one of the things where the lower your risk, the higher your return.
Mm,
Oftentimes, you know what I mean. When you look at some of the stuff where you're buying a non-performing note at a big discount, which
yeah,
lowers your risk, if they don't pay, you foreclose and you make a bunch. If they do start paying, great. It's a great cash flow, and you're
yeah.
not having to do a lot of work to get that cash flow on a monthly basis. But what I love about you two, Phil, is that you've pulled the trigger. A lot of people are
Oh yeah.
educated,
Well,
educated, learning,
that's
learning.
that's I think that's where my experience in Canada, like, because the first deal that I did in Canada, right, I was like, okay, that I was so stressed out, right,
Yeah.
because it was a decent looking property. It was like 200 grand in 2019, and then the guy needed 50K. So I was like, okay, we checked out the property, the foundation, the roof, we looked inside, we talked to the guy, and he's still my client, like 6 years later. We've both been happy with this deal, and I still have him. I don't want to let him go. He's been great. He paid on time every month. I mean, but that deal, we were scared, and then my mom was there, and I was like, Mom, like, if we don't do this deal, like, might as well do another business, because then when are you gonna loan 50K and back by 200K? Like that's a no-brainer. Like, you have to stop being scared and get your feet wet. And ever since it's been proven to have been a great decision.
Well, that's the great thing that I like about that is you learn, you calculate the risks, but you also look at the reward versus risks in a lot of
Yeah,
cases. Especially that's what I like about note business is if, hey, you're buying at a great price, even the borrower doesn't pay or borrower files BK or you have to go to foreclosure, you're going to make money. It may not be like the
yeah,
quick like 30-day, 60-day, 90-day quick hits like some folks do, but in today's world, most of the real estate deals are not happening in 90 days. You
no,
know, most of the fix and flips aren't happening in 6 months. It takes some time because of
yeah,
what's going on in the market, interest rates being a little bit higher on where they're at than
yeah.
they
You have
used
to
to. I
find your
mean,
buyer.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. I also like the fact that you were smart. You didn't just rely on the money that you had in your account. You went out and created your website. We put together your pitch decks. You started marketing that. You also started talking to your friends and family too, if I remember correctly. Some of your other investors that you've invested with stuff before too, correct? And started to get them kind of involved in funding some of your deals too, right?
yeah. Well, I have friends, family friends that had invested in my Canadian business, and they I pay them their 12% every month. Like it's been great. I mean, yeah, we did like 5, 6 deals together. So yeah, but
Cool.
it's like I'm giving them free money to
Yeah.
be honest for an investor. No, to be honest, because
True.
because because I mean it's worth 200 and you put in 50. I mean you can't lose. It's like it's really is free money.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to work. You just have to wire it in and wait. That's all you've got to do.
Yeah.
So for a passive investor that's got a capital to put to work, I mean, there's no better business.
Right. Now, I love too that some of the conversations that you and I've been having recently, and I know that you've been talking with our buddy Todd Billings, who's done a great job in helping
Yeah.
you put some things together for bigger things. And you've
Yeah.
talked about putting a fund together. So
Yeah.
let's talk about what your plan with that fund is. I know your plan is to raise a certain amount of money and then do what with that? Leverage it or go get lines of credit? Can you talk a little
Yeah.
about that next step that you're working through?
Well, the goal is to raise a $10 million structured note. So I'd have $10 million invested into my fund, and then using that $10 million, I go to the bank and I use it as equity to get a $25 million credit line. So I have $35 million to put to work. So I can take down the entire portfolio so I can get even bigger discounts on the notes that I'm buying. And then I can just churn through the 200 notes or the 100 notes that I'm buying.
Well, but
And
it's
and
also too, if you're getting lines of credit, that's cheaper money. That
yeah,
allows you to refinance out some of this more expensive investor money, right?
yeah,
And increase your cash flow and
absolutely.
have that stuff available for
Yeah, I mean,
bigger
at this
deals.
point, it's just bigger numbers. You add a zero.
Exactly.
It's not much more work. You just do bigger deals. So those sub 100 grand deals, like forget it. Like I don't have time. Sorry. You know. So okay, sub 200 because you're even bigger. Okay, see ya. But then you can't get too big because then you compete with those really big hedge funds that want those juicy notes too.
Right. Let me ask you a question for those out there that say you can't find non-performing notes. Is that true or false?
And that's absolutely untrue. It's because you don't know where to look, or you're not looking. You think they're gonna fall in your inbox like doing nothing. Like you have to reach out to those guys. Like you have to be credible. You can't be wasting their time, and ask for notes and have no credibility. So I mean, you have to market your way out of the paper bag.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's the thing is it's just follow up. And I've had to remind you a couple times, like, hey, call
Yeah,
this guy again. And oh,
yeah.
yep, yep. And because there's plenty of sources out
Yeah,
there.
they're busy. They're busy.
Yep.
Like because these guys, they have 2, 3, 400 notes to deal with. So, I mean, you think you're the only guy that's emailing them for a tape? I mean, they've got to put the tape together. They don't
Yeah.
send you their whole portfolio and be like, So they have to build you out a tape. Um, yeah, so it takes a little bit of work on their end, but I mean, you have to be in the you have to get back in there and then ask them.
Mhm.
It's.
It's just that follow up. 80%
Yeah.
sales comes after
Oh
that first.
yeah. That job is a lot of follow up.
Yeah.
Like that's the biggest part of the job. Like, okay, where are we with this file? Where are we with this file? Where are we with this file? Okay, what's the problem? Okay, what do you need me to do? Okay, pay that account, pay this, pay that.
Yeah.
Keep the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Keep your lawyer motivated and plowing forward.
Now, you got two young kids, right?
Yeah.
How old are they?
I have a son that's 4.5 and a daughter that's 1.5.
So you're getting a lot of sleep at night, right?
Oh yeah, great sleep. Kidding. I mean, it's been the best last 5 years of my life for sleep wise.
Now, what's your wife? I mean, your wife did something before the kids. What did she do before you had kids?
She was a medical secretary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but now she's taking care of my Canadian business.
There you go. Very good. So that's the thing. You guys both work together and
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah, yeah. We have to. I
yeah.
mean, somebody's got to take care of the kids while I'm out there hunting for notes.
There you go. There you go. Now you came to Austin for your one-on-one. We spent a couple weeks together. You closed on a note
Beautiful
relatively
city.
quickly. Very beautiful city. My thing that sticks in my mind is when we were down at Black's Barbecue, and I brought that tray of
Oh,
meat.
that's a tray. That tray was like $300. I mean, there was a lot of meat on that tray. Wow, that was like the no joke. The beef rib was as big as my forearm. I mean,
You ate on that for like 3 days.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That was amazing.
Yeah. If somebody out there, because you've been through the training, you've been to the 2 days, so we continue to obviously follow up. We talk on a weekly
Yeah,
basis, at least once a year,
yeah,
which is good
yeah,
stuff. What
yeah,
would you say to somebody who might be thinking about sign up for our coaching or sign up just for the 3 day class? Because you took the 3 day class before ultimately sign up for the
yeah.
workshop. Yeah.
I mean, your my philosophy is take action. If you don't take action, you'll never know. You'll never do anything. If you're scared, you don't want to get out of your comfort zone. Well, you will never achieve anything. You have to take a risk. You have to do something.
Yeah.
Like if you're paralyzed by analysis, I mean, then don't do this. Like you have to come on, let's go. Like you have to put your trust in. For my first note, I put all my trust in you because I mean, like what else am I gonna do? Like
Right.
I don't know this business a lot. So I've had to trust you, and it's been a great deal.
Right.
So
Well, that's the great thing. We sat down and said, okay, here's what could go wrong. Here's
yeah,
why this does make sense. Let's
yeah,
look at the collateral file. I mean, there's been
yeah,
times, we still look at collateral files together, like, no, this is something you don't want to focus on. Let's get rid of it. It's like that Tampa
yeah,
condo. We were like, no, let's just get
yeah.
rid
Too
of it.
messy.
Too
Yeah,
messy and stuff like that. But you did take action.
yeah.
Is the 3 day class enough to kind of get you started a little bit out there?
Absolutely not. Not for me.
Okay.
It wasn't for me. I mean, a 3 day. There's only so much. It's like a fire hose. I mean, how much water can you drink out of a fire hose? I mean,
Right.
I mean, yeah, you'll be wet, but it's yeah. Every week, have your meeting, learn a little bit more, prepare your questions, and get your answers, and that's how you learn. You can't learn everything in a 3 day class.
No, but
It's
you had the
impossible.
foundation. Yeah, you had the foundation
And
for
and
it, stuff
even
like that.
and like, it's too complex of a business to really get to it. Well, if you want to take 10 years on your own to learn a business, then take the 3 day class and make 1,000 mistakes and buy in New York and and figure it out on your own. But
Yeah.
if you want, it's all about saving time. Like time is money. So yeah, okay. Like yeah, your class was 20 something. I
Mhm.
don't remember. And but it was well worth it, like
You've
the
made your money back exponentially on that, is
oh,
what
of
you're saying.
course, of course, because that knowledge is with me forever now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so it's there's
Now,
there's always more to learn too.
right. Now, I don't remember, how did you come across me? Was it YouTube videos? Was it referral? Was it the podcast? Do you remember initially by any chance? I know it's been a while, but
No, I'll probably Google node investing.
okay. That's probably
Yeah,
what it was. Yeah.
yeah,
Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, what's your goal for the rest of the year? You were sitting here, halfway through March,
yeah, yeah. Well,
basically
I want
here.
to raise my 10 million bucks.
There
That's
you go.
what I want to do, and then get that credit line so I can put it to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I mean, we're in March. Yeah, yeah. By the end of the year, for sure, I have my 10 million bucks.
Oh, I
I
don't
know
doubt
it.
it. I
I
don't
know it.
doubt it for a second. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you've been using the VAs too to help with some of the
No,
marketing.
I've let them go.
You let them go. Okay.
Yeah, I've used them to get my SDIRA investors, but then I looked at the way he was working, and he wasn't diligent. Like
Okay.
you can tell when, because I can see a screen. I don't think he knew I could see a screen, but I mean he wasn't doing a really
Was
good
he?
job.
So you were having them work
He
at the
was
same time,
because but
or
I
you
could
were?
see because he would work, type, and then nothing happened for 15 minutes, and then he starts the mouse starts moving again, like back and forth, and then 15 minutes later, come on, like it's
So
okay.
you were using a software to track that. What kind of software? Thing were you using to track work?
It was a time doctor.
Time Doctor. Oh, that's cool. Very nice. I
No,
like that.
no.
Very good because it's worth it. I mean, you got to track if you're hiring someone, making sure they're working.
How do you know if they're productive or not? You know,
Exactly. Exactly.
so
But how many? You said they pulled a list of IRA investors for you, though. How many did they
yes,
pull
sir.
so far?
1,200.
Very nice. That's a lot. That's a
Yeah,
lot. That's good. You should be able
yeah.
to raise $10 million. Because if you figured even
Well,
12,
and it's the Floridian investors, so the that old money, right?
yeah, yeah,
The
yeah,
God's
yeah.
waiting room, but hey, they have a lot of money.
1,200 IRA. Let's just say if you do zero point zero 0.04, so you get 48 people out of that, an average of $150,000 a piece on kind of what they have. Yeah, that's a good chunk towards your 10 million. That's about 7.2 million just off that. But I think you'll do better,
Yeah, with my own
obviously, the
money,
more you
I can.
follow up. Yeah.
I'm yeah, with my own money, I'm right there. So
Yeah. There you go.
there you go.
I love it, man. I get more joy. That's why I was telling, Steph and I had a great, we enjoyed you down here. We got to get you
Yeah,
back down here at some
yeah. I
point.
want to come back.
Again.
I want to come back and go. The restaurant was such a nice place. Like the view, the sunset. I want to bring
Hmm.
my wife and my kids. That'd be
We took them
nice.
out to the Oasis on Lake Travis here. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
beautiful, beautiful
Oh yeah,
sunset, quiet. Um,
beautiful.
yeah, definitely, it's a good time. We'll have to do. We'll definitely maybe next time we have you come down, we'll have more folks, or maybe we'll do a mastermind event and have you come down,
Okay, that'd
and
be cool. Yeah,
that would
yeah,
be fun. Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
So, but Phil, we are
Yeah.
very proud of you. If you didn't know this already, I'm very proud of what
Thank
you
you.
do. Always
Well,
glad to talk with you.
yeah. I mean, I that's it. I try to have a good attitude and like you said, be coachable because it's been a weakness of mine. But that's how you learn, right?
Yeah,
But when I want to do something, I go for it. I go get it.
yeah.
So I
What's
think
your
it's working out.
It is. Besides real estate investing and business stuff like that, what's your favorite thing to do when you're not investing or not? When you've got some time to yourself for a little
No,
while?
I like to ride my motorcycle. That's what I love. Working on it. It's like going
What,
for a
what,
ride. That's what
what
I
kind of,
enjoy.
for all our friends out there with motorcycles, what kind of motorcycle do you have?
It's a 2021 Harley Davidson Fat Bob.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. You need to take a picture of you on the bike and have that on your LinkedIn. You'd probably raise some capital from Harley
You
owners. You know what I
think?
mean?
You
I know
think?
you would. Yeah. We got a place here in Austin or south of Austin where I worked at. And we didn't have time when you were down the first time. But there's a place, there's a little historic district called Green Hall. It's Texas' oldest dance hall. Okay.
Okay.
And I work down there on the weekends. It's a big tourist area. They got the Guadalupe River where people come to go tube the river, and they got all these antique shops and a little winery, stuff like that. But on Saturday and Sunday, every Saturday, Sunday during the summers, it's all lined up with motorcycles almost the entire time. But
Nice.
it's not like guys in a gang. It's all like dentists,
Yeah.
doctors, people
Yeah.
sitting around in their chaps drinking a cold Lone Star beer or Shiner Bock
Yeah.
and having
I
fun
mean
out there.
the sound of the Harley is just intoxicating. It's
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
I
is.
mean not
Well,
everybody likes it, but I do.
oh no, there's nothing. There is nothing. It's much better than a rice rocket, basically,
Oh yeah. Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good
It's
stuff there.
yeah.
Well, good stuff. Well, Phil, like I said, we're proud of you. We're so glad at the success you're having. We're and the continued success we know you're going to have. because you're
Yeah.
kicking butt and taking names out there. So what's the best way for those listening here, whether in Canada, the United States, or somewhere else, or even folks looking maybe to invest here with you? What's the best way for people to reach out and connect with you, Phil?
Yeah, well, I have my website. It's again, my company's name is Colossus Strategic Holdings, and my website is cshlp.net. So you can reach out to me through my website, or you can email me directly, phil.b like Bravo at cshlp.net.
Awesome. We'll put your website, and we'll also put your LinkedIn profile link in the show description
Yeah,
so
we'll
people can
do a
reach out
little
to
bit
there.
of editing.
There you go. Yeah, no problem. Phil, what you got planned for the rest of the day?
Oh, keep working on my notes now because we've been talking and I can't answer my emails.
Well, I'll let you go so you can
Hey,
get back to
hey,
entertainment. Get back to
yeah,
work, buddy.
let me check. Let me check. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I just made 10 grand.
I love that. I love that. That's good stuff there. You'll being on the podcast, I said make you some money. All right.
All
Well,
right,
thanks so
buddy.
much for being on here. Appreciate it, Phil. So
All right.
that'll wrap it up for this episode, guys. One of the great things about what we do is helping folks dive in. Phil was successful before us. He's going to be successful after us, but he's learned something new. He's taken advantage of the opportunity and really diving in. And if you're here in the United States struggling, just think about other people that see the opportunity here in the United States. If it's a great deal, it's a decent deal, you're going to learn more by pulling that trigger the first time. If you're trying to learn everything A to Z, all the nuts and bolts before you pull the trigger, you're never going to find success and you're going to suffer from overanalysis process. So go out, anything I can tell you to do, go out, take action, make your first offer, and get rock and rolling. You learn more by doing than learning. So go out, take some action, buddy, and we'll see you at the top. Thanks.
Bye bye.
Hey, real estate note investors. This is Scott Carson, the note guy, and I've been an active real estate investor for over 20 years. And for the past 15 years, me and my students have relied on one company to help protect our assets and also help to create our LLCs and different entities and business formations and our asset protection to make sure that we're protected and aren't violating the corporate veil. What company is that? That's Laughlin and Associates here. They're out of Reno, Nevada. Huge fan of what they do and the customer service that they provide, not only me, but to my students, not only across the country, but across the world, especially for those looking to start businesses here in the United States, whether you're from Mexico, Canada, overseas. One company you want to reach out to is Laughlin and Associates. Aaron Young has owned this company for quite a few years. Laughlin has been around for over 50 years, and it's really the number one place for you to set up your LLCs through the Nevada LLCs or Wyoming or Delaware Limited Trust. They're just an amazing company to not only create your LLCs, but also follow up with the regular bookkeeping that you need to make sure that that corporate veil surrounds your business and keeps you safe from ne'er-do-wellers. All right. And like I said, I have been a huge fan of them. We've used them for every LLC, every entity we use, and they do just an amazing job in answering questions and helping to set up also our future, our estate, our Rockefeller plan, our asset protection plan, not only now, but as we evolve and grow more wealth and more assets. Laughlin Associates is always there to help answer our questions and help structure the things to keep our assets safe. Don't you want to keep everything you've worked for, whether it's your business, your real estate, your investments, safe and sound from the folks out there trying to take you down a notch? Well, make sure you talk to the team over at Laughlin Associates. You can schedule a free phone call at 1-800-648-0966. That's 1-800-648-0966. Tell them that Scott Carson sent you, and they'll take good care of you. Or check them out at laughlinusa.com. That's laughlinusa.com. Trust me, that's one phone call, one meeting you will never regret. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as the Note Guy, and I've been an active note investor focused primarily on the niche of non-performing notes, distressed mortgage notes, and residential commercial properties for almost 20 years now. My company is WeCloseNotes.com. And I know there's a lot of different things when it comes to the note world. Are you buying performing notes? Are you buying owner finance notes? Are you buying institutional debt like I would focus on? Are you buying first, seconds, contract for deeds? There's a lot of questions. And it can be very confusing about what you can or cannot do. So one of the great things that we've hosted for the last couple of years that we do on just about a regular monthly basis is we host our one-day class called Note Weekend. If you go to noteweekend.com, you can register for our free 3.5-hour class. We'll talk to you and share with you how you find, fund, and flip non-performing notes. And yes, you can buy non-performing notes from banks hedge funds, and a variety of different hard money lenders out there for your own portfolio. No, you don't have to have millions of dollars to dive into the non-performing note game. We've got students that have bought plenty of deals with 25, 30 grand, getting their ball rolling, using their self-directed IRA, who are tired of dealing with toilets, tenants, trash house, tired of battling contractors and GCs to get properties rehabbed. We all know the market is changing. And while it may not be like 2008, 9, and 10 again, we do see a lot of distressed debt out there on both the residential and the commercial side. So if you're thinking about diving into the note game, becoming a note investor, a lien lord, as you like to say, versus a landlord, or you just want to figure out what it is about the sexy side of real estate in the note space, well, check it out. Noteweekend.com. Doesn't cost you anything. We host it live, usually the first or second Saturday of each month. You can go today, register at the website, noteweekend.com. Register for the next live class we host. You'll get sent a replay of the previous class so you can start learning about the note business today. No questions asked, no credit card needed. This is a great way for you to dip your toes in the water and see if it's warm. Because I guarantee going through our one-day class, you want to dive into the deep end and become a note investor. So check it out, noteweekend.com. You can also go to our website, weclosenotes.com. Check out our podcast. Check out our #1 YouTube channel. We are here to help support you. Whether you're an experienced investor or you're brand new to investing, Note Weekend is a great place for you to get the ball rolling. People often say we cover more in our 3-hour class than most people cover in their 3-day class. So check it out. Love to have you be part of our Note family. But get signed up today at noteweekend.com. Thanks and have a great day. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be with you here today. And today's episode is all about making infinite returns. Infinite returns? How do you make infinite returns, especially with performing or non-performing notes? Well, this episode is actually, we're going to dive into a case study. It's an actual deal that we went through this past weekend in our virtual note buying workshop. It's an actual deal. We've got a bid out on it. Hopefully we get it approved. Came in from a seller who's got other notes available. We're waiting on them to send us the full tapes. This is one note that they actually have available. So I thought I would go through what I went through this weekend that our students really loved, talk about the structure of the deal and how we're going to make an above average return on this deal. Okay. A way above average return on the deal for a couple of reasons. Okay. And there's some pros and cons to it. But I've got the numbers broken down, and this is kind of how we approach looking at deals. Now, this is a performing note case study. It's actually in Toledo, Ohio. It's an occupied. It is an owner finance note. And so I like the deal. I really like the deal for a couple of reasons. There are a couple of flags that we had to double check and due diligence, but for the most part, this comes from one of our reputable sources. All right. So it is a property, and here's kind of a photo. When we first saw the address, I got up, after I was like, well, okay, first of all, I saw the deal. I was like, whoa, there's some numbers on here look confusing, a lower value or a higher unpaid balance. And so when I got online, I looked at the address in the map search, and this is what it pulled up. This is a photo of the property from June of 2023. Now, if you're listening, you can't see the property. But it's kind of gray. It looks like a traditional Toledo, Ohio property. Looks like it could use some TLC. Now, Zillow gave it this value of about $56,000, but it looks like it needs a new roof. It's just a house. It's a $50,000-$60,000 house in Toledo. It's right next to a big white building, a nice house. It's in a decent neighborhood. I like the neighborhood, Toledo. I've bought plenty of stuff in Toledo, driven through there multiple times. It's on a normal sized lot. But then I looked at a little bit more information on the Google search. And then the next photo I found was actually that the property had been fully rehabbed. And this is a current photo from the listing from just a few months ago when the actual property was sold in owner financing. Okay, well, obviously it looks a whole lot nicer now. Okay, much nicer now. Now I can understand a higher value on this. And what's great is the listing had basically 24 other photos of the interior, restained wooden floors, interior paint, very nicely done in a rehab project. And the seller had this note, obviously went in. They were first going to keep it as a rental and advertise as a rental, and then ended up selling it as an owner finance note to somebody who's taking over the property, who wants the property and putting a renter in there, which is okay. Nothing wrong with that as well. So here are kind of the numbers behind what we found. Okay, first one right off, the performing first lien, the current unpaid balance is 106,054. There was a $110,000 sales price. I think 109,900 is to be precise. Okay, after doing a little digging, but 110. Okay, it was originated March 28th of 2025 is when the note was originated. Now Zillow shows it saying June as a property sold, but we know that's a bit of a delay in recording and things like that. But anyway, sold on a mortgage March 28th, 2025. Not a contract for deed. Okay, an actual mortgage. Now, contract for deed, you could evict relatively quickly, but since the balance is over 100, I think having it on a mortgage is actually a little bit more advantageous, especially with it being an investment property, stuff like that. 30-year mortgage at 8.9% interest rate. Since it's got a $106,000 balance, the P&I payment portion is $845.71. It was done through a third-party RMO who passed everything. It's been approved for rental property in Toledo, Ohio, gone through all that stuff. Really looks nice on the before, when compared with the before photo versus the after picture. Okay. And it's currently serviced with Allied Servicing. Okay, great. And here's the kicker. The seller is looking to sell the note at 44,700. Okay. So I think they need to move this one relatively quickly because, like I said, the original value is about 56. They bought it cheap, did some nice TLC to it, probably bought it a lot cheaper than 56, and they're looking to move it and turn it into a good note for somebody to step in and buy. And I like this because you're buying it at a pretty significant discount since it's a 30-year mortgage. Okay. And the seller, when the owner finance, did do a seller's title policy too, which is an added bonus. So some of the things we talked about before, like RMLO, a little bit of down payment, third-party servicing, and then even the lender's title policy is great. It makes that a very marketable note. Now it's got 4 months of seasoning on it as far as payments, which is not bad. Would I've liked to see a bigger down payment? Yeah, but I think there's still some upside based on the fact that we could buy this still at a price that makes sense. So let's look at some of these things. So basically, if you tell you previous value, like I said, is 56, that's the big red flag. And that would, showing a value of 56 is going to, to justify 110, I really need my BPO that I would order to come in at that higher price. Okay, now if it comes in at 80, 90, I'm still pretty much fine with that. That's more than 56, so it still puts me in a good percentage. Okay, like I said, fully rehabbed out, really nice job inside. They're doing a good job to market the property. I'm pretty happy with that. So I get to see interior condition without having to do a lot of work. They're selling basically at 80%, not of FM, 80% of what they said the old value of 56, 44,700 divided by 56 is 80% of that. Or they're basically selling it at 42% of the UPB, with the UPB being that 106. Okay. So you could also argue they're selling it at, about 40%, of actual value if the value does come back at 110 versus the 56. So like I said, I would verify that in BPO due diligence. If my bid's accepted, we'll go from there. Now, the monthly P&I payment just gives you a bit of an idea on the cash flow. 845.71 times 12 comes to $10,148.52 in cash flow. Now, that's just P&I payment. Now, if it's a performing note with Allied, you're going to pay $30 a month, so you take off another $360 on there. It's still going to be about a 22% cash and cash return after servicing, if we just paid the 44.7 that they want, right? Now, the seller did say they were a little bit flexible when I reached out to them. So I like that. So what should you do? Well, this sounds great, Scott. 23% ROI sounds great, but how do you make an infinite return? How are you going to promise what you delivered? Is this a bait and switch? No, it's not a bait and switch, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you how we do this and how we would structure this by going through some of the numbers, especially when you start talking about using other people's money. Now, look, who's going to cry about a 20% return using their own money? That's not a bad day, especially if you're using your IRA, okay? Pretty phenomenal. But what I did on the workshop on Saturday, I actually I went back through the numbers, put them in a spreadsheet, and started sharing with you the way to make infinite returns is to bring in a private money lender and you have zero money into the whole deal. Okay. And this actual deal works for that pretty relatively well. Okay. So let me share my screen. Let me pull up my spreadsheet here for you guys. All right. Let's see if this works okay. I'm trying a new thing here with Zoom so that you guys can see me present. Okay, I think we're working here. I think we're working with Crisco now. Okay. Come on, share. All right, I think we're okay. All right. So the thing with this deal is I've got all these numbers spread out here for you. So I've got over here, if we bought it at 45, $45,000, just to round it up a little bit, okay? $110,000 sales price. Sold the property for, sold it on terms that way, okay? Let's see here. I'm just trying. Oh, come on. Zoom has been acting funky. All right. 110,000 sales price. It looks like they put about $3,000 down payment. 106,054 is the UPB. All right. 8.9% interest rate. We ran that through an amortization table and it came up exactly 845.71. That's a P&I payment. I don't know taxes and insurance, but that should be covered by the actual owner of the property. 360 term, originally 328. The original, of course, the original BPO before it was sold is 56,000. Obviously, Zill's already updated it just in the last 2 days, which is kind of nice. So if you look up here, you'll see where I said, okay, costs, dollar costs, money costs, that's a dollar sign. So money costs at 8%, money costs at 9%, money costs at 10%, 11, and 12. So I ran that across the top here. So if you're borrowing money, say we just buy it at 45, okay, that's the purchase price. Maybe go to 50, stuff like that. But we'll talk with like 45,000, the nice round number, okay? If you borrowed the money from somebody at 8% interest only, you'd be paying $3,600 a year to somebody. That's $300 a month on average. Up to 12%, which would be $5,400 and $450 a month paid to your money partner, okay? Now, I have a line here which says month cash flow. That's what you would net after paying your money costs. So 3,600 divided by 12 equals 300. If you're bringing in 845.71, that's a positive monthly cash flow to you, 545.71, $545 in cash flow coming in that you have none of your own money in the deal. That's an infinite rate return. That's an annual cash flow of 65.48. Over 5 years, that comes to cash flow 5 years to you of $32,742.60. Now that's on the 8%. Let's throw it over to 12% down at the end. 12%, $5,400 paid out annually to your money partners. That divided by 12 is $450 per month. That leaves you a net of $395.71 per month, so just under $400. That's an annual cash flow of $4,748. That leaves you with a 5-year cash flow of $23,742.60 that you made without any of your own money. That's how you make an infinite return on money, by doing that deal. Okay, now let's say and I've already raised capital for this. I went through marketing on this thing Saturday night. We sent a text blast out. We had somebody respond, say, hey, I'm interested in getting $400 on, $400 a month on 50 grand. Well, that comes to roughly about a 9.5 to 10% interest rate that I'd be paying. I'm fine with that. I'm all day fine with that. So if we hold this note for 5 years, remember the interest rate's at 8.9% right now. Do I think rates are going to go down in 5 years? Yeah, probably so. Our value is going to go up on property. Yeah, probably so. So the borrower who bought this property on an owner finance note should have some equity at that point. Probably wants to get out of 8.9% interest rate. If they don't, that's fine. We'll hold it. Or if they sold it after 5 years to cash out and go that route. But saying a 5-year balance, when you run your amortization table, if they just keep making the normal monthly payment, your payoff at 5 years, after 5 years, is 101,604. Okay? 101,604, it'd be the payoff. Okay? Well, if you look at what you're into it for at 45, is that number right? I'm making sure this is correct. Yeah, means if you subtract your $45,000 investment from the 101,604 that they refinanced, remember, you're getting cashed off, all right? You're getting paid off. That would leave you with a profit margin, yes, profit to you, the note holder, at 56,604 after you pay off your money investor at 45. That's a net. That's a pretty good net. So you made cash flow of $32,000 plus the $56,000 for holding it for 5 years. That's an $88,000, actually $89,000 when you add the two together. $32,742 is that's the cash flow over 5 years at 8%. That's paying your investor an 8% money. So you take the 32,742 plus the 56,604. That comes to $89,346. Now, if you're paying 12% for the 5 years, you're still going to net 23,742 and 60 cents just from the cash flow side, and then add in that 56,604 difference between what the UPB is and what you borrowed. That's still going to be a nice 70. That's actually still going to be an $80,000 profit. That's a pretty good day, right? Now, well, Scott, what happens if they stop paying? And that's the one big concern I have, right? So usually what we do, if we were afraid of somebody going to foreclose, we would throw in a 1-year prepayment penalty. Let's say they stop paying immediately and we got to go through the foreclosure process. So, all right, so we bought it at 45. We're going to add in $3,600 in 1-year prepayment penalty. So I always tell my investors, look, if it sells off within a year, I'm going to give you a year of interest so that your money at least made some money. Okay, so if you got an 8% and it takes me 6 months for you to get your money back, guess what? You just made a 8% times 2 is 16% cash and cash return. Okay, but if they don't, okay, so if they stop paying now, then we got to go through the foreclosure process. It's going to take less than a year roughly to do it, but we'll say so. Paying our investor 1-year prepayment penalty on $45,000 is $36,000. Okay, we add in. Oh, wait a second. Maybe actually that'd be yeah, no, that's right. That's correct. On the low end. Figure $3,500 to foreclose in Ohio, which is about what we've paid. That means our total cost into the deal is $52,100. Okay. Now, we're expecting our comps to come back on a BPO at 110. If our comps come back at 56, I'd be a little bit worried. We would need to get a little bit better price on the deal because you're basically going to break even at that point. You're not going to get a lot of money, but based on the condition of the value, condition and all the upgrades they did to the property, I think it's worth a whole lot more than 56, but I don't know. Okay. But let's just say it's worth 110. Well, if you turn around and sell the property for 110, all right, you take away 10% for closing costs and commissions. All right. That's going to be that leaves you at 11,000 taken off. That means your basically net is 99,000. 99,000 minus 52,100, which is your total cost basis. That still leaves you with a net profit of $46,900. On the high end, look, yeah, a little bit less, but that's still a pretty good deal, taking care of your investor and taking care of you. You don't usually see such a big difference between the UPB and then what they're willing to sell, but hey, this is one of those deals that you don't wait around for to jump on. And that's why you start marketing something like this because if somebody's got $50,000 sitting in a deal, same thing. It might make sense for you to, okay, I'm going to borrow $55,000. And all our numbers change a little bit on that. So it's still, if you carry cash flow, you're paying a little bit more. You're still getting $480 to $300 a month. Okay. Between 8% and 12%. And you're still making anywhere from $5,700 to $3,500 a year over 5 years, anywhere from $28,700 down to $17,742. But you're still getting a nice $46,000 payout at 5 years if you borrow 55. Now, if you borrow 50, I probably wouldn't go above 50. I'd probably just stick to 50 as a nice round number. Yep, still good deal. $512 to $345 a month in cash flow as our numbers automatically change. Like I said, biggest concern is what's our BPO going to tell us its value is. Hopefully it comes back at 110 because there are comps in the area for 110. The $56,000 value usually was as it was previously, that gray building that's not very sexy. Now the question is, and I'd love to hear from you guys, would you do this deal? Would you fund 50 to make 8 to 12%? Yeah, 10% I think is a fair deal on this, especially if it's going to be passive and that money's been sitting there. If you're interested in deals like this, please reach out to me. We're going to break down another deal that we were looking at as well down in South Texas, just property just south of San Antonio. That's a pretty good deal as well. And a way to arbitrage. This is one way, guys, you can arbitrage using somebody else's money and put money in your pocket at an infinite rate of return. All right. Anytime you use other people's money and you don't have any of your own money in the pocket, out of pocket, there you go. That's how you make it infinite. Don't get me wrong. You're going to use your own money and make 20% or greater. That's still a phenomenal day in the note space. All right. In worst case, if they don't pay, you take the property back. You got a property that is going to rent for $1,000 plus a month based on market rent comps and go from there. So the deal I'm pretty excited about. Hopefully we'll have more of these that we can make available to you guys out there to either fund or purchase in the next week or two. So hope you enjoyed this deal. I know I will. We have our waiting on our offer, but offer got out Saturday night and following up with them today as well. Just making sure that, hey, our foot's in the door to buy this deal and get this deal funded. And like I said, what I did as far as funding, like create an image, I posted on socials. We did a little short TikTok video about the deal. And then we also shared it to a text message blast of folks that it clicked just 100 and some odd people text message blast. And we had a couple respond that, hey, yeah, interested in definitely, hey, 50K. If I can get 9-10% for 3 years on their money, they're pretty good to go. So just responding back and forth and work and see who can fund faster and just wait and make sure, hey, we get a contract signed on this thing so that we can start the due diligence process. Like I said, big caveat, I feel pretty good about the paper. Big caveat is just the difference in the values. And the seller is probably a little flexible. If the values don't come back where they need to be, probably drop it down. Maybe I pick it up for 40. Maybe I get 42. Every little bit I save, 2-3 grand is still, that's almost 2/3 of the foreclosure costs if I need to. So that's a great day, great deals. Follow me for more information. Guys, check us out at weekclosenotes.com. This is like just one of the things, drop in the bucket that we teach during our 3-day workshop. And definitely, if you're interested in finding deals like this might be something to think about as far as sign up for our one-on-one coaching, because these are deals that we're going to find for you if you're a one-on-one coaching student. So great way for you to make your money back on the coaching costs and put some nice ROI into your IRA or your HIP, your HIP National Bank. So go out, take some action. We'll talk to you soon, everybody. Thanks. Hey, real estate investors. So you want to dive into the world of note investing, but don't currently have the funds to sign up for an expensive class or a workshop or one-on-one coaching. Well, then you definitely want to check out the biggest bang for your buck in the note world. And that's our WCN membership. It get you an all-you-can-learn access to our class workshop replays, tapes, weekly coaching calls. For $97 a month, it's the biggest bang in the note industry because you get access weekly with me. You can book one-on-one phone calls with me. As we get different tapes in, we'll share them with our members after our one-on-one coaching students get access to us. We share a variety of tools, like I said, replays to the previous workshop, special discount codes to other events that you can take advantage of to help you get more bang out of your dollar every month. We've been investing in notes for over 20 years, and one of my biggest passions is helping note investors, big and small, get started buying notes. Yes, I got started years ago with no money, no savings, and no list. And I love helping people close on their first deal, get their first private funding partner to help them fund more deals and help them both make above average returns. If you're looking for somebody to help you take your note investing from 0 to 60 and want to get started, my WCN membership is a great place to get started. Like I said, we upload lists to it, video training, coaching calls for $97 a month. What can go wrong? The only thing we ask is you hang around for 6 months, and then if you don't like it, you can cancel. But check it out at noteumbrella.com. That's noteumbrella.com. That's our WCN membership. Get looking at assets today. Start putting your fingers on the trigger to pull the trigger on some note deals here before too long. Yes, anybody can buy notes. I don't care your age, your savings, what race, color, whatever it is. Note investing is all about what action you take, and the first action you should take is signing up for our monthly membership at $97 a month. That's noteumbrella.com. You can also access it by going to weekclosenotes.com and checking on the monthly membership. But we are here to help you. Scott Carson, the Note Guy. We look forward to seeing you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up to be here with you today. And on today's episode, and this is probably going to be a double feature, not only on Note Night in America, but also on the Note Closure Show podcast, because I know we have subscribers to both. But we're going to be diving in and breaking down this list of 72 first liens. They're called legacy liens because they've been around for a little while, nothing brand new. And it's a mixed bag of notes. And I get this from one of my sources. One of my hedge fund sources sends me lists on a regular basis, and I can cherry pick from this, or I can buy the whole portfolio. And I wanted to go through it because it is a mixed bag of performing and non-performing first liens, and it kind of breaks down. I mean, it's a tape of stuff all across the United States. You've got stuff, and if you're listening to this, you may want to watch the video in the link below. But we've mapped it with Batch Geo by the performing stuff and the non-performing stuff. And you've got stuff all across the country. And how the 72 breaks down is 29 non-performing notes and 43 performing. Okay. And like you say, you got some stuff in Texas. You got a couple performing notes out in California, one in Oregon. You got stuff up in the Midwest, New York, a couple in Florida. It's a mixed bag of stuff across the country. And so I thought, since you guys already love it when I break down these tapes, I thought I would go through and share with you how to make an offering on the full tape if you wanted to, or also how to break it down, because it really is two different tapes, and you've got to adjust your price differently, whether it's a performing note or it's a non-performing note. And it's not very difficult to do. 72 first liens, we've bought plenty of portfolios that were greater than 72 first lien. Now you can also do a carve out. I've already made an offer, I think, on about 15 of the non-performers. And if it comes back available, I'll probably make some more offers on some stuff. There is some low balance stuff in the non-performing stuff. Some of the performers have higher balance stuff. So it's a different aspect of it. But I thought it'd be valuable because we've got a coaching student who's got some deep pockets and they're looking for a tape like this. So I thought I would record it on their behalf, kind of talk through the deal, and kind of come up with an offering basis and then go from there so that you guys can learn and peek over my shoulders while we break this down. All right. So let's dive into the spreadsheet. Let's pull it up. Here we go. 72 legacy first. You can see the map all across. So it's kind of small here. So let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger for everybody, so it's not hard for everything. So basically, what I did, the tape came to me. All right. And basically, it was this red and black. The red being non-performing, the black being performing. Okay. And you have the loan number, the address of the property, the street address, the city, state, zip. Originally, the fund just sent out a sanitized list where there was no addresses. I went back and asked for them, and they provided to me, knowing that I'm a legitimate buyer. Okay. But you've got the zip code, original balance, the current balance. If there's a deferred balance on that, basically means if it's been pushed to the back. Now, it had zero deferred balance. A lot of these numbers that were in here were my actual offers. Okay. So let me go ahead and just delete those off. Clear. There we go. Deferred. Because it was just a vacant thing. You got the appraisal, BPO or AVM number, the first paid date on these, and you can see these range anywhere from 2021 all the way back to 1995. So some have been around for a while. You've got the first paid dates, and then you've got the paid through date, and then the next pay dates. And the next pay dates, basically, some are relatively current. They're new. They're due for January of this year, or some are going back to 2021. So it's still within that aspect of things like, hey, 4 or 5 years. I like if they're non-performing, because then you can basically make some money on that stuff. They give you the maturity dates. These are all fixed rates. There's no ARM index, ARM margin, first ARM reset day. Now the thing is, I like tapes where it's got the stuff in it because I know it's a direct download from the lender's servicing information. Okay. Delinquent change cap, it's all direct from them. Okay. Loan status, you can see how many days behind they are in red. If it's flag as in delinquent, it's flag, yes, true or false. BK status, foreclosure status. So none of these are in foreclosure right now. And then you see this was all pulled as of like March 13th. So it's relatively new. It's March 20th right now. So it's basically, this information was pulled a week ago. Bids were due yesterday and today, and we got those bids in. So what I'm going to do first is this got enough information. Now, it doesn't give me the P&I payments. All right. It does not give me that. Wait a second. If I go to the raw data, I bet it does. Yeah. So here's the other raw data. Okay. This is better. Sorry, guys. That's kind of the basic information. Okay. So a single family, these are all single family homes, first liens, property value, the LTV, the combined loan to value, the purchase UPB, what's left of the loan. Okay. Hello, this is Scott. Yes, hello. Yeah, I'm not interested. All right, then you've also got the original loan amounts. You've got the loan term. You can see these are 20-year to 30-year. You got even a 15-year in there. I don't see any. Oh, I see something that's been modified. So it says 480 down at the bottom down there. Okay. Amortization machine, FICO scores, the P&I payment, the first pay dates, the maturity dates, all that good stuff. Current UPB, last payment received. All right, so it's got two tabs on here. One is basically most of the data, and the other stuff is the raw granular data, which is what we have in here already. Okay, so I'm actually, let's see, do we have values? Yes. Do we have current UPBs on this tape? Yes. I'm making, give me 1 second here. These are all first lien. I want to make sure P&I payments is important. Maturity dates, due dates, current UPB. Yep. So we have that. Now, most of these, what's missing on here, oh, we have the property values. Okay, good. And like this is, if this was a tape of second liens, there would be an amount for the senior amount, but we don't have, these are all first liens. Okay. So we are going to go off of this tab, the raw data, because it gives us more granular information. All right. And what we can do is we can get rid of some stuff. We'll leave the loan number, the state, city, state, zip on there, obviously. They're all single family homes. Make sure and filter this so we can see this stuff. All right. They're all one single family. So we're going to get rid of a couple tabs. We're going to get rid of the class because they're all single family, all first lien. So we don't need to have those columns in there. There's no senior amount because these are all first liens. We're going to delete the senior amount. Purchase UPB, original loan amount, loan term. They're all, oh, there is one adjustable in here, I think. And this is, we'll leave that in there. You got FICO scores. We don't really care about because we're in the first lien position. First paid date, last payment received. Okay, so now, where's our delinquent status here? Warehouse line days past due. Okay, so what we're going to do is go back here and we're going to sort it between the performing and the non-performing. That's what we need so we can split these up into two tapes. Now, let's just do the assumption. Now, while we can cherry pick this, let's talk as if the seller wants us to buy the full thing. Okay, an all-in bid is going to get you a better acceptance ratio. And then if you fade some stuff out, you fade some stuff out. But what would you bid on all of these to make it happen? So let's go over here. I'm going to custom sort these. Custom sort, and we're going to go by my data has headers and change it to the last tab, which is status date past dues. We're going to do largest to smallest. All right, so now you see we've got the red on top, which is the non-performing, and we have the performing in the bottom. Okay. All right. So now let's look at these. The property values, LTV, purchase UPB, original loan amount, current UPB. So let's do this here. And this one's like 1,200 days past due. This first one up here. 1272. It's in New Jersey, Gloucester Township, Staten Island. Those are two of the longest ones. Okay, that's no problem. Okay. So let's do this though. Let's look at, since we have the current UPB. Yeah, so this is going to be small amounts. All right. So let's insert this here. We're going to say equity amount or equity dollar. Dollars of equity. And we're going to insert a column. Because that's going to affect your stuff. If they're underwater, you're going to offer differently than if there's equity. Okay, if there's equity on these, it's going to be a pretty simple thing to go across there. And we're going to say percentage of equity. All right, so this is really simple. All we're going to do is just do for the formula is go over to what they gave us the value. property value. Don't know the date for that. So that could be high or low, but that's all they're providing. We'll do that in due diligence. And, you know, if the bids comes in below, we'll fade our bid. Okay. So the property value minus the current UPB. Okay. And so then what we're going to do is take that number, whatever the equity is, and divide that by the full value. And you're going to change that from a solid number just to a percentage. All right. So then you're going to go over here and hit Control C. And you should be able to copy that all the way down. All right. All the way. So now we've got our numbers. They've all got equity. They've all got a sizable amount of equity. All right. All right. So they've all got equity. So if we look at the red here, oops, we want these to be black going forward. Let's change these down here. Boom, boom. We're changing the font from red to black on the ones that are basically performing. Okay. So if we look at these, the non-performing stuff, 14% equity, 34% equity, 91% equity. I mean, there's a lot that have like 90% equity. They're low balance stuff, right? Okay, so when they have a bunch like that, so equity, you're probably going to need to be at 80%. Yeah, see equity dollars? Huge amount of equity on this stuff. All right, so let's just do this. So let's go in here. Now, the non-performing side, we'll get to that later on with a little bit of difference with New York and New Jersey and stuff like that. But if they're non-performing, we'd offer less. Let's see, 80% of the UP. Let's just do 80% of UPB. So that's going to be really easy. Current UPB times 0.8. That's a dollar amount. We're going to copy that number all the way down. Change that from black to red. Okay. Now we have the P&I payment on here, right? So let's insert another column in here. Let's say P&I times 12 is equal to, let's go over to the P&I payment. Where we have that at? P&I times 12. We're going to copy that formula all the way down again. We're going to change these down here that are in the positive to black again. So to be in red. Red stands for negative. Black is for positive. Okay, so we're not figuring it out. Okay, so now what's great to do this is you can see some of these. So we can get these bars back on track. Now, these interest rates are a little bit all over the board. That's the nice thing about having the stuff here. Where were the interest rates on these things? These were at like anywhere, yeah, some of them are high and some are low. So if we look at the interest rate tab, it's anywhere from 2.75 all the way up to 14%. Okay. And if we look at the weighted average, okay, weighted average coupon rate, the whack attack, right? That comes to basically it's 7.82. Some are higher, some are lower. But that's what weighted average coupon WAC stands for. So some are higher rates, some are lower. You're going to adjust this to get. So if you're making an all-in offer, you would change some things up. So okay, so you get P&I times 12. All right. So the first thing to look at is, okay, take your 12 months of cash flow to get the bar back on track divided by what you pay. Does it make sense? Okay. So remember, 80% of UPB, that's kind of what our technical purchase price, because these all have equity, right? Now, some are low balance, and we're going to adjust that number down to make sense because you get to foreclose on the non-performing side. It's going to take some cost to do that, okay? So let's just go here, though, and let's do this. Let's do our, we'll just say, I would say mod, or let's just say if you haven't paid on time for 12 months, let's just say TPP ROI, okay? Or actually, it's because this is a mixture thing. So we're going to say, if we get these 29 to start paying 12 months on time, divide that by what we paid for it, the 80% of the UP, that should give us a rough idea. Same thing on the performing stuff. They continue to pay on time for 12 months. Divide that by 80% of the unpaid balance. What's the yield on that? So it's a pretty simple calculation. So we'll put TPP for that TPP / PN for performing note ROI. Okay. So that is just going to be is equal to our P&I times 12. Divide that by our 80% of UPB, which is our purchase price, technically. Okay. And we're going to make sure that's a percentage. And we're going to copy this number all the way down we go. Okay. Same thing, Control V. We're going to change these last numbers here to black. Okay, so now you see on here, some of the numbers are all across the board. Like if they, like some of these lower bounces, like I'll give you an example. Like this one, the 80% of equity, they only owe $2,900. So yeah, if you paid 80 cents, that's $2,300. Of course, their P&I payments $2 something a month. Well, yeah, it's going to be a pretty good deal. I wouldn't go back and offer 80% as low balance just because it just doesn't make any sense, right? All right. Same thing down here on some of these performing stuff where it's low balance stuff. I'm not going to offer on the low balance side of things because it just doesn't, it does. If you start looking, okay, let me rephrase it. So if we go back here to the performing stuff, okay, performing stuff, you really need to be at 80 cents on the dollar. Now, the performing stuff, if you look at this, if we offered 80% of UPB, okay, so let's go over here and just add, so we'll just say total UPB performing, total UPB NPN, okay? I want to add a different tab to it so we can look at these. So if we go to these 23, let's do current UPB. So on these 23, the average is 68,159. It's basically 1567,654. 1567,654. I think that was it. So 1.567 million 654. Okay, yeah, that's a dollar amount on that. Say we're taking it all. Okay. Now, if we go back here to the total UPB on the spreadsheet again, whoops, a different tab. That's actually, sorry, I said it in the wrong one. That's actually the non-performing. 1,567,654 is the performing. Nope, I had it right. Sorry, guys. I had it right. That's right in the right tab for the non-performing. Okay, so we go to the performing side. The UPB on the performing side is 1.554854. So $1.5 million as well. Okay. All right. So if we look at, let's do this. Let's say P&I times 12 for the performing. Basically, we're going to take the 12 months of the performing stuff that comes in. So P&I times 12. I'm going to add that number up. So that number comes to, it averages $5,038 in 12 months for each one. So its average is about just under about $450. Or it's 246,882. 246,882 coming in cash flow. The stuff with the non-performing stuff would be, if you get the bar to come back to the table, would be 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. 168,096. And that's the P&I 12 of the non-performing stuff. Okay. Performing 80%. All right. So it's pretty easy to run a number off of this. Like if the performance, if you bought it at 80 cents on the dollar, what would you get? So if you take your cash flow, the 246,882, and divide that by your 1.554 million on the performing stuff, that's about a 15.8 yield. Okay. 16% if you round it up. Actually, let's go down 2 columns. So 15.88. That's before servicing costs. Okay. Performing, it's rock and roll. Okay. And that would be, what would you say, 49 performing notes? Yeah, it's 49 notes. Okay. If you could get the bar back on track for the non-performing stuff, same thing if you offered, if you got them just making their 12 months of payments. So this is going to be equal to our 12 months of cash flow. All right. Divided by the 80% of the UPB. That comes to a 10.7%. Yeah, it's just under 11. 10.72%. That's not considering, let's do this, insert one more. That's 49 notes. And the non-performing is 23. Okay. Now, obviously, that yield's going to go down some with servicing costs, but you know, it could be. So here's the thing: if you could get the borrowers back on track, let's do this another thing. So let's go P&I times 16 for the NPN. So you got 12 months, 16 months. So basically, we add this by a third. So it's equal to the 165 times 1.33, right? Is that right? If you get a third, if you get 4, yeah, 1.33. So they pay their 12 months plus you have them bring 4 months, which is a third of the year. That's why you put 1.33. So that now bumps it to 223,576, okay, which is equal to now. That bumps it up to about a 14.26%. Let me blow this up a little bit for you though that are watching. Okay. So you see the total UPB on the 49 notes, if we bought it 80% of UPB is 1.554. The cash flow on those performing notes is 246,882. So basically you step into about a 15.88% if you bought those at 80 cents on the dollar. Not bad. Performing notes. There is a, oh, let's go back here. We didn't do the values of these. Okay, so let's look at what they say value-wise is. Now, obviously, value-wise, this is the non-performing stuff. It's 5,718, 705, 5,718. It's 5,718, 705. That's the total value of, let's say property value, they say the 23. If we look at the 23 non-performers, if we look at the 49, the value of the 49, 99589. $904. 9 million, is that right? 9,589,804. I got $100 more in there. Okay, so what we're going to say is this is the fair market value. That's the NPN, fair market value of the performing. Okay. So if you bought this at 80 cents on the dollar, let's insert a comment here. %80 of UPB, and your LTV, you're buying this at, if you want 80% of UPB, it's equal to the 1.554 divided by the performing value. So you're basically buying the performing stuff at 16 cents on the dollar. Okay. All right. Same thing. If we do this is equal to the 1.567, which is the 23 non-performing, divide that by the 5.7 million. You're buying at 27% of value. Okay. All right. Weighted. What number? No, wait, let's do this. It's equal to, just add these two together real fast. Divided by basically you're buying it for just like 3.1 million divided by 15, right? So you're basically buying at a weighted average of 20 cents of value. That's a pretty secure position to be in. Can we agree that, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, 20 cents a dollar, you're controlling, you're in the first lien position on a 20, yeah, a $14 million, $15 million thing, you're picking basically 3.1. Okay. That's not a bad day, right, everybody? You know, if you got 16%, that's great. You know, now let's look at what's the weighted aspect of this. So let's do this the same thing again. So let's do over here. It's a percentage FMV combined. Both. And let's look what your cash flow is if you just paid for this. So cash flow, both. So once again, we're going to take the same formula. So if we take our cash flows over here, let's just say is equal to that plus change the formula up. We're going to add the cash flows together, and then we're going to divide that plus what we paid for it, right? So together, yeah, it drops it down to about a 13% cash and cash return. 13.3 basically. Now, if we got all the bars back on track, let's take that and look at that number. What would it be at both? So is equal to the 242 on the performing. That's normal. But let's do, if we got them back to this, it took the 16, which is the 223. Divide that once again by that plus that. So if you get them performing, it would bump it up to roughly a 15% yield. 15.07. That's not including servicing costs on those 72. So that would be your gross stuff. That's if you get them back on track, pre-legal, all that kind of stuff. All right. So now, what if you don't? Now, if you're just buying the performing stuff, okay, it's a 15.88% yield based on D4 divided by, yeah, so basically cash flow by what your 80% of UPP is, right? Yeah, perfect. Fair market value of the non-performing, fair market value of the performing stuff. Not bad. So there's where you come in. Your offer at 3.1, 3.2. So if we look at this, so total is equal to that plus that. So at 3.122, that'd be your total for 72. And your total cash flow is 414. If you get the two, if you get the bars, just start paying on time again. Now, some of these are low balances. You're probably going to be better off getting paid off on stuff like that. And this is all legit. Now, if you go back and look at the spreadsheet here, there's some stuff that would probably, now if you could cherry pick it, it wouldn't make sense for you to do that. So we're going to label this. Okay, let's see this labels. Label this buying all 72. If you have to buy, do an all in, total of 3.1 million, you offer 3.1 million at 80 cents on the dollar, and you're going to yield somewhere between well, what if you don't? Well, no, your ROI would go higher if you had to foreclose because you're buying them cheaper. Okay. So, but that's just a quick, this would probably be the highest I would go. I wouldn't go above 80%. And non-performing, I would probably go down a little bit less. But there's equity. So that's the thing you got to look at is if there's a ton of equity above these, obviously. Okay. It's valued at 14 million. If you're buying it at 3, that's like I said, 20% of the market value. Now, are you going to end up with a property? No, on a bunch of, but let's go back to the raw data here. Okay. Now that we've got that information, let's look at the non-performing stuff here. Okay. So let's look at, that's the equity amount, equity percentage. And if we start looking at these dollar amounts, so let's change this up a little bit. Now, this performing stuff, 80 cents of the dollar, they're probably not going to budge much from it at all. Okay. They only owe, like on this one, they only owe $3,200. I'm sorry. They only owe $4,000 going at 80 cents of the dollar, 32. What kind of yield is that going to get you? Yeah, you're going to get paid off in a year based on the payments, 322 a month. So you would probably fade that down maybe a little bit. Some, but look at that stuff. Some of that stuff's pretty good. All these legacy first liens, most of them have lower balances. Okay. Yeah, you can make it, what's this, 47? They only owe, yeah, like this one, you're not going to offer. Yeah, see, this is one, this is 398% return. Yeah, they only owe 1,100 of 90. So they're going to pay that off in basically, their monthly payment's 394. So they're going to pay that off in 5 months. You're not going to get a full year. So you don't worry about that. Okay. But this is where it's okay. If you could cherry pick these, it might make sense for you just to get rid of the smaller balances. Okay. If we were never going to cherry pick versus buying the whole thing, let's go that route. Okay. So let's look at the balances. All right. So P&I, we get rid of a low balance stuff. Buying all 72. Let's do this one more. So raw data. Full tape. So what I like to do before I start messing around with it, let's go over here, copy everything on this tab, and let's open up another one. Control V. All right, so we got everything transferred over. Dollar amount, formulas all look good, right? P&I. Yep. All right. So let's make these a little bit bolder and make it a little bit bigger. All right. So this is going to be, let's drag this. There we go. And we'll just say cherry picking. Okay. So now we got our cherry picking aspect. Now we can slice and dice if I'm looking for something smaller. Okay. So first thing we usually do with cherry picking, we still got all the same numbers in here. I don't want to buy non-performing in New York, New Jersey, right, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. So the states I'm going to get rid of, first and foremost, let's get rid of these New York, New Jersey ones. Let's look at Oregon. Let's look at California. I know some California folks. Let's just see if so you can see, yeah. So one's in Sacramento performing, Visalia, California, Sweet Home, Oregon. I really don't want to own those properties. Okay. So we're just going to delete these off. These are not properties I want in states I do not like. Okay. All right. So then we got rid of those. Let's look at what else. So also Alabama, let's look at this, see here, Alabama stuff. Because if Alabama is non-performing, it's got a 1-year redemption period. It's performing. We'll leave that be. Okay. All right. So Florida, Georgia. This is a single family home. It's not a bad looking house. We'll leave that in there for the time being. What's the balance on that non-performer? So they only owe, on this one, they only owe 29,000. The value on this is like 350. It might be, if you can get it at a cheap enough price, great, cheap enough, let's go from there. Okay. Muskegon, Toledo, Windsor, Hartsville, Grand Prairie, Texas, Muskegon, Rhineland, Missouri, Charlotte. Okay, so these aren't too bad. Pensacola, Florida, okay, Georgia. All right, I would buy all those non-performing areas for pretty much more. Okay, we get into the performing stuff. This is all performing stuff. I would probably buy it all. Chicago, I really don't like that. I'd probably get rid of Chicago just because if they ever did go. So let's look at this here real fast. Hang on here. View freeze panes so we can see everything. All right, so Chicago. Value at 267, what they owe. They only owe 18 and some change. They're performing, leave it in there. Might as well leave it in there. It's perform. Mission, Texas, Rockmart, Georgia, Florida. They're all performing. So the thing you got to worry about if you're buying stuff is obviously in Georgia, you got to have that state licensing website, either mortgage broker or licensed with somebody. This one on Georgia, you could get away with your use your IRA because its value, property value is only 65. Loan amount was 52. They only owe 7,000. You could fund that in an IRA and it'd be exempt. So you're okay. Fund that one with your IRA or fund it with a company and then transfer to your IRA. You're sitting okay there. Okay, so now Miami. Yeah, all right. So let's go over here and look at these low balances. Our current UPB. Let's get rid of some of these small ones. They're just going to be a waste of time. All right. So 1,000. I mean, you could offer I would go and offer like 50 cents on the dollar maybe for those. They're going to be a pain in the ass for a little bit, but maybe it does make sense. So like we start getting up into, yeah, these non-performing stuff. So anything that's under 10,000, let's see what, so yeah, so you got some performing and non-performing. 80% of UPB. Toledo, Ohio. Okay. Equity, plenty of equity on these. 80% the equity on these. So these, let's change these. Yeah, it's too at 820 for the transfer docs, you're gonna lose couple $100. It's not going to be 507. Yeah. I'm just looking at the numbers on your current UPB. Let's change this to $1. So what I'm doing, I'm just looking at the current UPB versus the P&I from 12. So most all of these. So UPB is only 1,000 on that one. We're going to change this to just 1,026. 7088. This is 3905. So we're the 2442, 3870. So the thing is, I'm wanting to make sure that my payments, like this one over here, is a current UPB of 1488. Well, I'm not going to collect $4,735. So I'm just going to type in 1488. That's what I collect, right? Everything else, though, in the first year, I would collect more. Yeah. So that's adjust our numbers on the performance side a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Okay. But since we're cherry picking these now, this would make more sense for us to do that now that we've got our making sure 80%. Yeah, on some of these, especially these non-performing side. Let's look at these. Let's change this all here. Okay, so perfect. Okay, so now we have everything. So we have, all right, so we got 80% of the UPB where there is a ton of equity. Equity percentage. So non-performing, we're going to have to change this to 65. Yeah, there we go. So, because look at this. This is what I'm trying to get at. So this one here, they owe 30 grand. They've got a ton of equity. This is that Largo, Florida one. But to offer 23 is too high if foreclosure hasn't started because it's in Florida, right? So this one, we probably need to be closer to 60 cents on the dollar. 70, that gives us a little room. If we foreclose, we can still make some money on that. It's 12. Okay. So it's kind of skinny at that same thing with this one here. So we're going to drop this down to 60 cents on the dollar. Okay. And this other one is worth valued at 90, or the current UPB is 90, 77, 97, and 77. That gives us 20 grand if we have to foreclose. What state's that in? This is in Michigan. All right, they owe 149. I mean, the value of the property is 149. Okay. So yeah, that's not so bad. We would leave that one be 20 grand potential, get back on track. Yeah, they got 52 grand above. So you can make 20 grand either at the foreclosure, you take it back and you make 70 grand. Okay, great. Yeah. So the one UPB, they've got some equity. So you're buying these, they all have, okay, so like this one here, UPB is 12. They got a ton of it. They're not like 90% equity, so it's worth about 123,000. Sorry. 130, it's 132 if you add those two together. Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Let's change that from 80 cents on the dollar down to 50. Okay. Same thing on this one. We're not going to pay 43. We're not going to pay 35 for 43. So let's jump that down to 60 cents. Same thing. We're not going to pay 25 for 30. Change that to 60 cents. Let's just copy this down, Control C, because these are some lower balances. Yeah, we're just gonna do that for the rest of the way down. Control V, 60 cents on the way down. Some of them was 80 cents. There's a site like 34 grand. You're not going to adjust that in profits between what you paid for it and the legal balance. So there you go. That's a probably better aspect of things, looking at this non-performing stuff. You cherry pick it, depending on the condition it's in. The performing stuff, you leave probably 80 cents a dollar because they get a ton of equity. Okay. Like some of these, if we start diving this non-performing stuff, obviously you're still going to set stuff up. So let's do this. We look. The Largo, Florida one is not a bad looking little condo. Just going to do this. We're going to share a screen. There you go. So this is one in Largo, Florida we talked about. They've got a little balance on about 30,000. Worth more than that. This is a photo from a few years back. Definitely some pride of ownership. Okay. We go back to our spreadsheet. Let's look at this one. So this one in Largo, it's non-performing. It matures in 2 years, 2.5 years. They only owe 30. See, they're due. They're due for February of 2023. Okay. What's going to be my action? So this would be to either, as I'm saying, it's going to be either to foreclose or we're going to look to mod. Bring some money to the table. You're 2 years behind. As we sit right now, you're 2 years behind. This next one down here, same thing. Less than 2 years, about 18 months, foreclosure mod. This one's June of last year, so that's going to be a foreclosure mod. January of last year, they're 115 days behind, foreclosure mod. If they don't do something, we're starting to get to 120 days. Some of these where they're only like, that's another thing. They probably are not going to let us get that. Well, they might get a 60 if they won't get them off their table. Okay. So these, we would probably look at just reinstating because they're less than 120 days. Yeah, when you get 120 under 120 days, that would be the first thing. Hey, you haven't paid in 90 days or less. Let's get you back on track, shall we? Now these others down here are like less than 30 days. You're not going to bid. They're probably just late. So that's the thing. I think on a big chunk of this list, you could get the borrowers back on track or have you pay you off. These three, potentially 5 would be your ones that you're going to be foreclosing on. Potentially 3 to 5 foreclosures. They're at that 120-day mark. But there you go. So that's the thing to look at. They're not the biggest default, but they're getting that now. They're getting past due. They haven't paid since last year, since January this year. That's the thing. Non-performing stuff, they're probably going to still want us to come back looking at that, which I probably should have looked at a little bit earlier. My apology. But if they come back at 80 cents the dollar, okay, 80 cents a dollar. But if you can offer and get it 60 cents, why not? That's why it's important for you to know your marketing and know your numbers on that. So let's look at just some of these quick non-performing ones, especially these foreclosures. This one's in Danielsville, Georgia. So based on photo, if it still looks like it does now, this one is Hallman Autry Road. This property, this does not look good. This is for February of this year. Let's go over here to the driveway, see if we can't peek down the street. Probably not. Let's look at 2. Let's go back and look at the overhead view. There you go. That's the house. That's not, Georgia's a relatively fast foreclosure state. Where that one is located at compared to like major cities. So it's north of Athens and northeast of Athens. Kind of out in the boonies. Doesn't really excite me too much on that one. All right, so let's go back to your tape. You might just get rid of that one. Let's look at this one in Muskegon, Michigan. And this one doesn't look too bad. Look at this property. Yeah, this is May 2, 2024. That's it. It looks vacant though, doesn't it? Side here. Oh, you get the bird feeder there, so you get a little maybe occupied. You got a tarp over that extension. That's not too big a deal. It's not the roof. Get the covered garden. That's the house next door, I think's backyard. Yeah, it could be a whole lot worse. All right, let's go back here. It's not a bad looking one in Muskegon. There is another one in Muskegon, if I remember correctly. Let's jump down here to this 339 M&T. Oh yeah, I looked at this one earlier. It's not a bad looking. Yeah, see? 339. Get some. Hopefully it's not overgrown. This is from June of last year's photo. Yeah, it's a nice looking property. Well taken care of. Relatively newer roof. Maybe it is vacant. Maybe it's a little older. That's why I haven't paid. It's not this yellow house. Yeah, I mean, it looks like maybe the bar has passed away. Who knows? Maybe that's why they're late. Okay, but yeah, it's not a bad neighborhood. You know, a little older, some older homes, but hey, that's a pretty good looking little house. Okay, let's go back here to our tape. This one in Grand Prairie. Let's look at this 846 Timberland. This is barely behind. Share. Everybody likes Texas. Grand Prairie's outside of Dallas. And there you go. This is from November of 2023. Oh, pumpkins are out. That's November. I really don't like that different colored brick, but that's a pretty easy fix. It's okay. Yeah. Same brick across the street. So the builder got a discount. Yeah, that's not so bad. The performance, if you can dive in, let's look at, see if there's anything else here. Texas. Let's look at the Florida one. Just for the heck of it. You know, Florida's obviously, it's Pensacola. You got to worry about insurance. You know, they haven't paid in a couple months. It's occupied. Roof is a little older. Yeah. Not so bad. And that's the thing. These properties, look at the next one to it. It's missing it's got a tarp on the roof. It's probably vacant. A little rougher neighborhood, but if we go back to the spreadsheet on this one, we see on this one, this Pensacola one, it's worth 150. It's a 12% interest rate. They bought it for 56. Current UBP is 18. Yeah, I mean, you get it. Somebody's going to pay you on time. They don't want to lose that. Yeah. Borrower on this one, I'm getting notes on the borrower. Yeah, they're only 54 days behind. If they don't, they're going to miss out. I mean, you foreclose or cash for keys. That's what you could do with some of these too. So, the Texas ones, there's a few in Texas here. I know everybody always wants. Let's look at the one in San Antonio, Texas. Over here. Share. Now, this is a performing note, not a non-performer. So they've got so this is from 2016. If we move over here, here's a photo from 2022. Okay, they got a gate. What's the neighborhood look like? And I got a few gates. So maybe there's some wrong. Maybe not the nicer part of San Antonio. Let's see what the overhead map looks like. Yeah, that's a rougher part of San Antonio, but still made money. I made money there, definitely on the south side. Okay, no problem. So there you go. If we go back here one last time to our spreadsheet, this performing stuff, you could get rid of some states, maybe the Florida, but they're paying. So as long as they're paying on time and they've got their insurance paid up, not so bad. Let's look at the Houston one last thing here. Control that. Houston, you have to sometimes worry about. So this is, was it? Yeah, it's only like a 1,400 square foot house. And this photo is from February 2022. Okay. It's occupied. They're paying. Not the greatest, but if you could make a nice yield on a performing note, let's go back to that. Yeah. So if you bought the performing stuff, just the performing stuff on most this, it's a pretty good yield. Buying at 80% and getting a 15 yield on performing stuff, why not? Borrow money at 8%. Pay, even pay your servicing costs would be cheaper on that. That's a pretty good 49 notes at that. So let's do this. So let's take 49 notes over here. 49 notes. Let's just say you're getting them at $25 a month servicing. So it's actually $300 a year, right? 25 times 12 is 300. So that is equal to that times that. 49 notes times $300 a year in servicing. So it's $14,700 in costs. So the cash flow on that. So if we figure, so we take equals to our cash flow on the performing is 246.82 minus our 14.7 per year for servicing costs. That's 232 a year. Your net is 232. So take your net and then divide that by your 1554. That's just under a 14.9%. There you go. But you're buying stuff. Fair market value is worth $5. You're buying it at 30 cents of the dollar. That's a pretty good day. At 27 cents on the dollar, basically. Is that right? Yep. There you go. So buy 40 notes, get 14.93%. If you borrowed your money at 8% from an investor, you're paying out 124 a year in interest, and you are pocketing 90 grand. No, you're making more than that. Sorry, you're making $108,000 on 49 notes passively for a while. Now, obviously, you can go back and look at some smaller numbers, but this is off of that by the full thing. I'd get rid of some of those smaller balances. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's a way to make a six figures career, buying 47, 49 notes of performing or buying some non-performing stuff and getting a pretty good yield on the foreclosure as well. All right. So hopefully you find that valuable. Like I said, guys, if you're listening to this, go on over and click on the link in the description to watch the YouTube video. If you have questions, feel free to type them in me. Shoot me a question. If you want me to dive into an asset with you, I'm glad to do that as well on a deal that you're looking at. We're always here to help you guys. Always want you guys taking the next step in closing deals, making offers, and going from there. All right. So as always, you can book a phone call at talkwithscottcarson.com. That's talkwithscottcarson.com. And we can book a 30-minute phone call. If you're going to go through a deal, just put a note in there what you want to talk about, breaking down a deal, something like that, or we can jump on the phone and then I can shoot you a Zoom link and we go from there. But go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Bye, everybody. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as the Note Guy, and I've been an active note investor focused primarily on the niche of non-performing notes, distressed mortgage notes, and residential commercial properties for almost 20 years now. My company is WeCloseNotes.com. And I know there's a lot of different things when it comes to the note world. Are you buying performing notes? Are you buying owner finance notes? Are you buying institutional debt like I would focus on? Are you buying first, seconds, contract for deeds? There's a lot of questions. And it can be very confusing about what you can or cannot do. So one of the great things that we've hosted for the last couple of years that we do on just about a regular monthly basis is we host our one-day class called Note Weekend. If you go to noteweekend.com, you can register for our free 3.5-hour class. We'll talk to you and share with you how you find, fund, and flip non-performing notes. And yes, you can buy non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, and a variety of different hard money lenders out there for your own portfolio. No, you don't have to have millions of dollars to dive into the non-performing note game. We've got students that have bought plenty of deals with 25, 30 grand, getting their ball rolling, using their self-directed IRA, who are tired of dealing with toilets, tenants, trash outs, tired of battling contractors and GCs to get properties rehabbed. We all know the market is changing. And while it may not be like 2008, 9, and 10 again, we do see a lot of distressed debt out there on both the residential and the commercial side. So if you're thinking about diving into the note game, becoming a note investor, a lien lord, as you like to say, versus a landlord, or you just want to figure out what it is about the sexy side of real estate in the note space, well, check it out, noteweekend.com. Doesn't cost you anything. We host it live, usually the first or second Saturday of each month. You can go today, register at the website, noteweekend.com, register for the next live class that we host. You'll get sent a replay of the previous class so you can start learning about the note business today. No questions asked, no credit card needed. This is a great way for you to dip your toes in the water and see if it's warm, because I guarantee going through our one-day class, you want to dive into the deep end and become a note investor. So check it out, noteweekend.com. You can also go to our website, weclosenotes.com. Check out our podcast. Check out our #1 YouTube channel. We are here to help support you. Whether you're an experienced investor or you're brand new to investing, Note Weekend is a great place for you to get the ball rolling. People often say we cover more in our 3-hour class than most people cover in their 3-day class. So check it out. Love to have you be part of our Note family. But get signed up today at noteweekend.com. Thanks and have a great day. Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as the Note Guy. For the past 20 years, I've been buying distressed assets, primarily non-performing notes on residential and commercial properties. And if you've ever wanted to learn how to dive in to start buying non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, or other investors like yourself, then there's no greater place than to get the nuts and bolts, the A to Z, the 1 through 99 place to get started. It is our virtual note buying workshop. We've been teaching this class since 2010 on how to find, fund, flip non-performing notes, how to get banks to call you with deals that you can cherry pick. And no, you don't need millions. No, you don't need a lot of experience to start looking at non-performing notes. We get the lists of notes from banks, hedge funds on a regular basis, not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but hundreds of deals that we can evaluate and cherry pick. Whether we're looking for performing notes or non-performing notes that we can get reperforming, or non-performing notes you can foreclose and take back, whatever your niche or whatever you would like to focus on, we can help make it happen at the virtual note buying workshop. It's a 3-day class. Our next one is April 18th to the 20th. It's actually online live via Zoom. You get signed up by going to notebuyingfordummies.com. That's notebuyingfordummies.com. Day 1 is all about how to find these assets. How do you find asset managers? How do you find lists of people to reach out to that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on postcards or letters that you waste money on? We don't do that. Day 2 is all about raising capital and marketing and how to create a business that feeds itself, that you can do part-time, 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, depending on what your focus is. We'll show you a game plan to achieve deal flow coming in on autopilot versus you having to send a ton of money. And also, we'll show you how to raise capital like nobody else does. And then day 3 is all about the flip. How do we structure deals? How do we evaluate a tape to find the deals from the duds? All right. We'll show you what vendors to use. We'll give you a 200+ page manual, contracts, sample forms, all the stuff that you need to be a lean, mean note buying machine when you get wrapped up. Now, yes, this is live April 18th through the 20th online via Zoom. Get signed up today. We'll send you the replays of the previous online workshop so you can start learning, start evaluating material, and get rock and rolling. And if for some reason you don't like our class, we have a 100% money back guarantee involved with it. If at the end of the first day you don't like what we talk about, you don't think it's impactful, just let me know. We'll refund back your tuition, no questions asked. We don't want your money. We want you to become a note buyer. We want you to become a lien lord. All right. Like I said, if you're tired of dealing with toilets, tenants, and trash outs, you don't want to deal with renters, then becoming a note investor is the path for you. Everybody evolves into a note investor at some point, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. There are millions of non-performing notes that you can cherry pick. No, it's not all junk. It can be small value all the way up to $1 million homes or $1 million apartments for you. So much opportunity is taking place right now in the chaotic market that we see. And who's going to come out on top? Note investors will. So take the time, get signed up today, April 18th to 20th. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up for the virtual workshop there. As always, get signed up today. We run discounts all the time. The cost of tuition is you plus your partner or spouse. So get signed up today at notebuyingfordummies.com, and we'll see you at the top. All right, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you all doing well. Hope you had a great weekend. I'm very excited about today's kind of coaching call podcast episode. We use a variety with our with our network on Mondays. We always host our Money Monday calls, and I think this call is going to have a lot of money on it. I think it does. Now it's funny. Uh, I think about like over the weekend. First of all, I hope everybody had a weekend. I know we're getting to the holidays and stuff like that, and so time is getting constrained. We're working on 2 deals. Had a great weekend. Went by the Nutcracker Friday night. We went down Saturday for a playoff game in the Alamo Dome. Saw the local Vandergrift Vipers beat the Dripping Springs Tigers as a rematch from the first game of the year. So Vandergrift is moving on to the next round. Unfortunately, Texas got left out of the CFP, but they'd be playing in the Citrus Bowl, so that's cool. But it's funny, Saturday I drove by a property in San Antonio. It's a reverse mortgage. We talked a little about this a couple weeks ago. I actually was able to get into the property where my agent and the BPO that we pulled, agent didn't get into it. And while we had interior inspection report, I was a little surprised it needs some more work than what $9,600 said on the original BPO that the lender provided back in the day. Now, it needs more. It's still a doable deal. I'm pretty excited about it. I'll do a case study video about it later and stuff like that. But anyway, Friday I get an email from one of our hedge funds. They send stuff to me on a regular basis to take a look at. Sometimes it's REOs, foreclosures. Obviously, with me, my primary strategy being notes, we get a lot of notes from. Well, I got in a list of like 1,500 EBO loans, early buyouts. Means that the lender is willing to sell these off of their books. Okay. Now, a big mass majority of them are VA, FHA loans, first-time home buyers, VA loans, stuff like that. And I was like, looked at them, they're not. There's not a lot of default. Now, you don't get me wrong. Yes, some of these in 1,476 be precise. There's some that are very serious in default, but I don't think the lender's willing to sell a lot of these off at a big discount because we worked through that. I'm going to make some offers and see if they'd be willing to sell the notes and some of the stuff. But I've uploaded, if you're part of our WCN membership, you just had this spreadsheet uploaded to you a few minutes ago so you guys can take a look at. But here's the thing. I want you to think about something here, and it's a little outside the box. It's not your traditional, hey, we're going to buy a non-performing note at a discount, try to rehab it and sell it all, because I don't think the lender, based on what I've been told by my hedge fund contact, they're not willing to take too big a discount. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I mean, a lot of them are like at that point where they're now 90 days in default, which doesn't mean they're going to give us a lot of a big discount on something that's barely 90 days. But there's a way to make lemonade out of lemons. And curiously speaking, I actually squeezed 2 quarts of lemon juice from a bag of Myers lemons my mom gave me. So it's kind of funny, little symbolism. But anyway, I got that listed Friday. Didn't really pay attention to it this morning. I started thinking about it as it kind of sat in there and festered or marinated on my brain this weekend. I was like, what am I going to talk about today? And I was like, oh, I looked at it. It popped up as a reminder. I was like, I could talk about these because I was up in Boston a couple months ago speaking at Chris Prefontaine's QLS event. And if we've had Chris on the podcast before, and we do a lot of stuff together because a lot of our stuff goes together. He has like the 3 payday systems. I like to say the 3 cha-ching, very similar aspect. But what he likes to focus on, because he got snake bit back in the other 2008 recession, is he doesn't want to own anything in his own name for the most part. So he does a lot with creative financing, owner financing, wraparound, subject tos, lease options, stuff like buying on terms. And then he sells the assets on terms, either through like a lease option, which you can't do here in Texas, or owner financing, or like a rent to own. Oh, well, we can't do a lot of rent to own here because it's like a lease option. So here in Texas, where we're at, it's potential, these notes that came into me are potential wraparound mortgage. You basically not buy the property, you work with the borrower, get them out of a bad situation, especially if they're getting beyond that 90 days. They're not paying, they're going to face foreclosure pretty fast. And nobody wants to deal with a distressed mortgage, especially if you're the borrower, over the holidays, right? If you can't pay your mortgage, how are you going to pay for little Timmy's, toys? You're going to get a lot of, a lump of coal in your stocking this year. stuff like that. And I've been there before. Okay, I've been there distressed, couldn't pay my bills. It's not a fun time. But there is a lot of ways for us as note investors to look at these assets as potential deals for us to create paper off of. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, but the creating paper is first and foremost, you got to get to see if the borrower is willing to play ball. Okay, and by willing to play ball, hey, get out of the asset. Like you're going to face foreclosure. Let me help you avoid a foreclosure on your credit. All right, let me get you out of a bad situation. Because if they would have, I mean, can some of these borrowers try to reach out and modify to the borrower, try some sort of payment? Yeah, but they've probably already tried that and it's failed through. Because there's also on the column we got was this, was a level, there's a whole column about is where it is going: bankruptcy, foreclosure, default, that kind of stuff, and their positive level, the ranking level where they think this is going to go, the fund is going to go. But like I said, that leads to opportunities for us to create paper off this. Now, what do I mean by creating paper? Well, that's where you're reaching out to the borrowers, door knocking, letter campaign. And I don't do, obviously, we don't do a lot of letter campaigns, just to IRA investors. And on this list, there was stuff in all 50 states. Okay, literally all 50 states, Hawaii, even something in Alaska that was a non-performing stuff. But the idea here is that most of these people have been in the house for a while. They've got a little bit of equity. Some have a chunk of equity. Others have negative equity because they owe more than the property's worth. Okay, but for the mass majority, they put a little bit of down payment down, and these interest rates are somewhere between like a 6% and under a 9% interest rate. Okay, like 8.5, I think is the highest when I looked at it. But that's an opportunity for us to come in, contact the homeowners, talk with them about getting out of a bad situation. And you guys, being the creative marketers that you are, because you're part of our program, there's a lot of people looking for houses that can actually, they want to buy a house, they have money to go into it, but they just can't qualify traditionally. You know what I mean? Because they can't go get a bank loan. Okay. And that's not because they have bad credit. They just may be self-employed. They may make a lot of money, but their tax returns don't show they make a lot of money, that kind of stuff. So this goes back to my days back. It's hard to believe back in the 2008 again, because we're already starting to see these things. Okay. A list of 1,500 before the holidays should tell you there's a lot of distress. Okay. And this is from one source. Okay. And nobody might tell you that we're not going to see distress. You're seeing distress in the markets. We're already seeing it. It's the end of the year, but we've been seeing all this stuff already. Like I said, I spoke up at Boston. We brought a list. I don't remember how long. It's 900 or 600 lists, and we just kind of went through these as potential leads for folks. And so the play on something like this isn't necessarily to buy the note. Now, I'll talk about that in a second. The play on this would be to get a borrower out of a bad situation. What would I do? I would send a letter campaign. Hello, Jim, Bob, Gene, or Paul, property owner. I came across information that you may be behind your mortgage and facing foreclosure, depending on what state you're in, right? We work with homeowners like yourself to avoid a foreclosure. Okay. Now, could they turn around and list a property with a realtor? Yeah, you could do that. So it could potentially be a referral lead to an agent, or if you're an agent, maybe it's a referral lead to an agent. Hey, I got a distressed borrower in your neck of the woods. This be a lead for you to go knock on the door, see if you get a listing for it. Hey, pay me a marketing bonus or something like that. Not a commission. If you're not a realtor, you can take a commission, but you can take a marketing bonus, right? Or if you're a realtor, just get a referral fee. Okay. But then running a simple play on Craigslist or Backpage or flyer in the area. Hey, we have homes for sale that we're willing to own or finance. Now the idea is that you take over this existing mortgage. Okay, you take over the payment subject to the existing financing. Or assumption is Alan Shesker, the attorney we had on about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Great episode. If you didn't listen to the creative finance, even though it's here in Texas, if you're outside of Texas, you want to go back and watch this, because Alan's, he's the expert here, but it's also a lot of great ways to structure the stuff. It was funny. I was speaking to my insurance agent on Friday, Beth Coots, and she loves Alan. She's like, oh yeah, we love what he does with being in insurance on the commercial side, or as far as real estate investing. So I love it when a plan comes together. I just need a cigar and be like, Colonel Hannibal from A-Team. So anyway, you're talking to these borrowers, you find out how much behind they are. And like on this list, it shows that they're anywhere from 90 days to like 2+ years behind. Now, the ones that are, probably more than 6 months behind, you're probably not going to be able, and I'm not going to say exactly because I've run some numbers, but most of the people you're going to be able to work with are going to probably be at under 6 months. Okay. 6 months or less in default. Now, the idea here is you get the borrower working with you. They delay the foreclosure, delay with the lender for a little bit if it can, and you market and go find a person to come in who wants to buy a house who's got at least 10% down payment. You do a 9% interest rate or an 8%. I just ran everything at 9, okay, depending on what the underlying mortgage rate is, okay? And then you just do interest only payments for 12 months or 24 months or 36 months. That's going to be the least amount a monthly payment they make towards it. So you collect 10% down, but that 10% down isn't all profit. You take a chunk of that 10% and pay off the 3 months, the 4 months, or the 5 months that they're behind. That leaves you with some chunk of profit. And then secondly, then you're making, with a wraparound mortgage, you're making a spread between what the underlying P&I payment is versus the interest only payment. Remember, they've already got some equity. They've already had probably some down thing. You're financing this at 100% value minus 10% down payment or more. And you want to make sure that you're going to probably make 200 to 250, if not more, in that spread between what the monthly PITI payment is that you got to pay out to cover that underlying mortgage and your interest only taxes and escrow payment. So there's a gap there, right? Your the borrower mortgage, Paul property owner's mortgage that's on it, that stays in place. But that's slowly getting written down because you brought it up to date and it's going down with principal and interest reduction. Your interest only payment is pretty much staying the same. And the reason you do that is to help these folks stay in the property. They're not going to buy any equity down. All right. So that payment's the same, but then that gap is going between it. All right. And so you give people 3 years, 4 years to stay in this mortgage that you've owner financed with the idea that they're going to refinance out in 3 to 5 years. But you only do it because you're going to get a chunk down payment, which is going to pay off the arrearages. You can hold that profit, and then you're getting a monthly cash flow payment between, like I said, the underlying PITI and then what your interest only plus taxes and insurance is getting paid off. So there's a bit of a gap there. You're not in charge of property management, okay? Now, if you want to do lease options, you can do that in the state. We're not going to talk about that. I'm in Texas. I'm just not going to talk about something I do, but I like stuff here in Texas because it's an owner finance deal. If they don't play ball, then I could go ahead and foreclose relatively. Got the best attorney in the state to handle that stuff all across Texas here. So that's what I want you guys to talk about. Now, I've already uploaded, if you're part of the WC membership, I upload the raw file spreadsheet into your Basecamp folder for you guys to take a look at. All right. Now, when I'm going to go through the rest of the day, the rest of your coaching call is just kind of go through. Now, Judy is familiar with this. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with this. But there's options for you on this. And like I said, there's stuff in just about every state out there and a chunk in Texas here, okay? Where I'm at. I mean, all across. Corpus Christi, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, DFW area, a lot of stuff all across the country. And like I said, it's anywhere from like 3 months to 3 or 4 years behind, okay? So let me pull up the spreadsheet. First of all, let me show you kind of a map. All right, let me show you kind of a map where it's at. So this is batch geo, and I only map 249 addresses. So you can see that it's really all across the country. Now, obviously, it's not all 1,400. I couldn't map it all once in batch geo, but I did 249. It's batchgeo.com, and you can see where they're at. All right, and it's just, you see, geographically speaking, there's a lot across the country. All right. So let's pull up the spreadsheet here. Now, what I've done already is I've already tweaked my spreadsheet is different from what you've been received. And I'll upload the file folder with all my edits back into the Basecamp group for our coaching students, okay? Now, what I've also done, just so we don't get this video flagged, is I've gone ahead and hidden the address. I'm not going to worry about the address of it right now. I mean, yes, I know city and state. Yes, I'll do that. You guys have the full unsanitized tape in your Basecamp folder, okay? But I don't want you to dive into that right now. I want you to watch me. I want you to go along with me and ask questions. So you've got, and it's got loans information here, all this information as well. But then the raw data is right here. We're going to focus on the raw data tab because it has more information for me to use as far as balance and P&I payment, stuff like that, to make it much more effective. Okay. So you've got the address, and this was pulled as of November 30th. So this tape is literally like 9 days old. Okay. You've got the original balance, the current balance. If it's a fixed, I think all of it is fixed. There might be a couple arms on it, okay? Lien position, first lien, loan type, we've got VAs, FHA, USDA, okay? Mortgages, I think these are all 30-year. No, you do have some different, okay, you have some different terms on this, my apology. right? Remaining terms, the rates anywhere from, like I said, 6% to 8.5. I originally ran my numbers for an 8%, and I forgot to check the interest rate on it, and I saw 8.5, so I went and adjusted my numbers to be at 9%. I'll show you a second here, reason. The P&I payment, the principal and interest payment, this was provided. I just highlighted in yellow so you guys see it because that's a very relative thing. The total payment due, okay, that's PITI. And then they also have the FICO scores of the borrowers on there. They're not going to be very good scores, basically non-refinanceable right now, okay? Original LTV, original CLTV, current LTV. So you can see they're upside down by some of these owner-occupied, investor, back-end DTI. That means the back-end ratios where they were when they financed the property, where the ratios were. They were at 52%, 53, 40. So you start getting above 45%. This is why these things default. People just don't have the money to do it. And I really don't like seeing where they're financing people on back ends with a 50% debt to income ratio. Okay. Property type, single family, number of units not in there. The loan purchase was no cash out refinance, a cash out refinance, a purchase. There's a lot of people who did some refinance. Streamline refi, full doc. Okay. You have the sales price in some states, you have the origination date. And you can see these origination dates basically from 2012 all the way 2025. So you've got some things, got a lot of equity in. First paid date, the paid through date, and then the next pay date. This is where I highlighted this in yellow. And then I included a column to show you how many months behind. So like you see anywhere from October 1st, that's 90 days, all the way down to the bottom here of December 1st, 2022. So over, basically right at 3+ years, 37 months. Maturity date when it matures. Okay. Some stuff with the arms, which isn't there. Mortgage insurance flag, if they've got mortgage insurance coverage. That's for the bank thing. And for our situation here, we're not going to be technically buying the mortgage on these. We're trying to structure these things on a wraparound mortgage because the buying the note would be. Now, the idea here is if you can come and start making payments, probably that the end buyer, whoever ends up buying these notes, would probably be more flexible over the next 60 days to work to keep people in their houses. If somebody brings the payments due, and they get caught back up, they're sitting in a pretty good position. Okay, pay string does say here, prepayment penalty, knows. I'm not really worried about that. Then we get to escrow advances, recoverable advances. Now we get into the hardest stuff here. Now, if you see this stuff all from column BT over, I included that. It's not in your spreadsheet. And I'll upload this back, like I said, into your Basecamp folder for those that are part of that. Okay, so you have the AVM dates. And most of these dates have been pulled, obviously, as of this year, in the last month. Now, some of them have no value NA, so my formulas went off. You would have to go check that. But those are opportunities for you to look at some stuff. So you see AVM PEP. So what I did, and this is the philosophy that I look at, okay? I wouldn't do an owner finance deal. I wouldn't do a wraparound if somebody's got a sizable chunk of a down payment. Okay, not 5%, not $3,000. I'm going to want at least a 10% or more down payment based off the AVM value. Okay, now the values may be higher, values may be less, but for shits and giggles today, we're going off what's provided, okay? Because I'm not going to run AVMs on 1,470 notes right off the bat, okay? We're just going to, Zillow, they probably pulled this off Zillow anyway. So basically the idea here is, okay, somebody brings in a 10% down payment, you're financing the remaining 90% on an interest-only payment, and I originally put 8%, I changed it to 9%. So this is what their interest-only payment would be, $1,262. And all that's calculated is taking the fair market, the 90% of the fair market value balance times 0.09. That gives you the annual payment. Divide that by 12 months to give you the monthly interest-only payment. Okay. Then I put in here, okay, what would be the 10% of fair market value? DP stands for not deposit, but down payment. Okay. And there you have that. And then I said, okay, what's the difference? All right, in the monthly cash flow between what the underlying PITI is and then our, underlying P&I payment, and between our, I can't even speak this more, coffee's not kicking in, and our interest-only payment. Okay, so that's where the wrap cash flow comes in on a monthly basis there. All right, so this one's $197, this one's $1,200 difference, this one's $253. So you start seeing some things here. Okay, we want some to have negative. So, okay, it doesn't make sense on that. They maybe have a higher interest rate and they don't have that much. But anyway, then I also went and said, okay, what's the payment amount they're behind? So 3 payments all the way down to, um, 36 or whatever it was. Okay. So I took payments behind that amount. So I say, okay, whatever three payments is times their underlying payment is the amount that they're behind, payments behind. So this borrower's behind by $3,195. Okay. Well, we were to owner finance it, we got a 10% down payment. That would be 18. 7 minus the 3,195 means we would have a down payment net of 15,504 in our pocket. Okay. Now you're not going to go spend that. You're going to hold on to that. Okay. 10% down payment's a pretty good down payment, skin the game kind of thing for the borrowers to place. Okay. All right. And when you own or finance it, you don't necessarily need to go season it. It doesn't necessarily need to take 30 to 45 days. You would still run it. I would run it by an RMLO to find out. And there's going to be some costs that you could either jack on to the down payment or maybe cover the cost, but it all depends on the situation that you're with the borrower. Okay. Now, some people believe like, oh, uh, you should make it affordable. Like we're talking the difference in this thing is $197 a month. You don't have a lot of room there to be in the negative cash flow space. Okay. If somebody can't qualify for this on their payment side, they're a no-go. I don't like adjusting payments down to where it fits their budget. And it might make sense, it might not make sense. Okay. Now, obviously, the bigger down payment they have, could you take a $40 loss per month if they bring in 20% down? Yeah, you could do that. The numbers pencil out okay. All right. But you'd want to make sure I would be big, and especially right now, I would be escrowing taxes and insurance as well. I would escrow insurance for sure. The taxes taxes alone, maybe not, maybe you do. It just depends on the individual and what they're at. But anyway, so now, okay, so the down payment net, the annual cash flow net. So basically, that's okay. What's the $197.15 that I would see difference times 12 months? Okay, so 2,300. I went there and said, okay, what's the estimated legal balance? Are they upside down? Is there any equity in the deal? And this one, the estimated legal is taking their current balance that's already provided, adding the number of payments behind. Now, I don't have any lender advance fees, that kind of stuff in there. So this is an estimated legal balance. And then to figure the equity dollar amount, if there is any equity in the deal, and this works in your favor. I'll come back to this in just a second. Okay. So this bar technically has only about $8,000 worth of equity. Okay. That's better than nothing, but it's not enough to cover trying to sell. If their house is let's see, like their balance. Let's go back. If their house in this one is 187 times 6%, that's not enough, right? That's a $10,000 cost just for realtor commissions. Okay. That's not going to cover it. They're really upside down. They have equity, but if you were to try to sell this, not on a short sale, all right, there's not enough there really to cover it. So that's where a lot of people are looking like, oh, I might have a little bit of equity, but based on the value and the times, they just don't have the time to do that. All right, now something like this one, they got 22%. Would that make sense for them to turn around and sell it themselves? Yeah, that would make more sense for them to sell it themselves. Obviously, maybe they don't, maybe they can't. You never know the situation of what the property is. Okay, so then I took one more column besides figuring, okay, 7,900 divided by the 180 or whatever it is. This only have like a 3%. So I said, okay, let's figure your cash flow. If you took the deposit, all right, the deposit and minus what was owed, the three payments behind, plus the annual cash flow. So basically 15,5 plus 2,3 equals 17,8. This would be your cash flow year one. Okay. And that's the way to look at these. You can start seeing that a big chunk of these has some pretty good cash flow. Now, is it all going to work that way? Would you maybe get 15% higher and drop a little bit of interest rate down? Yeah, I'm just running numbers on this just to realistically see. Now, somebody said, well, what about 9%? Is that high? Well, let's see here. What's the average interest rate for a mortgage right now? So we go over here, just Google it real fast. Average interest rate is about 6.1 to 6.3% on a 30-year. Okay, that's if you got good credit. If you got bad credit, 9% is not that difficult. Okay. All right. And you have to this is going to work for every borrower that wants to do it. No, but somebody can afford it. It's an opportunity for you to actually helping three people. The borrower who's behind on this could have a bad situation. The new buyer Bob Buyer helping Paul, property owner. Okay, those two, you help Paul, Bob Buyer get into a house who's got some cat, he can afford it. They have a house, they're not wasting money on rent, all right? And then you're the third person. You're Ivan investor, right? Putting the deal together, being a deal engineer to help it out. Now, what would I do? What's my marketing play on this? Okay, well, my marketing play is pretty simple. I'm going to drop a postcard. I would drop probably a letter campaign because that would be the easiest thing to do. I could do a mail merge. I could talk about, hey, some of the different ways that we help people avoid a foreclosure. Don't lose your foreclosure. No, I'm not a realtor trying to sell your house. But if you're trying to do that, I have somebody who can help you out with it. But I'm a investor who likes to help people avoid foreclosures. And I come up with real solutions. I would love to talk with you. And there's a lot of people out there that are struggling. Okay. Like I was just talking, actually, it's a friend, a buddy of mine. He's a football coach. He's changed schools this year. He's renting a room apartment from a friend. He's got a house in another city they're trying to sell. I thought we're going to sell it off. It was on the market for 6 months. They ended up turning around and renting it, hoping that the person that's going to buy it from him or is going to buy it, who's renting it for him, and they're struggling. And they got a kid in college too they're paying for. There's an opportunity here to help people. Now, the question people are going to ask me, what's in my area, right? Anybody thinking that right now? Like, what kind of opportunities are in my area? So it's pretty simple. Let's just go. Now, let's go down here. Let's go down to 6 months and see where we're at 6 months. 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 6 months behind. All right. 6 months behind. There is over half the list is 6 months behind or less, right at 804, 803 actually. And for the mass majority, if they're 6 months behind, you're still making some profit on this. Okay. Some have negative equity. I would probably avoid the negative equity ones, but there still might be a possible way to make some money on that if somebody's bringing a down payment in a lot of ways. All right, without diving into it. Okay, so let's look at some search. Let's break this down by state by state. Should we do that real fast? Because that's one thing I was looking at. I know that we've got John on here. We've got Clifton. Where's home for you, Clifton? I always forget. Judy, you're up in Maine. You probably don't want to do a lot of stuff out in Maine. It's cold. But a letter quick. If you could structure an owner finance deal or a wraparound deal, it might make sense without having to do any work in a lot of cases, right? They got a ton of equity. Could you give them some money to move on? Yeah, you might have to do that. Help them move, whatever. Just somebody saying there's something. So let's take a look here. So let's look at some of the friendlier states. Let's just do Texas first. Texas first. It okay? All right. So we have stuff in McKinney. How many do we actually have? So in Texas, off of this list, there is a total of 105. Okay. So just under 10% of the whole list is in Texas. And you've got San Antonio in here. You've got New Braunfels. You've got Rockwall, Texas City, Bernie. You got some nice areas here. Midland, Houston, Cibola, San Antonio, Texas City, Temple, Killeen, Corpus Christi, Hutto, which is not too far from here. Dripping Springs, South. It's kind of awesome. Killeen, Fort Worth, all over the place. I should have just mapped it. San Antonio, San Marcos, Katy. So all over the Lone Star State in desirable markets. Okay. Now let's look at another state that's kind of fast. Let's look at Georgia. Georgia, you could do a lease option and go from there. We're not going to run the numbers off of that, but we're just going to look here. So Georgia, which is usually pretty desirable, it's got a chunk there too. So let's see. Georgia, there's 119 more in the Peach State than there is in Texas. Okay. Let's look at God's waiting room, Florida. Now, Florida obviously can be tricky because of insurance costs and HOA fees and stuff like that. So Florida, there is 167. Over 10% of this list is in Florida. Let's look at Tennessee. Tennessee's got a bunch. There are just 55, so not as many as Texas does, but 55 in Texas. Let's look at let's go to Colorado. My friend Colin is in Colorado. And there are 32 in and around Colorado. Aurora's kind of Denver, okay. Colorado Springs, some good areas there. Denver, definitely. Let's do let's see one of my favorite states, Indiana. Indiana's got 33. That's kind of surprising. Let's go to Ohio, which will give you a little bit longer time. I mean, the great thing about Texas, Georgia, it's fast foreclosure. The worst thing about Texas and Georgia, fast foreclosures. You'd have to do something, but it puts a little bit of an, as we say, focused play to get into rock and roll. So Indiana's got 33. Sorry, I was going to do Ohio. Ohio. And there's 45 in Ohio. Let's look at Michigan. Michigan's only got 19. That's not a surprise. Grand Rapids, Saginaw, Flint. Okay. Let's go another desirable state here. Let's look what's going on. Let's just look at Hawaii. Because I know there's one, at least one in Hawaii. There's two, Ua Beach and Millennia. So maybe you want to take over a property subject to in Hawaii. There you go. Let's look at Alaska just for the fun of it. One in Alaska, in Seward, Alaska. Okay. Let's look in Arkansas because I've got some friends who have kids in Arkansas. That's AR. Ooh, you got 33 in Arkansas. That could potentially be leads. All right, let's look at another. Let's look at North Carolina. Ooh, North Carolina's got 118. Wow, you got 10% North Carolina. And that gives you a little bit of time to come to the table on stuff. So you got stuff all over the table. Let's look in South Carolina. Got friends up there in Myrtle Beach as well, the Harringtons. So that's the thing is that you could actually take this list, say, hey, I might have some potential leads for you in your backyard. Okay. So there is 56 in South Carolina. Okay. Let's look in. I always get people ask me, what about New York? Where you can. So there's none in New York. I take that back. None in New York because they probably want to finance in New York. So it's not in all 50 states. My apology. There is stuff in New Jersey. So there's 15 in New Jersey where people drag some stuff out. Okay. Because it's a 2-year process to foreclose there. Let's look at one other thing. Let's look at Arizona and then we'll look at Carolina. I'm sorry, California. So Arizona's got 41, a lot in Phoenix, probably some higher, but yeah, Phoenix, Mesa, Buckeye, Sun City, yeah, out there. And then you've also got, let's look at California. The communist state of California has 77. Okay. So you got San Diego, you've got Fresno. Let's see here. India, La Mesa. I didn't know there's a Beaumont, California. That's something new I learned today. Madera, El Cajon, another one in San Diego, Sonora, Rancho Cordova. Okay. Vacaville, Pioneer, Riverbank, San Marcos. That's just outside of San Diego. Canyon Lake, California, Sacramento, Long Beach, Riverside, Palmdale, National City, Borrego Springs. So you're not going to probably have the huge $1 million mansions because they're probably not going to a VA loan for that in FHA. But these are the reason I bring these up is that Oceanside, San Diego. Okay, these are potential as you think about these FHVAs. These are your first time home buyers. This is your biggest buying pool of people getting finance right now, but are also struggling. So just gives you some opportunities to think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions, any comments, any concerns about this from those that are joining me live here in Zoom? Judy, do you have any thoughts about stuff like this? I know you're more focused on the cash flow side, and I totally understand that. But with your experience, this could potentially be possibly something, you know. And Judy, what are some of the ways that you're, in the past, you've targeted some of your distressed stuff? Does this come off of out of state owners? Actually, are you in a spot where I can bring you on live? And just ask your question, and you can ask you a couple questions. Okay, let me unmute you. Let me look at this, and that way, I'll allow you to talk, Judy. So, good morning, Judy.
Hi, Scott.
How's the weather where you're at in Maine? You got some snow?
Oh, yeah, and it's really cold. Feels like 10.
Feels like 10. I'm sure you got the heat on or a fire going, don't you?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. So you've been through Chris's stuff. You're friends with Chris, obviously been coaching so with him as well. What are if you were to if this was your bag, okay? What would be some of the ways that you would be targeting or reaching out to people on this? Calling, door knocking, letter, postcards. What's your thoughts?
Definitely, depending on how fast, which state and how fast,
Yep.
postcard, um, or call, and then a letter if it's a longer foreclosure, because you can probably put a little bit more in the letter.
Right. Right. Yeah. And so, yeah, the one thing that's not on this list is actually the borrower's name. That wasn't provided, but you got the address. So just going to the county assessors would be pretty easy to do, and then skip tracing from there.
Yeah, we also have other tools that give you information, like you can prop stream.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it
Land
doesn't have the
voice too
number,
as
but
well. You can drop that address in there and then pull it up and go from there. So
yes.
yeah, there we go. But just an opportunity and stuff like that. And then what is when Chris is talking, you guys are working through a deal, what's the kind of normal cash flow, monthly cash flow basis and down payment are they seeing on their success stories? And you may not know, but what do you
Yeah.
kind of have seen in the past?
Yeah, so typically 3 to 10% is the minimum down payment we would do if our exit strategy was like a lease purchase.
Right.
And it all depends on there's a lot of other things it depends on. How strong, etc. So that's what we would look for. So then you get that down payment, and then the cash flow would be basically what we're in it for, and then what we could charge for rents in that particular area.
Right. Right. That's the thing. You got to look at the rent rates. You got to be careful because rent rates are going down, unfortunately, in a lot of places too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then on the term side, as far as how long, minimum term for like a rent to own or lease option,
They
stuff like that.
typically cash out in 2 to 3 years.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yep.
the average is 2 to 3 years.
Right. So figure your 3 year. And then, like I said, don't go spend all that down payment.
Right.
Keep a big chunk of it. So if you've got to, depending on what the market does, but we may see a dip, but I think value always comes back. So maybe you're holding on to this as a, uh, owner finance note or lease option for 5 years versus 3 years in a lot of cases too, to drive that till it comes back.
Yes, and we like to tie them up for longer
Yeah.
than that. So if it's 2 to 3 years, the average for a borrower, we would go in with a minimum 4 to 5. Give
Yeah.
us options for another exit strategy in case something were to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, another option that we hadn't even talked about would be reaching out to these existing homeowners and say, "Hey, I'd like to buy your house on terms. Would you finance me your house?" And do just a wrap around that way as well, take over payments, and then you turn around, then you're responsible for everything, and then just trying to take it over as is without down payment, but then doing another wraparound mortgage to the end buyer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and definitely, if there's a little bit something that you can give them, and then, take the property subject to, everything depends on each individual situation,
Exactly. Well, that's
and
why
what
it's
their
important to
funds
know
are.
the equity amount, and then if you got 10% and what they're behind on, if they're behind, they're going to need something to go towards the payments that you would only make up for them, so that you don't get wiped out on in a foreclosure. So,
Right. What's nice about these tapes too, Scott, is that you have this information. I know, you do your due diligence,
mhm.
excuse me, but then there's also, um, when we're talking a lot of times to homeowners, they don't even know their situation. Like they've buried their head in the sand so deep that they don't even know, they've ignored it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they think as long as they ignore the phone calls, the certified letters, the door knocks, nothing's going to happen to them. And
Yes.
then when they start getting certified letters from attorneys' offices, then you got to worry about it. And like I said, I don't have the legal status on this. Actually, let me pull this up because I think I might have something.
Or the notice on the door from the bank's
Oh yeah, yeah,
company.
definitely.
Yeah.
Like you mean, so we have let me see the legal status here. We got any of that in here? Loan status, here you go. Loss mitigation, current loans, general population, redefault risk. I don't know what all of this means, but redefault risk is they've defaulted once before. Loss mitigation, they're trying to do something, but they wouldn't be trying to sell some of these are already in foreclosure. inactive foreclosure and aspect of things. So that's something to keep in mind. Hey, avoid a foreclosure. Let's work something out. So, but yeah, thank you, Judy. Thanks for taking on. I know I'll talk to you in about 20 minutes as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks,
Sounds
Scott.
good. No problem. All right, guys. Well, that's it. That's the way we like to try to make, as I say, lemonade out of lemons. In a lot of cases, we see this stuff coming. We're seeing more of this stuff coming in. So if you're thinking you want to target subject twos in your area or a couple states, stuff like that, this is an opportunity for you to take a look at. No business I like is because of this. We see stuff 6 to 12 months ahead of most people. But if your guys are one of our students or stuff like that, here's an opportunity that maybe you're not thinking about. Just got to tweak it a little bit, create some notes. You know that they're distressed. You know that these people are motivated. So it's an opportunity for you to dive into it and maybe put a little bit of sunshine in somebody who's struggling right now. And that's the thing. If they're already in foreclosure, struggling, they're not. They may be like they're hoping to pretend nothing's happened until January 1st, but people know when they're not making their mortgage payment. They already know they're looking at what's it going to cost to rent a house. What am I going to do? Here's an opportunity for you to reach out and help somebody if you can. And like I said, make it a win-win-win across the board. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me at talkwithscottcarson.com. Book a phone call. Thanks for listening to the podcast for this episode. Make sure you go out there and subscribe. Leave a 5-star review. I'd appreciate it. And we've got a lot of great stuff out there for you guys as well. Great. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Close Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. Today is the first Monday of March. The year is 1/6 of the way over. Where are you at in your goals for the year when it comes to buying or raising capital or whatever your focus is? Where are you at? Hopefully, you're closer than you were on January 1st, which is important. But today's episode, we're going to do a deep dive into the most recent foreclosure list here in Texas. That's right. The commercial foreclosures in Texas Texas is one of the fastest foreclosure states in the country because we're very lender friendly. We can foreclose in 21 days. You don't need a license to foreclose. You don't need a license to buy commercial debt. It's good to have a servicer help you out with that, but you don't need to have one here. And the great thing about it is this list changes a lot. That's good and bad, but there's a lot of opportunity if you know where to look. So that's what we're going to dive into today in this episode of the Note Close Show, just kind of going through the most recent foreclosure list in Central Texas here, walking you through where the opportunities are, where do we see possibilities, how to filter the list, how to read the foreclosure list that gets put out every month here by the Roddy or the Foreclosure Listing Service that we're big fans of. And they're sponsors here of the podcast as well. And as you guys know, we don't share anything or promote anything here that we don't use. And we've been a big fan of the Roddy list, the Foreclosure Listing Service for years. Get signed up. If you go there and get signed up for the residential or the commercial foreclosure list and use the code WeCloseNotes, that'll knock $20 off of whatever list you purchase, whether it's the residential in one county or a commercial list, one of the 5 commercial lists across the state. But anyway, let's dive in so you guys can start making some things happen in your backyard. Now, if you're not in Texas, yes, you can buy the list. Yes, it makes sense to buy if you're looking at commercial real estate. And we'll dive in a little bit more of that, why it makes sense. Now, if you don't want to buy in Texas, you want to look for more stuff in your backyard, that's fine. Go out and find who handles foreclosures in your area. You can always go to foreclosures.com. They're also fans of the show. Or reach out to me. We'll be glad to send you a discount code for that as well if you're outside of the Lone Star State. But anyway, let's dive into this. Now, there's obviously the Roddy list is what we do. We love you. Search Roddy's Foreclosure Listing Service or FLSonline.com. Pretty easy to dive in. They've got some video to walk you through whatever you do. The difference between the residential and the commercial list, though, with Roddy is a little bit more expensive. You're going to pay roughly about $45 to $85 per month for a residential list in one specific county. Like Harris County is going to be like $85 a month. Well, Harris is where Houston is at. It's also going to have a lot more so because it is the biggest county, but it's a great place, like we talked about last week on the show and breaking down the most recent Harris foreclosure list. It's a lot of opportunity. Now, if you're going commercial, you're not going to buy it in one county. You're going to buy it over the 5 regions of Texas. And by the 5 regions of Texas, you have Central Texas, which kind of encapsulates Texas, San Antonio. You have South Texas, which is really below San Antonio. You have East Texas, which is, outside of, I would say, Columbus on I-71 all the way towards Houston and that neck of the woods, Tyler, stuff like that. North Texas is Dallas, Fort Worth area. West Texas is going to be west of basically, Austin, San Angelo, out into like El Paso, in that neck of the woods. So you can pick up a list. It's going to cost you about $300 a month, and you're going to have to sign up for 6 months minimum. So it's a bit of investment, $1,800. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's been one of the best investments that we have done in the last 6 months in finding potential deals, raising capital, and also talking with other people and finding opportunities that we can promote as far as and uncovering non-performing notes on residential commercial stuff if you're looking to do that. Okay. So give you a bit of a breakdown where we stand at for the state of Texas here right now. Right now, as of today, there are 536 total foreclosures across the Lone Star State in commercial. Okay. Now that's just today. Tomorrow is the big first Tuesday of the month. It's, foreclosure Tuesday here in Texas of March. What is it? March 4th. Across the entire state, though, if you look at everything residential and commercial, there's 4,148 foreclosures set to hit the auction blocks. That's a lot. Okay. Now, if you just look at the commercial side, 536, that breaks down into these numbers a little bit for you. Okay. Now, Central Texas here, basically, Austin, San Antonio is about 121. East Texas, like I said, Harris is 109. North Texas, 127. South Texas is actually got quite a bit more than they have had in a while, 159. Central Texas is about the same. East Texas is a little low. North Texas is about the same. South Texas has more foreclosures this month than they've had in the last couple months. And then you have West Texas is only at 20. West Texas often has less than 30 on them. If we look at the last 6 months, I think 26 was the highest or 28 was the highest. This month is down a little bit. Now, some of these are obviously going to get kicked to the next month. Sometimes people will file temporary restraining orders, they'll file bankruptcy, delay things, and it'll go to the next month, but that's okay. So just that gives you a bit of an idea. And how that breaks down here in Central Texas, as you can see, this is kind of the map of what's available, the tape we're going to break down. So you see, it's halfway between here and Houston is kind of where it cuts off. I can't remember where that's at. We'll pull that up later. But then you see San Antonio, Austin, upwards up to Waco, Killeen, south of Waco. Definitely, we've seen stuff in Waco and that stuff. But that's the map that we see. Now, we do see a lot of land. There's a lot of land on these. There's also multifamily and other commercial spots and stuff like that. So anyway, let's take a look or deep dive into it and pull up the spreadsheet and let you guys really start to learn a little bit. All right. So let me share my screen here. Central Com, pre-foreclosure. Okay. So this is, all right. So actually, this is the list. When I pulled it, was for the last month, was February. So I didn't pull the one yet, but it's the same stuff that you'll see. Okay, basically. So if you look at the list here, you can see it's a spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet. I always like to go up here and hit the filter or the freeze panes, look at things. Give me 1 second here. Let me do this. When you're, and of course, stretch it all out so you can see what's going on. So you have the upload time when it was actually uploaded to the county. And that's what the Roddy list does. They send out somebody every day to the counties to pull foreclosure listings. And as long as something gets filed 21 days prior to the first Tuesday of the month, then stuff can go to foreclosure for that month. Okay, so you've got the report ID, the estimated equity in the property, estimated margin of percent of equity, unpaid balance is important. It's always a good thing to have, knowing that what that is. That's a dollar amount. The clerk number, the year of the report, month of report, city name, the county code. All right. Some of these they don't have the city names on them yet, or they didn't when I pulled the list, but that's okay. And you can see the classification. This is always important. So let's go ahead and filter this so you can start looking at things that you want to filter by. Okay, so we hit filter. All right, now you have, we go over here, you see the loan type, most of these are commercial, some reverse mortgages. Sometimes you will see duplexes and triplexes or fourplexes in here that is technically a residential loan, but maybe zoned commercial property. So you get a little bit of that. Now, obviously, you get the city name, the address, the square footage, if it's got a pool sometimes, the zip code, the legal description, the legal description 2. Those are important to see what kind they are. Subdivision, the borrower's first name, the borrower's last name, and then the important thing up here, the lender, the mortgagee, who's lending money on this. We're going to go ahead and highlight this in a light green. All right. Then you have obviously the attorney, the trustee who's foreclosing. Give you the sale date, the volume page, all that stuff, good stuff. Loan month, the loan year, original loan amount. The monthly payments they estimate, interest rate, loan expires, what month it expires, what year it expires, year of the construction. That's kind of hit and miss across the board there, but a lot of this is land stuff here too, so don't worry about that. Number of units, and then if it was previously posting, which is an important thing, if it's been delayed a month or two, and then you get comments, and then you get the actual owner's mailing address, which is kind of nice. All right, and then the Zillow view if it's available. Okay, so going back there, that's kind of the spreadsheet on stuff that we're looking at. So the thing to look at is we don't have any city names on these. It's not really worth diving into for the most part. Let's just go ahead and get rid of those so you're not wasting time. Now, going back and updating the list, it would be a good thing to do, obviously. Okay. So we've getting rid of this. So now we're looking at areas. If you look at the map, you can see that's kind of all over the place. Now, let's go over to land type. That's what we're looking for. Classification. What type of deals are we looking for? Now, it breaks down to you have commercial, commercial general, commercial office, duplex land, multifamily, multi-family, rural residence, agricultural, vacant land, and other vacant land. So if you're an investor, what are you looking for? Well, let's just pull up the commercial stuff. I've been using this locally to look at land. There's a great thing to look about. Okay, let me give you just an example. So we click on vacant land, and land in general, hit OK. And it's all over the place there. So if you're looking for acreage, maybe you want your own, your own little farm. You start diving into this and start looking at, and a lot of times they'll tell you, get a lot of these are lots as well, but also some of them are acreage. So if you start going over here, you can start seeing the acreage side because it's in the legal description of it. So section 5, this is a third of an acre, 12, like if you're looking for land, 12.52 acres, that would be something to look at. So let's highlight that in green. Okay. 1.14, a third of an acre, 1 acre. 9/10, 173 acres. There you go. It's out in Hondo, Texas. Okay. 4/10, 4.47, 2 acres, 3 acres, 1 acres, 5.8 acres. Okay. Lots. 11.5 acres. Okay. That's in Red Rock. Lot. So there you go. That's kind of the, acres so far. I mean, it's anything more than really 1 for the most part. Don't make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah. And that's okay. I mean, you look at those. So here's 2 acres, 3 acres. Let's go ahead and take a look at that just for the heck of it. And you can kind of go over and see where that is. This is in May, Texas. This is in Hondo, Texas. This is Cedar Creek. So let's look at this one that's in Hondo, but that's a pretty good size, 173.65 acres. County Road 366. Here it is. Okay, come on. What was I at? There we go. So share screen. All right, so here we go. If I drop this in County Road 336, County Road, it's all over. So let's just click on here. So it's probably farmland if you look at this, County Road 366. And if I remember correctly, if we go back to the spreadsheet, they gave the Zillow map at the end, right? Yeah. So anyway, that's probably all farmland around here. This 366 starts down here. Yeah. There's that. Okay. So if you wanted to buy that, let's go back to our spreadsheet, give you a bit of an idea what's owed on the property. Okay. Now, if we look at that one in, okay, this is out basically San Antonio, Texas. Oh, no, that's not it. Yeah, that's it. All right. That's the owner's street address, 3. That's what it is. Okay. The owner's live in San Antonio. 2 CAD entries, combined value. Assessed value is for $1.6 million. You know, that's not so bad for a chunk of acreage. You know, that comes out to, what are they, 1.6? They borrowed 2.95. Oh, they're a little upside down on that one then. Assessed value is 1.6. Well, we all know it lands a little bit different. Larry Corbin is the guy who is the original seller of it, or finance it to this company there. And let's see what they owe on it. Land out in Hondo. Estimated unpaid bay balance $580,000. So technically, there you go. They bought it, and they think there's some equity there. You know, unpaid balance is 580. That you could basically pick that up. If you could buy that, pay that for 580, that's a pretty good deal when it comes to Larry Corbin. Hey, did you sell this? And that's something you would reach out to. Hey, Mr. Corbin, see that you're foreclosed, are you interested in selling the note? I mean, he probably wants to take the property back on that stuff. But if you could pick it up for 580, okay, 580, and there's 173 acres. Even if it is farmland, man, 173, let's say 580 divided by 173 acres. That's $3 grand an acre. That's really cheap. I mean, that's worth buying it. Let's look. If we go back to our map here, like, Scott, where the hell is that at? I don't necessarily want to buy something out in the middle of nowhere, right? I can understand that. So let's take this out here. This is probably the one that is, yeah, okay, so it's east of San Antonio. It's out here, mostly farmland, because you start seeing this. Yeah, see, it's mostly farmland. Okay. Let's go back. Let's look at some of these commercial, other more traditional stuff that you're probably looking for, sort of land. Okay, so let's go over here and change it again to, let's just do the commercial stuff. Let's select those, but we're going to unselect the land, rural agricultural, vacant land, vacant land. Okay, and hit OK. So now we're sitting at, all right, so we got some stuff in Austin, Harker Heights. That's up by Killeen, Fort Hood, Killeen, Round Rock, San Antonio, Schertz, which is north of San Antonio, and Taylor, which is Williamson County, which is just north of here. Okay. Now, why is it the central stuff? Because I'm here locally. If I can drive by, I'll drive by. Okay. And then so you just go over here and start looking. So you get a reverse mortgage, commercial. Let's see what else we can find and see what we're looking at. So you see this stuff here, 14,450. It's several properties, several plat lines. So I think this is a apartment complex. Let's take a look here. 11450. This is 45. Usually a sign that these like is an apartment complex. So let's go over here. Oh, nope, it looks like it's on LoopNet. It actually popped up on LoopNet. So it's a building. Okay, there you go. 11450 Old Corpus Christi Highway. All right, come on, do you want us to look at this stuff? All right, there you go. Let's go back here. So we know what that is. Just click maps. It's San Antonio here. It's this big, it's NASCARs.com, they call it, 11450. Got our little guy here. So it's three separate buildings. What does NASCARs.com do? Is a car repair basis, car repair place. Okay. Do you want to buy a car building for car repairs? Probably not, unless you're looking for some storage stuff. Okay. So let's click on this one more time. 11450. Make sure you guys can see this. Yeah. It's an auto repair. It's basically what it is. All right. Lot size, an acre. All right. So we go back to our spreadsheet. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings. Okay. 4 buildings. Let's look at the amounts of these. Let's just highlight these 4. So what's owed on these things? Estimated equity, okay. Estimated unpaid balance. Here you go. Boom, boom, boom. So if you add those together, that's basically estimated unpaid balance. They owe 821,000 on that. Okay, 821. They got a bit of equity. Let's see what they figure as values on these. So you can see Lone Star National Bank is the ones foreclosing on these 4 entities, these 4 buildings. Okay. So you want to call Lone Star National Bank, hey, are you interested in potentially selling the note on these? Now, these took these things out in 2014, so I guess they were about 10-year loans. 1 year, yeah. Original loan amount they took out, how much did they take out? 1.1. So they paid it down a little bit. All right. But there you go. That's an opportunity there. Lone Star National Bank is foreclosing. It might be worth to see what else they have available on their books. Okay. Now the same, I always I don't want, like on the residential stuff, I don't chase the properties, I look at the lenders. It's the same thing. Now, if you're chasing property type here, that's what we just do. You look at what's going on, the commercial buildings, is it a multifamily, what's the unit numbers, and go from there. All right. So let's go back over here. So always find like this one, 8603 State Highway 151. When you start seeing that they lift like Bed Bath garages in here, they're never always going to be right, Bed Bath garage, but there's often like when you see a number like this 211, that might be worth looking at. 8603 State Highway, if you're looking to buy stuff in Central Texas. Here, in. This looks like it's a strip mall. There we go. 8603 Texas 151. It's also listed on LoopNet. So this retail center is, yeah, that's what it is. It's a retail, 30,000 square foot retail center. One store built in 2008, multiple tenants. No surprise, you start seeing commercial properties going to foreclosure, especially retail stuff like this. So let's go back to our spreadsheet. So that lender, who's that lender? So West Point Retail Center is the borrower, and it's Wilmington Trust NA. Okay. So Wilmington Trust NA, North America, with reaching out to, it might be better to reach out to the attorney, Gabriel Sanes. Say, hey, are you interested in potentially, do you know if your seller is potentially willing to sell? Okay. Now, the difference between now buying a commercial note versus a residential note, okay? Usually two different departments in the banks. Most of the banks would be willing to sell one-off commercial notes, okay? Notice on here, I didn't go through here to get rid of like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, because you don't see a lot of those on here right now. You see, like this is probably a private mortgage asset management LLC, LLC, Foundation CREF Funding, Stallion Texas Real, that's a hard money lender, Broadway National Bank, Carrington Mortgage Services, Liberated Bank, SCF Jake LP, K&R Howell Corporation, Sonora Bank, Wallace Bank, Sonora Bank, Wallace Bank. So Sonora Bank's got some stuff on here, right? I'll just see what Sonora Bank has, because you can call them and say, I'm calling about, see what else you have, what you're looking to get rid of. All right, so as we look on this, what type of centers is this? Legal description. Let's look at this one. All right, so this is like 17,000 square foot in this one. So let's look at 2821 Guadalupe Street, San Antonio, Texas. This looks like another retail center. What is it? The Texas Department of Criminal Justice. That can't be right. There's got to be a building over here. Oh, it's 2821. That's probably. Let's go back and all right. So 2821 is what we're looking for. Is that right? Let me jump back here and check real fast. 2821 Guadalupe Street. Yeah. Okay. So it's the building. So State of Texas Pardons and Paroles Division is in this place. Okay. So it's whoever owns the building is getting foreclosed on. Doesn't mean that the that's just a tenant, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. That's the parole division. All right, so let's go over here. So whoever owns this building isn't paying. You would think that would be a pretty steady tenant, right? Okay. District Parole Office. Yeah, so basically whoever's getting paid, let's look at this. Here we go. That's a better 2821. Go. Yeah. So there you go. Now you will see these old listings on LoopNet where people were once trying to sell them. You know what I mean? It's a previous listing. Let's keep going down here. 2821. Office building. How many units? Lot 33. Say number of units is on an acre. No. But you know what? You could probably find a pretty steady tenant in taking that over, depending on what they owe. So let's go back to the spreadsheet. All right. So 2821 Guadalupe. Don't see that every day, but hey. Our estimated balance is 2.5 million. They owe their negative equity of 620. So they what finance 3.1. Original loan amount was 2.6. I'll tell you. All right. So that's that one. Okay. Original loan amount 2.6. They think it's only worth 1.9. Give us that number. It may not give us the number. 2.5. So, okay. All right, let's go look at a different one. Here's a little smaller amount. Same bank. Let's do it. 115 Davis Court. This is probably a duplex. 115 Davis Court, San Antonio, Texas, 22. Oh, it's a commercial building. Oh, it's a little cafe. Is that right? Looks like it's a little cafe there with the tables outside. Open. Let's go back and see what pops up. 118 Davis Court. Commonwealth Coffee House and Bakery. That's what it is. That's who the tenant is. What does Zillow tell us? Yeah, so that's not, it's just a commercial pre-foreclosure auction. Popped up. Used to be a house. Okay. So that's what it is. If a coffee house and bakery, let's go back to our spreadsheet here. Is somebody renting it out to the coffee house? See, the borrower's name shows up on this. Yep, Commonwealth Coffee. So they're losing this one. And they got another one, Commonwealth Coffee LLC. Where's this one located at? This one's at a different one, 930 East Grayson Street. Okay. This is a small little house. Nine thirty East Grayson right there. Huh. That must be like is that commercial offices or what is that? Hard to tell. Let's go over here because it may be. Huh. They're all kind of cookie cutters, isn't it? That's a nice house. Next to this park here. Okay. 930. That's the property. So let's do something. Let's go over here. So it was Commonwealth Coffee, right? Back to our spreadsheet here. And I'm gonna just do a Google search for the business. Commonwealth Coffee LLC. Antonio. So they've got quite a few locations. This is the one that's going foreclosure. 2, 3, more places. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they got 4 places across San Antonio. Let's go to their website. Oh, that's not a good sign when their website's not up and running. So they're probably closed. Oh no, this one says open. Let's go to their website. Or let's go to Instagram. There you go. See if it's just different. No, see, their website's not working. Maybe. Let's see when this was taken. February 19th. So, yeah. Not bad looking. Oh, that's the one that we looked at there. Okay. Well, so the thing of it is to find out, let's reach out to the lender. What do you want for these? Would you be willing to sell them at a discount? You know, they're upside down. Would they be willing to sell these two? Because then if they're interested potentially, then you'd want to, hey, what's going on with the leases? That's a lot of coffee to pay for what is that? Almost 1.7, $1.8 million in the real estate side of things. Okay. Can they afford it? Can they not? but that's potentially about a commercial spot that you could have two coffee spots, two houses from there. And who knows, right? If you like coffee. So let's go look at the rest of the banks here and see what else is available. Okay, so that's Sonora Bank. Let's look at Wallace Bank. And let's just go, let's see what we see about, Commonwealth Coffee. This is a person. Okay, here you go. Bennett Rose Investment in Properties, and they're getting foreclosed on by SCF Jake LP. So this could potentially, let's take a look at this one. 127 Hayes Avenue, San Antonio, Texas. All right, so here's a property. It's a 1,260 square foot house. Look at that. Okay. 126 is that one. So 127 is this one. Yeah, 127. So that's the property that's getting foreclosed on. I don't know if it's occupant or it's an office or this investment, if it's a rental property, sometimes you'll see that happen in the commercial listings. So let's go back to that one. Go back to share the spreadsheet. All right, so let's highlight this one in yellow. Now this is SCF Jake LP. You try to track that person. Bennett Rose Investment in Property. So they financed this. Let's see, what do they owe? So they say it's a multifamily. So maybe it's a duplex or triplex, who knows? 2,000 square feet. Estimated balance is 260. They expect they have some equity in the deal, about 10%. So I took this out in 2022. So October 2022 for 265. And they're renting it out. It's been on here. See, here's the thing. It's been on here before. Previous listing, yes. So they've delayed the foreclosure on this for either them trying to sell it or, they're just delaying it, waiting for the borrower to sell off because they don't necessarily want to own the property back. So they say it's worth about 290. Original loan was 265, basically in October to 2 years ago. Do we have a term on here? Loan term. No, loan expired. Didn't give us when the loan expired. So maybe it was a 1 year, maybe it was a 2 year. So that would be something to look at if you're wanting to, buy a note on a property that it has renters in it. Might be something to look at. Okay. We've already look at this one, Wallace Bank. Wallace Bank is on here twice. So let's just see what those two properties are with Wallace Bank. All right, so it's the same borrower, Lionel Reyes Jr. Okay. 256. Wow, so he must have bought assessed value. So it's about, two cat entries, combined value. So these are 515 Camden Street. So it's different loans, two loans. Owes 143, 144 on both is the estimated unpaid balance. Took these out in, when did he borrow this money? 2006. Okay. All right. So let's see what type of property this is. In the past, we've seen more like multifamilies in San Antonio. Okay, so there you go. This is a doctor's office. Yeah. Oh, it's a medical clinic. Okay. I think 520. So it's this lot. And the medical. Let's make sure to look at this. Can we pull up an address on here? Let's go around over here. There's a class 3 felony to tag private property. Deadly force can be used to stop a class 3 felony. Okay, so they've been tagged a few times. What's it say there? That's it right there. I think that's what it says. 515 Camden B, Camden Street. Yeah, so it's this lot. Okay, so it's medical office. Same thing with that. Would it make sense to buy it and keep the existing tenant in place if they're still there? This notice is March of 2022, so it's probably, yeah. So River City Medical Clinic. Let's do that. River City Medical Clinic. San Antonio, Texas. That's it. Lionel Rivers Rise empty. So the actual owner of the property is the borrower on this. So would you do a lease back? You could. I don't know if I necessarily would, especially since he's not able to pay his mortgage payments. The rent on these would probably be higher than the mortgage payment, but he might be able to. Maybe there's a balloon on this. There you go. That's the borrower based on what we saw on the spreadsheet. All right, so we go back here to the spreadsheet. I mean, that's the thing to look at is every one of these has a different tale to tell. Now, doctor, hopefully he has some, he's got some money sitting on the sidelines. And you see the link. Now, same thing here. If you got private lenders on here, let's see if we can see. Roy Dawkins. Here we go. What's Roy Dawkins foreclosing on? Alicia Joyce Knoll. They're foreclosing on what is Shady Meadows LLC. This is on something's about 20 acres. 760 FM 78, Shirts, Texas. So it's a property on 20 acres. 760 FM 78, Shirts, Texas. Okay. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I looked at it. Okay, so this isn't, it's a mobile home park. There you go. Outside of Shirts. I looked at this one. Yeah, it's kind of rough. The great thing is you can go through and look at it. So they've actually got it mapped down here. So you can do a virtual X, and it looks like there's got plenty of room for more mobile homes. This is from November of last year. So it's on 20 acres. There you go. And let's look at the customer. So you got, we can kind of tell how many units. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 plus 12 is 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So basically 28 plus 16 is 44. So it's a 44 basically unit mobile home park. I think that's what it is. So it's on 20 acres. So we go back here and do the aerial again. There you go. So it does include some of these single family homes in here. Jason TV wall mounting hardware. Is that the house? Yeah, I think that's the house. Right there. Yeah, so you got a couple single family homes on this thing. Those are modulars along with all these mobile homes. Now let's go back to our spreadsheet here and see if Roy. All right, so this one has some definite potential. All right, so how much is owed? So they basically owe 1.2 million on it. They say it's negative equity. Estimated on balance 1.2. Don't know the cash flow value on this stuff, but let's keep going over here. They took out the loan in 2023 for 1.3 million. Monthly payments is $7,000 a month. So they took it out and they stopped paying. So the loan, yeah, so it was basically, it's a 30-year mortgage at 6.53 and they're not making payments. Wow. It was not previously listed. So that'd be interesting to see. So that would be a hot button to reach out to. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And yep, the owner lives in the property. Right. I think that's it. 2721 FM 78. Seguin. Oh no, he does not. He lives in Seguin, Texas. So if the guy was willing to carry financing, he'd probably be willing to carry financing again on this. And this is where the owner lives in Seguin. But if we go back here, let's see here. Let's go back. Well, let's go back to our map. Let's go back to the property. We just look at this aerial view. I don't know how old it is, but there's basically about 20 acres. So you've got a pretty good chunk of chain. So what's back here? Boat storage and stuff like that. Okay. But if we look at number of units, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32. And I don't know if this tire spot is included in that or not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just this part of Shady Creek. A1 Auto Sales. It's a used car dealership, but I guess they got rental trucks there. Let's look. Let's take a look. One more. Maybe if that's included, that would also be a nice bonus. But I'd be one that's probably a separate business. It's out. It's a front here, and everything else is behind. Okay. Huh. But that would be something to look at. I mean, maybe you don't own this, but you have the 20 acres behind it. Maybe they're leasing this. Who knows? But that one is definitely worth looking for, because if they owner financed it, that's not a bank, then they'd be willing to owner finances again to put potentially the right buyer. Right? There you go. That's a potential deal for you on a mobile home park outside of San Antonio. You see a variety of different things. It's not the first mobile home park. It's not the first. We see a lot of variety of buildings, office buildings, strip malls, apartments. Surprisingly, this month, there's not really any apartments listed on this, and that's okay. It is what it is. Any questions, any comments, concerns? The great thing, guys, these commercial notes, the banks are often willing to carry financing on a chunk of these. You don't need to have the full amount down. If they're willing to sell the note to you, oftentimes, if you bring 10, 20% of what the note purchase price is, they may owner finance it back to you at a quick foreclosure price. I've seen it happen on land. I've seen it happen on all sorts of commercial stuff. So it makes it a little bit different. You just got to step in, though, and expect to have some operations and management experience or have a team on to help you out with that. All right. So hopefully this is valuable for a commercial properties. Hey, you can see in the notes, you see all sorts of different types of deals on these. Less people sign up for it at $300 a month than the residential. So it gives you a little bit of a smaller, there's not as many people targeting these. because there's not as people buying the list. So it gives you the opportunity to really dive in. If you like Texas, great. You can buy this list from outside of Texas and work to find deals on here, make phone calls, and go from there. So any other questions, comments, concerns before we let you go for the day? Hey, Cord, good to see you, buddy. Dale, Todd. Hopefully that was valuable for you. So check it out, foreclosure listing service. Just Google Roddy List, use the code WeCloseNotes to get $20 off, whether it's a residential list or your commercial list. Go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Bye. Everybody, hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Clarkson, jacked up for today's episode. And I know many of you will love this episode because it's definitely, for me, I was really excited to get this guest on. And we've been friends for a while. We're both in the FinCon family of stuff. We've known each other for, I guess, about 2 years now. Yeah. But what I love is what this entrepreneur, this hardworking gal has done. And her story was recently picked up a couple months ago by MSNBC, and it's all over the place. Maybe you even saw it. But I know when I talk to new investors out there, you guys are often like, I want to start investing because A, I want to have a better life, but B, I also want to pay off debt or do some things. I got to pay off student loans. Well, this gal, she took maybe the non-traditional approach to things, and I loved it, but it's paid off in the long run with a lot of sacrifice and a lot of great things. But I really am so glad to have her. Now, who am I talking about? Well, she's known as the founder of the best money class ever. She is a UT grad, go Longhorns. But that's great. She's my friend Carly DeFelice join us here today. So what's going on, Carly? How you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. This is amazing. I love talking money.
I know, who doesn't love talking money?
I love talking money. Well, there are people who do not want to talk about it. There's shame and remorse and all that. And so I'm here to be like, money's fun. This is amazing.
Well, but it's funny that you bring it up because that is one of the biggest issues out there. And we've been doing this series kind of lately. I mean, we had about 30 people on from FinCon that talked about a variety of different things, like accounting and finance and bookkeeping and investing, stuff like that, and budgeting, stuff like that. But I'm really glad to have you on here to talk about kind of your journey and how you took the approach that you wanted to pay off student loans and debt and cars and start socking money away. But you did the non-traditional approach. So we'll put a link to the YouTube video that was all the rave out there. But talk about kind of your journey a little bit for those that are listening.
Yeah, so I'm Carly. I studied finance and I graduated in December of 2008 with a finance degree, conveniently when the entire financial market completely crashed. So talk about perfect timing, right? I owed about $35,000 at the time. It was student loans and a car loan. And I just remember like walking into my finance professor's office hours, like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do about this whole like job thing? I have debt, the economy's in shambles, people are losing their job, the housing, everything was just like chaos. And so more than ever, I really wanted to get my financial house in order. So I really made it a priority as a young 20-something to pay off debt and build savings. So by age 26, I was completely debt-free and then saved my first 100K. And what I am most proud of is during that time, I was only earning like regular income, like $50,000 or $60,000. So I thought, hey, if I can pay off debt, if I can invest, then anyone really can with just a little bit of an education and a solid plan. So literally like coffee in hand and my laptop, I took what I learned studying finance and then I created best money class ever. So I'm a little biased, but I do think it's the best class ever.
but that's great. And because here's the great thing. You walk the walk before you shared it. So, in some people's mind, they're like, what, 50 grand a year? They're living in Ohio. They're like, I'd be living high.
This is Austin, Texas.
This is Austin, Texas.
This is Austin, Texas.
So let's talk a little about that because I love what you walked in your finance professor. Now, what did you want to do when you graduated? What would have been your ideal job in the finance industry when you graduated?
Yeah. So I wish I was someone who like knew exactly, I wish I had like this mastermind, this master plan. And I honestly didn't exactly know. And so for anyone, if you're a new grad, or even if you're like midlife crisis and you're like, I don't know what I want to be, you're like 49 and like, I don't know what I want to be. Kind of to take you back to the mindset that I had was I'm not sure.
Right.
And there was a finance professor, and I was just like, I like her. I trust her. She was an investment banker, and she semi-retired about the age that I am right now, which I'm 38 now. She had retired, semi-retired, and became a professor. So she had also like walked the, walk, and wasn't just an academic. She actually was in finance. And I just had this trust and rapport with her, where we would have these conversations, office hours, and then we'd even grab coffee sometime. And so I really, really, truly believe in the power of mentorship, finding people that you trust and seeking advice from that. So to take you back, when I was in college, I actually did a crazy summer sales internship. It was face to face, but direct sales, but it was literally like door to door. And so when I was in college, I was recruited to do this sales, like direct sales, door to door sales. And I kind of bought into it because the number one skill that people lack when you graduate is communication.
Yeah.
And so what better way to develop those communication than like walking up to a random person's house and like selling them something. And so I sold home security systems. And my first summer, my sales were like so. The next summer, my sales increased. And then it clicked. I became like a selling machine. I became a top sales rep in an Inc. 500 company, one of the 500 fastest growing companies.
Wow.
And so my finance professor knew this experience, and she was like, hey, you know the industry, you know how to sell. Why don't you go out and just start your own company doing that? And so that's something that it never would have crossed my mind, to go from college student to entrepreneur. I couldn't really think of a good reason why not. And so the only problem was I was like, okay, who's going to do the installs? So at the heat of a recession, I literally like rolled up my sleeves and trained myself how to install home security systems. So it was a wild journey. But yeah, I definitely, I know there's a lot of online marketers and other money coaches and like finance people, but yeah, for 8 years, I actually 100% was an entrepreneur, doing that business. And so that was, definitely the mantra that I have for my best money class ever students is whatever your day job is to become CFO and manage your money like a boss. And so I definitely was this literally CFO, CEO. It was like a one woman show, like home security business. But yeah.
That's awesome. Now, did it take a lot of capital? Because most people don't think about starting a business right out of college. I know when I was graduating back in 01, it was going on all these interviews and I'm we're going to get benefits, and you're like, I'm going to get a new job or new apartment, and you get the new car and stuff like that. What kind of capital did you need to start that? Was it limited capital, or could you sell and then go buy the stuff that you need to install it? How did it kind of share?
So a lot of people like don't know how, like there's ADT, there's all these security companies don't exactly know how the industry works. Kind of a little insiders. Basically how it works is for most of these companies, the customer signs up for typically like a 36-month agreement. And it is a little bit similar to how the mortgage, you sign up for a mortgage and then the bank actually sell your mortgage to another company.
Yep.
So essentially, my customers would sign up for a 36-month agreement, and that's kind of looked at as like an asset. And so basically, I would get paid out on what's called a multiple of, because it's recurring revenue that they're committed to. It's a legal document so they're going to pay it was like $49.99 or something for 36 months. So basically the way that I had the business set up was I had a monitoring company that would then right away buy that agreement, and I'd get paid out in full on that contract.
That's a note. You set up a note agreement, basically a 36-month note.
Yeah.
And then you just sold it in the secondary market. This is awesome.
Yeah. So So I had very little knowledge on that until, as a college student, I learned from, so I highly encourage people to learn about an industry by doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, so in terms of my experience graduating, having student loans and a car loan, I definitely wanted to avoid standard like debt. And so
Mm-hmm.
I did not take out any debt, did not get any outside investors. I literally just cash flowed the business. So the one upfront cost, which was not, it wasn't nothing, is the physical equipment, the inventory for the security systems, like the panel, the sensors, the monitors. I would personally buy that upfront, but then get paid out, within like a week or two, the entirety of the agreement. And so, yeah, so it was, cash flowing the business.
That's awesome. And you did that
Yeah.
for a number of years. So
Yes.
many folks, what would you, and then you really kind of, I won't say hamstring yourself, but you limit yourself to pay off the debt, stuff like that. And we're talking like the biggest thing I think is that you didn't go out, I'm gonna go buy a house, or I'm not gonna rent a big fancy apartment. Can you talk about some of those things that you limited yourself on, and I mean that in a good way, not in a bad way, obviously, but limited your overhead, I guess you could say, living cost of living stuff too.
Yeah. So I know when people think of like budgeting or like, oh my gosh, how did she save 100K in just a few years, only earning 50 or 60K? And so what I teach with my class too is like with personal finance 101, you can save on a million little things, the lattes of this, that, but really it boils down to if you get two things right, if you get your housing and your car, everything else falls into place. So if you have housing that you can afford, which is important, and then from that moment, I had decided I'm no longer going to have a car payment. So paid the car off and then, drove that car as long as possible and then outright buy the next car. But if you get your housing and your car right, then everything falls into place. So when I was paying off debt and saved my first 100K, I actually had a roommate. So there's no shame to the roommate game. And I mean, that's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars every month and thousands over the years just that I had been able to save. And I tend to be an extroverted person, so I just like having company anyways. So then I reached, I guess, pretty early on, 26, what's called Coast 5. And so my 100K, so basically if I had never invested another dime, by standard retirement age, I'd have a nest egg. And so kind of really, really in terms of getting your finances in order, like the best thing, whether you're 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever, the best time to start is going to be like now.
Right.
So if you're listening to this and you're like, oh, I wish, I'm 50, I am too late. You're not too late. Now's always the best time. But that did allow me in my 30s, I ended up having a really rough patch. I went through some hard things. So then I ended up selling everything that I had and was like, I'm going to take a pause. And I did, I guess, what you could consider almost a sabbatical or even like a mini retirement, where it wasn't like I'm never going to work again, but it was like, I'm going to take a few months, pause, travel. So I ended up staying in Hawaii for a month. And that was amazing. And then after that, I ended up coming back and I bought an RV with cash and an SUV to pull it. And to this day, so that was 2019, I bought my RV. I actually still full-time live in my RV in Austin, Texas. And it is a whirlwind of an experience. It is crazy. So
I love that, but I love that. I mean, because that's, we as entrepreneurs, you run, and when you're out there selling, door-to-door sales is difficult, especially in the heat of our summers here in Austin. Physically demanding, yes.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. You worked your security job, security monitoring. You did that well, and you made money, cash flowed. You put some money aside. You took on a roommate when you were living, not in the RV. You didn't have a roommate in the RV, but where you were living beforehand,
Yeah,
just saying,
no,
which is
no
great.
roommate in the RV.
You'd be living on top of each other. But
Oh
anyway,
no.
but that's the thing is that you said, okay, let's try this out. Let's try the small living out for a little while, and then you came
Yes.
back to Austin. Said, okay, I want to stay here and buy stuff, and then you've parked it. And I
Yes.
love that, we've all been through something. And I love your journey. Last year, you talked about how you didn't have a car for a while. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And you were riding your bike all
Yes.
around stuff. But those are sacrifices you made. Now you probably had the money. You had the money sitting in your savings if you wanted to go buy something brand new or
Yeah.
buy a used car.
Yeah.
But you chose
Yeah.
to tighten your belt. Say, hey, I'm gonna walk the walk a little bit more here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So
I
yeah.
love
So
that. Where do you did you are there times that you feel like, oh, this is just getting ridiculous, or I'm just going to go buy it? But there's because a lot of people, especially in today's world, it's such a we don't have the patience for most people. Like, oh, it's instant gratification. I'm going to order it on Amazon, have it shipped to me immediately. I'm sure when you talk with people out there that you coach through your best money class ever,
yeah.
how do you help people overcome that need they think they need versus a want versus a need? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, so one of my specialties is helping people pay off debt within 36 months or less. Um, and then not only I'm not just like, oh, be debt free. I'm like, be debt free and build wealth. So then
Right.
invest. And so whenever I have a 2 hour, so Best Money Class Ever is a 4-week class. It's live and virtual. I like talking to a human and being able to ask questions. So that's how I set up the class. And so there is a 2-hour lesson. Each lesson, there's a challenge. And so one challenge is all about becoming debt free and then stopping, like you're talking about, emotional impulse buys. And so, there's definitely a lot that I can say on that, but a really quick tip that comes to mind is procrastinate. Okay. So it comes so natural to all of mankind to procrastinate, right? If there's something you got to do, you need to do it, but then to wait till the very last minute to do that. And so when it comes to the Amazon buys, or if something breaks and you got to fix it, procrastinate buying, right? So wait. Almost anything can just wait. Like you can get whatever it is that's in your cart that you're like dying to get, but just wait until, I mean, a kind of no-brainer is when you buy something, you should have money, right?
Right.
And so just waiting until you can pay for that item in full. So that's the easiest thing. It's like kind of rewiring of like, okay, I waited on this random assignment with work, making this slide debt. I can wait on this other random item that I think that I need to buy right now. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense too, because one of the biggest things came out was the whole buy now, pay later aspect you have with a lot of Amazon and eBays, which are getting people in financial trouble because they're, oh, I only got to pay $8. Well, no, it's a lot more than $8 because if you look at and that adds up, and it's the opposite effect. How you talked about at the beginning, there's a lot of little things you can cut back to save and invest. It's also the death by a million cuts on a lot of these little expenses, these recurring monthly charges, or this buy now pay later stuff. So it's definitely having it's a balancing act in a lot of cases, right?
For sure.
Now, does having the RV also stop you from buying more stuff because you may not physically have the room for it there too?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I live in a 20-foot travel trailer. It's 20 feet by 8 feet. So it's very tight quarters. I literally, like, there was no closet when I bought the RV. So there were actually bunk beds and a queen bed. In the bunk beds, I thought initially like, oh, I can have like a little reading loft and like a lounge area or something. I don't know. And then one day I actually climbed up on these bunk beds and they're like, not real twin. It's like half a twin. And I'm like, I can't even roll around. Like this is not comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So I tore the bunk beds out and ended up building myself a closet. Like that's how little storage there was. There wasn't even a closet. So I built myself a closet where the bunk beds were. But yeah, basically I feel like when it comes to just buying stuff, you actually need a lot less than you think that you need. You really don't need a million different shoes. You don't need all the gadgets, all the things. So I really focused on building relationships with people, my friendships, the memories, the experiences. Those are the things that matter versus actual things, right?
So true, because eventually those things that you think you own, they end up owning you. And it's the dragging around. It's the now I got to find a self-storage facility because they don't fit. Or I got a house now that I got to upside my house to fit more shit in it. You know what I mean? Versus the living aspect of it. And that's the biggest thing I commend you on, is been there, done that, and realizing like you do save on the little things. Don't get me wrong. You get you and I go to enough conferences. We get enough free t-shirts there. You're going to buy another t-shirt again. Or Paris, you know. But that's the thing. It's like, okay, you don't need, if you got some good core staples, it makes all the difference in the world versus having to get the newest outfit and stuff like that. That a lot of us need. Stuff always jokes when we go to a lot of sporting events. So I'm always getting a t-shirt at sporting event. I got like this whole thing underneath my bed of just t-shirts from sporting events. Like it's a memory. It's great. I got the room for it. But if I was doing like you were doing, like I used to, I wouldn't be keeping those. I'd be like, oh, wear them for a while, throw them away. You know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you also are a big advocate too of the pay first aspect of things, paying yourself first instead of waiting till the end of the month. You often are, it's one of your biggest expenses, I should say, is the investing side of it. Can you explain that a little bit for our listeners?
Yeah. So when it comes to investing and managing your money, the most important thing is for you to start. As a basic finance concept, it's called the time value of money, which means a dollar saved now is going to be worth more later because of interest earned over time. And so when it comes to investing, I know it can seem like a foreign language, all the terms, but you don't need a degree in finance to understand it all. This is a concept that I have not like coined myself or anything. It's just personal finance is basically a strategy called pay yourself first. So what happens is everybody knows saving money is a good idea. Like no one is going to go through my class and be like, oh my gosh, Carly had the nerve to advocate saving, like investing. Like no one's going to say that's a bad idea. Everybody knows putting money away for your future is a good idea. But what happens is you end up paying your rent or mortgage. You have streaming for like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon, but like all the things. A happy hour with a friend, something breaks, there goes a thingy bob, and then comes the end of the month, there's absolutely nothing to save. So kind of like one of the questions that I ask my students, like, what is the first expense that you have each month? And people normally will say, oh, the rent, all that. And I'm like, nope. And then I like blast on like Soldier Boy when he's like, you, like the first expense is you. And so before you have the opportunity to spend the money, I want you to automatically put money away for your future. So for most people, there's analysis paralysis, like, should I pay off debt? Should I invest? What do I do first? So I created the finance plan, which is your step 1, 2, 3, and 4 with money. I do have a free guide. If you want, we can link to it. It's like a 20-page guide. But yeah, the first step is put 10% away for your future.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, because what'll happen is that you'll end up cutting expenses naturally that you don't need, the extra, all the streaming services, all the, I love the fact too that I think you put a little bit of money of cash in your pocket each week or every month. What was it, $120 or number like that?
$120.
$120. If you don't have it, you don't do it, which is most people are, well, let me just put on my card. And that's not the case, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So make your finance doesn't have to be overwhelming. Like most everything that you spend is literally known 100% fixed and in your control. Like it's not a shocker how much your student loan is. Like
Right.
you know that, like your rent, like you signed up for that. And so make yourself a fixed set expense and automate that. Just make your plan automatic.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Now, do you still talk to the finance professor from University of Texas? You still keep up with
Yeah,
her?
we don't talk as much as we used to, but
Sure.
yeah, we definitely are still in contact for sure.
Awesome. And who's also been a mentor out there, somebody that you follow or admire that has been a big has been impacted you in other ways out there?
Yeah. So the first person who comes to mind who has really impacted me, and this is someone like online, this is someone I have not met in real life, but I really look up to, the ladies would know this, Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. So
Mm-hmm.
she also sold door to door, and basically she sold fax machines door to door.
Yeah.
And she took $5,000 that she had in savings. She also took out no outside investors or debt or anything, and she cash flowed. She became the youngest female self-made billionaire.
Yep.
And I just love the way that she runs her business, and everything about her. I'm just like, she's amazing. Like I want to be Sarah when I grow up.
Yeah, I love the story where she took 5,000 of her own money and called her friends up across the country, said, "Hey, go in and buy this, or go online and buy this. So it looks like I have orders coming from all across the country.
Yeah.
I'll pay you to go do that," which is genius. And her whole she was just interviewed by Roland Frazier on the breakfast or was it the business lunch podcast, and Roland's been a mentor of mine for years. So it's a great story. Yeah, check it out. Maybe we'll put the link in there. But who else
Yeah.
besides Sarah Blakely are you a big fan of?
So I like Sarah Blakely. I also do listen to myself some Marie Forleo. I don't know if you've heard of Marie.
Yeah.
She she has a YouTube and podcast, and she is all about helping specifically female online entrepreneurs grow businesses. So I really like her content for sure.
Good stuff. Now, with your Best Money class, you teach it live. Now, how often do you teach it, or how often do you host the classes?
Yeah. So this year I'm actually opening up Best Money Class Ever and hosting it live quarterly. So I had one round of the class in January. I'm going to have another round starting here in April.
Awesome. We'll make sure to put the link to that. I mean, I love it too. You've got some great testimonials, and I know as a coach, I love it when I see my students find success. And then like, well, what's the biggest thing that gets you excited about? Is it people investing more, paying off debt, or a combination, or just maybe the light at the end of the tunnel becomes much brighter for folks where they see there's a way out of the debt aspect, huh?
So yeah, I think for me, what really fires me up is hearing actual results and like people telling me like this has changed my life.
Right.
Like this is something that I felt so much anxiety about, so stressed, so like doomy, gloomy, like horrible, like stuck, trapped. And then the fact that they not only have a feeling of hope, but there's actual real results they get. So yeah, one couple that came to mind is they were newlyweds, hadn't really merged finances, had some student loans, didn't really have a plan, but they were able to pay about $24,000 off and then build a 6-month emergency fund and then start maxing out all the retirement accounts. And within like 2 years, that actually look like them like tripling their net worth. So I'm not just like a debt-free coach. I'm like, let's actually build wealth and have a secure future. So seeing that is so something that I'm a very competitive person. I know maybe I might like look bubbly and but I'm like, no, let's actually do this. Let's turn things around. So that fires me up hearing stories like that.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the most amazing things out there is when you see people, because I think sometimes we feel like we're just talking into the abyss of folks. And when you
Right.
see people taking the opportunity and taking the lessons that you teach on a regular
Yeah.
basis, it's a phenomenal thing. And I've got on the
Yeah.
screen here your website, thebestmoneyclassever.com. You can
Yeah.
actually go
That's
here
me.
and click on the link to download the free guide that
Yeah.
Carly was talking about there. Can you talk about some of the things that are in the free guide, maybe that we haven't discussed or whatever like that, so folks know what to,
Yeah.
why they want to get
So,
that?
yeah. So basically the guide is, that's the guide. So, what I found with people with money is a feeling of overwhelmed. So another example is I had a young an engineer, and he had debt. Basically, when they merged finances, the couple was spending about $3,000 a month on all of their debt, and they really had no idea where to start. They were like, should I pay off debt? Should I invest? They looked at, like, he actually ran like 4 or 5 different spreadsheets of like, okay, the fastest way to pay off debt, or what if I get into real estate first, or what about the emergency fund, or what, like, we're young, maybe we should just splurge and go on the like a gap year and spend money. There's just like so much that they ended up making no decision at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I did create, it's the finance plan. It's your step 1, 2, 3, and 4 with money. So it's the kind of order of operations of investing, debt payoff, building an emergency fund, saving for a home or car. So it kind of lays out a step-by-step plan and roadmap. And so in the guide, there is the plan. You'll get 20 pages and it's interactive. So you can kind of have like a debt tracker, you can have an investing checklist, and there's a ton of good stuff. There's actually a money survey, so you can find out if you're financially healthy or stressed. But yeah, so there's so much in the guide.
That is a lot. That's definitely a lot. And I really encourage you guys to check it out, whether you're watching or
Yeah.
listening. Go to bestmoneyclassever.com. We'll have the link below in the description of
Yeah.
the podcast, stuff like there for you. Now, I got to ask you a question because, a couple questions here,
Yeah.
maybe off the wall. With you living in your RV
Yeah.
and enjoying it, do you think that's the way to fix a lot of the affordability for homes is setting up more tiny communities across the country in different areas that are near amenities that people can walk to or ride the
Yeah.
bus or ride their bike? Yeah.
Well, I do want to say it is one way,
Right.
but it is not the solution. So I do want to say and remind people, in my initial journey of debt payoff and building my first 100K, I had a regular apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I did have a roommate. And I do know people go out and do RV life, and they are like, okay, I'm going to buy this rig, and it's going to be like, it's like a $90,000
house, basically, for the most
yeah.
part.
And then
It's
they're like,
crazy.
well, I got to haul the RVs. I'm going to get this big truck, and it's like a $50,000 truck, and they're paying for that. So RV life is not necessarily a low cost thing.
Right.
I actually did a trip up the Pacific Northwest, and I'm telling you, like, the amount of money that I spent hauling that RV across the country, I could have gone to Europe or, like the flight and like a whole Euro trip would have been just as much as like the gas money for the RV. So with that said, I am not going to be like, the roadmap to building wealth isn't sell everything and live in an RV. That's not like the solution. It is for sure. Like right now, I paid for my RV in full. And so I don't have a payment on that. So in Austin, the RV park that I have, I pay for the little lot. It's $750 a month. So some people in different parts of the country are like, oh my gosh, my mortgage is that much. That's crazy. That's high. That's, expensive. But if you actually live in Austin, Texas, like, you can't find anything.
No, well, that's the thing is median rent, I think, is somewhere between $2,500 to $3,000. And Austin is one of the most expensive rental cities to live in, especially you're downtown. We're not talking out in Manor or Taylor or Hutto.
I know. Yeah, I'm like a 15-minute-ish drive from downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So I do kind of want to give the like, this isn't the only way, but it is an option. I mean, it's an option if you do it with a plan. And for me, it was more of an experience it was something that I would just watch hours after hours of like RV renovation,
Right.
tiny living. And I just loved everything about it. And the opportunity came where I had the freedom to do it. So, so yeah, it's definitely, if you're like thinking about it and um, wanting something like a challenge or a different lifestyle, go for it.
How long? What are your plans in the long term for that? Are you planning on doing that for a while longer? Are you thinking about buying or traveling more? What's kind of the next step for you, Carly?
Yeah, so I did my travel with the RV and I did it as a solo female traveler, which I think is like, yay, girl power. Like it was super empowering to like
Sure.
get the tow hitch and like haul that thing. I was like, yeah, I can do anything.
Right, right.
I'd like gas up at a gas station and like men would walk out and be like, are you hauling that? I'm like, of course. Like, what do you, yeah.
Duh. Yeah.
um, so, but yeah, so I kind of got the travel bug out. Right now, I'm totally happy with just being what's called stationary. I'm literally
Hmm.
kind of like not moving that thing. I'm just doing the tiny living. If I had it my way, in the next year or two, I'd find a partner and do kind of go back to like the standard, like if the cards align, have a family and all that. And
Sure.
there's so many people who do RV life with families.
Hmm.
For me, though, I think that if that path opens up, I don't think I would want to do RV life with a family. That's me personally.
That's no problem at all. That totally makes a lot of sense there. Now, you've also mentioned, I think, somewhere about having an aficionado for power tools. In a lot of
Yeah.
cases, they're like, what's your favorite power tool, and what's one that you're looking to maybe add to the arsenal?
Yeah. So I like just standard like jigsaw, like cutting wood, cutting wood, building things. So I've built a lot. I built, like I said, the closets, and then I built a table. Um, so yeah, I like the jigsaw.
Cool. And then is there a power? Maybe we can get somebody from our audience. You got a power tool that you're looking at? Maybe you could buy updated jigsaw or new sanders or a reciprocal saw or anything like that. I'm being
Yeah.
serious, 100%.
What's like what's one tool that I'm like looking?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
You didn't expect me to
I
ask
don't
you
even
that.
know the names of all the
Well, I say jigsaw is great
Um,
because it's mobile. You can cut a lot of things on it. It may not be
yeah,
the
yeah.
greatest thing. Reciprocal saw is
So
pretty.
the funny story, whenever I started my home security business, people were like, "Oh, Carly, she must naturally be handy."
Hmm.
I asked my mom, I was like getting everything ready, like, "Oh, I need, wire, I need electrical tape, I need a screwdriver, I need the flat kind and the star kind."
Right,
And
right.
mom was
There we
like,
go.
"It's called Phillips, Carly. It's called like." So so the whole power tool thing, I'm literally like learning as I go. Like I have very limited.
Well, maybe that's the next series in power tool, the best ever power tool class by Carly. Therefore, that's awesome. That's awesome, Carly. What's the best way? Is the website the best way?
That's
Social
funny. Yeah.
for folks to connect with you and
So
follow in your journey.
yeah, definitely best money class ever. Download the guide if you're looking to. The number one thing I recommend is just starting a plan, overcome that analysis paralysis. I'll email you that guide and then you'll get literally a step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. It's like you'll get 4 emails back to back with this plan and with the guide. It'll tell you what to do each day. And then, yeah, if you're on social, Best Money Class Ever is on Instagram and TikTok. So I also have my free, so Best Money Class Ever is starting April 24th. And then I want financial education to be something anyone can access. And so I know there's kind of like the natural, like, why would you spend money to like learn about money? Or people think that, but so I want everyone to have a financial education. So I actually made the introduction to the class free. It's called The Ultimate Guide to Managing Money. So that's coming up. So feel free to register with that. I'd love to have you guys join me for that. So
Awesome. Good stuff there. Yeah, we'll put all those links in the description for everybody up there. This has been fun. It's great to know more of your journey, Carly.
yeah,
I look forward to hanging out here in a meetup group or a
yeah,
FinCon conference for too long there. So go, guys and gals out there. Take what you heard from Carly here. She did a lot of things that were great for her. And as you heard her say, may not be the best thing for you, but take the opportunity, download her Money Guide. I guarantee there's some things in there that you can implement. You can cut some expenses and start
yeah.
putting that money towards your emergency costs, towards debt, or put it towards your investment accounts of some sort there. So go out, take some action, everybody,
Yeah.
and we'll see you at the top. Thanks, Carly.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. Hope you all had a great weekend. I had a fun weekend at the ballpark here in Texas. We have this last weekend was our state high school baseball championships. If you guys know, I've been following some of the high school teams around town, probably 20 plus playoff games, and then of course the big daddy of them all. It was 11 games over 3 days at Dell Diamond, where our AAA affiliate, the Texas Rangers, the Round Rock Express play. So it was a lot of fun. I probably lost 10, 15 pounds in sweat because it was real hot, but saw some great stuff, some great competition, and just kind of refreshed and spent 3 days just kind of chilling at the ballpark. But that's not what you're here to hear about, my chilling at the ballpark. You're here for note deals. You're here to learn about note deals. So I wanted to go through this episode of going through a tape of reverse mortgages. And we got a few folks here from our WCN membership join us live here. Good morning, everybody. You should be able to ask questions live. And what we've got here, this tape came from our sources. This is a source that we've been buying from, I don't know, for 10 years. In a lot of cases, they're one of the biggest buyers of reverse mortgages. I think they bought 1,700 of them last year. We've bought a few from them: Indiana, Houston, Florida, Oklahoma, just to name a few. And I like reverse mortgages to an extent, okay? And I reached out to our trader over there, the guy that we deal with on a regular basis, say, hey, I always ask him like once a month, hey, what do you have new in your books? And he was like, well, I don't have anything new this month. We still have the same stuff that we had before. I was like, okay, well, and he sent me a refresh list of what's still available. And I send him a list of states that we buy in. And he's like, well, send me what list of states you want to buy in, and I'll tell you what we've got. And so, like, I send them stuff like I asked for the Carolinas, North and South Carolina, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Ohio, Michigan. I didn't ask for Florida this time because they had a lot of stuff in Florida, but their pricing didn't make a lot of sense last time. So, but anyway, I thought I would go through this list. It's 52 reverse mortgages. All right. You can kind of see how it mapped out when we batch geoed it. All right. Quite a few in Oklahoma. They actually had some new ones in Oklahoma, and they've had some newer ones in the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina, a couple in Ohio. But here's the play, and I want to make this an education moment because the tape we uploaded to our Basecamp group. If you're not part of our monthly membership, you don't get access to tapes. And yes, this tape can be cherry picked. You don't have to buy all of them. Okay. You buy one of them, you buy 10 of them. And the great thing about this is the asset manager, when we ask for pricing expectations, they'll come back and give us pricing expectations on a few of them. Like I had one of our students reach out to say, hey, I want to look at the North Carolina stuff. I said, okay, let me reach out and get pricing expectations. Sometimes it makes sense. Other times it does not make sense. Okay. And some of these properties can be in great shape. Others can be in a horrible shape. You got to realize on a reverse mortgage, that's used. I mean, it's an elderly person. Okay. 62 and a half. I'm only, 14 years from being that. So I'm middle-aged, not elderly, but somebody's been living it for a while. They're outdated. And the ones that we have taken back have been outdated. We had to replace, update paint and carpet. We had to pull paneling out, put sheetrock in, update the fixture. Sometimes it's a heavy rehab. Sometimes it's lighter rehab. We pulled out this old overhanging light in one of the kitchens to brighten it up, paint the exterior, paint the interior. But the thing is that these properties have often been sitting vacant for a couple of years. And there's not a monthly P&I payment on the spreadsheet. That's one way you know. Now, in other tapes that we get from other banks and lenders and stuff like that, if they've got a tape and if it's a reverse mortgage on it, they will reflect the payment as $1. Okay, just as a different thing because there's a P&I payment column in there. So that's when I know that's a reverse mortgage, right? The HUD Fannie Mae product. And we have to report back to the seller of what we sold it at because that's what HUD requires is them to report back for their tracking on these foreclosures. and what you sell it for, and that kind of stuff. If you foreclosed and then resold it. So it's just part of the process. You have to agree to do that. Now, the great thing about these, a lot of times they're already in the process of foreclosing. And why did I pick Oklahoma and North Carolina and stuff like that? Well, those are faster foreclosure states in a lot of cases. North Carolina has this upset bid thing. It can take a little while to get through, but it's okay. You can often find some pretty good deals there, because if it doesn't bid at the auction, nobody upsets you in 30 days. Guess what? You now own the property. And that's the thing. Now, the great thing about the tape that they sent us, and you can see the map here. Let me share my tape now. Where is it at? Here we go. Is it gives us quite a bit of information. So let me go through the tape. So it gives us the loan number on it. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that. It gives us the address. It does give us the borrower's name, but I've hidden that because I don't want to get shut down for YouTube saying I'm bullying. Somebody reports me for bullying. Sometimes it's kind of funny. But anyway, so you got the full address, the city, the state, the zip, the property county, which just helps you check back taxes, because there's always usually back taxes owed on this a lot of times. Although sometimes the existing lender or the previous have paid the taxes, avoid the tax foreclosure. It gives you the BPO. Doesn't give us the BPO date. Now, usually this is a full BPO. It's not as estimate. The date of this may be outdated by a year or two, but the great things is that often the seller, if I've got a bid accepted or I'm looking to do a little bit deeper due diligence on an asset, they'll send over the copy of the BPO. They'll send a copy of the kind of the quick updated O&E title report, and they'll also send over an interior inspection report, which you don't get that on your regular non-performing stuff. This is vacant. HUD has a right to go in and secure the property with a HUD key. While they're there, they send an inspector to it to take pictures of the interior and the exterior. And like I said, these are vacant. They're not occupied. These are all vacant assets. So that gives you a bit of a day. These are all usually single family homes. First liens, these are not second liens, they're first liens. There's three bedrooms, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1.5 square foot, year built. Okay. Is there a garage? It doesn't say if it's attached or not attached. And this is kind of yes, or carport to put that in there. And they tell you where they're at in kind of the foreclosure process, pre-judgment, pending first legal. Oh, that's the great thing too, is I will also get, the seller will also send us over the servicing notes and the legal notes where they're at. So it kind of gives you an idea where to look at for the foreclosure process. This is as of June 2nd. So this is 7 days ago. Pre-judgment, pending first legal, post-judgment, that means it's going to foreclosure. Pre-judgment, mid-summary judgment filed is in the process. No open foreclosure means you got to start it. Pending first legal, pre-judgment, and then, it's the same thing. And then you have the maturity date when this loan was supposed to mature. Because it's a reverse mortgage, the borrowers had equity at some point, and they cashed that equity in to kind of annuitize their house. So if they have a ton of equity, which is usually what you need as a reverse mortgage, the lender will come in, give you a lump sum of that equity, or they'll pay you monthly out of that equity as like an annuity to you. And then when you've passed away, your heirs have the first right of refusal to come in and pay off that mortgage, whatever the balance may be, and take the property back. Well, the reason it doesn't happen, because we all know family members don't often have a lot of money to pay off this mortgage or get refinanced. And we know it's still a bit difficult now to get financing too, especially if it's not your primary residence. So, of course, current interest rates all zeros across the board here for you. Then it gives us lostment, P&I payment. We know that's, zero. Escrow payment, zero. Now, some of these in the past, now we've seen usually taxes, like I say, taxes have often been paid by the servicing company, like CoreLogic will often show up as who it is. They'll tell you the due date. Now, the due date is important to keep in mind, is usually this is when the borrower has passed away. It's usually upon passing, the mortgage becomes due. So you can see that some of these have quite a bit of, due date. 2019, that's 6 years ago, right? Well, 5.5. 2021, 2023, that's relatively new. We'll see if anything newer than 2023. February 2023. February 2023, it's June. Yeah, so they're all going to be, 6, 7, 8 years old, as far as nobody's been living in it for a while. Okay. Then you have, they don't have last payment received because these people are making payments. Okay. So just something to keep in mind. Don't worry about it. Current unpaid principal balance, kind of deferred principal, deferred interest, none of that's on there. And then you have the total balance, which basically is the same thing as a current UPB. And then you have the estimated full payoff. Now, what happens is that mortgage payment still keeps stacking up. Okay, so there's usually a traditional mortgage payment that's applied to it that it gets added to it. So if this hasn't been paid, you can see the full payoff is $435 versus $399. So there's $36,000 in back payments. An estimated full payoff, that's estimated full payoff depending on if the full amount is collectible based on statute of limitations, which usually it is. Okay. Then what I did, I added 2 columns on something like this. Now, usually you're used to me taking the P&I payment times 12 divided by the purchase price. Well, we don't have a borrower to come back from the grave to start making payments. Okay. Usually what's happened is the seller, they will often sometimes offer up the heirs the ability to start making payments on a traditional mortgage, and some will take them up on it, some won't. Okay. So what I did to get equity dollar amount, I took the value, the BPO value given, and minus the estimated full payoff. Okay. And I took that amount, that 135, and divided that by the BPO value. That's why if they got 135,000 negative equity and divide that by 300, you see it's a 45% negative equity. So they're upside down in some of these. Now, the pricing on this stuff, it varies. All right. The seller, sometimes it can be good pricing, sometimes it can be 90, 95 cents on the dollar of BPO. They're not going to take a loss on it. Now, they bought these in bulk from HUD. They were like the first or second largest buyer of reverse mortgages out there. And so they bought this pool last December. So they're 7 months into the trade basically on this. So they still got quite a bit of stuff. And so you have to look at this stuff and say they have negative equity. So you know that if you foreclose, the negative equity stuff, there's no equity, right? So you're not going to get outbid at the auction usually. You can bid it at the 90 cents on the dollar, take it back. And then your goal would be to then fix it up and sell. So depending on what kind of condition it's in, what the sales price is, then you have to look at that aspect of, okay, you know, is it worth me foreclosing on this to either make like a quick, like we did let me give you a better example of this. So about a month ago, we did the episode on the Green Acres reverse mortgage in Georgetown, Texas, right? They wanted 100,000. It was trash. I did a walkthrough. Full payoff was 120. Well, they sold it at auction at 120. They made 20K on it. That's good for them. For me, I wouldn't have made 120 on it because I would have had to borrow money at 100. And then I probably could have sold it at foreclosure auction. Yeah, I could have sold it at foreclosure and made somewhere around $10,000 to $15,000 if I split it with a private money investor. It could have been a possibility. The big fear about that one is I didn't want to rehab. That's basically a tear down property, 45 minutes north of here. Now, well, that's relatively closer than, like, say, Houston or even Anderson, Indiana, where I've bought them before. I don't like big teardowns. And it was in a really weird unzoned property. I mean, no HOA, don't get me wrong, I hate HOAs, but it was all over the place out there. And it was just like, I don't want something that's weird in kind of an outlying area. Unless I'm buying something for myself that I can build on, that's a different story. But I didn't want to buy in this area for my own self. And it didn't make sense as an investment property because it had been a full rehab. Now, yes, could comps been at 300,000 if something had been rebuilt there? Yes, but I'm into it for 100 plus change, and I got probably put $150,000 building. That's not a good thing to be doing right now with where interest rates are. So the idea here is to find something that looks good, relatively decent, okay, and then find out pricing and stuff like that. So I kind of flip the script a little bit. Many times, we'll run numbers, percentages, ROI, if they reperform or not reperform. Well, now we're just looking at foreclosure on this stuff, okay? So you can see the ones that have equity, negative equity, there's a lot with negative equity. They owe more than the property's worth. So on that, let's do this. Let's figure out, we're going to run some numbers on this and just say 80% of fair of the BPO number. Now I'm going to go back and change on some of these because we've got individual numbers on here. I'm going to change that number because the ones that are negative, then our highest and best is the BPO they pull. And of course, we'll pull our own BPOs. We'll pull our own title report because their stuff may be outdated. But we'll still do that. So we're just going to put a number in here, 80% of BPO. So we're going to go over equals to, go over to the 300,000 times 0.8. Hit enter. So 240. Okay. Now we're going to run that number all the way down, that percentage all the way. Now we're going to go back and change some of these though. Okay. Okay. And then the ones that are in black here, we only got a few of those. We're going to change that to 80% of the full payoff. Okay. And we're going to copy that formula individually where we see these ones that were in black, where they have positive equity. Okay. And I could have made it just easy and resorted it, but I wanted to keep it as simple as some of you guys are looking at the tape here from being in the Basecamp group because you're a WC and crew member. Okay. All right. Like this is like 1%. It's about the same. Yeah. Now, that's where you want to look at and see, okay, is it going to make sense for me? All right. Now that we have kind of our 80% of either the value, where when remember it's upside down, so we go off value because that's a lower number. The ones that have lower full payoffs below value, then 80% of the legal balance is probably where you need to be. Now you can kind of figure, okay, what kind of profits do you have? All right. Now, obviously, things are going to change up a little bit. 80% of BPO. Okay. So this would be your off 80% of BPO or legal balance. All right. So we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to say estimated profit, gross profit. This is before money and rehab costs. And the idea is hopefully they'll come back in and be something below 80%, 60, 70%. Would make sense, but I don't know exactly. They're all over the board on pricing. All right. So that's why you've got to kind of ask individually on this. So if you see a couple of things you want to make offers because you like the property look, the numbers make sense because A, they do have a chunk of equity, and B, it looks like it's in pretty good shape, then we can do that route. We can figure it out individually. Okay, so now we're just going to do is equal to, we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to take the value. Oh, hang on here. I'll go back here. It's equal to 300,000 minus what we bid on it. That's 60,000 profit. Okay. We're going to copy that all the way down here. Okay. Now, that's gross profit on the upside down ones. Now, what we have to do is change the ones where they do have value, right? Okay. So the ones where it's negative, I mean, where there is equity, right? So this is where you would change it. So your gross profit wouldn't be the value. It'd be basically your full legal balance minus the 80% of legal balance. So this potentially, no, that can't be right. Equity percentage. Oh, I typed it in wrong. 80 minus the, hang on here. So I got this, yeah, I got to change this. So this value is going to be actually the full legal payoff minus what the 80% of legal. There we go. That's better. Okay. So I'm going to copy that formula once again down to all the ones that are in black here. Okay, so this is the profit if we sold gross profit at foreclosure sale. All right, so that's gross profit foreclosure. Not too bad. Now let's do gross profit REO sale. So you take the property back and then sell it. Okay, so then I want to make sure I got this right. BPO or legal balance. So then it should be
There we go. Then it should be the same over here. So then you're going to take your value. Minus your what you paid for it. So 80% of the BPO. Enter. But we got to take some, we'll just take 10% of the closing costs off. So it's equal to that minus that, and then so we're basically taking the same formula up here. And we're saying minus the BPO times 0.1. So we put this in performance. We're basically taking 10% off closing costs and commissions, saying it's just in good shape, should equal our number. So there we go. All right, so that's a better aspect. This is why sometimes you see these things better to go to auction. Okay. There you go. So now, there we go. So now you see profit margins on some of these things. Some of these are going to be very kind of empty, or pretty, not empty, but a little bit. Let me blow this up so you guys can see it a little bit better. Okay. Let me go and freeze my pane so you see what I'm talking about. So once again, view screen. So what I did is okay, so the first column here that we entered in here is potential if you sell at the foreclosure auction for what's owed, right? Either the legal balance or the value of the property, okay? And then the second one, the second column here, gross profit REOs, means taking it back without any rehab. If you just sell it as is, turn around and list it in the market based on the value, but you're going to have to pay 10% of the value. So if it's a $300,000 property, you're going to have 10% of that in closing cost commission. So you're going to lose about 30,000. So your profit is 30 grand on this, right? So that's what you have to look at is figure out, okay, what's the best opportunity for me to make money either way? Now, this is not considering increased values on today's market, if it's different from a year ago, any upside of looking at the property and, rehabbing to bring it up to date. I'd have to look at the BPOs to see how old they are and what it's based on. Because we all know, like anytime I'll give you an example. When I bought my Anderson, Indiana one a while back, we bought it. We thought it was only worth about 90. Well, we got 128 for it. Okay. Bought it for 45, put 25, 30 grand into it. I was at 75. We still made about $45,000 on the property. It was still worth it. Even it took longer to rehab because the city of Anderson was difficult. Okay. So that's the thing to take a look at is what city is going to be easy enough for you to rehab? What kind of condition are these properties in to make it look good for you to take the time to rehab it, be in a good area, and the days on market don't kill you in a lot of cases, okay? Because that's the most important thing to do when you're pulling your updated BPO. What's the time on market, okay? Is it going to be a good time? Like we just had a bid that Albert was working on this one originally from me. It was a non-performing note in Oxford, Mississippi. Now, it wasn't a reverse mortgage, but we were told it was vacant. When we got a realtor to drive by, it was obviously not vacant. There's people living in it. It was worth about 180, 185 if we put some work into it. We had it approved at 100,000. Well, we're asking for where they're at in the legal process, getting the attorney upset. Well, they finished the foreclosure process. Mississippi is relatively quickly. Well, now the seller came back and said, no, we can't accept 100. We'll accept 160 now. And I'm like, with that $1,500 broker fee to the broker, I'm like, I'm not paying 161.5 for a $180,000 property, but the $180,000 property would be updated. This property needed a new roof, and who knows what type of inspection it needed or interior report. So I'm not paying 90 or 80 cents on the dollar for it, because after foreclosing, even if I just foreclose and sell it as it is, if it is even just worth 180 right now, I'm going to lose money. Doesn't make any sense. I'm like, you guys can have it. They're not going to get it 160 for it. So I told them they're smoking crack and moved on, right? So the thing you want to look at here now to identify things is, first of all, if you're brand new to investing, you don't want to be doing fix and flips all across the country. Okay. If you've done fix and flips across the country, by all means, then let's take a look at it. Okay. But the things you also want to understand is you probably want to start something that's going to take, looking at the foreclosure process, where it's at that time frame. What are your money costs going to be considered? If you're using your own funds, great. That's one possibility. If you're not using your own funds and use other people's money, then you got to deduct your money costs off of this next column as well, right? All right. So if you borrowed, here's another thing. Let's just do that there. So let's just say money costs. And let's say it takes you a year to be in and out of the project, okay? And you're paying 10%. So let's go over here times 10%. This is what your purchase price is on that, all right? Times 0.1, okay? So that's your money costs right there. Okay. Money costs 1 year. We'll just say 1 year. And then let's just say, let's say you can give me, let's say if you foreclose sell the auction, be in less than 6 months. Okay. Money costs 6 months. So if it's 6 months, it'd be half of this. Okay. So divided by 2. And there you go. So if you're borrowing money at 10%, now you kind of see what your full profit is. Okay, so let's do this. So we'll say net profit, foreclose, net profit, REO. Okay, just as it is. If you can get higher returns, because like I said, you can get higher value, then your profit margin should be higher, right? But if you're based off, we're just giving off the numbers here, so you can kind of see. So let's do this: 6 months to finish the foreclosure and sell it, or a year to it. So now net profit foreclose. Okay. So if your gross profit, foreclosure profit is 60, and you're in and out in 6 months. Okay, this is so minus 6 months. And we'll go over here and say, okay, it takes a year. It's equal to minus 1 year. There you go. Now let's take this all the way down. Now that gives you a bit of an idea. After your money costs, this is kind of the column you want to shoot for now. Of what's going to be your best profits. Now, we all know these numbers. These are just estimates, right? But if you got money at 10%, you're going to have the money costs, right? Yeah. Because you're paying 240, it's worth 300. If you got to pay 10% closing costs on that stuff to sell it afterwards, it's 30,000 profit there. Okay. If you take away your money costs of 10% on 240 as is, that's 24 grand. That means you're gonna make 6 grand. If you sell it though at the foreclosure auction and only have to do it in 6 months, that's where the net profit of selling to foreclosure auction. So what you're gonna want to pick is something that you're happy after your money costs that can make up if you do have to take it back. So like I give you an example. These, this is after money costs. Like this is almost too skinny. We'd want to double check the value. Okay. If you have any rehab, that's not included in that too, right? So this one here, where it's 16 feet, is a quick sale after money costs, that could be possible, or 48,000 REO. That's definitely a desirable one to take a look at. We're going to highlight that one. Okay. 3 grand, 3 grand, another, 19 grand and 39 grand. Let's take a look at that one. Let's see. Oh, 24 and 61,000. That might be something to take a look at. 30 and 29. We'll take a look at that one. Remember, we're just basing this off of numbers. Now, if we see the property is trashed out and doesn't make any sense, it doesn't make any sense. Then let's highlight this one here. Okay. Now, of course, the idea here, ladies and gentlemen, is to ask kind of pricing. So if he comes back in pricing, the pricing is better than 80 cents a dollar, 60 or 70, our values are may see more deals. It may adjust our numbers quite a bit. But if he comes back as, oh, numbers are higher than 80%, 90%, it may kill some of these deals as well. Okay. But you see, these are pretty much break even if you have to take it back and sell it as is. If you sell it to foreclosure auction, great. Okay. Here's only 22 and 37. We'll take a look at that one. 27 and 35. And most of these are going to be ones where there is some equity. All right. 22 and 36. 49 and 26. And that's about it for the most part. Anything else? You get some skinny stuff here. Now that's all. If you know an area is different, and maybe the foreclosure, like in the North Carolina ones, could be faster than 6 months. So now that we've identified the green ones, let's take a look and see what they look like, right? All right. So this one in Winston-Salem, let's take a look at this. 55040 Winston-Salem. Share screen. Let's do it different. All right. So make sure you can share this. There we go. That's better. All right. So this is one in Winston-Salem. 5040 Joyce Avenue. It's a 1,120 square foot house. Well, that's not a bad looking little property. October 2023, right? You see the signs on it. Okay. It's been vacant for a while. Huh. Oh, that's a nice house across the street, newly built. Oh, that's not a bad looking little property. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. So this one in Winston-Salem, 3-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,100. They say it's only worth 44,000. So we would highly want to check that. 44,000 is the value. I don't know if that's correct or not. It's built in 1930. Okay, they say let's look at comps. Let's scroll down here. No data available at this time. Any values on this stuff? Oh, what it is you've got these 4,700 one across the street. This lot is affected comps. 210, 360, 99. It's all over the place there. All right, so you want to have a realtor really take a look at that one. Okay. Now let's go back here to our spreadsheet. I mean, that's not bad. They give that a value of 152. Okay. We're going to move that into I would look at that. I still would look at that. Okay. Let's go down to the next one in King, North Carolina, 100 Lake Street. Current value says 162. $100 Lake Street. There is a Zillow listing. It's currently not for sale. It's another small 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 850. Built in 1958. Yeah, it's about 121. It's a sizable lot, right? I mean, it's not, you got a big yard. Let's do this. Let's go back here. Let's do overhead view. So it looks like it's probably based on this line. Yeah, it probably goes all the way back there. It's a pretty good sized lot. You could build something else on that if you want to. Now, where is this located in North Carolina? What's it near? Well, oh, so it's north of Winston-Salem. Okay, so those two are not too far from Winston-Salem. So maybe you could pick up two at the same time. Okay, that's worth looking at. Okay. Let's go down to Gastonia. I know Gastonia area. Been there a few times. About at 220. See, okay, so here's the thing. This previous one in King, they valued at 162 as a BPO, which Zillow showed 121. So that may be old. All right. So this one says 220 in Gastonia. All right, Gastonia. Gastonia, just so you know, is near north. Is it north of Charlotte? Yeah. Well, see, it's more west, northwest. Okay. So you can see this is like a normal kind of cookie cutter home there. Drop our little guy there. Go take a look. Boom. I like Gastonia. It's not a bad area. That's our house. This is April 2023. So it's been vacant for a little while. Not a bad looking little house. Okay. Let's see what Zillow says it is worth. 215, 216. Okay. Back to our spreadsheet. They said 220. So that's not about bad. Yeah, we'll take a look at that one. All right, let's go to Oklahoma City, 628 West 43rd Street. I think I've looked at this. This is a value of 220 as well. See what this one looks like. This is in Oklahoma City, so you know where it's. Oh, yep, not bad. Yeah. That's a pretty good looking little house, right? February 2024. So this is a year and 4 months, a 60-month-old photo. Neighborhood looks pretty normal. This property, 628, is 202, 32, 2,100 square feet. So it's a pretty good size house. Okay. Not too shabby. I would still look at that one. Let's go back here. Back to our spreadsheet. So they said, oh, see, they valued that one at 220, a little bit less. Then we get to Norman, Oklahoma, where the University of Oklahoma is at, just south of Oklahoma City. Yeah, so let's see here. 1909 Barb Drive, Norma, OKC. Yeah, good looking at house. All right. Valued at 2.3. See, it says pre-foreclosure auction, so it's probably something coming up here pretty close. 203 700. Yeah. Let's go back here. Valued at 225. Okay. And this one is probably a mid-summary judgment attached to. Where's the legal on this thing? I blew right past it, didn't I? Post-judgment. Okay. So it's probably coming up close to a foreclosure. That would be one to make an offer on relatively quickly. So maybe take your cost down. All right. Let's go to the other one in Norman. This one is newer on the list. This is from March of this year, so it's only a couple months old. Can't tell if it's a plastic. One of those plastic roofs that needs renewed. If it's an older house. Older neighborhood, smaller neighborhood. That's okay. Not bad looking. I think it needs a new roof though, so you keep that in mind. Yeah, it's only 800 square foot. But I'd almost 137 to say the value of this one is. What did they give us the value of this one in Norman? Yeah, they're a little higher on that one, 178. Maybe with a new roof, yes, but not as it is. That one I would kind of question it. All right, let's go over to, I don't know where Catoosa, Oklahoma is. Ooh, kind of out in the middle. Where is that at? Where is Catoosa next to? Tulsa. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Is it that one or is it this one down the road here? $28955. Let's see, that's the address. I'm just looking at that map of the mailbox. This one is 28975. So it's not the pretty house. It's this one. So it's back over here. Oh, that's a nice looking house. There's the mailbox. Oh, there is a house in there. Hmm. Well, that might be good, might not, it might be bad. It says somebody, I'll take a look at that. Okay, so that's Catoosa. Let's look at this one in South Carolina. All right, there's one in Hartsville, South Carolina, valued at 175, they say. Uh, the 112 says the value. Ooh. Looks like it's got some weeds. Yeah, this one's been vacant for a while. A lot of grass. Probably needs a new roof, a lot of trees. It's not a bad neighbor. Look at the neighbors across the street, pretty clean. It's this one. Yeah, it's Hartsville, South Carolina, which I don't necessarily want to go there. And then let's take this last one here and look at North Augusta, Georgia, North Augusta, South Carolina, my apology. Aiken County, valued at 175. This property, North Augusta. I think it's right on the state's. Oh, look at that. This photo is from August of 2019. Oh, that's so bad. Let's see. Let's go back here to our spreadsheet real fast. Let's go over here. We're going to unhide a couple columns. That's it. That's the borrower's name. That's their house. Yep, Dan Serb. You can see the thing right there. Dan Serb. All right, 107. Ouch. And look at that little property. Now, this is from 6 years ago, August 2019. Pride of ownership. You know, they got a lot of, I wonder how the property looks now. We don't have a current photo of it. But that's got a lot of pride. You know, I would, let's go back and let's see what the sale gives it a value of. That's not bad looking little property. 113, 114. $175. Maybe it's accurate, maybe not. Prejudgment. They owe 110. Full payout's 148. There's about 26 equity on that. So you'd make some money on the thing. This is the skinny. Yeah, if you foreclosed on it and got the full value of it, great. Yeah, or sold at auction, you make some money between what you paid for it and the legal balance. If you took it back, if it needed no work, you could still probably make about 26 after holding cost. So that's one's possible. I mean, This one is pre-judgment. Okay, so this one is in South Carolina, right? Yep, you're going to have a longer foreclose. This is going to take a full year to foreclose. So you want to be conservative with your numbers. But those would be the ones I would ask for interior inspection reports. Those would be the ones I'd ask for their BPO, and then I'd ask for pricing on these as well. So that's the process. So then what's the process after identifying the 10 notes, asking for bidding? What are they looking for? If that number makes sense, then we proceed to go under contract and then raising capital. And then, of course, getting eyes on the property, somebody to drive out and take a look at the property, looking at the inspection reports, and then looking at title, and then looking at where they're at in the foreclosure process. Like this one, pre-judgment, you got to start the foreclosure process and go down the road. Now, in a lot of cases, those that are already in the process, you can take over and retain counsel and proceed to the next step of continuing the foreclosure process and substitution of plaintiff. And so you don't have to start the foreclosure all over, especially the ones where they're post-judgment. That might not be a bad deal. So questions, comments, concerns, guys. If you'd like to dive into more of this stuff, don't hesitate to ask. On the podcast episode, what I'll do is I'll put in the actual batch geo link so you can see the link of the actual map that we, when I mapped it in batch geo, so you can see the addresses. I won't share the spreadsheet unless you're a WCN crew member, and you can always get signed up for our monthly membership. It's just $97 a month by going to noteumbrella.com. That's noteumbrella.com. So if there's no any questions or comments, thank you guys for that. Hopefully that was valuable to you. 52. So what do we finalize it down to? We finalized it down to going from 52 down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, really 8 with that one with a bad roof in Norman. And that's all based just off the numbers here. If we find numbers, our own due diligence, our own BPOs comes back obviously less, then we obviously will fade our bid and reduce it down. But that's the next step. Is like I said, okay, let's get, what are you looking for in these? Were these 8 or 9 that you're looking for pricing? And we'll go from there. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do when I get off the phone with you guys here, get off the webinar with you. I'm going to send an email to my asset manager, hey, with those loan numbers and the address, say, hey, what's your pricing point on these? And let's go from there. And like I said, somebody asked for all the North Carolina ones. I'll get price in North Carolina. I already requested that on Friday. So hopefully I'll have that in later this week as well too. And I'll be able to go back in and see how do those numbers match up with where everything is LSS. And because that's where, if you know specifically the number side, great, that helps you adjust things. But if you don't have the bids, what they're looking for pricing, you kind of have to spitball it like this and go from there. And like I said, sometimes they've been high, sometimes they've been low. It's just a matter of going through this tape, 52, to find your 5 or 6 needles in that haystack. All right, everybody? So hopefully it's helpful for you. As always, check us out, weclosenotes.com. Thank you for listening. And, if you're looking to get dive in the note business, check out our free online class at noteweekend.com. That's noteweekend.com. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. We'll see you at the top. Bye.
Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as a note guy. For the past 20 years, I've been buying distressed assets, primarily non-performing notes on residential and commercial properties. And if you've ever wanted to learn how to dive in to start buying non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, or other investors like yourself, then there's no greater place than to get the nuts and bolts, the A to Z, the 1 through 99 place to get started. It is our virtual note buying workshop. We've been teaching this class since 2010 on how to find, fund, flip non-performing notes, how to get banks to call you with deals that you can cherry pick. And no, you don't need millions. No, you don't need a lot of experience to start looking at non-performing notes. We get the lists of notes from banks, hedge funds on a regular basis, not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but hundreds of deals that we can evaluate and cherry pick. Whether we're looking for performing notes or non-performing notes that we can get reperforming, or non-performing notes you can foreclose and take back, whatever your niche or whatever you would like to focus on, we can help make it happen at the virtual note buying workshop. It's a 3-day class. Our next one is April 18th to the 20th. It's actually online live via Zoom. You get signed up by going to notebuyingfordummies.com. That's notebuyingfordummies.com. Day 1 is all about how to find these assets. How do you find asset managers? How do you find lists of people to reach out to that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on postcards or letters that you waste money on? We don't do that. Day 2 is all about raising capital and marketing and how to create a business that feeds itself, that you can do part-time, 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, depending on what your focus is. We'll show you a game plan to achieve deal flow coming in on autopilot versus you having to send a ton of money. And also, we'll show you how to raise capital like nobody else does. And then day 3 is all about the flip. How do we structure deals? How do we evaluate a tape to find the deals from the duds? All right. We'll show you what vendors to use. We'll give you a 200+ page manual, contracts, sample forms, all the stuff that you need to be a lean, mean note buying machine when you get wrapped up. Now, yes, this is live April 18th through the 20th online via Zoom. Get signed up today. We'll send you the replays of the previous online workshop so you can start learning, start evaluating material, and get rock and rolling. And if for some reason you don't like our class, we have 100% money back guarantee involved with it. If at the end of the first day you don't like what we talk about, you don't think it's impactful, just let me know. We'll refund back your tuition, no questions asked. We don't want your money. We want you to become a note buyer. We want you to become a lien lord. All right. Like I said, if you're tired of dealing with toilet stands and trash outs, you don't want to deal with renters, then becoming a note investor is the path for you. Everybody evolves into a note investor at some point, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. There are millions of non-performing notes that you can cherry pick. No, it's not all junk. It can be small value all the way up to $1 million homes or $1 million apartments for you. So much opportunity is taking place right now in the chaotic market that we see. And who's going to come out on top? Note investors will. So take the time, get signed up today, April 18th to 20th. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up for the virtual workshop there. As always, get signed up today. We run discounts all the time. The cost of tuition is you plus your partner or spouse. So get signed up today at notebuyingfordummies.com, and we'll see you at the top. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, my fellow Note Jedis. This is Scott Carson, the Note Guy, with you today, and I am excited about this episode because there's a lot of changes taking place in the world out there with all this artificial intelligence stuff. So that's why this episode is entitled The Note Wars, the AI Clone War. Not to try to steal anything from Star Wars and everything like that, but maybe a little bit. So it's your Note Jedi here, Scott Carson here, trying to help you guys take advantage of the opportunities that are available. In this episode, I want to talk about some things that are changing in the world of note investors for the good, but also maybe a little bit for the bad for you. Okay. Now, we all know artificial intelligence is doing an amazing job. I mean, we are using it for due diligence. We're using it for our podcast. We're using it for editing. We're using it for creating videos, podcast episodes. But the most important thing we've been using it is as a tool to help you guys out there to understand and learn. That's one of the biggest things. I know that many of you are using YouTube University. You're using a podcast to learn from. It's a great thing. But I just had a conversation with a lady, a local investor here, who's never bought a note before, wants to get into note investing because they can't find deals in Texas and Florida that's going to work well for them. She says oversaturated. And she asked me what I do. And I said, well, we teach people how to do it besides buying it for herself. And I asked her what she bought. Well, she hasn't bought anything yet. Well, I'm a part of this network. I've taken classes for wholesale. I'm taking classes for subject to. I'm like, well, wouldn't you want to take a class for note investing? It's different than buying a piece of property. Well, I've been listening to some podcasts. I'm like, well, that's great. That's a good starting point. But if you're just listening to podcasts, you're not getting all the relevant information in one spot. It's literally have to dripify. Don't get me wrong. Hey, podcast is great. Don't get me wrong. Our #1 podcast out there with over 1,000 episodes, the Note Closure Show. And when you look at others that are out there with podcasts, we've, majority of them have been students of ours. We're taking a class from ours in the past. And we're very proud of that. They're doing a great job. I mean, the tree of Scott Carson is doing well. The the force is strong in this group, right? So I want to go through a couple of things with you guys here on how to utilize our AI clone, because we're the first real estate company that I know of that has a fully interactive AI clone. Now, I want to thank you guys because we've had about 100 people as of this recording, maybe a little bit more, spend some time with our clone, and that's great. What you may not realize is this just not like another chat bot. I don't like those little chat bots and like text messages or automation back. This is different from that. Okay. This is where when you go to our clone, you're going to have information at your fingertips. It comes from our YouTube videos, all of our YouTube videos. It comes from all our podcast episodes. It comes from our classes. Yes, I have uploaded the classes, all the transcripts, the videos from our most recent 3-day class into the actual clone to help it, teach you guys. Now, is it going to give you everything like you would going through a 3-day class? No, it's not. It's going to actually give you a chunk of it, but it's not going to be like me teaching it to you step by step and going through it. But it's there to help answer questions. If you have a question, it will answer your question. It's not going to say, hey, give me can you give me a list of asset managers and list sources? It's not going to do that because I wouldn't do that, right? But the great thing about the AI clone, or we'll just call it Scott clone, is the ability for me able to actually see what you're asking. Now, I do some brand coaching for some realtors and other investors out there. They, once a week we get on the phone for 30 minutes to an hour, and I help them with their branding. I help them with their marketing. I help them with their deal flow, help them with their podcast, because we really do a great job of obviously bringing all those things together. And I had them actually taking a look at the clone, and they were blown away by what was coming back. But one guy was also dealing with issues when he would ask a question verbally with it, because you can ask it via voice or type it in, or take one of the 10 or 15 questions that we know that you guys are going to ask right there for you. And it was given some issues for some weird reason. I could see the issues popping up, so we've reached out to the company behind it to take a look at it, because nobody else is experiencing except him. He's had 2 issues with it. I had 1 issue, but it was very loud in the background, so who knows what it is. But the thing I'm trying to get at is it not only learning from new stuff that we upload. I mean, there's over 5 million words uploaded to this thing, okay? From our classes, our workshops, our videos, ebooks, transcriptions of classes, and other things like that. And as we find other things too from other people, we're taking transcriptions of those videos and uploading it into it, so it's getting more educated. Like, I'm literally in the process of uploading the foreclosure process for all 50 states into it right now. All right. The foreclosure process from California to Florida and all 50 states is getting uploaded, so it's learning, and it can answer about foreclosures in every state, the time frame, the cost, what to expect, all that kind of stuff for you. All right. We'll have obviously a podcast video, probably a couple of series on it. We're doing stuff about what you need to get licensed in those specific states individually as well for you. Okay. So it's got a lot of stuff that we're constantly uploading to it. And what I want you to get from this is how to use it effectively. And that's what this is all about. Look, more and more people are going to be going to using some sort of AI clone and stuff like that. And we're the first to market in the note industry, might be the first in all of real estate. As far as I know, there's a couple thousand people that are using the program. Very few have implemented like what we're doing. And so I'm very proud of that. But this is such an ultimate opportunity for you to stand out from the crowd and use this stuff not only to help educate yourself, but ask questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and actually take your note investments to the next step. It's not going to replace a class. You need to take a class, but this is a great way to come back to when you have other questions or want to go to that next step. So I thought I'd walk you through it, just go through it, a couple things, jump on over here, and let's dive into it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through an incognito browser. All right, so it's not like it's not learning or taking anything and recognizing that it's me. So I'm just going to go through like I'm a guest user on it. So how do you get there? You go to, it's very easy. Just go to HTTP delphi.ai/Scott Carson. We'll probably end up buying the Vanity Thing Scott's clone. Okay, so I'm here. Right, I am here at my clone, right? This is what you see. And down here, exact description, and then I've got suggested questions. How do you find and buy non-performing notes directly from a bank? So let's just go ahead and click on that, okay? And you can see exactly what it says. So I've already asked it some other questions. Oh, it did recognize my IP. Okay, great. How do you find and buy non-performing notes directly from banks? Okay, it's a great question. Yes, you can buy non-performing notes straight from banks. The playbook is simple. Identify the right people, stay in their inbox, and be ready to close. Here's a roadmap that I use. Target the right sellers, go after regional banks and credit unions with 5+ branches, plus servicers and hedge funds. Inside banks, you want special assets, secondary marketing, or whole loan sales. Those are the departments. U.S. Bank and Louisiana State National Bank have both moved NPLs. Plenty of regionals do too. Okay, so it's already taking from some of the stuff that I've actually talked to you about in that. That's new. Okay. Number 2, make direct contact, build a list on LinkedIn and from call trees. Then run a steady drip, short intro email, follow-up call, monthly check-ins with your buy box. Keep it simple. Asset type, states, UPB ranges, and occupancy. That's great. It's pretty short and sweet. 3, bid ready. When a tape shows up, do quick triage, run values and taxes, price by collateral, not coupon, and use a licensed servicer for borrower outreach. Okay. Expect NDAs, a simple LOI, then a standard loan sale agreement and water. Bonus, know your state rules. Some states want a debt collector or mortgage-related license to own or enforce. Louisiana, Illinois, and Georgia can be stricter. Use a compliant service regardless. What are you at today with deal flow? Have you secured any tapes yet, or are you starting from zero so I can point you to the first 5 contacts to call? Ooh, that's pretty good. I didn't program for that. Sure. What are the 5 contacts to call? I didn't know that was in it. It's probably going to pull some stuff off. All right, got it. I can give you 5 right now, Thomas, but I want to tune them to your lane. Are you focused? Whoops. On residential or small balance commercial? Any preferred states? And do you have a service lined up yet, or should I stick to banks that are friendly to first-time buyers? Ooh, this is pretty good. Let's do this. Okay, so residential notes in both judicial and non-judicial states. I have a servicing company. I like Texas, Florida, let's say Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan. Boom, let's see what it says. Oh, wow. So, okay, this is interesting. Wow, this is great stuff. This is new to me. Wow. Okay, Fifth Third Bank, special assets, whole loan sales, Midwest footprint, regular small balance, residential trades, ask for their non-performing residential seller list and NDA. Huntington National Bank, special asset secondary marketing, active in Ohio, Indiana, moves mixed pools with both first and charged off seconds. There you go. 3, Flagstar Bank, now part of New York Community Bank family, mortgage asset disposition, whole loan sales, heavy Michigan presence, periodic NPL. Sonoma's Bank, special assets, southeastern seller with Florida exposure, will entertain small buyer allocations if you're bid ready. And then the credit union channel via Catalyst Corporate FCU or Corporate One if you're a member, credit union special assets. They aggregate and refer NPL sellers across Texas, Florida, Ohio. We're able to get warm intros to credit union asset managers. Okay. I don't really buy a lot from credit unions, so it's kind of interesting why I would say that. Quick outreach tip, email subject, buying NPL first liens in Texas, Florida, UPB 50K to 300K, owner occupied preferred to special assets or home loan sales, and follow up with a 3-bullet buy box and a 10-minute call ask. Okay. Just to make sure we're zeroed in, which UPB range and price to UPB are you targeting them first, so I can help you prioritize which two to hit first and how to price the opening bid. This is great. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? It'll let you walk you through it. Okay, let's focus on Texas. And focus on buying at or below 70% of value and at 80% of the UPB or legal balance. I'm looking for notes that I can get back on track performing and working with the borrower. I'm looking for notes that I can get a 16% yield. See what it says there. Okay. Dialed in, buying in Texas at or below 70% of value and 80% of UPB fits. And at 16% yield is doable if we can get quick reinstatements or step up mods. Okay. Tell me about the borrower profile you want to work with in Texas. Are you aiming for owner occupied folks who are 3 to 12 months down, or deeper delinquencies you can mod with a step up and a partial? Pause on price points too. What UPB band feels right for you in Texas? Say 60K to 300K or smaller or larger. How do you want to structure the workouts to hit 16% immediate reinstatement with 6 months down? trial plan at a higher rate, capitalize arrears with a rate bump. And this is so good. What's your cost of funds and hold horizon? So I can tune bids and decide whether we target reperform and hold 12 months or clean up and resell sooner. This is really nice. I like this. Okay, so let's keep the UPB below 300K. Owner occupied assets, where they are at least 6+ months behind. Our goal would be to have the borrower bring a chunk of back payments and then after 12 months of on-time payments, resell a now pre-performing note at 80 to 90% of the UPB, depending on the underlying interest rate. If the borrower can't perform, we'll look to foreclose and sell at auction or via our cost of capital ranges from 8 to 12% for 24 months. Let's see what it says to that response. So it's repeating back below 300K, owner-occupied, 6+ months down, buy at or under 70% of value and max 80% of UPB. Get a downstroke. I don't get what that means by season 12 months, then resell at 89% UPB for 16+ yield. The Texas foreclosures on the fall safe. That play fits Texas nicely, especially with your cost of capital 8 to 12% for 24 months. 2 weeks, 2 tweaks I'd bake in. Invest on verified occupancy and recent borrower contact intel on the tape. That's good with right party contact, and price assuming at least 3 months of seasoning risk, even if you expect a fast reinstatement. So it means holding it for 3 months before they get back. I'd also set your opening bid band at the lower of 70% or value or 75 to just under 80% of UP. Then step it up to 80 only when the rate, arrears plan, and equity support the exit. I could script the exact buy box email and call opener for Texas banks if you want it. I'm curious about the volume you're targeting each month in Texas. How many assets do you want to lock up so we can size bids and match your 24-month capital runway? This is great. Oh, all right, let's do this. Yes, please script the email for me. And I'm looking to buy 20 notes over the next 24 months. Let's read back. Here's the script I would use. Subject buying Texas NPLs, owner-occupied first liens, GPP, quick close, high blank. I'm actively buying Texas owner-occupied, non-performing first liens. My buy box price at or below 70% of value and up to 80% of UPB legal balance. Occupied preferred. We close clean with standard LSA, vetted services, and immediate borrower outreach, targeting 20 assets for the next 24 months, open to small pools or carve-outs. If you have a current or upcoming tape, I'll sign NDA and turn bids in $40. My contact. That's not so bad. I would go back and tweak it a little bit. My buy box is this. Okay, maybe not, my goal would be more so to get the tape sent to me and go from there. Now, let's do this. Let's ask my bot. Okay. Great. If I get when I get a tape in, can I upload the tape for you to help me identify the best ones to target? You send it over. I'm happy to triage the tape, flag the top Texas ones, and call it quick win reinstatement cancel. What file type will it be? Excel, CSV, or in which field are included, right? All that stuff. So, full main notes from servicing. So this is why I'm saying this is awesome for you guys. Okay. This is an opportunity for you to go and have an ongoing conversation with my brain. Even this is surprising me a little bit, and go from there. Let's take it a different way now. Okay. We'll just say via Excel. Can you help me raise private capital for my note deals? Let's just type that in there. Yep, I can help you raise the money. Quick gut check. So I tailor the plan. How much do you want to raise over the next 6 to 12 months? Who do you want to target first? Friends, family, accredited, SDIRA folks. What structure do you prefer? Simple notes at 10 to 12, JVs with profit share, or a small Reg D fund? And what's your timeline for the first close? Also, are you set up for compliance pieces like PPM, subdocs, subordination docs, or do you want templates to start with deal-specific JVs? Let's do this. I want to raise 1 million in the next 90 days. I prefer to start off with simple SDIRA folks, where I can offer a 8 to 12% return. Let's see what it says here. Love that target. Hopefully 16% yield in 12 to 24 months. So I tailor the raise. How many SDIR investors do you already know? And which custodians are they with? Do you have basic compliance pieces ready, like a one-page, simple promissory note, subscription docs, and escrow flow through a custodian, or do you want templates? What's your first close goal in the 90 days? 250K in 30 days, then stack to 1 million, or one big close at day 75. If you want, I'll map a 90-day plan with weekly touches, a custodian shortlist, an investor webinar outline, and a simple 10 to 12% note structure that you can run and rinse and repeat. Oh my God, isn't that great? Look at that. Okay, so I have a list of 400 SDIRA investors who have used their IRA to buy investment property. All right, so one more time. Your 90-day plan. And investor webinar outlines. All right, so this is what I typed back in here. I have a list of 400 self-directed IRA investors who have used their IRA to buy investment properties. Oh, let's type that in a little bit more, that I pulled from county appraisal districts, Texas. And see, I'd love to close 250K in the first 30 days and steadily over the next few months. I have simple documents, but would love to see your 90-day plan and investor webinar outline. Boom, let's see what it says here. I'm such a geek. I don't know about you guys, but I think you guys would love this too, because I'm literally loved it. Okay, so you've already done the hard part by pulling the 400 SDIRA leads. Let's turn that into 250K in 30 days and stack to 1 million. You asked for a 90-day plan and webinar outline. Here's a roadmap. 90-day race plan. Days 1 through 7. Clean the list. Tag by county custodian. Skip trace top 150. Create one pager, sample data deal sheet, and a simple 10 to 12% note template. Yeah. Drop first 50 postcards, letters, and a warm intro email into the same 50. Set 2 30-minute investor Q&A sessions on the calendar. Okay. So maybe you're setting things up. I'm a little confused by that. Okay, so postcards, letters, and a warm intro. So basically, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Tag by cut and skip trace top 150. I forgot this. If you skip trace to 150, it should pull phone numbers and emails. Days 8 through 14, call those 50, book 15 to 20 one-on-ones, launch a short educational email series. What is a note? How SDIRAs fund? How interest is paid? Timeline. Soft circle first two. There we go. Soft circle the first 250K. Those that are starting to respond. Days 15 to 30 host webinars, send replay to no shows within 2 hours, close first 5-day commitments at 25 to 50K each. Paperwork through their custodian, interest quarterly, mail and email the next 75 prospects. Day 31 through 60 webinar 2 with a fresh case study, expand calls to the next 100, share proof of life updates on funding deals and first payments, aim for cumulative 500 to 650 soft circled and 350 to 450K funded. Day 61 through 90, webinar 3 focused on reperforming exit and 12-month resale, roll referrals from your early investors, push remaining 150 to 175 products, land 1 million soft circled, and 700, 900 funded with the rest queued by custodian timing. Investor webinar outlined 45 minutes. I think that might be a little long. But opening why notes now and why Texas, quick credibility and buy box, sorry. SDRA 101 custodians process prohibited transactions timelines, your deal model buy at or below 70% of value, 80% UPB, mod reinstate 12-month reperform, sell at 80 to 90, target 16% yield, capital structure 10 to 12%, simple interest 12 to 24 months, interest paid quarterly, collateral and docs, how funds flow via custodian, case study before and after numbers, timeline payments, risk and mitigations, occupancy, verification, taxes, insurance, all your due diligence. Next steps, minimums, how to reserve, custodian checklist, funding calendar, Q&A. Just one quick thing. So I tailor this up. Do you want this first webinar live on Zoom or recorded evergreen? And you're aiming for 30 or 45 minutes. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So let's do the first one live on Zoom. And then evergreen at roughly 30 minutes. Besides the SDIRA investors, can you help me write an email to my warm database to get attendees to show up to the webinar? Which day or time is best for the live webinar? Live first and evergreen at 30 minutes. It's perfect for tenants. I'll write the warm email once we lock the slot. Just a quick timing check. Are most of your warm contacts Central Time, and do evenings work better than lunch? My top picks for live turnouts are Tuesdays or Thursdays at 7 p.m. Central or Friday at noon Central, which feels right for your crowd. Tuesday or Thursday, 7 p.m. My list is all over the United States. Now, I could be having a conversation back and forth with too, which would actually speak this out to me. So it's just, I love it. Perfect with a national list. Tuesday or Thursday at 7 p.m. Central works well. Do you want to lock Thursday, 7 p.m. Central so West Coast folks can make it after work and East Coast isn't too late, or do you prefer Tuesday? Once I've got the day, I'll draft the warm email invite in a 3-touch reminder sequence for you. Yeah, let's do Tuesday, and I can have it restreamed on Thursday night to the rest of my social. Okay. I'm literally having a conversation with my AI bot, my clone bot. It's just kind of hilarious. But do you see the value in this, ladies and gentlemen? Not just asking one question and then logging off, but you can have this conversation. Now, what's going to happen most of the time is you're probably going to have a few questions that are going to pop up. Hey, that you're out of your credits. All you've got to do with that is log back in with your email address into Google or an email address to log it. Okay, that's really the only. There's no credit card required for this. That's the only barrier to entrance that you guys could have the same thing we're going through. Okay. Here we go. Locked live on Tuesday with a Thursday restream to socials. I'll draft the warm email invite plus a 3-touch reminder sequence and bake in the restream mention so that folks who missed Tuesday know they've got a chance. What's the one hook you want to lean on? And then we got the 16% target rate, the SDIRA friendly structure with 8 to 12 passive returns, or the Texas backed collateral and risk controls. Let's do the SDIRA friendly structure. At 8 to 12 percent. If you're not watching this video, if you're listening to this, this is hilarious. Okay, so it answered back. Great hook. I'll lean into SDI friendly 8 to 12% fully passive. Warm email invite subject. Earn 8 to 12% passively with your SDIRA using Texas backed notes. Hey, first name. Quick invite to a live no fluff session I'm hosting Tuesday at 7 p.m. Central. And now SDIRA investors can earn 8 to 12% passively funding Texas backed mortgage notes. What you'll see in 30 minutes. How SDIRAs fund notes step by step with common custodians. Our simple structure paying at 12%, 12 to 24 month terms, interest quarterly, real Texas case studies, buy, mod, 12-month season, optional resale, risk safeguards, and exactly how your funds are secured. If you've got idle IRA cash or CD earning peanuts, this is built for you. No pitching, just a playbook and how to participate if it fits. Live Tuesday, reply reserve, and I'll send the Zoom link and custodian checklist. Talk soon. And then here's the 3-touch reminder scene. 24 hours before, 2 hours before, and 10 minutes before. We're live in 10 if you miss it. Want me to tailor this with your company name, minimum investment, and whether you're paying interest monthly or quarterly? Nope, I'm good. But let's change it up to include assets in multiple states. Here's a revised. There we go. So revised. It came in Tuesday. That's pretty cool. You know, which states do you want listed in the email header and case studies? Texas, Florida, Ohio, any Michigan, any others? Nope, that's good. Hope that will work. I'll package the final copy and send it over for you to drop into your email platform. Anything else you want me to fine tune before I send it out? Nope. Shoot it on out. Now let's see what email it's sending to. Anything else comes up, just ping me. I wonder if it sends it to me, I'm going to even laugh about that because that's the first time it's done this. Oh, let's see here. Let me ask you, which email are you sending it to? So I'm just typing my email, scott@weclosenos.com. Anything you'd like me to tweak before I hit send? Nope, all good. If anything done and sent to scott@weclosenos.com, you're set for Tuesday with the Thursday restream noted. If anything looks off or you want a quick tweak before go time, just holler. Now, what am I going to do with this thing? Well, I'm going to go back in here and tweak it a little bit for some things out there. All right, I'm just waiting for it to hit sometimes it's kind of crazy. That's freaking phenomenal. get something here. No, that's a different email. Oh my goodness. This is just a great, crazy thing that we have. Wow. Oh, this, come on. Making sure it's not my spam. But you get it, guys, you see how much powerful this is. Pretty cool for you to be using in your note business. Using this to help you come up with ideas. Yes, it's a combination of AI and me, but it's pretty freaking cool. Would you agree to that, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, you know what's probably going to happen? It's probably, since it's going from Delphi, it's probably going to, it may end up in my, that's what it is. It's probably in my quarantine list if it's a new, I haven't gotten a new email from them yet. So that's probably what it is. Let me take a quick look here. But you guys can use this for your business. You guys can use it to dive into stuff for you and help you create some stuff to get the ball rocking and rolling, ladies and gentlemen. And the idea is that you use this to start getting beyond what's keeping you and holding you back from success. Okay? What's stopping you from taking that next step and making offers and getting rocking and rolling for you? Okay? Let me try one other thing here. We go back in here and share it one more time. Because maybe, can you also resend it to one Scott Carson, gmail.com. My quarantine stops. That should still allow it to go through. All right, so you're set for Tuesday with the Thursday restream. Perfect. You're all set for Tuesday. Appreciate it. I'm here if anything pops up last minute. Anything else you're on your mind before we lock this in? Yep, let's do this. What is Scott's favorite football team? Does he like college or the NFL better? I'm a Texas guy, so I've got a soft spot for the Longhorns and the Cowboys. That said, I watch both, but college ball edges out for me. The energy on Saturday is hard to beat. And that would be true. I'm a bigger college football fan. Let's see if it answers. It knows what position I played. What position did you play in college? And at what university? Nope. See, that's not right. I played inside linebacker. I didn't play defensive end in college. Rushed off the weak side as a speed guy. I went to Texas State University down San Marcos. I did go to Texas State, but I didn't play football there. So that's interesting. I would have to change that up a little bit. It's not telling the truth. It's taking a little bit. Right. I did go to Texas State. I did play college football. Well, I would play it a little bit on the outside, but not actually. So anyway, not 100% accurate there in a lot of cases. But it's funny. Did you play and who do you root for? So I was asking a warm, friendly question. That is just this is really pretty cool. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this thing and you guys can use this as well. Once again, the website is delphi.ai/Scott Carson. We'll put the link in the chat roll for you. But you can have a conversation with my clone. It can help create stuff for you. As always, you may want to tweak some things. You may want to run it by me when it sends stuff out to you to take a look at it. But that's a lot of the things that we've done. And we've done similar things like this actually in ChatGPT. You may even want to take your questions and ask ChatGPT on some of the longer emails or the stuff like that as well. But that's pretty freaking cool, ladies and gentlemen. So take advantage of the Clone Wars. Have the clones working for you and not the other way around. But here's the beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. This information is at your fingertips. All you gotta do is type it in, or you can actually have a conversation and have a call with me via the same clone, and I'll answer back as well for you as well. So thank you so much. Go check it out, guys. Definitely check out our clone. Give it some feedback. Ask some questions. Log in. It doesn't cost you guys anything to play around with it and help you take your business to the next level. All right. Actually, I'm going to ask it one more thing here. Let's do this. Let's go back here. Well, I was just to get my top of my mind. What other areas of real estate investing can you help me with? I'm interested in wholesaling notes, and buying more subject to deals that I can either wrap or hold for rentals. Let's see what it says. And maybe I give it a little bit of information. You're speaking my language. I can help you in a few lanes besides buying NPN. Wholesaling notes, how to source secure equitable interest with a clean. Yeah, subject to acquisition, lead gen, seller conversions, due on sale, risk management. Yeah, wraps compliant, wrap notes and deed of trust, RMLO screening, Dodd-Frank, rentals via sub-twos, window holder wrap, dispo options, reperforming notes, resales. Yeah, what's your top focus to start building a wholesale machine for quick fees, or tightening sub-two and wrap package so you can scale, keeps, and cash flow? What's the best way to find sub-two leads in today's market? Come from, okay, so good call. Today's best sub-two leads come from pain plus timing. Same hustle we used back in the hardware store. Here's my short list. Pre-foreclosures in 60 to 120 day lates. Pull weekly, stack with low equity. They need payment relief, not cash buyer. Expired FSBOs and for rent by owners, overpriced or tiered landlords. Yep. Low or no equity owners from 2019 to 2023 vintages. High rate loans, little equity, relocating or divorcing. Yep. Landlord pain, code violations, inbound lead traps, tactics that convert, empathetic seller script, full disclosure packet, RMLO screen for wraps, third-party escrow, and due on sale mitigation plan. Make 3 solid offers every day. Take over with a reinstatement. What markets are you hunting first? So I can give you the exact list pulls and the opener script for these counties. Let's focus on San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and Houston area. Okay, so let's tune in local San Antonio. Where Bexar County's notice of default. So if that's wrong, they don't have a notice of default listed here in Texas. Okay. And substitute trustee, but they do have substitute trustee posting. So basically pull the foreclosure list, set MLS alerts around Lackland, Southside, and their zip codes, and scrape the county recorder weekly for list pendants and divorce filings. Okay. Corpus Christi hit Nueces County, foreclosure postings and delinquent tax lists, plus port refinery landlord pockets via code violations. I did nothing. MLS alerts for price drops in 60 plus days on market. Houston Harris County foreclosure list. HCAD for owner mailing address mismatch. I love it. I love it. Is there a service that provides the foreclosure lists in each county? I'm going to see if it refers it to foreclosure listing service. Foreclosure.info. There it does. I love it. Oh my goodness. This is, I find humor in this, but yes, that's pretty good. That's pretty accurate. What I would do and go that route. Wow, that's really, really cool. All right. What about I think and you can go the route, a couple things in there, but pick your areas, pick your counties, and go from there. Now, guys, go ask it questions on specific things. It's here to help you take your business next level. I'm gonna go in and clean up some of these questions and answers to you guys, but literally help you raise capital, help you find deals, help you structure stuff, help you create the marketing, the webinars, the emails, and go from there. But thank you so much, everybody. Go take some action. Like I said, go put this clone on your side as an asset so you make things happen in your new business, all right? Or your existing note or real estate business is here to help you. If you ask a question you don't like the answer, I would love to hear feedback from you guys too. Email me, Scott at We Close Notes, issues, screenshot. I mean, I can see what you're doing, the questions you're asking, so you don't need to email me a screenshot, but just let me know, hey, I like this. This was great. This was off. And let's take it to the top, everybody. Let's take it the most accurate clone for you guys in your business in the long term, because this is something I want you guys to be able to use for you on and on and on and on again. All right. Go take some action. We'll see you at the top. Bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up to be here with you today. Today's episode I want to dedicate to a couple of people that have called me in the last 2 weeks looking for note tapes. We're asking questions about our membership, which includes access to note tapes when we get them in and we share it with our members. Our one-on-one coaching students get those first, and then they can, those that aren't on our one-on-one coaching but are part of our monthly membership get access to the tapes afterwards. But it's very disturbing. This is a thing that is a pet peeve. Look, if you're going to be a note investor, you got to find note deals first and foremost. That's the lifeblood of the business. You could be the smartest when it comes to breaking down due diligence and evaluating numbers and overanalyzing tapes. But if you have no tapes to look at or don't know how to find them, you're not really being an investor. Unfortunately, there's people out there that teach that you're not smart enough or you're not big enough to get tapes into your banks, won't deal with. And that is true in some cases. If you're trying to buy from Bank of America, Chase, Citibank, Wells Fargo, if you're trying to buy a $100 million tape, you're probably too small for that. I had a guy call me today, hey, we've got a tape of $100 million. You want to buy it? I'm like, no, I'm not a guy for it. Why not? I'm like, because it's too big. Why am I going to waste my time going through all that? I make a great living going on smaller tapes, smaller assets. I mean, don't get me wrong, we got bought some great deals and some stuff, but $100 million, come on. There's not too many people that can swing that. And that's the thing. I'm always amazed. I see people in Facebook groups saying, I buy notes, or I buy non-performing, I buy performing. Look, posting to a Facebook group that's got 1,000 members or less than that only really probably 5% of those people in Facebook or social media see your stuff should tell you, you got to learn how to market. And that's one of the biggest travesties. That's like the secret sauce. Let's just put it that way. If you're attending a workshop or you're part of a membership or something like that, and they're not showing you how to physically go out and find tapes or find deals, they're not doing you a favor. And look, we've had people that have gone through our workshops, our coach, stuff like that, and they're teaching people, but then they're reaching, hey, do you have any tapes we can take a look at? You have to be going out on a regular basis. That means jumping on LinkedIn. That means reaching out and tracking AOMs. I'm always amazed that when you look at people speaking at conferences, and I'm probably going to piss some people off, and I'm probably going to get some corner eyes or eye rolls at me, but you have these people that don't know how to go find tapes. They're not experts. If you don't know how to go find deals and market for deals, and in our niche, it's notes. That means, where do notes come from? Well, either you can chase owner finance notes, which is a big waste of time. All right. And there's companies out there selling you leads that you can target. That's a big waste of time with direct mail campaigns. I'm sorry, it is. It's the 21st century, ladies and gentlemen. And too many people are still marketing like it's like the 1990s. There's a little thing called the internet and Google. Okay. It is not hard to find note tapes or the right people at banks and institutions if you use LinkedIn, if you use these smart strategies to help you work smarter, not harder. But unfortunately, people are paying $20, $30, $40, $50,000 for coaching, and they're not getting access to tapes. I mean, if you're going to pay me 25 grand for our one-on-one coaching, I'm going to make sure you've got tapes, make sure you've got access to hedge funds, make sure you're at the front of the list because you're paying for access. And no, I don't create my own competition. There's plenty to go around. And that scarcity mindset where a lot of people are like, oh, there's not enough to go around. Yeah, there's not enough to go around because most people are not. They are not sharing the resources, or they're only targeting a few sources out there, but they're not continuing to go out and create new content or go out directly to banks, asset managers, lenders. There's a tremendous amount of lead sources out there to help you find deals. I mean, that's what we focused the first day of our 3-day workshop. Actually, we got a class upcoming July 25th to the 27th. The first full day is about the find. How do you find deals? Now, in real estate, most of your traditional real estate investors, how do you find deals? You drive for dollars. You look at the code enforcement list. You look at the foreclosure list, the vacant list, the out-of-state owner, whatever it might be. Those are great lists, too, but you still have to market to those people, right? Guess what? Note investing, you're not sending out direct mail campaigns unless you're chasing owner finance leads, and that's a waste of time. And I'm always amazed at people like, oh, yeah, well, that's all we know. Why do you know that? Because you don't know how to market yourself out of a wet paper bag. All right? You have to embrace things. You have to understand it's a different niche, so you have to market differently. Yes, you can go to any county records and look at the assignment of mortgage to find people who have originated notes or sold notes or bought notes and contact them directly. That's pretty easy. You can use LinkedIn to jump on there to find the right departments, the 4 or 5 or 6 job titles. 6, there's actually 6 job titles you would look at. We'll share that. We only share those on our workshop, but I've mentioned them here before. The right people at the bank. And then it's all about, guess what? Follow up. Follow up. The tattoo I'm going to have on my ass is going to be 80% of sales are made after the 5th contact. Okay. You got to follow up with people. And I get it. We are inherently lazy. Let's just admit it. We're all lazy asses. Okay. Now ChatGPT is making it even easier for us to be lazy asses, right? How do I find note tapes? They'll give you a list, but guess what? You still got to take the actions to either pick up the phone, shoot an email, or jump on LinkedIn to find them. All right. And I'm always amazed. Somebody's like, oh, $97 a month. That's a lot to have access to tapes. Really? $97 a month, about $1,200 a year. They have tapes sent to you that you can cherry pick. Then you are lazy. Okay. There's a whole lot more of their monthly membership, but it just aggravates me when I talk to people. Oh, I'm looking for notes. I can't find notes. I can't find notes. And they're like, I don't want to spend any money. It's a whole lot cheaper than spending thousands of dollars on direct mail campaigns, postcards, and stamps. I mean, we had Corey Raymer out of Green Bay on with the Wisconsin Investor Podcast. The guy's dropping $15,000 to $20,000 a month in direct campaigns, just really pretty much in Green Bay. And you wonder why you can't find deals, and you wonder why you can't get deals closed, and you wonder why you're not making any money in real estate, because you have to invest. And investing in time and investing in your marketing to find the deals is the number one thing you got to do. Yes, you could be the most creative when it comes to VLOOKUP and tables and all this other stuff and talk to people, most knowledgeable person about owner financing and taking the landlords and wrapping around. But if you ain't marketing and you ain't understanding how the market is these days, guess what? You ain't finding deals and you sure as hell ain't making money. So if you're wanting to do this, be serious. It isn't hard to find note tapes if you will market. And I'm going to say that probably 4 more, 5 times more in the spreadsheet. Now, yes, I'm fired up, as you can tell. But I'm always, I just literally, it makes me just want to bang my head against the wall, this fake brick wall behind me here. When I hear people, well, I can't find deals. Well, you can't find deals because you're marketing, or the people you're learning from aren't marketing themselves. So how do you expect them to market you to find deals? And that's one of the biggest things we have to look at when you're evaluating any type of education program, any type of trainer, coach, whatever it might be. Yes, I'm a coach. We close notes. We don't talk notes. We close notes, right? Is looking at the tapes. What are they looking at on a monthly basis or a weekly basis? How many tapes are they coming in? I got one guy's membership. Why you haven't posted a tape this week? I was like, because I haven't had anything coming this week. It was viable because it's the 4th of July week. Okay. People take off. There are dead spots during the year. In the middle of summer, it's kind of like that around the 4th of July, but that's okay. There's plenty of things. And I'm like, well, have you reached out to these other people that you got tapes from? No. Well, then reach out to them. Don't be lazy. You have to work a little bit. All right. But that's one of the most important things as a note investor, ladies and gentlemen, not relying on like a website like Stack or JK Puke. Okay. There's just crap. And I posted a list on in one of the Facebook groups like on Thursday last week, or it was an image of it, and we broke it down Monday in one of the previous episodes. And there's some, well, I hope those aren't my 187. I'm like, well, if you had 187 new notes, would we waste my time with it? Look, I don't run a trading platform. I don't want to run a trading platform. There's a lot of work with that. I get enough tapes in that we can cherry pick, that our students can cherry pick from. that you aren't reliant on some crappy website that's only got 100 crappy notes on it or less, or stuff that's been sitting around for 6 months. If those are your only sources and you're frustrated, you're irritated, give me a phone call. Talk with ScottCarson.com. Guys, pick up the phone, call me. $97 a month gets you access not only to tapes, but to weekly coaching calls. It also gives you access to our workshops. We have upcoming workshop. Guess what? That's rolled in with it. Okay? And we'll show you how to find deals. We'll talk to you. We'll show you how to talk to asset managers. We'll talk to you what to say, what not to say, how to automate the marketing process to start getting tapes and deals sent to you. But guess what? You got to work it and follow up and do it over and over and over again to have the type of success you want. That's how we've built a database that is thousands and thousands and thousands of names and contacts and LinkedIn addresses, because people come and go. But guess what? The notes don't go. There's still plenty of notes. When you look at, we've got, 80 some odd million Americans out there with a mortgage on their house, and we're at about a 4% default rate, maybe up to a 5%. Guys, or let's just say it's even down to 2, because people talk, oh, it's low. No, it's not really that low. There are things that are being hidden, but that's still 5 million, basically, somewhere around 5 million mortgages that are in default for you to take a look at. And there's plenty of stuff out there too. Big assets, nice assets, pretty assets, starter assets, lower valued assets, all across this great country for you to bid on. Okay. Now, if you want to buy in New York, New Jersey, by all means, you got plenty up there. If you want to buy in California, we're seeing an increase. If you want to buy in Texas, guess what? We're starting to see a little bit of increase, but I would highly encourage you, focus on 3 to 5 states. Pick the biggest cities in those areas. Go to the county records, the county clerk office online, and start searching for assignments. That will give you a list of people or mortgages that are being moved, that are recorded there. And guess what? You've got a buyer of that note and a seller of that note. Those are 2 contacts. And guess what? Use a tool to go out and find it. Okay, if you want reverse mortgages, go type in Fannie Mae reverse mortgages and see how many trades that they've made, and look at the names on those and Google those companies. I got to slow down here because I'm all fired up, because you know this, but ladies and gentlemen, this is not a hard business. Okay, but it requires you to follow up and follow up and follow up. If you expect to be spoon-fed deals, then go sign up for a $50,000 coaching that's still going to charge you $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 on top of every note that you're going to buy, and the notes are going to be crap anyway because they've already cherry-picked the list. I don't do that. We give you deals to take a look at. We co-bid, we look at deals, plenty of tapes. Just go to our YouTube channel and see the amount of tapes that we've broken down over the years, and how we will continue to be the only note investor out there that shows you how to break down tapes and walks you through that process. All right. There's plenty of opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. The proof is in the pudding of our students closing deals and people getting tapes sent to them from doing our marketing. We want you to find sex. We want you to close notes. All right. We want you to be a note closer. That's why we put this together. And that's what this episode is all about. I'm not mad at people. I'm mad at the shitty education they're getting, the lack of true content, the lack of true actionable steps that people can take to find deals. You don't need to be beholden to one person for deals, because otherwise that's a bottleneck. And when that person runs out of deals, you're going to run out of deals. So go learn how to fish. Don't get fed one day, but learn how to fish to feed your family for a lifetime, because there is plenty of deal flow. There's plenty of notes. There's plenty of cash flow, plenty of opportunities out there. If you will just pull yourself out of this slump, pull the head out of the large orifice, and start taking action to start marketing. It's not difficult. We're in the business. You have to market. It's 2025. We have AI and all these things to help make it easier for you. Systems, Octopus, all sorts of amazing things. Rocket Reach to find the right parties out there that handle these things. Go take some action, and we will see you at the top. Love you all. I believe in everyone on here. I don't care what your background is. Everybody's capable of buying notes, no matter how big or small you are, how old or young you are, whether you're rich or you're starting off with zero. There are opportunities out there if you'll just take the action, take the tools and tips that we share on a regular basis, and put it in your plan of action, and then take action. Take action to get to the top. Bye, everybody. We'll see you all later.
Hey, real estate investors, this is Scott Carson. I'm known across the country as a note guy. For the past 20 years, I've been buying distressed assets, primarily non-performing notes on residential and commercial properties. And if you've ever wanted to learn how to dive in to start buying non-performing notes from banks, hedge funds, or other investors like yourself, And there's no greater place than to get the nuts and bolts, the A to Z, the 1 through 99 place to get started. It is our virtual note buying workshop. We've been teaching this class since 2010 on how to find, fund, flip non-performing notes, how to get banks to call you with deals that you can cherry pick. And no, you don't need millions. No, you don't need a lot of experience to start looking at non-performing notes. We get the lists of notes from banks, hedge funds on a regular basis, not one or two or three or four, but hundreds of deals that we can evaluate and cherry pick. Whether we're looking for performing notes or non-performing notes that we can get reperforming, or non-performing notes you can foreclose and take back, whatever your niche or whatever you would like to focus on, we can help make it happen at the virtual note buying workshop. It's a 3-day class. Our next one is April 18th to the 20th. It's actually online live via Zoom. You get signed up by going to notebuyingfordummies.com. That's notebuyingfordummies.com. Day one is all about how to find these assets. How do you find asset managers? How do you find lists of people to reach out to that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on postcards or letters that you waste money on? We don't do that. Day two is all about raising capital and marketing and how to create a business that feeds itself, that you can do part-time, 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, depending on what your focus is. We'll show you a game plan to achieve deal flow coming in on autopilot versus you having to send a ton of money. And also, we'll show you how to raise capital like nobody else does. And then day three is all about the flip. How do we structure deals? How do we evaluate a tape to find the deals from the duds? All right. We'll show you what vendors to use. We'll give you a 200+ page manual, contracts, sample forms, all the stuff that you need to be a lean, mean note buying machine when you get wrapped up. Now, yes, this is live April 18th through the 20th online via Zoom. Get signed up today. We'll send you the replays of the previous online workshop so you can start learning, start evaluating material, and get rock and rolling. And if for some reason you don't like our class, we have a 100% money back guarantee involved with it. If at the end of the first day you don't like what we talk about, you don't think it's impactful, just let me know. We'll refund back your tuition, no questions asked. We don't want your money. We want you to become a note buyer. We want you to become a lien lord. All right. Like I said, if you're tired of dealing with toilets, tenants, and trash outs, you don't want to deal with renters, then becoming a note investor is the path for you. Everybody evolves into a note investor at some point, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. There are millions of non-performing notes that you can cherry pick. No, it's not all junk. It can be small value all the way up to $1 million homes or $1 million apartments for you. So much opportunity is taking place right now in the chaotic market that we see. And who's going to come out on top? Note investors will. So take the time, get signed up today, April 18th to 20th. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com or go to our website, weclosenotes.com, and sign up for the virtual workshop there. As always, get signed up today. We run discounts all the time. The cost of tuition is you plus your partner or spouse. So get signed up today at notebuyingfordummies.com, and we'll see you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the No Closer Show. As I, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. And this is one of my favorite episodes. Whenever I do this, and I realize I have not done this episode this year. And by this episode, this is something that we try to do at least once a year because so many people get some great nuggets out of it. And I realized I hadn't done this content, like I said, over a year. I usually update it in the manual, and I realized from this past workshop, I need to update my matrix in the manual for everybody, to update it for what's going on in 2025 and beyond. Because let's face it, trends change, things come and go, things become more effective, things become less effective as you're marketing. And that's why I'm always excited about the 30-30 marketing matrix. All right. And it's a pretty simple concept. I have to give, first of all, a shout out to Roland Frazier, who's the guy that actually taught me this. And when I was first going back in the day, this goes back 20+ years when I was working with Bob and Jamie, Bob Leonetti, Jimmy Cale here in Austin. And Roland started partnering with them on events. And where I learned a lot of the great marketing from, to why we have the #1 YouTube channel, #1 podcast, and we're always and have developed such a large email database, honestly goes to doing a lot of these little things that we'll cover here in this episode. But Roland brought in this big, like double legal form, and it's got 30 days across the top and 30 things on the left-hand side you can fill in. And what he said is he would give this to his team on everything that he was doing. So any type of business he ran, whether it was marketing or whether it was real estate or any of his multitude of things. Now he's known more for buying businesses or helping people buy businesses, is you have to have a marketing plan. And the idea with a marketing plan isn't that you, the figurehead, is doing it the entire time. All right. I mean, yes, some of these things you'll do, but the sooner you can outsource it to a virtual assistant or a person on your calendar or in your team, the more likelihood this is going to get done. And that's the lifeblood of the business. It's not an email blast. It's all the marketing that you do to stay present. And now, obviously, social media has changed since 20 years ago. Last 20 years ago, LinkedIn was a little bit, MySpace was a big thing. Facebook was okay. But a lot of the new things like, TikTok, I don't think Twitter was around. TikTok definitely wasn't around. Threads, YouTube was kind of new. And I just celebrated my 11-year anniversary on YouTube just now, about a week ago. It sent me a notice. It was kind of interesting. So as things and trends come and go, you're going to adjust the things that you do to market. Now, this that we go through here, it's a suggestion for you. And no, are you going to get everything in this thing done? No, by no means you're not. The idea here, especially if you're a new investor and you're doing this part-time, you're only going to do a fraction of this stuff. Okay? But if you're a full-time investor, these are things that you should be doing. And we've broken it by daily activities, weekly activities, and monthly activities. So it helps you identify, because who hasn't sat there at their computer or their laptop or their smartphone, and when they've got some time, especially if you're doing this part-time, like, I know I need to be doing something, but what should I be doing, right? I can't think of it. You get writer's block, or you get, what should I do? I'm so overwhelmed. And this matrix is not meant to overwhelm you at all. It's meant to say, okay, these are some things you can do on a daily basis. And these don't take that long. Things you should do on a weekly basis. Okay. Things they should be doing on a monthly basis. All right. Now, what's going to happen is a lot of these things that we're going to talk about, they work 2 or 3 times. Like, you could post an article to your socials in the morning, and then at the end of your weekly email you send out to your investors, you maybe include the top 4 or 5 articles for that week that you shared. So there's a lot of stuff that's meant to be intertwined to make this easy. You creating an image of pulling an image of a property, that could go across multiple social medias. You talk about that deal as a blog. There's all sorts of stuff to talk about. Okay. But people always walk away with this. They love this. And what we have found is those that are successful literally give this to their team, their marketing rep, their social media rep, or they give it to their VAs. And the VA is taught how to go through each of these nuggets and how to use them effectively to market, the head honchos note real estate business. And you can plug and play a lot of stuff for real estate investing versus just note investing. But this is one thing that I really enjoy, and I spent some time updating it, tweaking it so it's a little bit easier, friendly for people to read. I kind of reshifted the axes, so you've got the activities down the side and the days across the top, just to make it simple for you. So I want to go through this with you guys because it's not meant to be difficult. It is meant to be one of those things that helps you grow your note investing business, grows your network more so than anything else, grows your marketing so that you can connect with more buyers, sellers, and funding sources. And that is kind of weaved throughout this matrix to help you do things. Now, some people are like, well, I don't want to be on Facebook. I don't want to be on. I'm like, okay, that's your choice. You don't have to be on specific platforms in some cases. But on some of these things, you need to be on LinkedIn. Let's just face it at that. So when I say social media, that's what I'm talking about. All right. Facebook, and posting one thing from LinkedIn to Facebook to Twitter to Threads to Truth Social, if you're on there, whatever it might be, is something that you can do. It's easy to do. You don't have to spend a lot of time in the dumpster fire, but I do talk about groups and things like that. So let's do a deep dive into the 30 by 30 marketing matrix, or my 30-day marketing matrix, whatever you want to call it. And I'll share a link that you can download a PDF to this matrix as well for you as well. All right. So it's something that's designed to be a teaching tool for you to take your business, no matter what aspect of it is in real estate, to the next level. And if actually you can apply this to just about any type of business you're in tweaking it of what you're doing. So let's have some fun with it and dive into it. So I'm going to pull up the spreadsheet here. Okay. So we have the 30-30 marketing matrix right here. Okay. And the great thing you see across the top here, Monday through, you get the days of the week. I just did 1 through 31, and the first being Monday. So you change that The only thing you would change would basically be which month you're in and what day of the week and what day of the month. So day 1, day 2, it goes all the way to day 31. So, but let's blow some of these activities up so you can see it as we rotate through it, and I'll go through it. So, and actually, for those that are in our class, that take the 3-day class, we'll actually give you the step-by-step guide on using this. If you're just watching, great, but if you get signed up for the 3-day note buying workshop or sign up for WCN membership, you'll be able to download this in the Basecamp group. So anyway, the first thing that we do, I think if any of us do, I used to call it kind of toilet bowl marketing. When you get up in the morning, what are you reaching for? You're reaching usually for your phone, right? Oh, who texted me? Is there an emergency? And then while you're doing your business in the morning, you're kind of checking your emails and stuff, checking some articles. That's kind of what I know a lot of people do. So the first thing you can do, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the simplest thing that everybody should be doing. If you see something interesting about a market you're in, real estate you're in, trends you're in, stuff like that, just share that article to your socials. Hey, here was an interesting article about how Florida and Texas, or here's an interesting article about the top 28 cities or the top, the markets. We do a lot of that. Okay, when we see an interesting article, let's get add value to it. Like one of our most downloaded episodes is like the hottest rental markets from 2024, which came from a US Today article years ago. Not years ago, but last year anyway. So sharing that article from wherever you pull news from, DS News, or was it Mortgage Minute Now, or Yahoo, whatever, take that and share that. Just share that, hey, here's something interesting about real estate and investing, okay? Number 2 about that is Octopus CRM 100. By that is go get Octopus CRM. It's like $21 a month for a month-to-month plan. It's one of the most effective tools to connect with asset managers, note investors, whatever you want to, whatever you can build create a list on it. But that tool alone helped me go from 6,000 connections on LinkedIn to over 30,000. It's helped me raise more capital and find more stuff than I've seen in a long time. And it's one of those ways to, if worst case, you're connecting with 20 to 100 new connections every day. You can automate that and go from there. Now, I know that LinkedIn has cracked down on the number of new connections, especially if you have a smaller account. It's like 20 a day, but 20 a day is better than none a day. All right. So go set up a list, follow the tutorials with Octopus, and start reaching out to asset managers or note investors or real estate investors in your state. Okay. But doing that, that's what I would do every morning. I'd go over to my computer, not check email, but go to Octopus and start that and go do something else. Go get my cup of coffee started, or go get the coffee started and come up, hit the 100, go for a walk and come back. And I've done some networking to begin with. Okay. And another thing that some of you guys won't do but it's been very effective to me, is posting short videos. All right. Posting short videos on a daily basis. We're not talking long 5-10 minute videos. This could be your term of the day. It could be foreclosure of the day. It could be an asset that you're talking about. A short under 3-minute video is effective. Now, if you're using a tool like Opus Clip AI, you can take a longer clip and split it up into shorter videos and then post that on a daily basis. Like we post 5 to 10 short videos per day, and it's a